Suyu, there is still plenty of food in the space. Take whatever you want. I'll head back for a couple of days. Okay. You've worked hard this time, Suyu said. Not at all. I actually gained a lot. Xia Qing said sincerely. She could set up a clothing factory, a herbal tea factory, and a cosmetics factory. She was already dreaming about her business plans. She would be very busy, and during her few days there, she saw how hard life was. There were no green plants at all. A rundown, desolate city, a gray sky, and howling zombies. She wanted to help more over there. She needed to organize bulk purchases of vegetables and fruits. She initially thought only of the workers she employed for feminine hygiene products, but ordinary survivors needed them too. When she returned to her world, it was nighttime, and there was a pile of clothes and equipment in the warehouse. These would have to wait until Suyu returned to the base to be received. For now, they stayed in the warehouse. Late at night, she didn't go home but booked a hotel in the county to sleep for the night. The next morning, she was woken up by a call from Yang Xia. Ching, are you still collecting those vegetables? Yes, but it will take a couple of days. Xia Qing said, still sleepy. Since Suyu hadn't returned to the base yet, there was no way to transport the vegetables back now. In a couple of days? How much do you think you can collect? What happened? Xia Qing asked. Usually, she is the one who asks, and then her parents help her collect things. This year, there's a great harvest in the fields, not just in our village, but also in your grandmother's village. Your grandmother in Yangzhuang grows fruit trees, and it's a big harvest. Not only are the prices low, but we can't even sell them. Today, your grandmother called me and asked if you were collecting apples and pears. Yes, but it will be in a couple of days. I'll be back from my business trip this afternoon, and we can talk in detail. Xia Qing replied. Okay. As Yang Xia hung up the phone, she felt relieved. This year, the fruit harvest was abundant. The village where her family is from grows apples, pears, oranges, and peaches. The yield was very good, better than ever. But the prices just won't go up. Wanted fresh strawberries for $10 for 10 pounds. Buy 10 pounds of strawberries, get 10 pounds free. When Xia Qing returned home, she passed by the market and saw street vendors pushing carts to sell strawberries. These strawberries need to be sold the same day they are picked, otherwise they spoil by the next day. The street vendors were mostly older men and women. Homegrown apples. Selling cheap. Oranges. $5 for 10 pounds. The prices of these fruits seemed to have dropped again. This year's harvest was plentiful, but the prices remained low. Some canning companies even collect fruit to make canned goods, which sell for 3 times the price of fresh fruit. When she got home in the afternoon, she found many people had come over. They were all very excited to see Xia Qing. Mom, why are there so many people at our house? They are all from Yangzhuang. After I finished talking to your grandmother, they got so excited and came over. I told them you could collect the fruit, but the elderly in the village were worried, so they wanted to come in person. Xia Qing looked at the elderly people, their skin rough from years of sun and wind, and their hunched backs. Most of them had walked over from Yangzhuang. They hoped for a good harvest, but now that they had won, they couldn't sell it. In the past, the unsold fruit rotted in the fields, wasting food. Okay, let's do this. You all write down your names, addresses, and what you grow. I'll send a deposit of $500 for everyone who registers. In a couple of days, I'll come to your homes to collect. Xia Qing said, I want to register. I was here first. I want to register first. Line up, everyone. Come one by one. Anyone who cuts in line will not be included. When Xia Qing spoke, the room fell silent, and they were busy for almost an hour. Once everyone left, Xia Qing finally relaxed. This year's harvest is good. If these farmers can't sell their produce, how will they earn money? Ching, you really helped them a lot. Yang Xia said. They left feeling very grateful. The buying price Xia Qing offered was not low. In fact, it was even a bit higher, so they left happily. This year, for some reason, the usual fruit buyers did not come to their village. If they couldn't sell their hard work, it would all be for nothing. Farming is tough. The investment is high, and the returns are low, which forces farmers to work every day during their free time, leaving them no time to rest. But can so much fruit really be sold? Yang Xia still worried. I'll take the fruit to a factory to make canned goods. They have channels to sell them in Sha City, where desert fruit sell well, but the transportation costs are a bit high. Don't worry. We won't lose money. It might be a hassle, but making money is never easy, Xia Qing explained. That's good.
Yang Xia felt relieved.
One after another, Xia Qing almost covered all the orchards in Yang Village. 3 days later, Su Yu and the others returned to the base. Xian felt like he had gained a few pounds from this mission.
Dad.
You're finally back safely. The little girl looked at Xia and with teary eyes. I'm fine. It wasn't dangerous. I brought you some snacks. Xia and took out some treats, making the little girl very happy. Honey, I worried about you every day at home. I was afraid something would happen during your mission. I didn't want to use my points, but why do I feel like you've gained weight? You look healthier. Xia and awkwardly touched his nose. He had been eating meat every meal for the past few days. How could he not gain weight? That night, Su Yu and Xia Qing worked together to move the clothing factory equipment into the base. Liao asked that architect to clear a space here to set up a small clothing factory. Understood. In the room, there was a hand-drawn architectural plan of the Sunny base on the table. This was drawn by the architect based on drone footage, clearly showing the entire layout of the base. He was planning the base's buildings, wanting to turn it into a fortress. At this moment, he was brainstorming, but he needed to establish the factory that Xia Qing required, as this was essential for their long-term cooperation. Mutual benefit and exchange would strengthen their connection even more. Su Yu also managed to acquire a batch of construction machines from the riverbank, including excavators and compactors. With the help of these machines, the construction speed will increase. Brother Yu, you're finally back. I have something important to report to you. Yang Shua rushed into Su Yu's room, looking anxious. He has always been in charge of the base's networking equipment. Su Yu put down what he was doing and gestured for Yang Shua to continue. I just received a signal from the underground base Alliance in Huagua. They asked if we really have fresh food, and they have already sent someone over. The previous signal informed us of the survivors' location. They are from the capital base. Could they have weapons? This was what worried Yang Shua the most. They had been broadcasting from the survivor base, hoping to find any remaining survivors. It's them. Su Yu frowned tightly. He remembered that the underground base's safety plan stored food for at least several decades. They said they are from the capital base, and there are thousands of survivors underground, Yang Shua said worriedly. They currently had only a few hundred people. While their daily food supply was sufficient, if thousands more arrived, would their comfortable life be disrupted? That was Yang Shua's concern. He had come to see the Sunny Day base as his home. He didn't want this peaceful life to be disturbed. Then let's wait for them to arrive before we talk, Su said. With thousands of people, the distance was far. It would take more than 10 hours to drive, and even by plane, it would take several hours. They couldn't all come over. At most a few would come to scout. Su Yu seemed to sense Yang Shua's worries and said coldly, they won't be able to take our food. Otherwise, they will never get it. If they want food, they must offer something in exchange. The people in the underground survivor base were those who had backgrounds or were skilled professionals from various fields before the apocalypse. Su Yu's words provided reassurance, and Yang Shua gradually relaxed. All the food in the base came from their base leader and deputy leader. No one knew the exact source of the food, but it was clear that it all came from Su Yu. With the temperature rising recently, Su Yu arranged for more manpower to expedite the expansion of the base. We deployed drones to search the area for that mutated zombie, but it hasn't appeared again, Liao said. Don't take it lightly. That guy is very strong and poses a risk. Risks must be eliminated, and Su Yu will not allow this danger near the base. He has already thought of a solution. Although Xia Qing cannot buy firearms and ammunition, she can still purchase fireworks and some chemical items. He plans to make homemade bombs for emergencies. Meanwhile, Xia Qing is munching on an apple while a preview of a popular drama plays on the TV. The show will officially air the day after tomorrow. Suddenly, she sees a text message alert and is shocked to find that 290 million has already been deposited. She is speechless. That enamel-painted bowl was sold for nearly 300 million. The remaining jewelry she had also sold for 100 million, and after deducting the auction fees, she has a total of 290 million. Thinking about all the other items she has, including bronzeware, porcelain, and Sanskrit stone carvings stored in the museum, makes her excited. She also has an ancient painting that she truly loves and didn't put up for auction. She decides to buy a piece of land and build a villa, creating her own film studio. Land in the county is not very expensive, as it is a small third-tier city, with prices only a few thousand per square meter. She checked online for information. Currently, there are 3 plots of land totaling 1,091 acres being auctioned near her commercial street. The land is about 200,000 per square, meaning buying this plot will cost around 20 million. However, the subsequent investment for building will require even more money, probably several hundred million. But she can focus on securing this land first. She is a very proactive person and drove to her commercial street in the morning. She had previously registered a company called Qing Tian Management and Development. She has purchased all the commercial shops in a row, and one of them has been turned into an office on the second floor. The company consists of just 3 people, so besides the meeting room, each person has their own office. President Xia, the HR staff, Xiao Shasha, smiles upon seeing Xia Qing. Yes, I came specifically to find you today. President Xia, just let me know what you need, Xiao Shasha replies, feeling a bit nervous. Last time, when she installed the time clocks in all the shops, she deducted salaries and bonuses from Xia Fong for being late. Xia Fong had come to her before, but she had refused. Now that the boss is personally looking for her, she feels quite anxious.
Here's the thing.
I recently want to buy a piece of land, and the company needs to expand, so it's best to hire a manager and a few more staff. The manager's candidates must be approved by me. Understood. Xiao Shasha was a bit surprised by Xia Qing's words, but at least it wasn't because her boss's cousin came to find her. Okay, I'll post the job advertisement right away, the HR said immediately. All right, I'll leave this to you, Xia Qing replied. I've already ordered lunch for you. Just wait to eat, Xia Qing said, as she found team building too troublesome. Moreover, for some employees, team building with the leaders felt like working overtime. In the afternoon, she took Xiao Shasha to the Handong County government. This piece of land originally belonged to Handong Construction Company, but due to debt issues and bankruptcy, it is now being auctioned by the government. Handong County Government Investment Office. To bid on this land, the company's registered capital must be at least 5 million. And it needs to be paid in one lump sum. This land is over 1,000 acres and will cost 28 million. This land is quite remote, and if it were in Hancheng, it would be worth 70 to 80 million. In Kyoto, it could even go for several hundred million. I can arrange the company's registered capital by tomorrow. I want to build a film and television city here. Our Handong is an ancient city, which could also add tourism projects for our county. Yes, that's a good idea. This land has been a headache. If you buy it, you'll solve a big problem for the government. You must know about this land. Previously, Handong Development Company demolished the area but went bankrupt, leaving over 20 villagers petitioning for compensation. They were also troubled by this issue. If you want to buy this land, you will need to pay the promised compensation to them for the demolition, so you need to think carefully. Each household requires at least 200,000. That would be 4 million for 20 households. This means an additional cost of 4 million, which is why no one wanted the land. Although the county government was eager to sell the land, they also made the stakes clear. They were looking for capable development companies. Okay, I agree, Xia Qing said without hesitation.
Great.
That's wonderful. I'll report this to the county head, and I will give you a response the day after tomorrow. No, at the latest, tomorrow, the minister said excitedly. Sounds good. After Xia Qing left, the minister immediately went to the county mayor's office. The Qingtian Management Development Company has agreed to pay $4 million in compensation to the villagers. These petitioners have been causing trouble every few days, making it very difficult for the county government. This is a historical issue left by the Hanqing Company. If we don't resolve the concerns of those over 20 petitioners soon, the higher-ups have told us to advance the payment.
Sigh.
How much money can a county government have? They can only cut expenses. Soon, the entire county government and several offices might have to stop paying salaries. Check if the other party has any issues with their qualifications. If everything is fine, let's fast-track this process, the mayor said excitedly. Right now, some large companies are too afraid to take on this hot potato. It's a mess left behind. If these petitioners are resolved, not only will his position be secure, but he might even get promoted. And if we develop a film studio, our county government will fully cooperate, the mayor added. This will also create tourism resources for our county. We must support it wholeheartedly. The mayor called the office. Secretary Zhang, book a restaurant for tomorrow morning and invite Secretary Guang Minqiu, Zhang Zihua, and Yang Jianping.
Received.
That evening, Xia Qing received the news that she would have dinner with several leaders the next day, and she felt a bit nervous. However, she had been training herself recently. She wasn't afraid of zombies, so nothing else seemed too scary. The next day at the county government's guest house, it was clear that this place was much less luxurious than the city hotels, showing just how poor their county government was. Today, my Qingtian Management Development Company has completed an investment of $10 million, Xia Qing said. Xiao Shasha nervously took out the business license from her briefcase. Her heart rate hadn't dropped below 100 since she entered. This room was filled with county leaders.
Now she was sitting down to dinner with them. Great.
I can help you with a fast-track process, the mayor said enthusiastically. Well, Ms. Xia, there are still over 20 petitioners. Can we resolve their issues first? The minister asked. Sure. Once the process is complete, I will arrange for the accountant to transfer the compensation into their bank accounts within the next few days. With that, Xia Qing could quickly settle things and arrange for the construction company to start building her film studio project. Good. I also mentioned to Minister Zhang about developing this land into a film and television city. Our Hansheng is an ancient city with a history of 3,000 years, rich in culture and backed by Lingyan Mountain. If we can develop it, the prospects are quite good, Xia Qing said. She also owns an entertainment company, and when the time comes, she plans to promote Lin Nuan, invite stars to shoot here and hold concerts, ensuring there will be plenty of popularity. That's true. Our Hand County has this cultural background, and I've been applying for the development of a Lingyan Mountain scenic area, the county chief said. Most of the people in this county are farmers, and many have moved to big cities, making development quite challenging. However, with the support of Qingtian Development Company, the establishment of the film city could boost the entire Hanqing economy. The county chief had been worried that Han County's economy was always at the bottom among the several counties under Hanqing, but with Qingtian's involvement, he saw hope. These county leaders just want their areas to develop well and for the people to prosper. No problem. Yang Jianping, you handle this matter and cooperate with Comrade Xia for the follow-up construction. They didn't eat much during the meal, as they were focused on discussing the project. Xia Qing and Xiao Shasha watched the leaders leave. Notify the county to hold a meeting at 4 this afternoon, the county chief said as he got into the car.
Okay.
This project is a breakthrough for boosting our county's economy. Minister Zhang, as the minister in charge of the economy, you must follow up on this matter closely, the county chief said. Don't worry. I will expedite the approval and ensure cooperation, the minister replied seriously. Once Xia Qing's project is established, it will drive the county's economy. Building the film city will require many laborers, creating jobs and increasing consumption. The approval process was indeed quick. Within 2 days, Xia Qing had already purchased the land. Shasha, you've worked hard these past 2 days. You can hire 2 more people, and you'll be the HR manager now. I'll raise your salary by 2,000.
Xia Qing said.
Thank you,
boss.
Xiao Shasha exclaimed excitedly. At first, she didn't have much motivation, earning 1 or 2,000 and just resting when her shift ended. That was enough for her. But after running projects with Xia Qing these past 2 days, the county officials were friendly to her, especially with the salary increase. With overtime pay and bonuses, she could earn 10,000 a month. That's a high salary in a small county. Now she has motivation at work. When there's money, there's drive. Jiashasha is no exception. The land has been purchased, and Xia Qing has been busy with a construction company these past few days. If we are going to find someone, we need to find the best. Recently, Jiashasha has interviewed a few candidates and found several project managers, but Xia Qing is not satisfied with any of them. Xia Qing decided to hire someone through a headhunting company with a high salary. Hello. Thank you for coming to my company, Xia Qing said with a smile. She spent 500,000 a year to hire the woman in front of her. Thank you, Ms. Xia. I also see great potential in our company. The woman's name is Manhwa, but she prefers to be called Moon. She wore a sharp business outfit, had an oval face, and sported a stylish short haircut. Compared to each other, Moon's demeanor seemed more like a boss, while Xia Qing appeared more like a relaxed young lady. Xia Qing smiled slightly. There was no need to say much. While it sounded nice to talk about the company's prospects, it was really about the salary being right. Xia Qing was quite pleased with this woman. Next is the construction of this project. There are several construction companies in the country, and I hope you can finalize it quickly. Here are the design plans for the film city. My requirement is to complete the construction fully, no matter how much it costs. Of course, I will invest 200 million at the start. Moon said as she looked at the design plans on her computer, completely captivated by the beautiful scenes. If we want to create such beautiful scenery, 200 million may not be enough, Moon stated honestly. Of course, there will be more funding later. You don't need to worry about that. You can make decisions about the personnel, Xia Qing replied. Okay. I will definitely complete this project. Moon said seriously, her gaze towards Xia Qing changing to something different. She is a strong woman, and despite her capabilities, she has faced unfair treatment in the workplace. Now, Xia Qing, as a fellow female boss, has given her this opportunity. Then thank you for your hard work. You can organize a team-building event today, and the company will cover the expenses. I won't attend, Xia Qing said with a smile.
All right.
Moon understood that Xia Qing not attending was to allow her to bond with the team, as she would soon be the general manager here. The clothing factory on Suyu's side has also been built, and the equipment is ready. At least 2 workers from the clothing factory can take over immediately. This clothing factory looks pretty good, Xia Qing observed, although the factory space is a bit small. I want the clothing to be inspired by ancient styles. I will purchase the materials later. For now, please create a few designs for me to review, Xia Qing said. Understood, said Li Yu, the head of the clothing factory. Deputy base leader. As soon as Sudan heard that Xia Qing had come to the clothing factory, she hurried over. Are you still being so polite with me? Ching Ching. Is this good enough? By the way, I've figured out the recipe for your herbal tea. When will you give me the herbs? Sudan said. Without the herbs, she couldn't experiment with the herbal tea or the herbal cosmetics. Now her senior brother Yang Fan and Feng Xiang were working with Professor Zhang Yenshin on the medicine, so they had enough people. Most importantly, she promised Xia Qing to make these items, so she had to do a good job. I forgot. I'll arrange it for you in a few days. I've been too busy lately, Xia Qing said, tapping her forehead. You also need to prepare a batch of beauty equipment for me. I want to try making some. No problem. Just give me a list of what you need. She felt like her money was running low again. The costs for building the film city were huge. I just received a large batch of fruit. The weather here seems a bit warmer, so let's distribute this fruit for free to the women and children,
Xia Qing said.
That's great. Sudan smiled. She hadn't eaten fruit in a long time. The base's loudspeaker announced, "Today we are distributing fruit. Elderly people over 60 and children under 10 can receive 1 portion of fruit every day for the next 3 days. Each person can only receive 1 portion per day. The base's announcement repeated 3 times. Fruit distribution. Free fruit. Many people had already started to line up. Coming to this base was their best decision. We at the ceramics factory don't need to line up. Everyone will receive a portion, so just focus on your work.
Tian Rue said loudly.
Okay, working at our ceramics factory is great. Not only does everyone get fruit, but we also have more supplies than others. I wonder what fruits we will get this time. Tian factory manager, come quickly. This batch is a success. A worker from the ceramics factory said excitedly. This ceramic is coated with lard glaze, smooth and soft, like beautiful skin. The fat pear-shaped teapot has smooth lines and is plump and round, paired with 2 delicate teacups of the same color.
Perfect.
Let's pack this setup. I'll take it to show the deputy base leader, and the rest can go to the warehouse, Tian Rue instructed. Tian Rue took the packed teapot set to find Xia Qing. Tian Rue, also from a wealthy family, and Sudan got along well. The 3 of them found a room, and Xia Qing set out some snacks and drinks. They chatted for the whole afternoon. Suyu couldn't go too far, otherwise, if Xia Qing was restricted, she would be sent back to her space. The distance between them was as large as the space allowed. Li Yao and the others were grilling on the balcony nearby. After their conversation, Xia Qing said, "Let's chat again next time. If you need any supplies, just let me know."
Sure.
Thanks, Deputy Base Leader.
Xia
Qing rolled her eyes at her, knowing they had a good relationship and that Su Dan was just teasing. Suyu, remember to put away the ceramics in the warehouse. I'll collect them later tonight.
Okay.
In the next moment, Xia Qing disappeared from the spot. Suyu frowned slightly. Usually, Xia Qing would be nearby when she visited. Why do I feel like the base leader is a bit upset with us?
Sudan said, sensing Suike's coldness.
Maybe it's because we took up Xia Qing's whole afternoon? Tian Rue suggested. They exchanged glances, realizing they had come to an understanding. People at the base were lining up to get fruit. There had been fruit before, but it required a lot of points, and most people were reluctant to spend them. After all, every point was earned through hard work each day, and if someone didn't work for a day, they wouldn't earn any points. When Xia Qing got home, she took a hot shower and changed into clean clothes. After having a hearty meal, she took a high-speed train to Qingping City, which took 3 hours. She needed to order a large quantity of medicinal materials and hoped to establish a long-term partnership. The Qingping City Herbal Medicine Market is one of the earliest professional herbal markets in China. It is located by the Pearl River at the intersection of Qingping Road and Tiyun Road, covering a large area with over 2,000 shops. It is the only herbal market situated in the center of a big city. Since she was already near the Pearl River, it would be nice to do some sightseeing as well. Her WeChat pinged, and she checked the message from Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang was the high-paid planning manager hired by her entertainment company. Boss, Power in the World, just aired 2 episodes and has already gained over 10,000 views. Our show shares the same writer, and I've planned a promotional video. This was a chance to ride the wave of popularity, not just for her show, but also for the first Empress.
Cousin.
Our show is gaining attention even before it airs. Lin Wan sent Xia Qing a video as well. Although the 2 dramas have different levels of popularity, the screenwriter and producer are the same, so Xia Qing's modern drama became popular even before it aired. Xia Qing was scrolling through Douyin and saw many trending videos. The theme song sung by Li Yue is so beautiful. Did you notice the lyrics? They are the lines spoken by Chu Huangyue in the show. The author is amazing. Her Weibo account also gained a lot of followers. Next, the first imperial princess also gained some popularity, and filming for her drama will start next month. Following that, the trailer for Su Jia and Lin Wan was released to take advantage of the buzz. Is Su Jia playing the lead male role this time? I heard this is an original script, and the author is also very talented. I want to watch it. The trailer looks good, but I feel like they don't match. Su Jia is 1.85 meters tall, and isn't that actress just the first imperial princess's maid? How can she match up as the lead female? She was such a weak maid in the first imperial princess. Xiaoqing noticed that many comments in the promotional video were criticizing Lin Wan, saying the two of them didn't match. Don't pay attention to the comments. Once filming is done, take a good rest. Let's go out for a meal when I finish my work, Xiaoqing messaged Lin Wan.
I'm fine.
When the drama comes out, it will prove them wrong. The director said, I did a great job. Don't worry. Since I chose to be an actress, I have the right mindset. Cousin, hurry up and finish your work so we can eat together. Lin Wan replied, You should be close to signing a new contract. I arranged for Zhang Nan to find you a new agent. Thank you, cousin. Lin Wan replied, thinking she would have a few days without work. Lin Wan messaged manager Zhang. Sister Zhang, I'm at the company now. Let's officially sign the contract? Sister Zhang is busy. Your contract termination has been stamped. You just need to sign it here, a staff member said. Lin Wan signed without hesitation and left immediately. Isn't that Lin Wan? She actually terminated her contract with our company. Didn't she work so hard to be the top trainee to get in? Did you know she recently filmed a lead role, and the trailer says Lin Wan and Su Jia have no chemistry at all? Isn't the trailer just riding on the popularity of our drama? They think they can become famous like that. There are so many actresses in the entertainment industry who shine briefly. A few gossiping women couldn't help but chat as they saw Lin Wan coming to get her termination papers. In the office of manager Zhang, there are dozens of newcomer photos on her desk. It's tough to stay popular in the entertainment industry. To secure her position, she needs to keep promoting new talent as they attract investors. This way, her own status will be more stable. Zhang Jie, Lin Wan has signed the termination contract. Let her sign. She's just a minor newcomer. Manager Jiang doesn't care at all. She has so many newcomers to choose from. Every year, there are fresh graduates for her to select. Still, earning 300,000 before leaving is pretty good. Lin Wan thinks she can succeed without me, but her leading role drama flopped. Does she really think it's that easy to become famous? How many people actually become stars each year? Without strong backing, even if they get popular, it's usually short-lived. Besides, how much can her writer cousin invest in a drama? If it fails, that's all her savings gone, and a drama needs at least tens of millions to produce. If they manage to hire Su Jia, most of the budget will go to his fees, and the quality of the drama won't be high. It's no surprise the audience is complaining about Lin Wan in the trailers, manager Jiang said with a cold laugh. She has signed many people, but this is the first time someone has terminated their contract with her. She wants to see if Lin Wan can succeed without her. Without resources and support, can she really make it? Jiang Jie is right. Lin Wan is decent looking, but there are plenty of beautiful women out there. Manager Jiang chuckled. Xiaoqing isn't paying attention to online comments, whether they are good or bad, as long as there's buzz. Upon arriving in Qingping City, she plans to buy medicinal herbs and then take a stroll in the nearby Zhujiang City. The two cities are close, just a few minutes by high-speed train. There are many types of herbs, at least hundreds. Based on the list from Sudan, she has ordered a batch. Some of the herbs are quite expensive, as they are cultivated by hand, and the price varies with availability. The cultivation of snow lotus is difficult, so it's pricey, said the owner of the herb factory. As long as you have the goods, send this batch to this location. Xiaoqing instructed. Sure. You are the most straightforward customer I've met. I'll give you 50 pounds of Snow Mountain stone mushroom for free. This is a great item. It cools, refreshes the palate, and quenches thirst, said the factory owner. Thank you very much. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll send you a 20% deposit first, and then I'll pay the rest once you ship the goods, Xiaoqing said. Sounds good. Their pharmaceutical company mainly deals with large pharmaceutical enterprises and some traditional Chinese medicine clinics. Many people buy herbs in bulk, and there are quite a few who purchase more than Xiaoqing. The prices for traditional Chinese medicine are clearly marked, and buying in bulk usually comes with a wholesale price. Xiaoqing was quite straightforward, saving him a lot of effort. Otherwise, negotiating prices would take 1 or 2 hours. She purchases herbs for another world, trading food and supplies for their labor, which means she makes a good profit, so she doesn't mind. After finishing everything, she originally planned to explore the Pearl River, but Moon sent her a message that the construction company had made preliminary arrangements with Huaxi Construction Company in Chuanjiang. All right, let's meet in Chuanjiang tomorrow, Xia Qing said. Okay, Moon replied immediately. Anna, you will accompany me to Chuanjiang this time. Xiao Lu, please book the high-speed train tickets for tomorrow, Moon said.
Got it.
Moon, there are high-speed train tickets available for 7:10 and 7:30 tomorrow morning. Which one should I book? Xiao Lu asked. Xiao Lu is their newly hired administrative staff, and Anna is a former subordinate of Moon who also switched to Xia Qing's company. 7:10 and book a hotel too. No need to book, Moon quickly retracted that message. Xiao Lu was a bit confused. Moon saw on WeChat that Xia Qing had already sent her the information for the 5-star hotel, Jia Long Yuan Courtyard Hotel in Chuanjiang. It's one of the top 20 most expensive hotels in the country. The cost for one night's stay ranges from 3,000 to 10,000. Xia Qing arrived in Chuanjiang that afternoon, and she had to admit that the high-speed trains in their country are really fast. The city is famous for its spicy hot pot, especially the 9-grid hot pot, along with spicy rabbit heads and brown sugar glutinous rice. She bought a large amount of food from outside the hotel and brought it to her room.
Suyu.
Xia Qing called out. I'm here. The next moment, Xia Qing entered Suyu's space with a large amount of food. In the room were Suyu, Wang Chong, Zhang Liang, and Li Yao. Xia Qing noticed their serious expressions, as if something had happened. I brought hot pot and spicy 9-grid hot pot for everyone. How about we eat and chat? Xia Qing suggested. The others nodded, and as soon as they heard about the spicy hot pot, their eyes lit up. Let's call Tian Rui and Su Dan too. Okay, I'll go get them. Li Yao happily ran to call his wife. Last time when he had hot pot, he wasn't there, and they ended up taking the pot away. This time, he wanted to eat more. Tian Rui was holding a child, and Xia Qing had specially bought a cake and yogurt for the child in Chuanjiang. Don't keep looking at the ingredient list, or it will feel like I can't eat anything, Xia Qing said to Su Dan, who seemed to be focused on the ingredient list again. I'm just taking a look. Yogurt is fine. It's just fermented milk, Su Dan said, awkwardly touching his nose. A few people were eating hot pot, but Suyu, Wang Chong, and Zhang Liang seemed a bit down. By the way, I didn't ask what happened earlier, Xia Qing said. Our base's survivors were robbed. I heard those people had weapons, Wang Chong replied. Could it be those mutated zombies? It's not mutated zombies. I suspect it's that group of cannibals. The drone captured some footage, but by the time we got there, it was too late, Xie said, his expression growing colder. Those who prey on their own kind are no longer worthy of being human. Li Zhong and his group had encountered them before. Without food, they must be searching for survivors. Send Li Zhong and the others with the drone to search. They've seen those people and can recognize them. Make sure they go in groups of at least 5.
Suyu instructed.
Understood. Recently, the missing ones were in pairs. They wouldn't attack if there were more people, indicating that their numbers were limited. The attackers were not evolved beings, meaning they hadn't undergone any evolution. Just as Suyu suspected, 2 people from their base were currently. First, cut the thigh, then the calf. Don't kill him all at once, or it won't be fresh, a man with a scruffy beard said, his eyes sunken and red, holding a large knife. Don't worry, big brother, I have plenty of experience, the man said as he walked toward one of the tied-up men. Don't kill me. Our base has food. We have rice and fruit. I even have steamed buns in my pocket, the man said in fear. He had gone out to look for supplies and still had a steamed bun in his pocket. Although it was cold, it was still soft and looked fresh from the past couple of days. It's a bun. The man took a couple of bites from the bun he was holding. Ha, it really is a bun. A bun has its own flavor even with meat. The man laughed sinisterly. Blood splattered onto the flames. The tied-up man's thigh was cut off, and the blood was stopped by the rope to prevent him from dying. The other man nearby was already terrified to death. He should have known better than to go out looking for supplies. The base warned that it was dangerous to leave, but He still wanted to venture out to collect antiques and earn points. He just wanted to trade for cigarettes. The points were high, and he had a strong craving. He didn't want to do hard labor at the base, so he took the risk. The museum outside the city didn't have many zombies, but who knew they would run into people? Now he regretted it deeply, his face pale. He didn't want to die like this. Brother gang, they say that Sunny Base really is food. Should we join them? Another man said. Are you really going to be bought off for a bun?
Lugang scoffed.
This meat is so delicious. The grilled smell is amazing. Don't forget, if we don't eat this, we'll die. Once we took our first bite, there was no turning back. Don't forget what happened to Wang Shuai and the others, Lu Gang said with a fierce expression. And we need to catch that blood in a plastic bag. We can't waste anything. The toxins in their bodies were building up. It was like poison, seeping into their bones. They couldn't eat regular food anymore. If they went too long without eating, they would suffer, becoming something neither human nor ghost, even resorting to eating their own flesh. There was no turning back. They had to eat to survive. On the other side, Siu was busy enjoying spicy hot pot. This food is amazing. I love this crunchy stuff. This is bamboo shoots. They're the best in hot pot. Xia Qing explained. Have you gathered all the herbs? The equipment is ready. We just need the herbs, and my senior brother needs a specific ingredient too. I've got everything. I'll bring it to you the day after tomorrow. Write down the ingredient for me, and I'll buy it when I get back, Xia Qing said. Too bad the inhibitor is too difficult, but the enhancer the professor suggested is really effective. We've already seen some results. With the enhancer, our physical abilities will improve a lot.
Su Dan said.
Xia Qing was also excited. If the enhancer worked, she wanted to get one for her family. If it could be mass-produced, she could make a lot of money selling the enhancement drugs. A few of the survivors who came yesterday caused trouble and were taught a lesson. They won't get any food if they misbehave, and now they're behaving themselves.
Li Yao said.
The new survivors, long starved, would do anything for food, but the base had rules. After being harshly disciplined, they dared not cause trouble anymore. Follow the rules to get food. Causing trouble will get you kicked out. That's fine. Let them go build the wall first, Su said. Xia Qing finished eating with them, chatted for a while, and then left. She had to meet Mon the next day to discuss matters with Huaxi Construction Company. By the way, remember to have your architect design a few villas for me, Xia Qing said as she was leaving. Okay.
Shuyu replied.
Once Xia Qing was gone, Suyu's expression noticeably darkened. Things were too busy now. The base was still under construction, and Xia Qing had come to his world on her own. Suyu knew it wasn't the right time to bring up any feelings. Doing so would only cause her trouble. Maintaining the current situation was important, and to develop further, he needed an opportunity. Suyu was patient. He would wait. He could also sense that Xia Qing didn't dislike him. This wasn't a long-distance relationship, but rather a relationship across different timelines. If only he could one day reach her world. However, Suyu could only contact the space, check it, and had no access to enter. Brother you. People from the capital base of Long Country have arrived. They are flying fighter jets. Yang Shua said hurriedly over the intercom. Fighter jets. No wonder it's the underground base of Long Country. I wonder how long it would take them to walk here, Wang Chong exclaimed. In times of crisis, the country's resources would be the most abundant, but they were controlled by a few people. They have arrived. It's a fighter jet.
There are actually fighter jets.
Are they from the government? The people at the base gathered excitedly around the landing plane. What are you thinking? If Long Country wanted to save us, they wouldn't have waited a whole year without any rescue. I just hope they don't come to take over our base. That can't be.
How can it not be?
We have hot showers now, and we have rice, flour, fruits, and milk. Hearing this, everyone became tense, looking at the fighter jets with anxiety instead of joy. 3 men wearing gas masks and fully equipped, holding guns, came down from the jets. But Suyu could see at a glance that the guns were just for show. They had no bullets.
Suyu.
One of the men took off his mask in surprise. Zheng Chen. Suyu frowned slightly, surprised to see him. I thought you had died back then. I can't believe you're still alive, Zheng Qin said calmly. Sorry to disappoint you. I'm still here.
Suyu replied coldly.
Wang Chong and the others exchanged glances behind Suyu, not recognizing the man in front of them, but it seemed that he and Suyu had a tense relationship. I hope you get eaten by zombies, Zheng Qin said coldly.
How can you talk like that?
Liao looked at Zheng Qin angrily. How could they curse their boss to be eaten by zombies? At noon, Moon and Anna had already arrived at the hotel. We can go straight to the Huaxi headquarters at 2 p.m. I've already made an appointment with their manager, Moon said. Wow, this is a 5-star hotel. It costs 5,000 a night. Can we get reimbursed, Sister Moon? Anna asked, excited but worried. Which company reimburses 5,000 for a night at a hotel? This was booked by the boss. Moon replied with a smile. Moon felt it was worth it for their generous boss. She had to secure the deal in the afternoon. Xia Qing wore a gray cardigan with an orange top underneath, carrying a small leopard print Versace bag worth 21,400 and a light brown short skirt. Her hair was styled in a relaxed low bun. Even though it was already October, she didn't feel cold since she took a taxi instead of squeezing onto the subway. Boss, Moon greeted when she saw Xia Qing come out. Just call me Xia Qing or Qing Qing. Xia Qing's friendliness made Moon feel more comfortable, especially since Anna noticed that Xia Qing was quite young to be their boss. They were discussing a project worth billions, and they were the client. Once in the car, Moon handed the documents to Xia Qing while explaining them. Huaxi Construction is one of the top 10 construction companies in the country, with strong state-owned enterprise backing. There are other construction companies in the country, but Moon chose Huaxi after careful comparison and inquiries. The final choice of Huaxi was crucial since this was a multi-billion project. Huaxi has offered us a price that includes a commitment to complete everything within 2 years, with the earliest being 1 year and the latest 2 years. Huaxi is known for its fast construction speed. After half an hour, they arrived at Huaxi. Xia Qing had a general understanding of Huaxi construction and the negotiation price. In the Huaxi high-level conference room, project manager Qin Jun was accompanied by 2 assistants. Hello, we have seen your design plan and are very confident we can deliver it, Qin Jun said. This design plan must have been created by a very professional architect. The details are very clear. This kind of design can only be created by a top architect, and the commission is 2% of the total cost. That means the design fee is 2 million. Xia Qing felt she had underestimated the value. She had exchanged some materials for a design worth 2 million. She decided to buy more supplies at Suyu's time space later to make it up to the architect. According to the design plan, we can guarantee that everything will be completed in a year and a half. Qin Jun said. This completion would also bring prestige to their company. That's great. But the most important thing is quality, Xia Qing replied. The remaining task was the negotiation with Mon. Her purpose for being there was to sign the contract. After all, it was a multi-billion investment, and if her company grew large enough, she wouldn't need to be directly involved in the future. However, she was gaining valuable experience. She had never felt this confident before. Mon exuded a strong presence, and the meeting was intense, with the assistant quickly bringing in coffee. After about 2 hours, both sides finally agreed on the details, but they still needed to discuss some remaining points. Pleasure to cooperate,
Xia Qing said.
Pleasure to cooperate. I will start the project as soon as possible.
Qin Yun replied.
If there are any further matters, you can talk directly with Mon. No problem. Miss Mon is the most capable professional I've ever met, always strong and assertive. I'm looking forward to working with you, Qin Jun said, focusing on Mon. Manager Qin, you're too kind, Mon said, avoiding eye contact. Nearby, Anna had already reviewed the contract several times, ensuring there were no issues before letting Xia Qing sign. However, for such a large order, both parties would have lawyers present, and since Huaxi was a state-owned enterprise, it was very secure. That evening at a 5-star hotel, Xia Qing asked, Mon, do you know Manager Qin from before? She had sensed some awkwardness between Mon and Qin Jun during their first eye contact in the afternoon. Yes, he is my ex-boyfriend. The project manager I was previously working with at Huaxi was Chen Junsheng from Group 2. I didn't expect it would be Qin Jun coordinating with us this time, Mon said, looking nervous. She was afraid Xia Qing might misunderstand and think she chose Huaxi because of her past with Qin Jun. I haven't been in contact with him for a long time, and I promise it won't affect my work. Mon said earnestly, I believe you, but for the next 2 years, you'll still have interactions with him. Who knows? Old feelings might resurface. I saw a spark in his eyes when he looked at you, Xia Qing teased. Moon said that the project was initially assigned to Team 2 of Huaxi, but it surprisingly changed to Team 1 of Huaxi. That can't be. No way, Moon said coldly. She just wanted to focus on her work. Her family was a burden, and she had no plans to get married in her lifetime. Xia Qing noticed Moon's expression but didn't say anything, feeling that it might come back to haunt her later. However, Xia Qing was aware of Moon's situation. It was well known in their previous company, and the headhunting agency surely informed her about it. If it weren't for Xia Qing, Moon might not have found such a job after resigning. Moon's parents favored her brother, even making her pay for his house and car. She tried to avoid them, but somehow they found out about her company, and her parents even caused a scene with the director. Her father got so drunk one day that he ended up hitting the director. Mon, I know you have strong work abilities. Even if you didn't graduate from a top university, I still made you the department manager. But your father's actions today have made it known throughout the company. I'm sorry. Please resign voluntarily. Out of respect for our past, I won't report your father. Moon looked at the director's bruised face and said, I'm sorry, director. She had given all her savings to her parents just to send them away. But by then, she had very little money left. However, she received a job offer. Manager Wang, there's a job that suits you well. If you're willing to come, we can negotiate the salary, said the headhunting agency staff. They sent her information about a position in a small county in a third-tier city. Just as she was about to decline, she thought that a small county would probably only pay a few thousand at most, while she earned over 400,000 a year here as a manager. They're willing to offer you a salary of 500,000 a year. Please consider it. Is this a scam company? Moon doubted that such a good opportunity could exist. Of course not. Our country has strict measures against fraud. Who would dare to scam? Who wants to get into trouble? Moon looked at Xia Qing and felt that coming here was the best choice. She would definitely make this project a success. That evening, Xia Qing went to the supermarket to buy a lot of things, knowing that the design plan was worth 2 million.
Suyu?
Yes, I'm here. Hearing Suyu's voice, Xia Qing felt relieved and approached. What happened? Xia Qing noticed that the faces of the people in the villa didn't look good. This is our capital base in Long Country, and today they sent someone. They don't get along with our brother Yu, Li Yao said angrily. Thinking about the outrageous things Zheng Chun said made Li Yao very upset. They actually want to morally pressure us. Wang Chong said. Morally pressure? Xia Qing frowned. They want us to provide them with food for free, Suyu said coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. He would never do that. Free? They must be dreaming. Xia Qing replied. She also paid for the food. Plus, she had to order it. Although it didn't cost much, ordering and transporting it to the warehouse required her personal effort. Unless there was an exchange, why would she work for free? That day was like this. There's no specific negotiation yet. Those people are temporarily staying with us, and they have guns. Not only do they have guns, but they also have fighter jets in Kyoto. If they were bombed, their base couldn't defend against it. On the other side, Zheng Chun was assigned to another room by Li Yao. They probably won't agree to give us food for free, Song Yi said. They won't. Zheng Chun sneered. Zheng Chun said this on purpose to test how much food they had. The base is very clean, and the survivors look healthy, so they must have food, Shinbei said. Although the base wasn't as well built as theirs, their underground fortress had been developed gradually over decades in Long Country. It was originally meant to avoid the fallout from war, especially since the international situation had always been tense. Chun, what happened between you and Siyu back then? Weren't you the best of brothers? Song Yi asked. In the Special Mysterious Forces of Long Country, Captain Siyu and Vice Captain Zheng Chun had a very close relationship. Don't mention the past. Our current mission is to find food for the base. Our supplies are running low. Zheng Chun frowned. Don't forget, our brothers and families are still in the underground base in the capital. The underground base in the capital stored a large amount of food, and after the outbreak of the zombie virus, they hid in the underground fortress. Of course, some people were searching for supplies outside, but the food had already been destroyed by the infection. At first, they could manage 3 meals a day, then it became 2 meals, and later just 1. They didn't expect the food to run out so quickly, especially since the zombies had not died off even after 6 months. So you won't agree to give us food for free. Are we supposed to steal it? There are only 3 of us now. Shun Bei frowned and said. Even with weapons, the 3 of them couldn't fight so many people. Besides, is there really food in this terrible place? Song Yi said doubtfully. They were backed by Long Country, and the underground base must have stockpiled a lot of supplies. It's all Jiang Tao's fault. That person betrayed us and stole so many of our supplies. The distribution of supplies in the base is unfair, so those at the bottom naturally want to rebel. They just didn't expect that they would take all the remaining supplies with them. Zheng Chen frowned and said. They had actually received signals from Suyu's side long ago. Their Long Country base's signals cover the entire globe. At first, they didn't believe it, but since the base didn't have enough food, they had no choice but to come. We can't afford to waste time here. Zheng Chen frowned. The 3 of them immediately understood what Zheng Chen meant and quickly grabbed their weapons. What are you doing? You can't move around the base freely, said the guard from the advanced team. I need to see your base leader now. Zheng Chun said coldly. No, you don't get to decide. Zheng Chun pulled out his gun, which was loaded. How is that possible? Take me there, or you'll be in big trouble. Zheng Chun pointed the gun at the guard's head. The 3 of them were also evolved beings. In Suyu's office, a gunshot was heard, and a team member rushed in. Brother Yu, those 3 have taken our brother hostage. He has a gun. Let Zheng Chen come in alone, Siyu said coldly. Before long, Zheng Chen walked in confidently. Everyone except Xia Qing looked at him as if they wanted to kill him. Zheng Chen, we told you to rest here for a day. We need to discuss things. It's only been a few hours, and you've taken our brother hostage and barged in? Li Yao said angrily. We can't wait. The people in Suyu's underground base are national elites. Some are former champions who have brought glory to the country, and others are Nobel Prize-winning scientists, writers, and high-tech talents. If they die, humanity is truly finished. Zheng Chun said coldly. So what? Are ordinary people not human? Who gets 2 lives? Suyu said solemnly. Back then, Suyu was also a candidate to enter the Long Country base, but the base abandoned too many people. Suyu, don't forget that if it weren't for you, my sister wouldn't have died. You owe me a life. Zheng Chen's words stunned everyone in the hall, including Xia Qing, who looked at Suyu with curiosity. Feeling the gaze upon him, Suyu frowned slightly. In the past, he never wanted to explain, but now he was eager to do so. I've already said that your sister's death has nothing to do with me, and I didn't like her. If you insist on blaming me for this, then we have nothing more to discuss, Suyu said, frowning. But she came to find you that day. If she hadn't come to see you, she wouldn't have been killed. You know very well who I am. By telling your sister my address, you put her in danger. Don't you realize that? You are the one who caused your sister's death. If blaming me makes you feel better, then go ahead. But I truly did not like your sister, Suyu said quietly. I told you long ago. Zheng Chen felt even more pain in his heart and suddenly rushed at Suyu, and the 2 began to fight. Li Yao was about to help Suyu when Zhang Liang and Wang Chang stopped him. This is their own matter. Let them sort it out, Zhang Liang said. Sometimes, a fight is all it takes to resolve a man's issues. Suyu had never explained before, and Zheng Chen had been trapped in his feelings, constantly resenting him as if it would ease his own pain. You never explained for years. And now you choose today to explain. Just let me keep hating you. The two continued to clash, neither backing down, fisting hard. Suyu's gaze swept over the worried Xiaqing. He didn't want this situation to be misunderstood today. They fought for nearly an hour, both drenched in sweat, with bruises at the corners of their mouths. Both of them were quite skilled. Unfortunately, they were fighting in their clothes. If they had taken off their shirts to reveal their toned abs, it would have been an even more thrilling sight. Are you going to give me food or not? Zheng Qin asked. Trade for it. Antiques, gold, anything valuable can be exchanged.
Shuyuri Blade.
After their fight, it seemed some of the tension had eased, and everyone was now sitting at the table. Zheng Qin had a cut on his lip, and Siyu wasn't much better. His shoulder hurt, and he had some hidden injuries on his back. Antiques? What good are those? Zheng Qin said, feeling speechless. He thought Siyu would ask him for weapons and ammunition, which were in short supply after clearing out the zombie hordes. Their bullets were running low. If you want food, you need to follow my terms, Siyu said, frowning. I'm looking to exchange food for thousands of people. Are you sure antiques will be enough? Zheng Qin said in disbelief. There are plenty of those things in the National Museum of Kyoto. Jewels and diamonds would work too, or maybe technology, Xiaqing added. Zheng Qin looked at Xiaqing. While he was fighting Suyu, he had been distracted by her expression. He had never seen Suyu care about that girl before. Who do you think you are? I'm talking to your base leader. Zheng Qin suddenly remembered his sister and became furious again. She is the deputy leader of my Qingtian base. If you don't want to trade with me, you can leave. Suyu's tone turned icy. The atmosphere became tense once more. Zheng Qin always blamed others for his sister's death, as if that would ease his pain. Do you believe I can bombard your base? All the food in your base belongs to me. Zheng Qin said violently. If you bomb the base, there won't be any food left, and there won't be any in the future. I think you are a smart person, Zheng Qin. Suyu replied with a cold smile. And I can choose not to trade with you, and all the survivors in your base will starve. Don't test human nature. When people are extremely hungry, they can do anything. He had seen too many such things. Zheng Qin didn't respond, but he knew that someone in the base had already betrayed them. To maintain energy supply, they had been using a machine to turn waste from the upper class into colorless protein blocks. One person from the lower class discovered this and led a rebellion. While the guards were out looking for supplies, they raided the warehouse, took tanks, and left with food. Apologize to her. Otherwise, you won't get any food. Siyu said coldly.
Impossible.
Zheng Qin shouted angrily. He would never apologize to a woman. He just disliked Xiaqing. Then get lost. Zheng Qin raised his gun at Xiaqing, causing everyone else to tense up. In the next moment, Suyu shielded Xiaqing. Decide for yourself if you want food. She's really something. You protect her like this. Zheng Qin's laugh was somewhat unsettling, but he lowered his gun. With a loud thud, Suyu kicked Zheng Qin down, snatched the gun from his hand, and pressed his knee against his neck. During their earlier fight, Suyu hadn't used his full strength, but Zheng Qin had pointed the gun at Xiaqing. That was intolerable. You should be grateful you were once my comrade. Otherwise, I would have killed you. This sentence was whispered by Suyu as he leaned close to Zheng Qin's ear. His tone was extremely cold. Hee. Zheng Qin twisted his heart in laughter. Apologize. Don't even think about food. Suyu's voice was icy, and he applied pressure, causing Zheng Qin's face to turn pale with pain. I'm sorry, Zheng Qin said, through gritted teeth. Everyone present was an evolved being. Even though the voice was soft, Xiaqing and the others heard it. Wang Chang, Zhang Liang, and Li Yao also heard it. They would kill anyone who posed a threat to Xiaqing. Food can be exchanged, but you need to find a way to transport it.
Suyu said.
As long as it's valuable? Zheng Qin seemed to return to normal, as if he had switched personalities, though he had a new bruise on his face. Of course. Zheng Qin took out a gold medal from his pocket and said, This is gold. I want to trade it for a meal right now. Suyu took it. It was a first-class medal from the Dragon Country. This is a medal I received for defeating a group of terrorists. I was shot 3 times during that mission. It's pure gold. Zheng Chun had carried it with him all along. Suyu handed the medal to Xiaqing. It was indeed heavy, probably around 100 grams. However, the Dragon Country emblem and flag on it looked just like their own country's. But she couldn't dare to sell it. Unless she threw it away, this was a medal given by the state. A few minutes later, Zheng Chun was sent out, holding a large bucket of KFC. Brother Chun, Song Yi and Shen Bei ran over at the same time. Brother Chun, you're hurt. Did they hit you? I want to go deal with them. Song Yi said angrily. Don't go. Look at this. Zheng Chun opened the bucket of fried chicken, and a delicious aroma wafted out, making the 3 of them drool. Zheng Chun had already eaten a meal inside. He had been hit on the mouth, but it didn't stop him from eating, and he managed to devour 10 beef burgers in one go. I can take the leftovers, right? Zheng Chun looked at the remaining burgers and fried chicken on the table. Of course. You can take this water too, Xiaqing said, blinking. Zheng Chun's eating was too funny. His mouth was swollen from Suyu, but he still wanted to eat, which made the swelling worse. Is this chicken? Fried chicken?
Shen Bei asked uncertainly.
Since the apocalypse began, he hadn't seen a normal chicken.
Yes.
This is for both of you, Zheng Chun said. He initially just wanted to test if there was really food. In fact, no one had anything valuable except for guns, but Zheng Chun had kept this medal because it held special meaning for him. To others, it was just a useless item, but unexpectedly, it was exchanged for food. Eat first, we'll talk after, Zheng Chun said. Shen Bei and Song Yi both stuffed their mouths, eagerly devouring the delicious fried chicken legs, chewing the bones until they were soft enough to swallow. Here, take this gold medal. It seems important. This is a medal awarded for first-class merit. Usually, only those who have passed away receive such honors. Zheng Chun was shot 3 times in the chest and spent 6 months in the ICU, Xie said, looking at the medal. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Zheng Chun was a good soldier for the people, but it was true that he wasn't quite right in the head. I'll head back now. If you need a lot of food, let me know in advance, Xiaqing said. She needed to make a large purchase. Wait, Su Dan and Tian Rue are looking for you, Xie said, stopping Xiaqing, who was about to disappear. Qing Qing, this set is called National Beauty and Fragrance. Take a look, Tian Rue said, holding a teapot set. It's beautiful. Really beautiful, Xiaqing exclaimed. However, only less than 100 sets have been made. There are few artisans and we only have 2 machines, so it's quite slow, Tian Rue explained. That's fine, take your time. I'll take all of these, Xiaqing said happily. Sudin also came over and said, I've prepared 5 types of herbal teas, all made with mineral water. Otherwise, even though the local water has been filtered, it still has a strange taste when brewed. Try them all. Su Dan took out 5 cups. These 5 are based on the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. The first one is a nourishing drink for the lungs, which helps clear the lungs and promotes moisture. Xiaqing looked at the color and thought it might be a bit bitter, so she took a small sip. There's no bitterness at all. It has a refreshing aroma, Xiaqing said in surprise. This changed her perception of herbal tea. That's the effect of the preparation technique, Su Dan smiled. This preparation technique is a skill we've developed over thousands of years in our country, and with later improvements, herbal materials can achieve perfect medicinal effects. This one is wood. The second is a liver-soothing drink that clears liver heat and regulates qi. This one is water. It's a nourishing drink that benefits and strengthens the spleen and kidneys. And finally, this one is earth. It's a drink that strengthens the spleen and reduces dampness. Xiaqing tried each one, enjoying the fragrant and sweet flavors, each with a unique taste. Are herbal teas really not bitter at all? Xiaqing asked. That's not the case. Some medicines are still quite bitter because they need to maintain their effectiveness. But this is herbal tea, so it doesn't have to be so bitter, Su Dan said with a smile. All right, thank you.
Done.
Xia Qing replied, as she planned to open a tea shop in the big city. This is a jar of beauty cream. You should try it. Your skin looks quite fair, and you can take it home for your family to try, Su Dan suggested. Okay. Thank you so much. If you need anything, just write it down, and I'll bring it next time, Xia Qing said with a smile. Back in her world, Xia Qing thought about what to name the herbal tea and where to open the shop. She decided to open it in the big city. A message from Lin Nuan popped up on WeChat. Qing Jie, do you have time? Want to grab a meal together? Lin Nuan asked.
Sure.
How about tomorrow evening? Xia Qing replied. This way, she could open her tea shop in the bustling city. The rent would definitely be a bit high, but once the herbs were prepared, they just needed to be steeped. Shipping would take only a day, and then it would need to steep for several hours to absorb the flavor. Xia Qing went downstairs and asked her mother, Yang Xia, who was watching TV, Mom, I'm going to the big city tomorrow. Do you want to go visit my aunt?
Sure.
That sounds great. My aunt Video called me a couple of days ago. Although she didn't say much, I feel like she has something on her mind. Then, let's go check on her, Xia Qing said with a smile. Dad, I ordered a tractor for you, and it should arrive tomorrow. Remember to sign for it.
When?
Xia Jixiang immediately became excited.
I ordered it online.
Just make sure to receive it. We can collect the vegetables when I get back,
Xia Qing said.
She needed to go to the big city to get the tea shop started, which would likely take 3 or 4 days.
All right.
Don't worry. I have a tractor now. Ha ha ha. Xia Jixiang happily ran out to show off. Now, people in the village were eager to talk to Xia Jixiang, not just from their village, but also from nearby ones. After all, Xia Jixiang was important for collecting their vegetables. If he didn't help, they would have to pick and transport them to the city themselves, which could be tiring and might not even sell. Jixiang, come over to our house for a bit. No thanks, my daughter bought me a tractor, and it will arrive tomorrow. If you need help, just let me know. We're all neighbors, Xia Jixiang replied with a smile. Before long, everyone in the village knew that Xia Jixiang had bought another tractor. Old Xia, you have 2 cars parked in front of your house. Can't you park your big tractor there? Sun Zhengwo frowned and said. He hoped it wouldn't be parked right in front of his house. It would be even more upsetting to see Xia Jixiang's tractor as soon as he stepped outside. It's fine, Jixiang. You can park your tractor in front of my house. There's plenty of space. We could even fit 2 tractors. Wang Jianpain laughed from the side. Thank you so much. Don't mention it. We're neighbors. We help each other out, Wang Jianpain replied. Sun Zhengwo frowned. These people usually got along with him, but recently they had changed. Everyone was so warm toward Xia Jixiang. This time, Yang Xia didn't bring too much stuff. Both of them had just a small suitcase. The night before, Xia Jixiang took Yang Xia to the county to get her hair done. Honey, after getting your hair done, you look so much younger. People would believe you are 30, Xia Jixiang said happily. Yang Xia had been to a big city before, where everyone dressed so nicely. She needed to freshen up since they were going back soon. Yang Mei was a few years older than Yang Xia, but Yang Xia looked older than her. Recently, Yang Mei bought some skincare products and masks online, but her skin wasn't improving quickly. Beauty takes time and money to show results. The couple returned home happily, only to hear Grandma Xia's disapproving words. At your age, still getting your hair done? Isn't that embarrassing? And it costs 200 or 300. Grandma Xia said with concern. What's embarrassing about it? It looks great. I'd be happy even if I just got a facelift. Xia Jixiang laughed. Recently, Xia Jixiang had been watching a lot of videos online and knew what a facelift meant. Grandma Xia was upset. The reason she didn't like Xia Jixiang was that he always sided with his wife. Especially when Yang Xia was recovering after giving birth, eggs were so expensive at that time. Xia Jixiang watched the hens closely and took the next egg to cook for Yang Xia, which made her very angry. She would say, "Wives need to be managed. You can't just ignore them. Your wife deserves to be spoiled. If she's happy, I'm happy. You must have another son. What family doesn't have 2 or 3 kids?" He would reply, Xia's health is fragile. Even if we only have one, I'll cherish it. With him always going against her, how could she like him? Of course, she favored her eldest son. In a couple of days, Xiao Lei will bring his girlfriend home. Make sure to drive over to pick them up. Grandma spoke up. No way. I can't lend you the car. Xia Jixiang frowned. As it was said on Douyin, a car is like a wife. You can't lend it out. If something happens while borrowing it, he would have to deal with her daughter. Isn't that your dear nephew? You won't lend him the car? Grandma Xia said angrily. Xia Jixiang didn't argue with Grandma and finally agreed to drive and pick her up that day. Xia Qing took Yang Xia to the city and received supplies for the apocalypse the night before. Then, early the next morning, they took the high-speed train, and Yang Xia was no longer so curious. After getting off the train, Lin Wan came to pick her up.
Cousin.
Auntie, you're here. Lin Wan said happily. Auntie, my mom can only come to see you in the afternoon, Lin Wan said. Her mom was so happy that Yang Xia was coming. She had been a housewife for many years and didn't have many friends. Yang Mei had originally planned to go out early to pick up Yang Xia, but her mother-in-law insisted on having chicken soup, so Yang Mei had to prepare it first. That's okay. I've already booked the Rose Hotel. Let's have dinner together tonight, Xia Qing said with a smile. I want to go too. The Rose Hotel. Their bathtub is super big. But I've already booked the restaurant. I promised to treat my cousin to dinner. Even in the off-season, the Rose Hotel costs several thousand, and during peak season, it can go over 10,000 and requires a reservation. Although Yang Xia was amazed last time, she still felt nervous entering the luxurious hotel this time. Her eyes were dazzled. I thought our TV was big enough, but this one is as big as a whole wall. Yang Xia exclaimed, Auntie, this is a projector. Of course, it's huge. Lin Wan laughed. Oh, I see. Yang Xia was still very curious. Mom, after dinner tonight, you and my auntie should have some fun. Let my mom take you for a beauty treatment. Lin Wan laughed. She had earned quite a bit of money this time and bought her mom many things. She even got her mom a beauty card worth 100,000. I've booked a table at the Black Pearl restaurant for tonight. I reserved it 2 days ago, Lin Wan said. Looks like our Nuan Wan is spending a lot, Xia Qing joked. The Michelin Black Pearl restaurant in the city costs at least 2,000 per person, and it had become popular again recently, with 2 dishes priced at 400,000. In this city, the currency system is unique. The average cost is in the millions. As a house there costs at least several million. Of course, my cousin must eat well. Lin Wan smiled. Xia Qing remembered her university days in the bustling city, when Lin Wan always took her to nice restaurants, and each meal cost hundreds. Back then, neither of them had much money. Lin Wan never minded, always saying, This is the city. Of course, I'll treat you. You often let me pick watermelons when we were kids. That evening, at 7 p.m. in the Black Pearl restaurant, Xia Qing was joined by Yang Xia and Yang Mei. Xiao Xia, I hardly recognized you this time. Yang Mei exclaimed, happy that her sister had become more beautiful. Recognize me? I sent you a photo the day before yesterday. My mom is just flattering auntie. Photos can't compare to real life. Lin Wan sweetly replied. Soon, the waiter came to take their orders. Goose liver spring rolls, roasted vegetables, black truffle bags, and crab soup dumplings. Let's also have a portion of steamed rice cake with red sturgeon and a pot of freshly squeezed pear juice, Lin Wan ordered confidently. By the way, I have something to do in the city. I want to open a herbal tea shop. Auntie, would you be interested in helping me manage it? Xia Qing asked. She knew her aunt had graduated with a master's degree years ago. Really? You want me to manage it? Yang Mei was a bit excited. She had always wanted to work, but had too many family responsibilities. Yes, it's just a herbal tea shop, similar to a milk tea shop. You just need to check in daily. It won't be too tiring. Hearing this, Yang Mei was thrilled. Although Yang Xia didn't understand why her daughter wanted to open a shop in the city, she was willing to support her. She understood how important it was to be a supportive parent. Herbal. It sounds good. Is it that kind of health tea? Lin Wan asked. Sort of, but it tastes really good and is beneficial for health. I've already applied for a patent and will officially open once it's approved. I'll call it Qing Tea, Xia Qing said. The name might be simple, but it's easy to remember. I'll think about it. Yang Mei was eager but worried her husband might not agree, so she made an excuse to go to the restroom. While waiting outside the restroom, she heard a phone ringing from the private room and glanced over. It was her husband. After about 20 minutes, both Yang Mei and Lin Wan were getting anxious. Yang Mei finally returned, but her expression was a bit troubled. Qing, about that milk tea shop, I'm willing to do it. Auntie seemed to have made a decision. Xia Qing sensed that her aunt had encountered something, but since she agreed, she felt very happy. That's great, Auntie,
Xia Qing said.
On the way home that evening, Lin Wan also noticed something was off with Yang Mei. Xia, can you stay with me a few more days in the city?
Yang Mei asked.
Of course. There's not much going on at home. Once the shop is ready, I can leave any time. Xia replied with a smile, but she sensed that her older sister seemed to be affected by something. Before leaving, Xia Qing gave Lin Wan and Auntie a bottle of homemade ointment, asking them to let her know how it worked after using it for a few days. The next day, Xia Qing went to find a real estate agent. This commercial area is near Jing'an Temple, and it has an area of 30 square meters. It used to be a coffee shop. The coffee shop had closed down a few days ago. The monthly rent is $35,000. If you want to rent it, we can sign the contract now, the real estate agent said. That's fine. I'll rent it for a year, Xia Qing replied. She initially wanted to rent a mall, but since her tea shop wasn't well known, the mall's leasing department wouldn't consider her. In the end, she thought about this location, close to the commercial area and especially near the temple, which suited her health tea concept. The shop was mostly decorated. She just needed to bring in some new equipment and adjust the lighting. Auntie was in charge of hiring staff. Annie, do you understand how to brew these teas? I do. I'll remember the brewing times and set a timer in the shop, Auntie said. This tea tastes really good. Lin Wan smiled. But cousin, this teapot and teacups are so beautiful. Can you give me a set? I searched online and only one shop has them, but they're sold out. Lin Wan frowned. Recently, Lin Wan didn't have many engagements, so she came to help her out. This pink teapot set is so exquisite. Lin Wan said, clearly delighted. I can give you a set. Just send me your address, Xia Qing replied. This pink teapot set was just made by Tian Rue, and she hadn't had the chance to sell it in the ceramic shop yet. I've only hired one person for now. Let's take turns for shifts, Auntie said. Okay, Xia Qing replied, thinking that since they just opened, it probably wouldn't be too busy. Cousin, this place used to have a coffee shop style. Now that you've changed the lights, added a few small flower pots, hung some paintings on the walls, and paired it with this teapot, the artistic vibe really stands out, Lin Wan said. Of course, Xia Qing replied. She studied painting, so she had a sense of aesthetics. Xia Qing organized the tea brewing times written by Sudan and handed them to her aunt. Aunt, this needs to be thrown away in 3 days, at the latest 7 days. We need to replace it,
Xia Qing said.
We must supervise them closely. We can't be careless, Xia Qing advised. Don't worry, the kitchen has alarms and monitoring, and they will follow the rules strictly, Yang Mei replied. Xia Qing could sense that her aunt was very dedicated to this herbal tea shop. The staff will earn $6,000 a month, plus $2,000 for overtime and performance bonuses. Aunt, I will hire you as the manager with a salary of $8,000, and the performance bonus will also be $2,000, with additional bonuses, Xia Qing said. All right. Her aunt agreed readily. The salary Xia Qing offered was about the average wage for workers in the city, but with the bonuses, it was quite good. The year-end bonus will be 2% of the store's profits shared among you, Xia Qing added. The remaining details needed to be included in the contract. Since she didn't have a company in the city, the contract for the herbal tea shop was signed under Qing Tian Management Development Company. 3 days later, the staff received simple training, and they quickly learned how to brew the tea and serve it in cups. We redesigned the paper cups and have already contacted a factory to make them. They will be sent to our shop once ready.
Great.
The tea served in the shop will use these small teapots. She planned to keep about 10 sets in the store. Yang Xia also stayed to help, chatting with Yang Mei, while there was only one staff member. Yang Xia planned to return home once they hired enough people. Each table in the shop had a reminder sign stating that customers could only drink 1 cup of tea at a time. Drinking 2 types together might cause issues, and the sign also listed the effects of each tea. I have to go back. Our show will be released in a few days, and you'll be busy with promotions. Xia Qing said. Yes. We need to ride the wave of popularity. Our show is being released quickly to take advantage of the buzz. They were working late to finish production. However, our show was approved very quickly, with no need for changes. Some shows take only 1 or 2 months to film, but the approval process can take 6 months or even years. Cheng Xiu had one show that aired 2 years later, and she only became popular then, but some, like the new star Lucy, filmed 4 shows this year, one after another. Once this show is released and makes money, there will be another one. Xia Qing said. Another one? Cousin, have you written a new script? Lin Wan asked excitedly. Cousin's productions are always high quality. Yes, I'm still thinking about it, but it's almost ready. Xia Qing almost let something slip. She has been choosing a book that is suitable for filming lately. That's great. Sister Qing, I'm waiting for you. Lin Wan smiled brightly. Xia Qing returned to the county that day, but instead of going home first, she went to the warehouse. The large shipment of supplies she ordered yesterday had arrived today. Just now, Siu told her that they had decided to exchange supplies with him, so Xia Qing simply bought the entire warehouse here. The warehouses were not expensive, and she bought them all for 3 million. They're sending a fighter jet this time, so they can't bring back much, but they did manage to bring back a few 100 pounds of rice as a symbolic gesture, Siu said. That fighter jet looks very valuable, Xia Qing said with sparkling eyes. But even if the fighter jet is valuable, she wouldn't dare to exchange it. It's the latest model, with hybrid fuel that saves a lot of gasoline, including solar-powered features. If you want, I can get you one, Siu said. Such fighter jets should be available at military bases, but now, during the apocalypse, the journey is long. However, if Xia Qing wants it, he can arrange it. No, thank you. Xia Qing quickly shook her head. If she suddenly brought that fighter jet to her world, she would probably be seen as a spy or a threat from an enemy country. Thousands of people's food supplies will be a lot, Siu said. That's fine. I'll first order a large quantity of rice, flour, and instant noodles, Xia Qing replied. Okay. Zheng Chen stayed behind to handle the transactions, while the other 2 took the fighter jet back to report on their work. They would send a transport plane over later. Zheng Chen was assigned to a small dormitory, just a simple room. The weather had been unpredictable recently. A week ago, it was cold enough to feel like winter. Now, the temperature rises by 5 degrees every day. There's even fruit. Why don't I have what they have? Zheng Chen frowned. Looking at the food served from the base cafeteria, he only had plain rice. Others had vegetables. Did you see the points on the screen? Those require points to spend. You have nothing and still complain so much? A serving team member frowned and said, You only have 3 days of free meals. After that, you'll need points to eat this rice. The staff said impatiently. Zheng Chen had never faced such treatment before, but he knew he was on Suyu's territory and didn't want to cause more trouble. His main goal now was to find out where all this food was coming from. Suyu sent someone to follow Zheng Chen and restrict his movements. In the square, children were playing. Children, line up to get your clothes. The leftover fabric from the clothing factory was made into outfits for the orphans. They all wore matching clothes and pants, and for convenience, the girls had their hair cut short like the boys. Zheng Chen looked at the children. Their lips were rosy, and their eyes were bright. They didn't appear malnourished, and seemed to be living well. The children in their underground base had a decent living environment, but their food was not as varied. To ensure food storage, they only had canned goods with preservatives, and the taste was average. Line up, and each person can take a cup of milk as needed. Zheng Chen noticed a cart with 2 large metal buckets filled with fresh milk. How is this possible? There's milk? Zheng Chen murmured in shock. By the way, what happened to that mutated zombie? Xia Qing asked. It's gone for now and doesn't pose a threat to our base. Thanks to the fireworks you helped me with last time, I made some homemade cannons, Xi replied. Xia Qing wanted to go to Myanmar or the United States to buy a batch of firearms, but she was too scared to go herself. In the US, guns are freely available and shootings can happen easily. Recently, she saw on social media that a terrorist attack in the US resulted in several people being shot. I wish you could come to my world, Xia Qing quietly said. It would be great to have Suyu, who is so powerful, with her. If not, maybe she could hire a security company? Xia Qing thought about possible plans in her mind. It's not impossible. I heard your voice last time. You must have been talking to someone, Siyu said. Xia Qing remembered that she had also heard Siyu's voice while bathing outside the space. Before, I could only communicate with you inside the space, but later I could hear your voice outside as well, Xia Qing explained. Then it seems that if you absorb enough crystal beads, you will upgrade again, Siyu said, feeling a bit excited. This meant that the gap between him and Xia Qing was narrowing. The aircraft returned to Long Country with hundreds of pounds of rice. Although it wasn't enough for thousands of people, this fresh rice could be enjoyed by the upper class first. This rice is completely uninfected. It's amazing! One of the upper class members of Long Country exclaimed. Anything valuable can be exchanged, including technology and antiques, as long as it has worth. We only have one transport plane left, and fuel is running low. Should we all move over there? This is a big project. There are thousands of high-tech talents, not to mention the survivors. At the upper levels of the Dragon Country base, there was a heated debate, dividing into two groups. One group wanted to stay and not go to the Sunny Day base, while the other group wanted to go because there was clean food there. However, many people at the lower levels of Dragon Country also learned about this news. If we stay here, we won't get food. We might only get disgusting protein bars. The Sunny Day base in Chanko has clean food, a man whispered. He had just received news from his brother that the upper levels were holding an emergency meeting about this issue. Chanko is hundreds of kilometers away. How do we get there? I heard that you can exchange valuable items for supplies there. The outside world is like an apocalypse. Even a gold shop has valuable things. If not, we can take a few small items from Jinghua, the man said. He didn't want to stay here anymore. Only the upper levels of Dragon Country could distribute clean food, while they received a box of canned food every 2 days. But we don't have much food, the woman said worriedly. If those upper-level people leave in their planes, when the food runs out, we're all done for, the man said sternly. He should have joined the main force to rebel earlier. He once had hope for this base, but over time, as food decreased, people's true nature began to show. As the saying goes, people will do anything for themselves. Who would care about their lives among those upper-level people? Don't worry, I secretly saved some food during the chaos. If we ration it, we can definitely make it, the man whispered. Okay, I'm going with you, the woman said determinedly. This situation caused panic in the base. The news about food at the Sunny Day base spread secretly within a few days. Many people left, wanting to migrate to the Sunny Day base. Meanwhile, Siyu had set up a crystal exchange in the base, with one crystal worth 20 points, the highest among all exchanges. Xia Qing had been too busy these days to absorb crystals, but she managed to absorb 10 at once, which was easy for her. The changes in her body were not very obvious, but her space doubled in size. Now her space was already 600 square meters. After leaving the space, she continued to order a batch of food and traditional Chinese medicine, as well as the items from the list provided by Sudan. In the following days, Xia Qing was busy restocking her stores, including the ceramic shop, jewelry shop, and gold shop. Qingjie, Huaxi Construction Company will start construction this week and needs an initial investment of 100 million, Moon called Xia Qing. Okay, send me the company account, and I will transfer the money right away. Soon, Xia Qing received the account details via WeChat. She accessed her mobile banking and transferred 100 million directly to the company. The profits from her stores had to go through the company for taxes, salaries, and daily expenses before she could take her share. Xia Qing owned 100% of the shares in Qing Tian Development Company. She wanted Qing Tian to thrive worldwide. After checking her account balance, she still had 100 million left, enough to invest in a script. She gathered a few books from the post-apocalyptic genre and selected a modern romantic comedy, which was a light and enjoyable read. The production cost would not be very high. Zhang Nan, take a look at the script and see if you can produce it. Xia Qing sent the script to Zhang Nan. Was she giving him a chance to be a producer? Or was she planning to hire someone else? They were a small entertainment company, so everyone had to wear multiple hats. Okay, I'll check it right away. Zhang Nan replied. Currently, the company only had one drama signed with Lin Nuan, and they were also scouting for new talent. About 2 hours later, Zhang Nan called back. Boss, this script is a light romantic comedy. It should be fine for an online series, Zhang Nan said.
Great.
You've been working hard lately, so let's get started on the production. Send me the company account, and I'll transfer 30 million first. The key to this drama is the male lead's looks. The female lead is still Lin Nuan. Xia Qing added.
Got it.
Zhang Nan replied. Boss, we have a few promising newcomers here. I'll send their details for you to review, Zhang Nan said. 30 million is a good budget for an online series. However, the choice for the male lead still needed the boss's approval. Recently, there were young graduates from film academies and aspiring actors, including various internet celebrities.
Ding.
Xia Qing received 5 profiles of different men on WeChat. The newcomers selected by Zhang Nan all looked quite good. One of them, named Xiao Xian, was 185 centimeters tall, 18 years old, and younger than her, with a Libra zodiac sign. He had a slim, angular face, which would stand out well on camera. At least Xia Qing immediately noticed him among the photos of several handsome men. His structure was strong and steady, giving a sense of power. This one should be the male lead. I think he's great, Xia Qing replied. Once the boss spoke, the male lead was quickly confirmed, and Xia Qing didn't need to arrange the supporting roles herself. Okay, should we arrange a meal together? Zhang Nan asked.
A meal?
What kind of meal? Xia Qing was confused. She replied, you can decide. She thought the newcomers might not be familiar with Lin Nuan, so it was normal to have a meal together to build rapport, especially since they would be playing a couple later.
Got it.
Zhang Nan confirmed the attendees and quickly sent a message in the work group. Meeting in the conference room in 15 minutes.
Got it.
Understood. Soon, several staff members replied. You all saw the script I sent in the group, right? This is the new drama we are about to produce. The male lead is temporarily set as Xiao Xian. Xiao Li, you will handle the contract.
Okay.
Xiao Li thought to herself that their film company was impressive, getting a male lead drama right after signing. Could Xiao Xian be the brother of an investor? The other 2 boys will also be signed. Let's see what roles they fit in the drama. Since it was their own production, they would definitely promote their own artists. Next, everyone needs to get busy. This includes the scenes, costumes, and deciding which city is suitable for filming. In the following days, Zhang Nan was very busy, needing to review several directors' promotional videos. He had to recruit for everything from directors to photographers. However, Zhang Nan had previously worked with a film crew, so he already had contact information saved. He watched several promotional videos from directors, most of which were for short films. The filming techniques for short films are quite different from those for long films. Short films often lack background and can be exaggerated, making the beginning interesting but the ending rushed. Zhang Nan was worried, but he found a new director who had just graduated from university. After watching the promotional video of the new director, he felt it was a perfect fit for their sweet drama. He then sent the new director's promotional video to Xia Qing. Looks good. After receiving Xia Qing's reply, Zhang Nan immediately contacted the new director. Meanwhile, Xiao Li also got in touch with Xiao Xian. You can come to our company to sign a contract for 3 years. If you don't renew it at the end, it will automatically end. Xiao Li is Lin Nuan's new manager, responsible for the company's artists. Our company is currently producing a new drama. You can take a look at the script first. The male lead for our drama is tentatively you. Although it's a small production and won't be on major platforms, it still has an investment of over 10 million for an online series, Xiaoli said. Xiao Xian felt very excited. He had previously acted in some small web dramas for other companies, playing a supporting role. He didn't expect to land the lead role right after arriving here. Xiao Xian liked the script as soon as he read it, and then checked the contract. Okay, I'm willing to sign, Xiao Xian said. Xiaoli successfully signed 3 artists, Xiao Xian, Wang Chen, and Tian Cece. Wang Chen will play the male supporting role, and Tian Cece will be the female supporting role. Take a look at the script first, and we will have training tomorrow, Xiaoli said. This time, the funding is sufficient, so she specially applied for an acting training class. The female lead is also a taekwondo expert, so she needs some training in advance. Xiaonuan, here's the script for the new drama. Training starts tomorrow. The female lead is a taekwondo expert, and I have hired a black belt coach for you to train with for a while. Okay, Lin Wan replied. The remaining work is preparation because this is their company's first time producing a new drama, and it is also Zhang Nan's first production. He must ensure the drama is completed well. Zhang Nan has been working overtime these past few days. He needs to finish this well to secure his position. Qing Jie, I have arrived in Han City. Training starts tomorrow. Do you want to grab a meal?
Lin Wan asked.
Let's do it the day after tomorrow. I'm a bit busy these 2 days. It will be nice to treat the whole company to a meal before filming starts, Xia Qing said. Sounds good. Cousin, do you still have that face cream you gave me? It's really effective. I've only used it for a few days, and I feel it works better than the expensive creams I bought. Lin Wan said. Sure. I'll bring it for you when we have dinner the day after tomorrow. Xia Qing replied. Xia Qing is also preparing to register a skincare brand called Qing Tian and apply for a patent for this skin-nourishing product. It's important to protect her intellectual property. Xia Qing noticed that several similar names for her brand had already been successfully registered, including Overcast Day, Rainy Day, and Foggy Day. She is having the skincare products tested by a national testing agency and will apply for a patent, which should take about 7 days to receive the patent report. She wants to establish another cosmetics factory where they can process products into semi-finished goods. The factory she sets up will only need to package and distribute them. She plans to directly acquire a skincare factory. Currently, there are 4 major players in the beauty industry in Shanghai, Kyoto, Chengdu, and East China. Chaozhou, near Seoul, is also a large beauty hub, just a short train ride away from Seoul. With a plan in place, Xia Qing feels more at ease. Now, she just needs to wait for the patent to come through before acquiring a beauty factory in Chaozhou. Zhang Nan has booked a VIP room at the Mingdu Hotel in Seoul. Qing Jie, have you arrived yet? Lin Wan messaged. I'm almost there. Xia Qing drove to the Mingdu Hotel, parked, and went up to the 2nd floor. Xiao Xian, our boss personally chose you as the male lead, so you need to toast the boss later.
Xiaoli Raminda.
Okay, I will. Xiao Xian nodded, aware of some of the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry. Soon, Xia Qing pushed the door open and entered. Zhang Nan and Lin Wan greeted her at the door. Qing Jie, you're here. Lin Wan said happily. Xia Qing noticed Lin Wan's outfit and complimented. You look great today. I dressed up nicely because I was meeting you, Lin Wan replied sweetly. Boss, you're here. I'll call the waiter to serve the dishes, Zhang Nan quickly said. They had booked a large room with a big table that could seat over 20 people. Zhang Nan guided Xia Qing to the main seat. Tian Cece was surprised to see how young their boss was. She thought the boss could easily debut as an artist. Zhang Nan made sure Xiao Xian and Lin Wan sat on either side of Xia Qing. Lin Wan recognized Xiao Xian at first glance, noting he looked even better in person than in photos. However, actors often appear thinner in real life because of the camera. Xia Qing noticed Xiao Xian's nervousness and recalled Lin Wan's earlier words, starting to understand something. Our company is newly established, and I'm very grateful for everyone joining this family. It's an honor to gather with you all today, and I hope we can create wonderful memories together. Not only this project, but our company has many great scripts coming up. The actor's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Yes, you don't know that our boss is the one who created the spicy drama. The latest hit script, Power Over All, was written by her, Zhang Nan said with a smile. Their show also has an original script, written by the same person. A few new actors were feeling nervous about having dinner with the investors, especially since their big boss was involved. She even thought she might have to deal with some uncomfortable situations and was prepared to serve drinks. To their surprise, the boss turned out to be a beautiful girl, seemingly around their age. Cece watched as Xia Qing was surrounded by admiration, sitting in the center, while the manager was being polite to her. Xiao Li, their agent, usually very serious, was smiling in front of Xia Qing. Cece felt an unexpected twinge of jealousy. Xiao Xian had a handsome face, and although Xiao Li had reminded him to be attentive to Xia Qing, he still felt a bit shy. He had expected an older woman, so he was somewhat resistant. Xia Qing stopped Xiao Xian from reaching for his drink. She noticed he had already turned red after one drink, so it seemed he couldn't handle alcohol. Don't drink anymore, I don't need you to serve drinks, Xia Qing said directly. Zhang Nan frowned slightly and coughed awkwardly, wondering if he misunderstood the boss's intentions. He had planned for activities like karaoke afterward. I know there are some unspoken rules in the entertainment industry, but not here, Xia Qing said, looking at Xiao Li. She was aware that some agents arrange such things, and even some unscrupulous agents deceive college students to make money, introducing them to wealthy investors or even acting as mistresses. These were the insider details Lin Nuan had shared with her. Because I am your biggest investor, as long as you perform well and become popular, that will give the company the greatest confidence.
Great.
Zhang Nan couldn't help but stand up.
Wingia.
Love you. We will definitely perform well. Lin Wan said. Thank you, Qing Jia. Xia Qing stayed for an hour, and these handsome guys were quite eye-catching, especially Xiao Xian, so she lingered a bit longer. She seemed to understand the appeal of older women seeking younger men. After Xia Qing left, the atmosphere at the table became much lighter. Even though it's a web drama, you all need to train hard and perform well. By the way, Xiao Xian, you and Lin Wan should get to know each other better since you two are the leads in this drama, Zhang Nan said. You just met our boss, and such a boss is rare in the entertainment industry. If you don't cherish this opportunity, you never know what kind of boss you might encounter in the future. I understand, Brother Nan. We will definitely make a great show, Xiao Xian said seriously. 2 days later, Lin Nuan's drama premiered, and Zhang Yang took advantage of the hype to promote it heavily on Douyin. I take back what I said about them not being a couple. They're such a perfect match. Su Jia is simply the embodiment of a strong leader, tall and handsome. Who would have thought that the little maid in this drama would be so powerful? Update quickly. There are only 2 episodes a day. Can we binge watch it? I would buy it. The online trending topics surged into the top 3. Jia, this drama has only aired 2 episodes, and the popularity has already exceeded 10,000. It's catching up to the top drama, Yan Shui said while scrolling through Weibo and Douyin, unable to stop smiling. By the way, Jia, I have already scheduled a live stream with Qing Tian Entertainment for the day after tomorrow. You need to promote the drama on your Weibo, Yan Shui said. Okay.
Suzy, note that.
He was very serious about this drama, especially since he really liked the script and found it hard to move on after filming. I just contacted Lin Nuan's agent. You guys should schedule a live stream for the night after tomorrow, along with the male lead, Yan Shui mentioned. Sounds good, Su Jia said, cooperating with the work. This popularity might even exceed 30,000. Your pay this year could increase, Yan Shui said with a big smile. You also need to take your time to move on. The drama is already finished, Yan Shui reminded him. Su Jia nodded silently, understanding that his agent was advising him not to focus too much on Lin Nuan and to detach his feelings. Xia Qing brought Moon to Chaozhou. Sister Qing, these companies can all be acquired. The estimated prices range from 3 million to 5 million. Thank you for your hard work. Xia Qing smiled. That's no problem, but I need to hire more people and the office space is not enough. Then, let's move. Rent an entire floor in a building in Han City, Xia Qing suggested. Once the company grows, she plans to buy a large building and turn it into a Qing Tian group.
All right.
When Xia Qing returned home, she noticed the village was much quieter. The construction on that land has started, and many migrant workers have been hired. Those in the village, who know a bit about construction, are working there, Xia Jixiang said. Xia Jixiang had bought up all the farmland in the village, and everyone had gone to do small jobs. These small jobs pay at least 150 a day. The nearby villages were very envious. In their village, they had to sell their own crops. Recently, to get work done, they even sold their vegetables at lower prices just to sell them quickly. Daughter-in-law, isn't your family from Zhuang village? Are you familiar with the old Xia family? Can you ask them if they're buying corn? The man asked. Corn was in the harvest season and it was a lot of work. He needed to hurry and harvest the corn. This is for the construction work. I want to go there to find a job, but if I don't sell this corn, I can't work, the man frowned and said. How about this? I'll have my mom ask my uncle tomorrow. He is neighbors with them, so it should be easier, the woman said. Okay. Everyone knew that the old Xia family bought vegetables and fruits at fair prices and even picked them up from homes. Since Xia Jixiang got a tractor, he stopped using his car and drove the tractor to the fields all day, doing all kinds of farming tasks. Ever since we got this tractor, farming has become so much easier. That's great. In the future, Dad can let others farm the land, and you can just help me with the vegetables, Xia Qing said with a smile. All right, I'll listen to my daughter, Xia Jixiang replied with a grin. By the way, Dad, I ordered a harvester for you, Xia Qing said. A harvester? That's wonderful, Xia Jixiang said happily. With a harvester, it would be even easier. Xia Qing bought a combined harvester that could complete harvesting, threshing, separating, and cleaning all at once. We have so many vehicles at home that we don't have space to park them, Xia Jixiang worried. The tractor was parked at the neighbor's door.
Don't worry, Dad.
You can rent a few empty acres from the village committee and hire someone to help you grow vegetables. That way, you can harvest more, Xia Qing suggested to her father. Good idea. Xia Qing looked at her home, thinking that after enduring one more year, they could move once the villa was finished. Xia Qing saw that there were suddenly more than 30 crystal beads in her space. Since there were so many this time, she began to absorb them, taking in 30 beads at once. The space instantly expanded by 3,000 square meters, making it a total of 3,600 square meters. In the post-apocalyptic world, Suyu had developed the first generation of enhancement agents. We don't have lab mice or experimental samples in our world right now, Zhang Yan said with a deep frown. All the animals had already mutated, or they could recruit volunteers for human experiments. Animal testing is completely fine, and human testing will be safer. Enhancing physical strength should be okay. We just don't know the strength of the potion yet. Suyu frowned and said, Give me a sample of the potion you researched.
Sure.
Zhang Yan took out a small blue bottle with only a few milliliters and handed it to Suyu. An hour later, Xia Qing had a bottle of the blue potion in her hand. I tried, but living creatures, except for me, can't enter the space, so I can't transport them here, Xia Qing frowned and said. I can only try it on my end. Okay.
Should you reply?
Since the space is still and lacks oxygen, she couldn't bring living creatures in before. It felt like there was an invisible force pushing back. Xia Qing thought about which animal to test it on. In the yard, Grandma Xia was complaining to Xia Jixiang. Jixiang, when will this girl Xia come back? She's been in the big city for several days now, Grandma Xia frowned. She was quite relaxed at home, watching shows and helping to feed the chickens. It was much more comfortable here than at her eldest son's place. Thinking about going back to her eldest son's house in a few days made her feel uneasy. Don't have too much fun in that big city, Grandma Xia reminded. Xia Jixiang frowned, not liking Grandma's provoking words. At that moment, his phone rang, and seeing that it was a call from Yang Xia made him very happy. Jixiang, my high-speed train is at 4 this afternoon. Remember to pick me up. My sister took me shopping and I bought a lot of things. I even got you a trendy outfit. You look so young in it. Okay, I'll wait for you. I'm heading out to pick you up now, Xia Jixiang said, unable to hide his smile at the thought of Yang Xia returning. Even though he hadn't said it, he had missed her a lot these past few days. It's only morning. Have some lunch, and come pick me up in the afternoon.
Yang Xia lao get.
If he went to pick her up so early, he would have to wait a long time.
All right.
Xia Jixiang replied, feeling even happier. After hanging up, he hurried inside to tidy up the house. He didn't want his wife to see any mess when she returned. Xia Qing saw the big yellow dog basking in the sun, happily rolling on its back. She called out Big Yellow. Big Yellow heard its owner's call, stretched, wagged its tail, and happily ran over. Xia Qing petted its fluffy head and took out the small blue bottle. There were only 2 milliliters in total. She poured a drop into her palm, and Big Yellow sniffed it, eager to lick it. Suyu told her that this substance is a strengthening agent, which is not dangerous, but its effects are unclear. After Da Huang licked it, he seemed to want more, so Xia Qing gave him the last drop as well. Xia Qing took out her phone and recorded a video of Da Huang. Whimper. Da Huang didn't show any unusual reactions and didn't seem to be strengthened at all. After observing for a while, Xia Qing decided to leave him alone. She noted Da Huang's weight. For now, he looked lively, but would this affect his tendency to chew things up? Da Huang was still very well behaved. A few hours later, they took a small vial of Da Huang's blood and stored it away. Suyu would take care of it later. Lin Wan and Su Jia's drama had become popular, with 10 episodes aired and over 10,000 views. The series had a total of 16 episodes, so it was filmed and released quickly without dragging on. At Tian Entertainment Company, Lin Wan's former manager was in the director's office. Lin Wan is your artist, right? She's on fire. In just a few days, her fans have increased by 2 million, and you easily let her go. The director's face turned red with anger. Who would complain about having a top artist? Besides, top artists don't stay at the top forever. It was just a small production. Who would have thought she would become popular? Manager Jiang frowned. A few years ago, a small web drama about a concubine also became a huge hit, didn't it? The director retorted angrily. Sometimes small successes come from luck, while big investments can flop. Well, the male and female leads from that drama didn't stay popular. Now they're just second or third-tier stars. Even the male lead, who was once famous, hasn't had any good projects and has faded into obscurity. Don't forget you're a manager. Having a top artist can secure your career for life. Now get out, the director shouted. After Jiang Li left, she was furious. It was just one drama that became a bit popular. But she quickly calmed down. The director was right. She thought about it and decided to maintain a good relationship with Lin Wan, so she sent her a congratulatory message. Thank you, Sister Jiang. But I've already started training for a new drama, and we'll be filming soon. Let's go out for dinner in a few days. Jiang Li read Lin Wan's reply and frowned slightly. It really was a small success, and suddenly a script came her way? To be honest, she felt a bit regretful. However, even though Lin Wan wasn't her artist, they could still recommend each other for future projects. The cosmetics factory has officially been acquired by Moon, and new machines have been installed. Qing Jia, I'm new to the beauty industry too, but I have a classmate who used to be a manager in luxury cosmetics. She had to leave her job after becoming pregnant. Can I introduce her to handle this area? Moon messaged. Her child is 3 years old and already in kindergarten, so it won't affect her work.
Great.
A director from a big brand must have good skills.
Please send me her resume.
Xia Qing replied. Xia Qing opened her email and reviewed the resume. Lu Hui was a former director at Sephora, 35 years old, with a 2-year gap in her career, but she earned several certificates while raising her child. She is a strong woman. Xia Qing quickly agreed with Moon. Okay, let her take the position and manage Qing Tian Beauty. For now, her salary will be the same as yours,
Xia Qing said. All right.
Moon responded. She quickly informed Lu Hui of the news. Xiao Hui, my boss looked at your resume and agreed to let you manage Qing Tian Beauty. Your salary will be the same as mine. I believe our company will do better, and going public won't be a problem. Moon had this intuition. Thank you so much. I appreciate you helping me find a job,
Lu Hui said.
After 2 years of not working, she had applied to several companies, but the jobs were very ordinary, mostly menial tasks, and they didn't consider her previous experience or the certificates she earned during her pregnancy. They only asked if she was planning for a second or a third child. Xiaoqing sent the prepared cosmetic materials directly to the beauty manufacturer. The quality inspection report has come back, and they can start large-scale production now. The rest can be handled by Moon and Lu Hui. She had added several herbal suppliers on WeChat and ordered a lot of materials, which were sent to the warehouse. Xiaoqing hired someone to renovate the entire warehouse, installing an electric keypad door for easier access without needing a bunch of keys. Plus, her storage space has been upgraded, allowing her to clear out the warehouse quickly. Suyu, I ordered a batch of mushroom kits. You just need to water them, and they will grow in 4 days. Previously, a plant Xiaoqing gave to Suyu wilted after a few days of careful nurturing. Later, she thought of the mushroom bags, which do not require land for cultivation. You just need to water the bags, and after some time, mushrooms will grow. These are very cheap where they are, and many are cultivated. Okay, I'll have a few people try growing them first so we don't waste them, Siu said. He was quite hopeful about this self-growing option. He had also been looking for the reasons behind the land mutations in their world and whether improvements could be made. Suyu assigned this task to Li Yao, asking him to find a few people and ensure they take good care of the cultivation. How do we plant these? Li Yao asked nervously. Do not expose them to sunlight. After removing the cover from the mushroom bags, place them in a basin of water. For the first week, cover half of the bag with a damp towel and keep it in a cool place. After that week, remove the towel and just spray water regularly to keep it moist. Got it, I'll remember everything.
Li Yao replied earnestly.
Xiaoqing bought several thousand mushroom bags at once, costing less than 3,000 yuan. Suyu asked Li Yao to plant a few hundred bags first as a trial, with the rest stored in their space. These mushrooms do not last long, so they should be used as soon as they are ready. Brother Yu, Zheng Chen's people have arrived, Wang Chong said. 2 people came down from the aircraft, carrying a large box. They first reported some work to Zheng Chen, who then said, the items inside are extremely valuable, obtained from Jinghua. We want 500 bags of rice. I want to see what it is first, Xiaoqing said. She wanted to check if she could sell the items. Zheng Chen frowned slightly and looked at Suyu, noticing he was silent. Wasn't this base owned by Suyu? When did women start speaking up in front of him? Zheng Chen nodded slightly and instructed his 2 subordinates to open the box and remove the straw inside. Inside was a golden Buddha head, perfectly shaped and full-bodied, with a dignified expression. Xiaoqing was stunned upon seeing it. She had visited the museum in Magic City, where there was a similar artifact on display, a Buddha statue, without a head. This one felt very similar, and she thought it might match. And there's another box of this. They brought over a small box filled with jewelry. These were obtained from an auction house in the capital of Long Country. These places had fewer zombies, making it easier to acquire items. This box of jewelry can be exchanged for 500 boxes of instant noodles. Zheng Chen looked at Suyu without saying anything, so he turned to Xiaoqing, who was staring at a violet jadeite in the jewelry. Violet jadeite is very valuable. Xiaoqing didn't understand this before, but after working with several auction houses, they now send her invitations every few days. Recently, she saw a smaller violet jadeite sell for $200 million in the US. This one is larger and beautifully crafted, featuring a giant single piece surrounded by 9 mini glass rings of the same kind. The overall design is extremely luxurious. Especially under the light, it looks stunning. How about 300 boxes of instant noodles? Zheng Chen thought his asking price was too high. After all, no matter how valuable diamonds and gold are, they can't fill your stomach. Food is more precious.
No.
I can give you 2,000 bags of rice, 2,000 boxes of instant noodles and hot dogs, plus 5,000 pounds of vegetables and fruits. By the way, if you want to grow your own, I can also give you 1,000 pounds of mushroom kits for you to plant. If you need corn, I can provide that too. She had met her neighbor earlier, who asked if they wanted to buy corn. The neighboring village had a bumper corn harvest and was struggling to sell it. She originally planned to buy from one family for Suyu, but now she could get more for Zhengchen. Zhengchen was a bit overwhelmed by all the offers, but it will take 2 or 3 days to get the goods ready. She needs to go back to place orders, and it will take about 2 days to transport. The corn needs to be harvested, which will take some time. No problem, Zhengchen stuttered. He couldn't believe that these valuable items could really be exchanged for so much food. How will you carry it? Xia Qing asked, as the aircraft might not be able to hold that much. We're using a transport plane this time, Zhengchen replied, his tone towards Xia Qing much friendlier now. We'll keep the rest here to exchange for points, Zhengchen said, as they planned to stay for a few days. He had been eating free rice for the past few days and really wanted some vegetables. Of course, Xia Qing said. Also, you need to pay for your accommodation. Everyone who is not a resident of our base has to pay, Xu said in a serious tone. Fine, I'll pay, Zhengchen replied. Suyu collected the 2 boxes of items. The jewelry was too valuable, so it would stay in storage for now. She wanted to check the value of the Buddha head on her computer later. This is a national-level cultural relic. If it truly fits, she might as well donate it directly to Huagua. But not now. She needs to wait for the right moment. Zheng Chun, along with 2 subordinates, is eager to exchange points. Sudan has been researching medicinal cosmetics lately and has a talent for it. Recently, she has been modifying high-end skincare products that Xia Qing gave her based on their ingredients. Brother Yu, we found the trace of that group of cannibals, Zhang Liang hurriedly said. This is the footage captured by the drone. They have connected surveillance cameras around the base, within a kilometer. Xia Qing looked at the surveillance footage showing a building where 2 people were, their fate unknown. Take a few brothers and deal with them, Suyu said coldly. Violating the bottom line of humanity means they are no longer human. This time, Xia Qing did not go along. She worriedly said, You must come back safely. Once it's done, you must tell me. She still believed in Suyu's strength. Suyu gently approached Xia Qing, his gaze slowly scanning her, and lightly touched her brow, suddenly smiling softly. I won't be in danger. He stared at her, his dark eyes sparkling like stars, holding a hint of gentle warmth that was not easily revealed. His eyes were truly beautiful and very captivating, like a vortex that pulls you in, and his voice was equally pleasant. Xia Qing felt her face flush. She had just seen a few young men yesterday and even had dinner with them. But none of them had the strong sense of security that Suyu had. Suyu took people to deal with the 2 cannibals while Xia Qing returned to her own space. The next day, Xia Qing ordered a lot of things and bought corn from several neighboring families, about 10,000 pounds in total. Every year is a harvest year, better than the last, and if these foods can't be sold, they will just go to waste in the fields. Xia Qing decided to buy them all. The corn can be stored and made into cornmeal. Xia Jixiang changed into trendy clothes, looking several years younger, proudly showing off at the door. Old Xia, wearing this makes you look like little Xia. Oh, my wife bought this for me from the Magic City. It was so expensive, Xia Jixiang boasted. With a good daughter and a good wife. My long johns are worn out, and my wife still lets me wear them. Ha! Xia Jixiang saw Xia Qing come back and quickly asked, Qing, tomorrow is the 35th anniversary of my marriage to your mom. What gift should I get for her? How about this? Let's throw a banquet and have a wedding celebration again. Xia Qing said with a smile. That sounds great. When I married your mom, we didn't have a banquet or even a wedding dress, Xia Jixiang sighed. All right, I'll arrange it for you. You just need to notify the guests. Xia Qing replied. Then I'll go notify them. Xia Jixiang said happily, quickly telling Yang Xia about the plan. Xia Qing found a wedding planning company on an app to set up a 35th anniversary celebration for tomorrow. She booked a large restaurant in the county and reserved a whole floor. Mom, Xia Jixiang and I are having the 35th anniversary celebration at Mingwang Hotel in the county tomorrow. Remember to come with Xion. Yang Xia said with a smile. Okay, Grandma replied. After hanging up, Grandma shared the news with Yang Ziyuan. Aunt is having an anniversary celebration. I want to go too, and I'll take photos for them. Yangwen said with a smile. On the other side, when Grandma Xia heard about the celebration, she frowned slightly. What's the point of having an anniversary at their age? And they want to have a banquet. How much will that banquet cost? Grandma Xia muttered behind Yang Xia. Xia Jixiang also called Xia Jiqing, saying, Big brother, tomorrow is my wedding anniversary with Xia. Qingqing insists on having a celebration, so you must come at 11 a.m. Oh, okay, Xia Jiqing replied before hanging up. What is the second family doing with a 35th anniversary celebration? They're so old already. Why do all this fuss? Xia Jiqing shook his head. Tian Kaiwa felt a bit uncomfortable and said sourly, We've been married for nearly 40 years. Yet, she hadn't seen Xia Jiqing show any reaction. Tomorrow they are hosting a big banquet. They will need at least 20 tables, which will cost a lot. Should I throw a banquet for you too? Xia Jiqing frowned. We had a banquet in the village when we got married and the second family didn't have one back then. I guess they are making up for it now, Xia Jiqing recalled. As soon as Tian Kaihua heard about the expenses, she immediately gave up on the idea of having an anniversary celebration. Let's take the kids with us tomorrow to enjoy a free meal, and we won't have to cook at home. All right. Tian Kaihua was delighted to hear about the free meal. Tian Kaihua also called her eldest son, Xia Lei. Lei, are you there? Are you free tomorrow? Your second uncle is celebrating his wedding anniversary at the Prestige Hotel. You should come too, and bring Xiao Jia. Since the Xia family is wealthy now, they are inviting everyone. A meal at the hotel will probably cost several hundred, right? Xia Lei frowned slightly. Last time he wanted to borrow a car, his second uncle came to pick him up himself. He had planned to drive his girlfriend around for a trip, but his uncle refused to lend him the car. However, he understood that his uncle's family had become prosperous, so they wanted to stay close. Okay, I'll go over tomorrow at noon, Xia Lei said. The Prestige Hotel is quite a nice restaurant in the county. His uncle's family is rich, yet Xia Qing still wouldn't lend her money. Once Xia Qing gets married, everything will belong to him. He'll have to rely on his big nephew. Xia Qing made all the arrangements and then went to Suyu's place that evening. This time, she didn't meet him at the base but in a tall building. One of those two is dead, and the other escaped, Suyu said with a frown. That person was really fast. They must also be an evolved one, but why are they so quick? Zhang Liang frowned. The base needs to be on high alert for these cannibals. What that person said before dying indicates that there are still many cannibals in Lin City, Suyu speculated. After eating human flesh, these people become stronger, and they seem to go insane like they have rabies, attacking and biting. They can really take a beating. A metal rod hitting them can break. Wang Chong said. At first, they don't resist hunger, but later, as cannibalism enhances their strength, once they break their moral boundaries, they become reckless and wild. Suyu had seen too much darkness at the border. No matter which world or country, one inevitably encounters those with the darkest sides of humanity. This is why Suyu, despite wanting firearms, never mentioned it to Xia Qing. He didn't want his girl to be in danger. Because he couldn't be there for her. Xia Qing had watched Hunger Station, where she saw the lowest of the low, people who resorted to cannibalism due to lack of food. The person who was rescued lost a leg and half an arm. Should we ask him if he wants to take the enhancement drug? Wang Chong suggested. With his condition, he would be useless for the rest of his life. Choosing the enhancement drug means he could be part of an experiment or live like this forever. The choice is his. Let's ask him, Suyu said.
All right.
Big Yellow at my home also takes the enhancement potion, but it seems to have no reaction. Has the blood test result come out? How is it? Xia Qing asked. As soon as Xia Qing finished speaking, Zhang Yan sent someone to deliver Big Yellow's blood test report. Take a look first, Suyu said. The person handed the report to Xia Qing and said, the professor said it can be produced in bulk. This enhancement potion is not harmful to the body. The effects may depend on individual constitution. Some individuals may experience stronger effects due to their robust constitution, while others may have weaker effects, which is greatly related to personal health. Xia Qing glanced at the report, and the conclusion was similar. The professor said he wants to continue researching to see which individuals benefit more from the enhancement potion. All right, then let's increase the production, Siyu said in a serious tone. The assistant nodded and left. I see the conclusion says it improved Big Yellow's immunity and even its intelligence? Xia Qing exclaimed. The intelligence of dogs is roughly equivalent to that of a human child aged 2 to 5 years. Different dog breeds have varying intelligence levels, with border collies ranking the highest. Then if I drink a few bottles, will it also boost my intelligence? Xia Qing joked. To her surprise, Suyu replied seriously, you should wait until the research is complete before you drink it.
Suyu.
Are you saying my intelligence isn't enough? Ahem, no. You are the cutest girl I have ever met, Suyu said earnestly. All right, I need to head back. Tomorrow my parents are celebrating their 35th wedding anniversary. I'll gather the supplies in the space tomorrow night. Remember to collect them?
Xia Qing said.
After saying this, Xia Qing hurried back to her space, feeling a bit moved by Suyu's serious demeanor. At the Prestige Hotel, I'm still not used to wearing this little dress, Yang Xia said nervously. Today, Xia Jixiang wore a suit and Yang Xia wore a little dress. Most of the guests were friends of their parents, along with relatives from the uncles and aunt's side. Cousin. Yang Wen spotted Xia Qing and quickly came over to greet her, holding the camera she had given him. I'm going to take pictures for my second aunt and uncle, Yang Wen said with a smile. Go ahead. Meanwhile, Yang Xia was chatting with several women. Xia, you look beautiful today. This anniversary celebration is really nice. It's all thanks to Qing Qing wanting to celebrate with us. I think it's just to make it lively, Yang Xia said with a big smile. It's their wedding anniversary, and it will cost them several thousand, but they are reluctant to spend that much. However, many people admire such a sense of ceremony. Tian Kaiwa came over with a few kids and quickly found a good spot, watching Yang Xia in her little dress, adorned with jewelry. She looks completely different. He himself is wearing a jacket he bought a few years ago at the mall but has never worn. He specifically took it out for today, but Yang Xia looks even better. Those gold earrings are sparkling. Mom, hurry and give me some chicken legs. I want fish too. 7-year-old Xia Peng kept urging Tian Kaiwa when he saw the meat on the table. Go ahead, eat up. Before long, Xia Peng's small plate was piled high with meat dishes. Why not eat if it's there? Xia Lei came over with his girlfriend Bai Jie. Xiao Lei, isn't your second uncle quite wealthy? That set of jewelry your second aunt has doesn't look cheap, Bai Jie said. Bai Jie works at a jewelry store in the city, so she knows a thing or two. Yeah, the last time we were picked up in a BMW, it was my second uncle. Xia Lei whispered to Bai Jie, my second uncle only has one daughter. They might rely on me for something big in the future. Xia Lei took Bai Jie over to greet Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia. Uncle, aunt, this is my girlfriend Bai Jie. Bai Jie smiled and greeted them. Congratulations, uncle and aunt. Happy wedding anniversary. Bai Jie said generously. This must be Qing Qing. I always hear Lei mention you. You're really beautiful. Our little Lei has a girlfriend now. It's time for Qing Qing to find someone too. Tian Kaiwa joked. She can't wait for Xia Qing to find a partner and get married. Then Grandma Xia will suggest letting Xia Peng be adopted by Xia Jixiang's family. After all, married daughters in the village cannot inherit land. My family isn't rushing Qing Qing to find a partner. Just as Xia Jixiang said this, Xia Qing calmly replied, I already have a partner. He's abroad and hasn't returned yet, and we've agreed that he will join our family. Xia Qing just can't stand her uncle's family always thinking about her getting married. Join our family? Xia Jixiang looked at Xia Qing excitedly, surprised that she not only has a partner but also plans to join their family. Xia Qing thought it would be best if the relatives who had their eyes on her family stopped thinking that way. Yes, join our family, Xia Qing said somewhat shyly. Qing, don't joke around. In this day and age, who would join a family as a son-in-law unless they are very poor?
Who would do that?
Besides, getting a son-in-law requires family approval, right? Tian Kaiwa became anxious when she heard that Xia Qing wanted to invite a son-in-law into their family. If they did that, their family could forget about adopting. Approval. I completely agree, Xia Jixiang said with a squint and a smile. He was eager to meet his future son-in-law. Tian Kaiwa felt as if her mouth was stuffed with cotton. She couldn't speak properly. The elderly lady beside her couldn't hold back and said, a son-in-law?
How can that be?
Wouldn't that mean Xiao Peng would be under your name? That's not good. We're all family and one person should have the same surname. In her rush, the elderly lady revealed her true feelings, and the others present understood the situation well. I have children. Why would I need to adopt? Xia Jixiang frowned. Today is my parents' wedding anniversary, so let's not discuss this. Happy anniversary to my parents. Xia Qing wanted to keep the joyful day from being spoiled. Mom and Dad, this is my gift for your wedding. It was a pair of diamond rings. Bai Jie stood nearby, her eyes wide in surprise. Such large diamond rings? They must be worth hundreds of thousands. A pair like this could easily cost over $1 million. The others couldn't tell what they were, probably thinking they were only worth a few thousand. But the sparkle of the diamonds made them envious for a long time. Bai Jie worked in jewelry sales and had handled many pieces, knowing their prices well. Second aunt, this is a wedding gift from my dad to you, Yangwen said with a smile. Although it wasn't very expensive, it was given with good intentions. Xia Qing saw that even the price of her gift was over 1,000, which was a significant expense for her uncle. Meanwhile, her elder uncle's family hadn't given anything. Is it true? That diamond ring is worth $1 million? Xia Lei said with wide eyes. Yes. It's a luxury Dr. Diamond ring. Could it be fake? Xia Lei still found it hard to believe that his cousin was so wealthy. Could she really give away a diamond ring worth over $1 million? You know what I do for a living, so how could it be fake? Plus, I saw the jade bracelet your second aunt is wearing. It's at least a high-grade ice type, which isn't cheap. It wouldn't cost less than several $100,000. Bai Jie added. She thought Xia Lei's second uncle's family was really wealthy. But today, she also heard that her cousin had found a son-in-law. Having a son-in-law is quite different from not having one. Xia Lei, we've been dating for quite some time now. If we want to get married, we need to have a house in the county, or else my parents won't approve. Don't worry. I told you I want to marry you and take responsibility for you. You saw how wealthy my uncle is today. The jewelry my cousin gave me is worth over $1 million, so buying a house in the county is just a matter of $1 million. My uncle will definitely help me. Xia Lei appeared very confident. That's good, but I noticed your cousin doesn't seem to have a good relationship with you, Bai Jie said with some concern. How could that be? We're family, Xia Lei replied, sounding a bit unsure. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie felt reassured. At noon, Xia Jixiang was happy and had a bit too much to drink. Although Yang Xia had learned to drive, she was still a bit nervous. Qing, do you have a boyfriend? Let me see a picture. Xia Jixiang said, slightly drunk. Yeah, let us see. You don't have a picture, do you? Tian Kaihua teased. She suspected that Xia Qing might be lying, either to get through a blind date or to please her parents. Nowadays, young people even rent boyfriends or girlfriends. Of course I have one. Xia Qing reluctantly pulled out a photo, which was of Suyu. The lighting was dim, but you could still see his distinct features. This young man is really handsome, Yang Xia said excitedly. It seemed her mother was also someone who appreciated good looks. Xia Jixiang took the phone and saw the photo. He agreed that Suyu was indeed very handsome. Look, everyone, this is my handsome son-in-law. No, my son-in-law by marriage. Xia Jixiang laughed and burped. Is this the only blurry photo? Do you have any others? Tian Kaihua still wasn't satisfied. I'm not showing you any more. After all, he's my boyfriend. When he comes back, I'll show you more, Xia Qing said calmly. Although she felt a bit sad thinking he might never come, she could still meet him. Old Xia is so lucky. His daughter is doing well and has brought home a son-in-law.
I'll toast to you.
Yes. Old Xia is truly fortunate. Xia Jixiang was overjoyed and drank several more cups, soon becoming completely intoxicated.
Cousin.
I have a cousin-in-law now. What's his name? Yangwen asked curiously.
Shu
You from Riding the Wind. Xia Jixiang, who is already drunk, heard his daughter's name and silently repeated it a few times before completely passing out. Xia Qing took them back and returned to the county town in the evening. The goods she ordered had all arrived, except for the corn, which still needed a day or two for harvesting.
Shu.
I'm here. This was her usual way of greeting him when she came over. What's wrong? You look a bit flushed. Are you feeling sick? Xia Qing asked with a slight frown. Su Yu quickly shook his head. He didn't know how to explain. It might be because of the space upgrade that he could hear Xia Qing's words when he took things. But he could only hear her. It was better not to tell Xia Qing, to avoid making her uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Xia Qing secretly took out her phone and snapped a few pictures of him. After all, if you're going to put on a show, you have to do it right. Zheng Chen and his two friends had recently exchanged a lot of points. I want to exchange for 3 sweet potatoes and 3 apples. Wow, there's even beer and cigarettes. Wow, these cigarettes cost 10 points, more expensive than crystal beads. Zheng Chen exclaimed in frustration. Boss, the apples are really fresh. They look so juicy, Song Yi said, as he hadn't had fresh fruit in a long time.
Creak.
Chen Ge, the frontline members here are very tight-lipped. They won't tell us anything, Shenbei said with a frown. Do you think we can get such fresh fruit in our current world? Zheng Chen replied, his eyes flashing. Although we haven't figured out the source of the food, we have learned that Suyu is a space ability user. We also have ability users. Xiao Bei, would you let your sister come over? Zheng Chen asked. If we find out where the food comes from, if we control the food, we control everything. Even if those old guys have weapon codes, without food, they still have to rely on us. But among those guys, there were a few special ability users, and they only had Xian hidden away. When we have food and weapons, this world will be ours to command. Zheng Chen's eyes sparkled with ambition. If Suyu could build such a base, so could he. He was never any less than Suyu. She would be very happy to help you,
Shenbei said.
Xian had always liked Zheng Chen. This transport plane definitely can't bring back all the food. Next time, I'll bring Xian out, Shenbei said. Be careful. The higher-ups are starting to suspect us, Zheng Chen said solemnly. Understood.
Shenbei nodded.
They protect their country, safeguard the residents, fight zombies, and search for supplies. Yet they still eat worse than those in higher positions. What have they done? They only hide, but they hold the most advanced technology, secrets, and weapons of Long Country. Zheng Chen clenched his fists. All of this would be his. He wanted to rebuild this broken world. You can take these things away. So much food. Song exclaimed, looking at a full warehouse with excitement. Zheng Chen casually glanced at the instant noodle boxes. The dates and locations were not from their world. Inside, he felt a storm of emotions, but he remained calm on the outside. There's corn too. I can give you 1,000 pounds, but it will take 2 days to arrive.
Xia Qing said.
That works. Zheng Chen looked at Xia Qing with a meaningful glance. Do we have to move all this onto the plane ourselves? Song Yi said in frustration. What else? We don't provide moving services here. Or you could hire our team with instant noodles, Li Yao suggested. Zheng Chen and the others would not share food with anyone. They would rather move it themselves. At the Long Country base, those at the bottom fought over a single cup of instant noodles. Some even lost their lives over it. The 3 of them worked hard for most of the day. The transport plane couldn't take everything at once and needed to make multiple trips. Zheng Chen stayed behind. Remember, leave half the food, Zheng Chen said firmly. They exchanged food to meet their obligations, but they couldn't take all of it back. Understood. Shunbei replied. They would keep some food. Now only food could attract more people. Zheng Chen's personality was well known to Suyu. He was competitive. Though they called each other brothers, they were also rivals. From small competitions to major missions, Zheng Chen always liked to compare himself to him. But they were indeed life and death comrades, having once trusted each other completely. However, after Zheng Chen blamed Suyu for his sister's death, their relationship changed.
Yes.
Don't let them in, Xia Qing added. But they could exchange items with her since they were all valuable. I won't be involved in exchanges with him anymore. Okay. Suyu replied, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Suyu instructed someone to let Jing Chun and Song Yi leave the base. Sorry, our base leader said you two are banned from entering the base from now on. Can I even enter with valuable items for exchange? Song Yi asked. He is quite willing to stay at this base. At least the food is clean.
Yes.
You can apply for the exchange outside, but both of you have been blacklisted. Song Yi held his gun, and Zheng Chen stopped him. Wait, now is not the time to cause trouble, Zheng Chen said. This time he acted impulsively, but he also discovered that Xia Qing was the source of the food. No wonder the Sunny Base has a female leader. Su Yu's strong protection of her is probably for this reason. If he can break their trust, gaining Xia Qing's trust will allow him to abandon Su Yu directly. However, his current strength is not a match for Su Yu. Both are evolved beings, but Su Yu's combat ability is terrifying. The elite soldier's skills are naturally exceptional. Xia Qing, come here every day for 2 hours of training, Su Yu said. Although Xia Qing has space abilities, she still needs to learn to protect herself in this world and her own. Training? Xia Qing's eyes widened. I can teach you some self-defense skills. Learning a bit can ensure your safety, Su Yu said. Xia Qing hesitated for a few seconds, thinking about her future plans to go to the US or Myanmar to get some firearms and ammunition. Even if she hires an international security company at a high price, being skilled would make her safer. The main reason is that Xia Qing is used to her space. She can hide there when in danger, but that won't work in her own world. Okay. Rather than relying on others for protection, it's better to have your own strength, Xia Qing replied. Suyu took Xia Qing to an empty room in the villa, where he found some mattresses to put on the floor so that falling wouldn't hurt too much. I'll teach you a few simple moves first, Suyu said. His fighting style is straightforward, focusing on quick, decisive strikes that leave opponents unable to react. Suyu specifically called for Li Yao. Brother Yu, am I here to be bullied? Li Yao said with a frown, while a child nearby watched, munching on a strawberry and getting juice all over his face. The most vulnerable parts of the human body are the eyes, throat, nose, heart, abdomen, and knees, Suyu explained. Since Xia Qing is a girl, he directly discussed self-defense techniques for women. The most obvious attack area is the groin. Hitting that spot can incapacitate an opponent. Please don't kick me there. Li Yao was trembling in fear. I was just demonstrating. Suyu shook his head, speechless. Li Yao was scared. If Xia Qing hit him, he was confident he could dodge and counterattack. But with Suyu, he feared for his future. Stretching leg techniques use the legs to create power through bending and extending, with quick, sudden attacks that are surprising and stealthy, Suyu explained, demonstrating on Li Yao, but at a slower speed. This way, Suyu quickly taught Xia Qing these two moves. Xia Qing, try hitting me, Suyu said. Hit you? Isn't that a bit much? Xia Qing thought about her strength. She had once injured someone who attacked her. It's fine, just go for it, Li Yao said, eager to watch. Use the method I just showed you against Li Yao.
Suyu instructed.
Okay. Xia Qing felt a bit nervous, but since Suyu encouraged her, she went for it. After absorbing many crystal beads, her reflexes were quick, and she nearly kicked Suyu. Good, your reflexes are fast, Suyu remarked. Unexpectedly, did Xia Qing have the makings of a special forces soldier? Her body had strengthened after absorbing the crystal beads, but she still didn't know the techniques well. At first, Xia Qing could use the moves Suyu taught her, but soon she forgot everything. She only remembered Suyu mentioning the weak points of the human body. She attempted a side kick, aiming for Suyu's knee, but kicked too high and almost hit him in a sensitive area. Li Yao was shocked, his mouth agape at Xia Qing's sudden speed. Was she really that fierce? In the next moment, Suyu quickly dodged and caught her raised ankle. This move is for dealing with other men. Suyu chuckled helplessly, a hint of affection in his smile. Oh, okay, Xia Qing said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Suyu gently lowered Xia Qing's leg, but she lost her balance and fell into his arms, feeling like she was being embraced. The softness against Suyu's chest felt like fluffy clouds in the sky. Give a hug, give a hug. Li Yao's little son watched excitedly, wanting a hug too. The child misses his mother. I should take him home. Li Yao quickly picked up his little one and left the scene. Suyu's eyes unconsciously filled with tenderness. He, who was originally as cold as ice, seemed to melt instantly under a warm temperature. Her warm lips accidentally brushed against his chin, sending a jolt through him. Xia Qing's fair face turned rosy. Her delicate figure felt like holding a soft cloud, making him stiffen. Thump, thump, thump. Suyu's heart raced as if it would leap out of his chest. Xia Qing's cheeks also flushed, while Suyu's ears burned red, leaving him unable to control himself. Xia Qing tried to steady herself, her pale hand pressing against Suyu's strong chest. I can't keep my balance, Xia Qing hurriedly said, the firm touch of his chest making her blush even more. Suyu's gaze sharpened, and his breathing became rapid, his heart pounding as if it would burst out. Xia Qing looked up, meeting Suyu's intense, shining eyes. I have to go back for something. Suyu's face felt hot, still aware of Xia Qing's earlier touch, her delicate hand. Her sudden departure left him feeling lost, his face burning uncomfortably. He hurried to the bathroom, looking in the mirror at his flushed ears, turning on the shower to splash cold water on his face. The icy water brought him a bit of clarity, but when he looked back at his own heated eyes in the mirror, he couldn't forget the soft touch of her lips and her gentle hand on his chest. That image seemed to be frozen in his mind, impossible to shake off. The next day, Xia Qing went to Tian Rui's ceramic factory. This set of pink teapots is selling really well, Xia Qing said. Even left a mark inside the pot. Guaranteed authentic. Tian Rui replied with a smile. The craftsmanship of this teapot set, especially the coloring, was quite challenging. Next, Xia Qing went to Su Dan's place to collect the semi-finished herbal cosmetics and teas. She had to ship them out tomorrow. To be honest, she was very busy every day. After finishing her tasks, she didn't rush to leave, but instead enjoyed hot pot with her two girlfriends. Since her space had upgraded, the distance between Xia Qing and Suyu had also increased. It's getting hotter here. Next time we have hot pot, we'll need to turn on the air conditioning. Yeah. The temperature has been rising by 5 degrees every day. It's already over 20 degrees at noon, Su Dan said worriedly. Then I'll order a batch of air coolers. It's too hot. We can't risk heat stroke, Xia Qing said. The base leader will probably take people to the big mall to buy new things that can be used, Tian Rui said. With this, wouldn't Xia Qing save money on buying fans? That's fine. Next time, I'll bring you ice cream. There's a fridge here, right? What flavors do you both want? I'll take care of you. Xia Qing laughed. Strawberry or taro would be great. It's been a long time since they had ice cream. I want mango, Su Dan said. Okay, you two are my great contributors. I'll bring it for you. After chatting for a while, Xia Qing went back to find Suyu. After Xia Qing left, Tian Rui looked at her back and chuckled. We've been eating here, and the base leader has passed by several times, just wandering outside. I saw that too, Su Dan said. It seems like the base leader's gaze is fixed on Qing Qing, Tian Rui said with a smile, recalling the earlier scene. Did you feel a certain vibe? What vibe? The vibe of something romantic, Tian Rui said, sharing a knowing smile with Su Dan. They were in their own little world, thinking others couldn't sense anything. Xia Qing took out a delicate gift box from her space. "See you, I got you this set of clothes and shoes. The weather is getting hot. And this dagger. It's sharp as steel. A diamond dagger. Even though we can't buy guns there, we can still get this kind of dagger," Xia Qing said. She also bought herself a small, agile knife that is easy to hide and use, though its attack range is limited. These 2 knives cost her 200,000.
Thank you.
He looked at her with a smile, his eyes sparkling with emotion. Even though he didn't say anything, his eyes seemed to speak volumes. "Remember to absorb these crystal beads," Suyu said, taking out a large bag of crystal beads. Xia Qing noticed that Suyu had been diligent about collecting crystal beads, giving her a bag every couple of days.
Got it.
"I'm going home to sleep now." Xia Qing disappeared from the spot. Suyu looked at the neat and clean clothes. He could have gotten clothes from the mall, but they wouldn't fit as well. The fabric of the clothes Xia Qing bought for him was excellent and surely not cheap. Indeed, when he saw the price tags, Xia Qing always chose unique and special items for him. On the other side, Lin Yuan and Su Jia's popularity kept rising, and Lin Yuan's fame increased significantly. The two of them even did a live stream together. Lin Yuan also casually mentioned that her new drama was in production. The herbal tea shop was doing very well. By 10 a.m., there were already dozens of delivery orders. However, each type of herbal tea was limited to only 1,000 cups, and once they were sold out, there would be no more. The reason for this surge was that someone tagged the herbal tea shop on Douyin. This Douyin influencer specializes in exposing fake products, so they were looking to create a buzz. Previously, there were health tea brands in Huagua, but they were found to contain no health benefits and instead had many additives, leading to their quick closure. Some milk tea shops even used expired cream in their drinks. They went to this Qing Tian herbal tea shop and bought 4 cups. The taste is pretty good. But does it really work? We'll take it to a testing agency. The results will be out in 2 hours. This testing agency is very famous. It's the leading biological testing center of the top hospital in the city. The testing fee is 3,000. 4 cups cost 9,000 for testing. I wonder if the effects they claim are real? At the end of the video, the testing results showed that it contained genuine herbal ingredients with no additives. This video quickly went viral, catching the attention of a doctor from a traditional Chinese medicine hospital who also bought a few cups and posted a video. It's indeed real and effective. Drinking this is better than those milk teas. Plus, it's genuinely healthy, but a friendly reminder. Only 1 cup a day. Some influencers, not believing it, bought a few cups and had them tested at different companies, all getting the same results. This wave of publicity made them famous, and they sold out almost by noon. Yang Mei even called Xia Qing to share the good news. "Qing, someone online tried to expose us, but it actually gave me a huge boost in publicity. With this opportunity, we can open a few chain stores," Yang Mei suggested, eager to take action. "Sure, Annie, you can decide, or you can discuss it with Moon and we can use company funds," Xia Qing replied. Since the herbal tea shop was under the management of Qing Tian Company, similar to a cosmetic store, it was a subsidiary. "Okay, don't worry, I'll give Moon a heads up. You can go ahead and do it, Auntie,"
Xia Qing said.
Yang Mei's eyes turned red. She never expected that after many years of marriage, she would feel such confidence, and today that confidence came from her niece. Yang Mei opened her mouth and said, "I will manage this well." After hanging up the phone, Yang Mei called Lin Jun.
"I've made up my mind.
I want a divorce, and I will leave with nothing. But I will move out only after I find a place," Yang Mei said firmly, which was rare for her.
Yang Mei,
"Think carefully before you make this decision. I made a mistake that many men make. What else do you want? I'll give you 1 month and an extra 5,000.
No.
I have already decided to divorce. I won't take a single penny from you."
Yang Mei sighed coldly.
"Don't regret it. Without me, you are nothing," Lin Jun said sharply. Yang Mei quickly hung up the phone, not wanting to argue further. She had a lot to do. "I felt so refreshed after drinking this tea yesterday, much better than milk tea. It's not too sweet. We can only drink 1 cup of this tea flavor each day. Since it's a herbal tea, Drinking 2 cups of different flavors may not be good for you, Yang Mei patiently explained to the customers. They also had reminders for interaction, and each teacup's packaging had clear instructions. Manager, do you sell this teapot? I really like it, said a blonde American. Xia Qing had just sent over 100 sets, and they were also selling some teapots, but there was a limit on purchases. If you drink in the store, you use this kind of teapot. Of course. This set is priced at $699. This price is not expensive in the city. They only sold complete sets, not individually. I want 2 sets. Sorry, but we have a limit of 1 set per person for now, Yang Mei said. Because the stock is very limited, how about you add me on WeChat, and I can send it to you when we have more? Okay. The woman felt a bit disappointed, but buying 1 set was still nice. In the afternoon, Yang Mei contacted Moon. I sent an accountant to assist you, and they should arrive tomorrow morning. I'll send you the contact information on WeChat, Moon said kindly. She knew Yang Mei was Xia Qing's aunt. Great. Thank you.
Yang Mei replied.
She also needed to contact an agent to find a suitable place for a branch store. The new skincare products were already packaged, and the brand was Smile. Although they were packaged, selling new products was still challenging. Xia Qing contacted Lin Wan. After a drama became very popular, Lin Wan now has 3 million fans. Wan, I have started mass-producing the small skincare jars I gave you last time. Give me an address, and I will send you a box. Help me promote it. The new product is launching at a special price of 99 yuan per box.
Xia Qing said.
There are only 3,000 orders available. Other manufacturers might be using gimmicks or scarcity marketing, but Xia Qing is genuinely offering 99 yuan for 3,000 orders. After that, it will be 599 yuan per bottle. She believes in the quality of her skincare product, which brightens and nourishes the skin. Once you try it, you won't want to use anything else. Really? That's great. I'm almost out of the last one, and I didn't want to use it all. Here's my address. Please send it via express delivery. Promoting it is no problem. This product is just amazing, Lin Wan said excitedly. Recently, her skin has improved a lot. When Lin Wan received the package, she opened it live with the help of her assistant. The quality inspection report is included, so everyone is welcome to buy. If there are any issues with the quality, I will compensate 100,000 yuan, Lin Wan declared confidently. After the live stream, her assistant frowned and said, Sister Wan, isn't that a bit too much? The live stream had already gone viral. It's fine. I trust my cousin. Plus, there really is a quality inspection report. Here's a bottle for you to try. It really works. Lin Wan handed a jar to her assistant. Trust me, once you use it, you will love it. My cousin said the price will go up later. The assistant skeptically took the small jar of cream and opened it, noticing a faint herbal scent. After the live stream, Lin Wan trended again. However, this time there were many negative comments. Did Lin Wan become too popular? Is she really that aggressive in selling? Offering 100,000 yuan for quality issues? I'm definitely buying a bottle to check the quality. I can't wait to see how much she loses. Suddenly, Lin Wan's sales were trending on Weibo and Douyin, with many netizens buying for the chance of the 100,000 yuan compensation. They sold thousands of bottles. Sister Wan, this video went viral, and you gained more followers, but they're mostly negative. Her assistant frowned. You are a bit impulsive with the sales, the assistant said, looking out for Lin Wan. At that moment, their manager, Xiaoli, called to ask about the situation. After all, Lin Wan is a top artist in their company, Qing Tian Entertainment. This is my cousin asking me to help promote it, Lin Wan replied. The agent naturally knew who Lin Wan's cousin was. That was their big boss. I see. Then I'll ask others to help promote it too, Xiaoli said with a wry smile. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoli felt worried. This is Sister Qing's product, she said. Since that's the case, everyone in the company can buy it voluntarily. After all, it's Sister Qing's, Zhang Nan said. A few people from the entertainment company bought it, and Zhang Nan bought over a dozen bottles since it wasn't expensive. He gave them to his girlfriend and family. If Zhang Nan had known that a few days after the delivery, The price would rise to $599. In half a month, more and more people would feel the effects. And once the quality inspection report came out, the original price of $599 might not even be available. Buying it now meant making a profit from the price difference. The celebrity endorsement effect was indeed strong. The main boost came from Lin Wan's statement. If the quality inspection failed, she would compensate $100,000. Lin Wan really invested a lot, and the trending comments were just for laughs. In 3 days, Lin Wan is going bankrupt. Will Lin Wan keep her promise? She exaggerated to promote sales. Most comments were critical of Lin Wan, especially regarding this newly launched cosmetic brand, Smile. It's an unknown brand. Even selling for 99 or 9.9, I still think it's expensive. The quality inspection report on the official website must be fake. There were many doubts, but Xia Qing was not worried. Her quality inspection report and ingredients were done by a reputable agency. Plus, she had bought all the patents. Even if someone had the formula without the production technique, no one could replicate it. Wan, this wave of promotion is affecting you. But don't worry, Smile's quality inspection report is absolutely real and effective. Xia Qing said. It's fine. I said it myself, and I've used it, so I know it works. My mom said it's good.
Great.
Once it becomes popular, I'll make you the spokesperson, Xia Qing said. I'd love that. As expected, 3 days later, many people who received their orders, including several influencers trying to ride the wave, bought it and even tested it live. The number of viewers in the live stream went from tens of thousands to over 100,000. The items have been sent for testing, and the results will be out in 3 hours. I paid an extra $2,000 for expedited service, so it should be ready in an hour at most. Next, we just have to wait for our test report results. Lin Wan's Weibo and Douyin comments were flooded. Lin Wan, get ready to lose everything. Waiting for Lin Wan's false publicity. The assistant and the manager were very anxious. Lin Wan was the lead actress in their latest drama, which was still being filmed. If something happened to her now, what would happen to their show? Would it be doomed before it even aired? So, the company staff were nervously watching the live stream. Tian Cece had been following this situation closely. She thought that if Lin Wan couldn't continue with the drama, maybe she could take on the lead role. This script was really good. The plot was tight and engaging, unlike other dramas that dragged on for dozens of episodes. This one only had 12 episodes. There were no ridiculous misunderstandings or mean stepmothers, just sweetness. Thinking about this, Tian Cece felt a bit gleeful, even though Lin Wan's cousin was the one behind the scenes. Surely, she wouldn't let the company lose money, right? Lin Wan had messed up a great opportunity. She was at her peak, and now she was affecting 2 dramas. Su Jia's manager, Yan Shui, looked pale as she watched the trending news. Is Lin Wan out of her mind? Instead of focusing on promoting the drama, she's rushing to sell products? She even made bets with the fans. This situation is affecting us too. How could Lin Wan be so foolish? Yan Shui was furious in the van. Su Jia's social media accounts on Douyin and Weibo were also getting dragged into this. Although Su Jia looked a bit upset, she wasn't panicking. I saw the skincare product Lin Wan is promoting. It has a quality inspection report, so she must be confident. Confident? I checked, and it's just a small new factory. That skincare product is a new release too. And that quality report? The manufacturer can say anything. Yan Shui replied angrily. If I had known she was such a thoughtless person, I wouldn't have let you work with her, no matter how good the script was. That's how the entertainment industry works. If someone has a bad reputation, everyone they collaborate with gets affected too. There have been cases where people worked for years, filmed several dramas, and then got banned, returning to being a newcomer and facing ridicule. Su Jia frowned. He had spent some time with Lin Wan and didn't think she was that thoughtless. This promotion was suggested by Xia Qing. Lin Wan wasn't foolish. If it were someone else, she wouldn't promote it like this. But since it was her cousin asking her and there was a testing report, plus she had used the product herself, she knew how effective it was. Soon, the testing report from the live stream was released. Everyone can see the staff from the testing center have given me the report. I will show you the results now. The phone live streaming stand was aimed directly at the test report.
No additives, no preservatives.
All of these are 0%. Below were various values.
Wow.
It really passed. There are no preservatives or additives at all. The host exclaimed. Because no matter which product is on the market, there are always exaggerated claims, even with big-name skincare brands, which is why viewers thought Lin Nguyen was exaggerating. Will this even work? Many people in the live chat said. The next test report shows that those who understand skincare ingredients know that retinol has anti-aging and whitening effects. This ingredient is very expensive. It's surprising that a product priced at $99 contains this. And the concentration is very high. It's even higher than the condensed spot treatment, which costs 178 euros, equivalent to 1,370 yuan. White fungus is an important ingredient. It stops bleeding, repairs acne scars, promotes skin growth, and whitens. There are a total of 5 traditional Chinese medicinal ingredients. This matches exactly what is written on the skincare ingredient list. There are no fragrances, no preservatives, no emulsifiers. Even those with sensitive skin can use it. This brand states the same. Even skincare creams that cost thousands contain some of these ingredients, but this one is only $99. As the live stream gained popularity, it quickly turned the tables.
Manhwa.
Look at the trending topics. The assistant said excitedly. Lin Nguyen calmly opened Douyin and saw the live stream content. It was indeed a twist. Are you relieved now? I've used it, and if you use it for a few days, it will definitely work. Lin Nguyen sighed in relief. Although she trusted her cousin, she had put herself in a risky position. Now the results were even better, as this live stream had kept her in the top 3 trending topics, comparable to the popularity of a second-tier celebrity. Many people were leaving comments on her Weibo account saying they wanted to buy the product. Xia Qing naturally saw this and sent a message to Lin Nguyen. In the future, when you live stream, I'll give you 3,000 orders at the price of 199 yuan. Everything else will be 599. Xia Qing said generously. This meant that only during Lin Nguyen's live stream would the price be 199. Everywhere else it would be 599, with no discounts or gifts. Thank you, cousin. Love you. Lin Nguyen was very happy. It seemed she had made the right bet. She also believed that those who had used this skincare product would definitely come back to buy more. At that time, she will be the only one streaming at a price of 199, which will definitely attract a lot of attention. After all, Lin Nguyen has made this cosmetic brand well known. How much money has been saved on advertising with this wave of traffic? Lu Hui just took over this cosmetic store and didn't expect such a huge influx of customers. She quickly came up with a plan. She continued to promote on Douyin, investing money to take advantage of this popularity and spread the word further. She immediately applied for a Douyin account to hold a giveaway. Just now, Xia Qing sent her a message saying that the price will return to 599 soon. Xia Qing is not worried about sales. She has already done promotions, and later, those who have tried the products will definitely come back to buy more once they see the results. Lu Hui launched a trial pack for 9.9, and they were quickly snatched up. Domestic herbal brands have always struggled against foreign skincare products. People say they support local brands, but those with money still choose foreign ones because they are indeed effective. However, that will change starting today. Her products are not afraid of testing. They have all been professionally tested before launch, and she has applied for patents. Plus, with the technology from another timeline, she is not worried about others stealing her ideas. Xia Qing went to find Suyu first when she arrived in this post-apocalyptic world. Suyu was exercising, doing sit-ups and one-handed push-ups every morning. Suyu, good morning. I'm off to find Su Dan, Xia Qing said. Suyu watched as Xia Qing dashed away, feeling a bit disappointed, but he continued his training. Today, he still needed to go hunt zombies and collect items like refrigerators and air conditioners from the mall. Su Dan has set up a small herbal tea factory and a cosmetics factory here. The workers greeted Xia Qing respectfully when she arrived. Deputy Base Leader, thank you for your hard work these past few days. We have many more orders coming in, so I'll treat everyone to ice cream later. Xia Qing smiled. Su Dan is currently in charge of making herbal tea and cosmetics. Once everything is set up, she can hand over the tasks to others. There are now over 20 people working in the 2 factories. Thank you, Deputy Base Leader. The factory workers said happily. Chenge, I heard that Xia Qing is here and the workers from the other factories are distributing ice cream. Song Yi whispered. Ice cream? Zheng Chun furrowed his brow in confusion. Where would ice cream come from in this place? This seemed to confirm his suspicions. It really is ice cream. I went to ask them, but they wouldn't give it to me. Song Yi seemed a bit frustrated. Go see where Xia Qing is. I need to talk to her alone, Zheng Chun said, slightly furrowing his brow, his tone thoughtful.
Okay.
The base is under constant surveillance, so as soon as Zheng Chun stepped out, he was immediately tracked. He is now a key focus of attention at the base. Base Leader, Zheng Chun is heading towards the Deputy Base Leader's office, a voice from the walkie-talkie reported.
What?
I'm on my way, so you quickly got dressed and hurried out the door. Inside, Xia Qing was enjoying ice cream with Su Dan. This ice cream is really delicious, Su Dan said with a smile. While others had cheaper ice cream, Xia Qing bought Su Dan a premium brand called Venchi, known for its chocolate and handmade ice cream. Venchi is often referred to as the Hermes of ice cream, and it is indeed a bit pricey. She bought 3 flavors. The raspberry is sweet and sour, which is what Su Dan was eating, and she added pistachio to balance it out. 1 scoop costs 84 yuan. Xia Qing was enjoying rich dark chocolate, which was simply divine. She saved a strawberry scoop for Tian Rui to share later, and they planned to have a meal together. Su Dan and Xia Qing chatted while eating when Zheng Chun suddenly jumped through the factory window. Song Yi followed closely behind. Zheng Chun? What are you doing here? Xia Qing frowned slightly. Su Dan stepped in front of Xia Qing and asked, What do you want? Zheng Chun signaled to Song Yi, who quickly stepped forward and knocked Su Dan out with a swift move.
Shudan.
Xia Qing felt anxious seeing Su Dan fall, but Zheng Chun blocked her way. What do you want? Xia Qing asked, frowning. She could enter her space if she was in danger, but she wouldn't let Su Dan face risks alone. Song Yi caught Su Dan's ice cream before it fell to the ground. Don't worry, I won't hurt her. I just want to talk to you alone, Zheng Chun said calmly. Song Yi held Su Dan aside, and seeing the ice cream melting, he decided to eat it to avoid wasting it. Wow, this is really good.
What do you want from me?
Xia Qing asked, watching Zheng Chun warily, noticing he was taller than her. Is the food at the base supplied by you? The packaging of the products doesn't look like it's from our world, Zheng Chun said sharply. Xia Qing frowned slightly. Some people might have noticed the food provided by the base, but most did not pay attention. As long as there was food, no one cared about its origin. They only cared about whether they could fill their stomachs.
What do you want?
Xia Qing took a step back, holding a small knife. I want to cooperate with you. I don't know where your food comes from, but I know you have food. I can trade with you. I have the support of the Dragon Country base, with fighter jets and weapons. Not only that, I can find treasures for you, even those from abroad. The people in my underground base are all former high-end technical talents from various fields. Whatever technology you need, they can provide it. We have Nobel Prize-winning scientists, writers, and more. I have access to advanced technology. I have a whole country's worth of talent and resources that can be exchanged continuously. Zheng Chun spoke while observing Xia Qing's expression. You are very smart, Xia Qing replied calmly, showing no concern. But I only cooperate with one person, and that is Su Yu. I only trust him in this world, Xia Qing said firmly. Su Yu, who had just arrived, heard Xia Qing's words and smiled slightly. He looked at her, his dark eyes sparkling with a hidden gentleness. Hearing Xia Qing's words, Zheng Chun frowned slightly, his gaze toward her becoming sharper. Xia Qing sensed the danger in the air and tightened her grip on the knife. Zheng Chen, after you trade, don't stay at the Qing Tian base. Xia Qing felt relieved when she heard Su Yu's voice. She had just sensed Zheng Chen's intense gaze on her. What's wrong? After so many years as comrades. You don't trust me? Zheng Chen said, half-jokingly. Xia Qing walked over to stand behind Su Yu and said, he knocked out Su Dan. Sorry, I just want to have a good talk with you. If you don't want to trade with me alone, I won't force you, Zheng Chen said. You can leave. If I see you in front of Xia Qing again, don't expect me to consider our brotherhood, Su Yu said coldly. Zheng Chen's expression turned serious as he decisively turned to leave. At the door, Song Yi was still licking the leftover ice cream. Still eating? Let's go, Zheng Chen said angrily. What's wrong, Brother Chen? Song swallowed the ice cream, feeling a refreshing chill. It was so cool in his throat. Su Yu is here. He came too quickly. We are being watched here. Zheng Chen looked up at the cameras. They seemed to follow them wherever they went. They had overlooked these cameras, thinking this old base wouldn't have any. We can now be sure that the food is coming from that girl. She must have some special ability, Zheng Chen said. Unfortunately, that Xia Qing was not cooperating with him. Their collaboration had to go through Su Yu. Zheng Chen narrowed his eyes. Many things were difficult to handle with Su Yu involved. The control was in someone else's hands, which frustrated him. But he knew Su Yu well. Today he had startled the snake in the grass. However, he realized the breakthrough point was with Xia Qing. If he could manage to deal with her alone or learn her secret and abilities, he would understand where the food was coming from. Zheng Chen thought about Xia Qing's words. Was he really not as good as Su Yu? Song Yi, who is more handsome, me or Su Yu? Zheng Chen asked angrily. Whenever he liked a woman, she always preferred Su Yu. Even his sister liked Su Yu. Of course, Brother Chen is handsome, Song Yi replied firmly. After all, his boss was Zheng Chen. Shunbei should be arriving soon, Zheng Chen said. He trusted Shen Xianyi's abilities and her special powers. Meanwhile, Xia Qing noticed a red mark on Su Dan's neck. The ice cream had also been taken away. They are too much, Xia Qing said. They won't be allowed to enter the base anymore, Su Yu said coldly. On a sunny day, Yang Mei had rented a herbal tea shop on the Bund through an agent. Qing, I have chosen the address for the new shop. Can we supply a bit more of this quantity?
Yang Mei asked. Yes.
I have already packed the goods. They should arrive this afternoon. She had purchased a dedicated delivery service and was now a VIP customer with SF Express, which required an annual maintenance fee. Su Dan was already processing a large batch. The traditional medicine was being prepared and packed there, and she would send it directly to Magic City for brewing. Xia Qing also bought processing machines for Su Dan, which would increase both the quantity and speed of production. The cosmetic medicine was still being produced in large quantities. Recently, many trial packs had sold well, but the sales of the regular size were not as high. Usually, Xia Qing absorbs crystal beads and trains with Su Yu at night. She has also discovered a pattern with the cracks. They only widen a bit between 1 and 2 o'clock, allowing her to enter. However, the time she gets bounced back is unpredictable, so she still disappears from time to time. You're doing well today. You're learning quickly, Su Yu praised. After absorbing the crystal beads, Xia Qing not only improved her physical condition but also became better at remembering and learning. However, she recently felt that she had reached her limit. I feel like I've absorbed enough crystal beads, and their effects are getting weaker, Xia Qing said with some concern. Su Yu couldn't see the in space, but Xia Qing could. Sometimes it would shrink and completely close. At that point, she wouldn't be able to come over and would only be able to interact as online friends. It wouldn't be so bad if they had never met, but now that they had spent time together, what would happen if they couldn't see each other again? Su Yu lowered his gaze slightly, and the atmosphere became a bit tense. They locked eyes, and it felt like pink bubbles were floating around them. The handsome guy leaned closer, but she nervously stepped back a bit. Suddenly, the door opened. Li Yao looked at Xia Qing and Su Yu with a hint of suspicion. Speak if you have something to say, Su Yu said, looking displeased, having to swallow his earlier words. No matter where Xia Qing was, he would find her. Today, Zheng Chun and the others brought a transport plane to take away the remaining thousands of pounds of corn, Li Yao explained. They also brought a batch of cultural relics and want to exchange them for supplies. This time, they only want rice or instant noodles. With the hot weather, exchanging vegetables is not practical. Let's exchange, but it will take 3 to 4 days, Xia Qing replied. The more valuable items, the better. Of course, she would also be open to other types of technology. However, she still needed to accumulate some capital. Song Yi continued to transport corn, and this time they brought a mini forklift, which saved a lot of effort. Cindy, you need to enter this base as a survivor, with the target being Suyu, Zheng Chun said seriously. Brother Chun, I'll do whatever you say. Shin Cindy replied. Keep your abilities hidden, and try to find out where the food is coming from. Target Suyu and Xia Qing. Especially Xia Qing. Zheng Chun was almost certain that the food source was Xia Qing, but he didn't know what her specific abilities were. Shin Cindy, the younger sister of Shin Bei, looked very delicate, somewhat resembling Lin Daiyu. But if you think she is a weak person, you are very mistaken. Cindy, once you enter the base, send me any news, Zheng Chun said. Okay, I understand. Shin Cindy nodded. She was also hiding her abilities at the Longwa base, and she got the information from the higher-ups. We won't leave. I will stay nearby. If anything happens, we will stay in touch, Zheng Chun said. Brother Chun, what we brought has been exchanged for 1,000 boxes of instant noodles and 300 bags of rice. Song Yi said excitedly. Xia Qing intentionally bought them the same flavor of instant noodles. She got several flavors for Suyu, buying thousands of boxes of each. What did those old guys say? Zheng Chun asked. They have already sent a team to the city to collect a large amount of gems and gold. The leaders of Longwo wouldn't come out. They were afraid of the zombies outside. After they finished transporting, a helicopter landed at the base. Captain Xie, Zheng Chun, and the others exchanged food from this base, said a man in camouflage. They left 2 hours ago. Good. Xie Zhen replied. Now the Longwa base was in chaos, and most of the lower-level people had already escaped, leaving only a few thousand behind. Everyone wanted to know who controlled the food supply, as there were 3 factions within the Longwa base. Xie Zhen, it's best if you go personally to understand the food source, but avoid any conflict, the man said sternly. Understood, Mr. President. Xie Zhen saluted before leaving. In the small conference room of the Qingtian base, everyone has noticed that many survivors have come to the base recently. Whether they have a purpose or not, we must protect our base, Su Yu said solemnly. Besides Zheng Chun and Xie Zhen, others from the Longwa base have also contacted us. I suspect these people were sent by them, aiming for our food supply, Su Yu said. Do they want to take our food and seize our base? Li Yao said angrily. Food is tight now, but they are unclear about our sources, so they won't attack us easily, Siyu calmly analyzed. Xie Zhen also wants to exchange food from us, but Zheng Chun just bought a batch and even scheduled the next one, Zhang Liang said. It's obvious that Zheng Chun is getting kickbacks. The higher-ups at the Longwa base don't trust him, Siyu said coldly, as such things were not uncommon. If it were Suyu, he would do the same. In the apocalypse, no one would be so kind. In this world, food and weapons are essential for survival. Xie Zhenlai is offering us food for exchange? Should we do it? Li Yao asked. Yes, we will set the terms, and they are not allowed to enter the base, Siyu replied. Yang Shua, make sure the base's surveillance is monitored in real time. Don't miss any corners. Understood. Recently, many survivors have arrived at the base, around 200 people, Zhang Liang said. Some of these people might be from the Dragon Country base, so we must manage them strictly. They will be thoroughly checked before entering the base. We also need to increase training for the children in the base. The orphans in the base feel the strongest sense of belonging, and since they are young, they can be trained well. Now that the weather is warmer, let's have the new survivors help with building the base. The base is expanding and needs a large population. They cannot bring back large supplies. Only so you can manage that. Suyu is facing many challenges as he establishes a survival base for humanity, but there are always those who want to control it. The food packaging from Xiaqing is a vulnerability, but they can't just remove everything. The future construction of the base will still be very difficult. A few days later, a wave of repurchase excitement suddenly emerged for Qing Tian's White Frost. Comments on Zaya Hongshu, Weibo, and Douyin exploded. Many trial samples from various stores also received positive reviews. Of course, Lu Hui also played a part in promoting it. Director Lu, our price is now 599 per bottle. Should we lower it? Lu Hui thought for a moment. President Xia had said that the price wouldn't drop again, and there would definitely be buyers. She believes in her product. Lu Hui sold this product, having used it herself first. The results were indeed good. So she trusts Xiaqing's decision. We won't lower the price, but there is a discount price from Linwan, only for 3,000 orders. Lu Hui recalled Xiaqing's previous instructions. Post this information on the official website, Lu Hui said. Okay. She also believes that once people use this product, they will see that it is worth $599 or even $19.99. Skincare products need to be effective. Right now, they only have the sales department, planning department, and human resources. The factory also needs a research and development department, which can only be expanded later. Lu Hui naturally wants to grow and strengthen this company. We are accepting orders. Now it's 599 per bottle, and the price will not drop at all. The trial version can only be purchased one bottle at a time, and I have already bought one using my family's account. Me too. However, many people are repurchasing it, even at the price of 599 because a small jar costs 999. The results are not even as good as this. Sunny's official website has announced something. They will give Lin Wan 3,000 orders at the price of 199. Now Lin Wan's Douyin has received tens of thousands of comments. Please, Lin Wan, go live. I'm waiting for you. I take back what I said. I apologize for my previous comments. I just hope you can go live. Wan, you're the best. The most beautiful. I want to support your new drama. Please go live. There are also a lot of comments on Su Jia's Douyin. Jia, hurry up and let your wife go live. Many netizens have even created animated stickers based on the drama starring Lin Wan and Su Jia. Lin Wan and Su Jia gained another wave of attention, which also boosted the drama's popularity by another 10,000. The drama's popularity has now exceeded 40,000. Then Lin Wan posted a message on Weibo. This Friday, there will be a live finale with a bullet screen lottery. I will be in the comments, giving away 3,000 free gifts. This move added another wave of excitement. Lin Wan knows how to create buzz. Her popularity, along with a skincare product, has significantly increased. Xiaqing followed Lin Wan and received her Weibo update right away. That wave of 3,000 orders means a lot of money. It could be several 100,000. By the time of the finale, the drama's popularity actually broke 70,000, surpassing the hype of major productions. Zhang Nen felt he had struck gold. He knew this was the boss's product, but he bought 2 boxes and gave them to his girlfriend and relatives. I bought it for 99 yuan, and now I could sell it for 499 and still make a profit of 400. Zhang Nan's girlfriend said excitedly. But I'm not selling it. It's really effective. I use it on my face, hands, and neck. I don't mind at all. Zhang Nan shook his head and smiled helplessly. When he gave his girlfriend a box back then, she was quite picky about it. Now, if you want to buy it, it's only available at the price of 599. But even at 599, it still sells well. Those who can afford it don't mind the price. If they like it, they buy it. If it works for them, they think it's worth the cost. Lin Wan is currently filming a new drama, and she has gained another wave of popularity. The happiest ones are naturally the people at Qing Tian Entertainment. Xiao Li, her manager, is also very happy. Warm. The variety show Longing for Life has invited you to be a guest for just 2 days, said Xiao Li. The payment for 2 days is 600,000. After deducting the company's profit and the agent's share, plus personal income tax. The final payment would be around 300,000. Earning 300,000 in 2 days shows how quickly stars can make money. The more famous you are, the more you earn. This show is hosted by Xie Jiao and Huang Hao, and this is already its second season. The show focuses on self-sufficiency and living in the countryside.
Great.
Lin Wan replied. She had spent a lot of time in the countryside as a child, playing at Xiaoqing's home, so she had some memories of rural life. The first season was quite popular, with many trending stars invited. Several top-tier celebrities had participated. In the second episode of the season, they invited Lin Wan. Originally, they wanted to invite both Lin Wan and Su Jia, but the latter had already joined an escape room show. Moon sent a message saying that the film studio is currently under construction. All approvals are moving very quickly, and the county government is very cooperative. However, it will take until next year to complete the entire project, as it covers several thousand square meters. Qingjie, I've started building the villa design you gave me, Moon said. This villa will be completed in about 2 months. Do you need me to find a designer for the interior? Moon asked. After all, decoration will take about a month. No need. I'll find someone to design it myself.
Got it.
The villa construction is indeed quite fast. After all, it's a project with Huaxi Construction Company, and they have the manpower and funds, so it will be built quickly. She hasn't planned to tell her parents yet. She'll surprise them once it's finished. Collecting vegetables so often can be quite a hassle, so she's considering contracting all the land in the village, including the back area, or signing a long-term vegetable collection contract with the village. That's a good idea, but she'll need to discuss it with a village secretary. Suyu also needs a stable long-term supply of vegetables. The good news is that the mushroom spawn she provided to Suyu has successfully grown. This means hydroponic vegetables can still be cultivated, although the yield is low. At least it's a hopeful sign that they can be self-sufficient in the post-apocalyptic world. Xiaoqing bought a large batch of mushroom bags. The weather is hot over there, which is perfect for growing mushrooms.
Mom.
I smelled something delicious as soon as I walked in. Are we having stew with big bones today? Xiaoqing said excitedly. That's not for you. It's for De Huang. Yang Xia replied with a smile. Is their dog really eating so well now? They're even stewing big bones, while De Huang usually eats leftovers. I didn't make it. It was sent over by Uncle San from the village for De Huang. Today, their child was playing outside when 2 big wolf dogs came out and attacked him. Our De Huang rushed over and took down both of those big wolf dogs. I heard those wolf dogs were trained and belonged to Li Lao Heir's family. I don't know what made them go wild today. They thanked De Huang for saving their grandson and specially brought big bone soup for him. Yang Xia explained. De Huang is so amazing. Xiaoqing patted De Huang's head, and he wagged his tail excitedly. It seems that the enhancement potion really worked. De Huang seems smarter now. At the entrance of Xiaoqing's house, Li Xiaofeng came in with a bag of fruit. Young auntie, your dog is really impressive. My 2 big wolf dogs are descendants of military dogs, and yet De Huang was able to take them down. Li Xiaofeng is Li Lao Heir's child and the owner of the 2 dogs from this morning. Those 2 dogs are still scared. They have injuries on their heads and bodies. Would you sell your dog? I'll offer 1,000 yuan, Li Xiaofeng said. That's a high price for a local dog. Most wouldn't even pay 50 for one. Not for sale, Xiaoqing replied. De Huang seemed to understand and started barking at Li Xiaofeng. De Huang showed his teeth. This dog can understand. De Huang, come to me. I'll give you meat in the future. Li Xiaofeng laughed and pulled out a sausage from his pocket. De Huang didn't even look at it and barked even more fiercely, as if ready to bite him. Li Xiaofeng, having raised dogs for many years, quickly stepped back in fear. My De Huang doesn't want to sell, and we've had him for a long time. Xiaoqing refused.
Li Xiaofeng frowned.
Although he really wanted to buy De Huang, he couldn't force it. Their family's vegetables are still collected by the Xia family, and if he ruined the relationship, his dad would definitely scold him. All right, if your big dog wants to mate, you can come to me, Li Xiaofeng said with a smile before leaving. Not being able to buy the big dog means its future offspring won't be much different. The big dog growled until he left, and now every time it sees Li Xiaofeng, it shows its teeth. Xia Qing patted the big dog's head, and it immediately rolled over to show its belly. It seems the body enhancement potion is quite effective. This needs to be produced in large quantities for experiments. However, this is the first generation of the enhancement potion, which is similar to boosting the immune system. Right now, she still needs to invest in building a film studio. The popularity of the current show has brought in a good amount of profit, but it's still not enough to start a biotech company, which requires billions for research and development each year. Currently, the entertainment company is running smoothly and providing her with some profit. In the evening, Xia Qing continued her training with Suyu. Today, I'll take you out for some real practice? Sure, Xia Qing replied. She also planned to travel to Myanmar or the United States to buy weapons once she felt capable. Before going, she would hire an international security company for protection. Once she is trained, she will go abroad to purchase weapons and auction off gems and diamonds she has. She also needs to apply for an international bank account like one from a Swiss bank. The sources of these funds won't be too obvious, making it hard to trace back home. Suyu took Xia Qing and 2 other team members with him, one of whom was Xian. He was very excited to be going on a mission with Xia Qing again. The weather was quite hot, with temperatures reaching over 30 degrees Celsius at noon. Before they set off, Xia Qing handed each person a bottle of chilled cola. Refreshing. The cool taste was something the men loved on a hot day. Wang Chong and Xian felt that going on a mission with Xia Qing was a thrill. They had just left the base when Zheng Qin spotted them from a nearby tall building. They were staying in the residential building across from the base. Song Yi had already sent the food back with the transport plane, leaving Shen Bei and Zheng Qin behind. Next time Song Yi comes, he will bring our brothers along, Zheng Qin said, hoping for more manpower. Suyu drove out, and Xia Qing is in the passenger seat, Shen Bei said, holding binoculars. Did they leave? This is a great opportunity, Zheng Qin said excitedly. After so many days, it was rare to see Xia Qing leave with them. She mainly moves within the base. When Shen Sini enters the base, she occasionally sees Xia Qing, but she is always with other people. Xia Qing rarely goes to the outside city, and when she does appear, it's usually at the base. The outside city is quite desolate now. This area is fine. It's still within our monitored range, and the zombies have mostly been cleared out, Wang Chong said. Further ahead, entering the city, especially the city center, there are hundreds of thousands of zombies gathered together. Since they got the drone, they often check the zombie situation around and are curious about the city center. The sight of so many zombies wandering the streets in the city center is truly terrifying. With nearly 2 billion people in Manhwa, more than half have turned into zombies, which shows how frightening it is. Moreover, unless their brains are destroyed, these zombies can survive even if they have lost limbs. They can still live with just half a body. Up ahead is the city area. A few zombies might occasionally appear here, Wang Chong said. This place is perfect for practice. Okay, I'll take Xia Qing with me. You all search for supplies nearby, Suyu said in a deep voice. Suyu put away the car, and they all had communication devices to stay in touch at any time. Here's some food for you. Xia Qing handed Wang Chong a plastic bag. It contained 2 family buckets of KFC that she had bought. Thank you, Sister Qing, Xian said, smelling the delicious fried chicken. Although they had earned quite a few points at the base, meat was still quite precious. We'll stay nearby. Call us if there's any danger, Xian said excitedly. Wang Chong pulled him away. With you here, there won't be any danger, so don't worry. Let's go find a place to eat the fried chicken, Wang Chong said, understanding the situation. He really wanted to eat the fried chicken since the smell was too tempting, and it was clear that Yugo wanted to be alone with Sister Qing. They didn't want to be a third wheel. Most of the zombies outside here have been cleared. There are still some left in the residential buildings. Let's go there, Suyu said, pointing to a building ahead. Okay. I'm following you, Xia Qing replied. To be honest, she felt a bit nervous now. Wait, let me get my gear ready. Xiaoqing took out a motorcycle helmet from her space, put it on, grabbed a baseball bat, and had a watermelon knife on her back. Is it hot? Suyu looked at Xiaoqing's outfit and smiled helplessly. Not hot. I bought this helmet for 30,000. It has a built-in circulation system. It keeps her warm in winter and cool in summer. It is just a bit heavy. Do you like motorcycles? I'll buy you a few vehicles later. Xiaoqing felt like she was supporting a man here. Okay. He likes everything you buy. Motorcycles, planes, and extreme paragliding. Don't worry, during the day, the zombies move slowly and can't keep up with us adults, but they are strong. Their hearing and sense of smell are sharp, especially the smell of blood, which drives them wild. Unless you take out their brains, they will keep moving. Strange, they are dead, yet their sense of smell is so keen. Xiaoqing frowned. Maybe they aren't truly dead, just the human consciousness is gone, but the body remains. When we enter the apartment building, try to make as little noise as possible, Suyu advised. Understood. Xiaoqing looked at the dilapidated apartment building, feeling like she was playing a real-life escape room. Today, she wore a black t-shirt, paired with tight black shorts and comfortable sneakers without laces. The hallway was filled with cobwebs and clutter, with thick dust on the floor, indicating no one had been here for a long time. There were also zombie bodies, with severed limbs scattered around. The elevator was long out of service, so they took the stairs. There were 2 units on each floor, and some doors were damaged and wide open. The white walls still showed stains of dried blood. Most doors were closed, and the open ones had likely been searched. This floor was closest to the base, so those searching for supplies would have checked here first, but it became less frequent as they went up. There are zombies on this floor. Be careful, Suyu said. No one knew how many crystal beads Suyu had absorbed, so no one was clear about his true strength. Okay. Xiaoqing looked around but didn't notice anything unusual, yet she trusted Suyu's words. Suyu kicked open a security door, which fell to the ground with a loud thud, kicking up a lot of dust. At that moment, a zombie's roar echoed out. It had a broken leg and was likely disabled before turning into a zombie. Even with one leg missing, it stood upright.
Roar.
As the zombie charged forward, both Suyu and Xiaoqing tensed up. Suyu was worried about Xiaoqing. If she panicked or reacted slowly, he would deal with the zombie immediately. With a swing, Xiaoqing hit the zombie in the face with a baseball bat. Her strength was enough to crush the zombie's head. Brain matter splattered everywhere, with a few drops landing on her motorcycle helmet. She would need to clean it well when she got back. Luckily, she wore a helmet, or else it would have gotten all over her face. Nice. Quick reaction. Suyu felt relieved seeing Xiaoqing act swiftly and decisively. Then, Xiaoqing and Suyu searched through an apartment building. This novel is really good. I'll take it back and turn it into a script for filming, Xiaoqing said, noticing a shelf full of various romance novels in one of the homes. The female owner must have been quite sweet before the apocalypse. This feels amazing. The mix of tension, excitement, and fear made searching through others' homes exhilarating. No need to spend money, just take what you want. I now understand what you meant during our first call about how it feels when gold falls on the ground and no one picks it up. She had found that hard to believe back then. Who wouldn't pick up gold? For us, food is more important. At that time, I had been out of water and food for several days. Suyu had mocked himself back then, thinking that after half a year in the apocalypse, having a space meant nothing if he had nothing left. But this space gave him hope and connected him to Xiaoqing. I wasn't doing any better. I was out of money too, so we saved each other, Xiaoqing said with sparkling eyes and a cheerful smile. Suyu couldn't help but feel her enthusiasm. Suyu, what is this thing? Xiaoqing noticed that everyone seemed to have one. An air purifier. Were the air quality and bad before? Does every household need one? Xiaoqing asked. They had air purifiers too, but she thought they were a waste of money. Still, many bought them for peace of mind, or because the men in their homes smoked, which made them seem useful. This air purifier can filter viruses. During those years, there were always outbreaks of infectious diseases. This invention really solved that problem. At least infectious diseases decreased significantly. Is it really that effective? Xia Qing asked skeptically. Then, how did the zombie virus outbreak happen? If it was so effective, what was the deal with the zombie virus? I remember a researcher saying that the zombie virus is actually a bug in our body's self-mutating system.
Should you explain?
Zombies aren't a virus. They're a product of failed human self-immunity evolution. Survival of the fittest. Humanity has successfully repaired itself or evolved, becoming the evolved ones. Then, evolution leads to mutations, granting unique abilities, turning them into extraordinary beings. So your world is undergoing evolution, and humans have encountered a bug. Xia Qing said. That's one way to put it. You can use this purifier for research, Siyu replied. All right, I'll keep it for now. The key thing we need is technical personnel,
Xia Qing said.
If she wants to establish a tech company, she plans to start with acquisitions and then find ways to expand. Step by step, the future world will be colorful, and she will make it onto the rich list. She knows that the top billionaires in Huagua have assets worth hundreds of billions. Xia Qing, caught up in her excitement, had unknowingly followed Su Yu for 2 streets. Her steel baseball bat was stained with a lot of dirty blood. It's hot. Xia Qing took off her helmet and immediately felt much cooler. Not far away. Where is the sunny base? It's so hot. I really want some water. A woman with cracked lips said. It's in this city. Let's keep searching, the man replied. Not giving up. We're almost there. We just need to hold on. Once we reach the sunny base, we'll have food. The man helped the woman up and continued walking. There are hardly any zombies around here. They must have been cleared out. The base should be nearby. I think I smell something delicious. The woman caught a whiff of fried chicken. Am I hallucinating? How can there be a smell of fried chicken? The woman suddenly felt energized. I think I smell it too. Wang Chong and Xian found a safe corner nearby where zombies had likely been cleared many times. The two were munching on delicious fried chicken and sipping 2 bottles of cola. This is amazing. It feels like a treat. Bro, if we get this chance again, call me. Xian laughed. Suddenly, 2 hungry people appeared from the side. Is that fried chicken? The woman thought her eyes were deceiving her. She really saw a piece of delicious fried chicken.
Who are you?
Wang Chong asked, holding a chicken leg in one hand and a cola in the other, nervously looking at the 2 newcomers. Can I have a sip of water? The woman asked hoarsely, her lips severely cracked. Are you from the sunny base? Wang Chong looked at the 2 people, who appeared hungry but not threatening. They both remained cautious and quickly put away their food. We are from the underground base of Long Country. We heard you have food here and came specifically for it. Didn't you say your base helps survivors? Survivors from Long Country? Wang Chong said in surprise, looking at the 2. They had recently collaborated with the Long Country base, but it was the first time survivors had traveled so far to reach them. Wait a moment. Wang Chong quickly took out his walkie-talkie to call Siyu. The 2 people smelled the delicious fried chicken and felt their stomachs rumble. They really wanted to eat, but they knew they couldn't compete with the 2 in front of them, so they decided not to do anything foolish. You go, we found 2 survivors from the Long Country base. The location is 500 meters west. On the other side, Su Yu and Xia Qing had just dealt with a zombie. I noticed that the size of the crystal in each zombie's head is different. Just like humans evolve, some are stronger and some are weaker. Let's go. Wang Chong is looking for us. We'll continue with practical training next time, Xi said. Xia Qing could handle zombies alone now, but she still felt a bit nauseous. I found that on a piece of candy helps reduce the feeling of nausea, Xia Qing said, with a chocolate candy in her mouth. Do you want a piece too? What flavor do you like? Xia Qing asked with a smile. Mint, please. Xia Qing quietly noted Xi's preference and planned to buy him some mint candies next time. Soon, they arrived at Wang Chong's location. Yuga, these are the 2 people. They say they came from the Long Country base, Wang Chong said, pointing at them. The 2 had cracked lips and sunken eyes. clearly showing signs of long-term malnutrition. Cough, please, can you give us some food? They had just pleaded, but Wang Chong and Xian couldn't bring themselves to give anything. If they had buns or something else, they would have shared. But they had fried chicken, which was extremely precious, and they couldn't bear to part with it. The two begged, not holding much hope, knowing how valuable food was.
All right.
Xiaoqing took out 2 bottles of water and 2 buns from her space. She always bought extra food whenever she found something tasty and stored it away. The two looked at Xiaoqing in shock, not expecting her to be so generous. They quickly thanked her in hoarse voices and drank the water eagerly. Wow, it's buns. The woman was eating while the buns were still hot. They didn't mind blowing on them and enjoyed their meal, each eating 3 large buns. After finishing, they drank a few sips of water. Now that you're full, can you tell us how you got here from the underground base in Long Country? Wang Chong asked. The two were grateful and did not hold back. We drove all the way here. We heard on the radio that the Sunny Day base has clean food and water, one of them explained. There was chaos at our base in Long Country. People stole food and left. I heard that some higher-ups really exchanged food from your base, which is why we came. Because the exchanged food isn't available for us lower-tier people. The man said angrily. Lower tier? Only social elites could enter the underground base in Long Country, Siyu frowned. When the apocalypse broke out, only the most outstanding talents were left in the country, qualifying them to enter survival bases. Those who could enter the base surely had some talents. This was also why Siyu came, their base lacked skilled people. Now, even in the Long Country base, we are considered lower tier. Only those in higher positions, like evolved individuals or special abilities, can enjoy food first, the man sighed. Doctors and biologists also received certain privileges, but they couldn't reach that level. What were your jobs before the apocalypse? Xiaoqing asked curiously. I was a rice technology development engineer, and this is my wife, Sun Shanjin, also an engineer. They once held some status, but in the Long Country base, everyone was an elite. It was like having a top student in an ordinary school, but in a prestigious university, there are many top achievers, making it less noticeable. I was responsible for product development and more, he added. Rice Technology? That company is well known. Xian said. Rice Technology is a joint internet and technology company. They work on smart homes, smartphones, and more. The most famous product is a super purifier. Xian was also a fan of Rice Technology. They also released a new energy vehicle. It has autopilot and safety features. Is this virus purifier from your company? Xiaoqing asked, taking out a purifier from her space. Yes. It's our product, the man recognized it immediately. It was developed by their project team, a super purifier that filters out bacteria and viruses. This purifier had also won several awards. Do you know the core of this thing? Can it be manufactured? Of course. I am a research engineer. Although our group didn't manufacture it, we have communicated about developing the core, the man said seriously. That's great. Xiaoqing smiled. You two can come back with us to the Sunny base. Really? That's wonderful. We finally found a place, the man said excitedly. They had held on because of the name Sunny Base. Can we wait a moment? We still have equipment behind that we need to take with us.
Mubo said.
Many areas along the way have turned to sand, and we can't go through the city. We have to drive on the highway. Luckily, my wife is a Bade map engineer, Mubo added. Bade map? Do you have a way to connect to satellites? Suyu asked. Bade map has Blue Dowdu satellite navigation, connecting to space satellites. Yes. It was developed by us, and we have satellite usage rights. The password device is in my hands. Without this, the road signs would be broken, and they wouldn't be able to find this place. Although it is a civilian satellite, launching into space requires a connector and a password device. The navigation passwords in their country are likely in the hands of scientists at the Longwa base. So using the satellite would be impossible. Mubo intentionally revealed this information to Su Yu and the others. To join them, he needed to show his value from the start. That's fantastic. Wang Chong said. Go get your things and come back with us to the sunny base, Su said. They were indeed useful people. Even if Sun Shanjin joined, he would keep the connection password on a USB drive for himself. Our car is modified, with a solar generator and gasoline hybrid. The tires are flat, but our things are still inside. They were drawn in by the smell of fried chicken. The group followed the man for about 10 minutes before seeing a car. Although both were engineers, Mubo was also very skilled, which is how he modified the car. However, with the flat tires, it couldn't be driven. The two hurried to the car to retrieve their belongings. The USB drive was filled with important high-tech research materials for them. Of course, these were their lifeline for survival at the sunny base. In a tall building, Zheng Chen and Xin Bei had been hiding there, observing them with binoculars. Suyu has been with that woman, so we can't take action. We might have a chance only in the base, Xin Bei analyzed. Suyu is training Xiaqing's skills, Zheng Chen said with a slight frown. Did you just see that? She can take things out of thin air. She's a space ability user just like Suyu. Zheng Chen said. The base has a space ability user who can teleport. But I just saw her pull out a bun from nowhere. Brother Chen, do you think she might have predicted the apocalypse and stockpiled food before it happened? Have you read too many novels? That's just fantasy, Zheng Chen replied. This isn't fantasy. There are ability users. Xine is also an ability user. She can sense minds, Shun Bei frowned. He didn't think this was an unrealistic idea. No matter what the ability is, Xiaqing is definitely the source of food right now. Even though Suyu and I aren't on good terms now, he was once a comrade. He wouldn't refuse to trade food with us, Zheng Chen said. He still believed in Suyu's character. Brother Chen, the Long Country base will definitely send more people. If they use forceful methods, the people at Qingtian base won't be able to withstand it, Shun Bei worried. Qingtian base doesn't have any heavy weapons. Forceful methods? How many people are left in Hua Country? Using forceful methods would be self-destructive, Zheng Chen scoffed. With the population reduced, they wouldn't dare to use forceful methods. They would only strengthen cooperation. They won't only trust us. The president will definitely send his confidants over. Zheng Chen was right. The president had indeed sent General Xia over. Serving those high-ranking individuals isn't as good as serving oneself. Xin Bei used binoculars to see that Su Yu and the others had already left. Brother Chen, they are gone, Xin Bei said. Your sister will bring us good news, Zheng Chen said.
Yes.
She definitely will.
Shen Bei replied.
No one can escape Shin Xianyi's mind sensing. Meanwhile, Xiaqing followed Su Yu and the others back to Qingtian base. Looking at the construction of the outer walls and the gate, there were flashing lights on the sign. Qingtian base. Food at the base is free for 3 days. You need to exchange valuable items for points or use your skills. The two nodded. As long as they could get regular food, that was enough. Wang Chong, please take care of these two.
Su said.
With the Bade map and the Blue Doe satellite system, we can view all of Hua Country in hologram. Okay. Keep this person, Mubo, for me, Xiaqing said. Their air purifiers cannot actively kill viruses. They can only reduce the number of viruses in the air, and their model is actually more advanced. You are lucky. The deputy base leader has taken a liking to you, so you will have plenty of good food. Xian said enviously. He usually has to exchange points to get food. But being with Xiaqing is different. The taste is amazing. Right now there are very few seasonings, just salt and soy sauce. Does the Qingtian base really have food? Of course. But you need to exchange points for it. You too have 3 days of free food, so you can eat at the cafeteria. If you have anything valuable, you can also exchange it. Valuable? Mubo didn't quite understand what valuable things were useful for. Even as a researcher in the Longwa base, he didn't have much value. Only the biological giants had any significance, and the distribution of supplies in the Longwa base was uneven. You'll understand later. Anyway, your talents are highly appreciated by the leadership, so you won't lack food. Xian said, patting Mubo on the shoulder. He participates in the Vanguard team, which involves dangerous work, unlike being noticed by Xiaqing, where you can just work at the base. Wang Chong brought in a vanguard team member who was responsible for settling the survivors. Follow him, Wang Chong told the two of them. Okay. Mu Bo and Sun Shanjin followed the staff member. Now the Qingtian base has a clothing factory, so they made a batch of armbands from waste materials. The vanguard team members and staff have different sleeves to distinguish them. Ice pops are here. Everyone take a break. We have ice pops. A person pushed a small cart, and the red-sleeved vanguard team member had old ice pops inside. Xiaqing had purchased hundreds of boxes of large ice pops. There are ice pops, Sun Shanjin said with shining eyes. On such a hot day, having an ice pop is refreshing. That's great. We actually have ice pops today. The workers have been sweating a lot while working in this heat. Their sleeves are yellow. Yes, the base leader is giving us benefits today. Xiaqing saw them working hard and sweating, worried they might suffer from heat stroke, so she ordered a lot of ice cream. Especially the old ice pops, which were the most plentiful, so she distributed them. Today at noon, the cafeteria has free ice green bean soup. Let's finish our work quickly,
The foreman said.
Everyone was excited and worked even harder. I feel like we came to the right place,
Sun Shanjin said.
Yeah, we almost died here on the way, but it was worth coming here, Mu Bo said with relief. Unfortunately, our parents and children are still missing. Sun Shanjin thought of her young son and felt heartbroken. We will have more children in the future. He will come back, Mu Bo comforted her, though he was also very sad. All right, you will stay in room 306, said a member of the advance team.
Thank you.
Tomorrow morning, go to the hall to register for jobs. You will be assigned work. Okay. This is a booklet with the rules of the base and registration instructions. Thank you. The room was empty, and they had to find everything themselves. Once they left the base, they could look for supplies in an abandoned residential building. Or they could trade with others, exchanging goods. This booklet says no stealing or fighting. There are penalties, but there are also rewards. Further on, there are points that can be exchanged for valuable items. 10 grams of gold equals 1 point. These items can be exchanged for things. They even have sanitary pads. Just 2 points to get them, Sun Shanjin said excitedly. And cigarettes. I've been trying to quit for so long. These cigarettes cost 10 points. What is this crystal? It can be exchanged for 10 points? There were some items they didn't understand. Tomorrow we can ask more questions, and we need to find a mattress for our home, Sun Shanjin said, looking at the empty room. Even though there was nothing, it felt different from the Dragon Country base, where they had bunk beds. But here, she felt a sense of comfort. They could set up a little home here. Xiaqing slept all morning the next day. After spending so much time in the apocalypse, she could only catch up on sleep during the day. She contacted the supplier and ordered 3,000 mushroom bags. Please supply me once a week from now on. Same warehouse as before, Xiaqing messaged. Received. No problem. I will send you an extra 100 mushroom bags each time. The mail boss replied with a smile. As long as there are no issues, this is a long-term stable customer. Sending a little extra is worth it. In Suyu's area, the weather was hot, perfect for growing mushrooms. However, they didn't produce as many mushrooms as in their area. Their land was fertile, leading to bountiful harvests almost every year. This resulted in local farmers being relatively poor, with a serious wealth gap. Apocalypse. You must wear a mask when watering these mushrooms. Otherwise, many spores can enter your lungs with your breath, and that can be harmful, you know. Xiaqing advised. Don't worry, we all wear masks, and we have arranged to water them every day. We just built a special greenhouse for growing these mushrooms, Li Yao said with a smile. The hot weather is perfect for mushroom growth. Outside the mushroom factory, a group of children gathered to watch. When can we see the mushrooms? Sister, what color are mushrooms? Are they green? A 4-year-old girl asked innocently. She had forgotten the old world since the apocalypse started when she was 3.
No.
Mushrooms are gray. And there are colorful ones too, an older child said, recalling faint memories. I heard from the sister inside that in a few days, the mushrooms will grow, and we can eat them. The children excitedly discussed this, and Xiaqing felt a bit sad. She had bought many seeds and saplings before, but couldn't grow any plants. By the way, we can try hydroponics for vegetables. It may be slow, but it could work, Xiaqing said excitedly. However, the number of hydroponic vegetables would be quite limited. But we can't use the water from here for hydroponics, Xiaqing added. Although they received vegetables from Xiaqing every day, their land was barren, leaving them hopeless. Having green plants seemed to bring hope to their lives. Hydroponic vegetables? How do you grow those? Suyu asked. In their world, other technologies were advanced, but agriculture was not as developed as here. Some vegetables and fruits that Xiaqing found common were completely absent. They didn't know how things suddenly became this way. Even leafy greens like cabbage can be grown hydroponically. Hydroponics is a soil-less growing technique that uses water and nutrient solutions to meet daily growth needs. It's just a bit complicated to operate. But with hydroponics, you can have fresh vegetables all year round. I don't know the exact methods, but I can buy you the equipment and tutorials so you can try it out, Xiaqing said. Great. That's wonderful.
Suyu replied.
This way, they could attempt to be self-sufficient, though hydroponic growing has high requirements. I'll go back and buy some for you. You can start experimenting, and don't be afraid of failure, Xiaqing said confidently. Suyu quickly arranged for people to help. Li Yao, continue building a hydroponic planting room at the base. This is a requirement, so finish it as soon as possible. Li Yao took the request, which Xiaqing found online regarding the requirements for hydroponic vegetable farms. For now, they can use a 100 square meter space, and they will need automatic temperature control equipment and a spraying system, which Xiaqing can purchase.
Great.
I'll go find a suitable place right away. Li Yao was also excited. If they succeeded, it would open up more opportunities for them. The next day, Xiaqing contacted people and bought a batch of small equipment for Suyu to use for experiments. If it worked, she would buy more. This nutrient solution will ensure that you can produce a ton of vegetables in 100 square meters. The owner assured, if you don't produce at least a ton, I'll give you a full refund. Xiaqing thought about the humidity issues in the post-apocalyptic environment and decided to buy another batch of nutrient solution. If they could successfully grow hydroponically there, it would be a huge success. In the afternoon, Xiaqing visited the company again. Qingjie, the conference room is over here, Zhang Nan said with a smile. Now, Qingtian Entertainment Company had about 20 to 30 people. In the conference room, there were 5 key members of the company. Here's a script for you all to review. Xiaqing shared the script in the company group. This script will be produced in batches, ideally condensed into 20 episodes or less. While drinking coffee and scrolling through her phone, they gradually finished reviewing the script over about half an hour. Xiaozong, is there going to be a next season for this script? Zhang Nan couldn't help but ask. Every man loves sci-fi, especially superhero sci-fi. However, the quality of sci-fi films in Huagua is often poor, and there are very few good TV shows. Even the latest movies, featuring top stars, can't save the weak storylines. This is a common issue with sci-fi series, weak plots or poor special effects. There will be 4 seasons, but let's film 1 season first to test the waters. This is a big investment. I hope everyone takes it seriously. Lin Wan's modern drama was nearing completion, and this series was their top priority. I will hire the best special effects company in the country. Be careful with casting, as changing actors mid-series can affect their reputation, especially since most viewers prefer the original cast. Do you have any opinions? Xiaqing asked. She wasn't a professional, so she wanted to hear their thoughts. We signed a 3-season contract when we filmed the first season. If we break it, there will be a large penalty, Zhang Nan said. Okay. Director Xia, who should we hire for this sci-fi film? Zhang Nan asked, feeling troubled. There are very few directors in the country willing to make sci-fi films. Famous directors have failed with their sci-fi projects. Actually, I think we should consider some young, new directors. Xiaqing suggested. Xiaqing believes that young directors are bold and full of ideas. It's very hard for directors to make a name for themselves nowadays. Without investment, they can't shoot anything. There are so many people in film schools, but how many can actually become directors? How many can become great directors? Let's recruit from film schools and see their ideas. Xia Qing said. Xia Qing is willing to give newcomers a chance because even talented newcomers may not get the opportunity to shine. Today, being a director requires not only talent but also investment. No problem, Zhang Nan replied. We can film and broadcast at the same time. After all, this is a big sci-fi production. If the show doesn't do well, then the huge investment will be wasted. Behind a show, there is not just the hard work of the actors, but also countless behind-the-scenes staff. I think this idea is great. Filming and broadcasting simultaneously. There shouldn't be any issues with the review process, Xia Qing said confidently. This kind of show might even receive support. After all, the male lead is a patriotic character. Filming and reviewing at the same time, with 2 episodes or 1 episode airing each week. After all, special effects and reviews need time to be completed. Sure, this model is good. If it gains popularity, we can continue filming. If not, we can cut our losses quickly, Xia Qing said. Everyone agreed with this plan. Xia Qing gave a few brief instructions and then left the project in their hands. There's no need to worry about the commercial street. Moon is managing it. The film city is also under construction with support from the local county government, so the building process is not only smooth but also speeding up. Of course, quality must be guaranteed. Yangmei has already opened 3 herbal tea shops in the city. Yangmei, you come and go every day. I want to drink black-bone chicken soup today, the elderly lady said, frowning in her qipao. Mom, the nanny I hired will be here soon. She will live at home, so you can tell her what you want to drink. Yangmei was tidying up things in the house. She has already found a new place and is preparing to move out. After living in this house for so many years, she doesn't have much that truly belongs to her. A few large suitcases were completely packed. It was a bit sad. What do you mean? What do you want to do? Why do we still need to hire a nanny? I told you not to go to work. The old lady's face turned red with anger when she heard Yang Mei had hired a nanny. She was not used to having strangers at her home and wanted to get rid of anything she didn't like. Although the old lady looked down on Yang Mei's rural background, she was careful and patient in her service. It's my choice to work. It's been many years, and the kids have grown up. I deserve my freedom.
Yang Mei sighed firmly.
You ungrateful daughter-in-law. At my age, you want to hire a nanny to take care of me? Are you not satisfied with what we have? My son works hard every day to earn money, so you don't have to face the rain or wind. Isn't that enough? You enjoy comfort, but don't even realize it. The old lady scolded. Enjoy comfort? I don't want to enjoy it anymore. Let someone else have that comfort. After saying this, Yang Mei grabbed a few large suitcases and headed for the door. There were workers from a delivery service waiting outside. The old lady angrily pointed at Yang Mei and shouted a few curses before quickly calling Lin Zhen. If she wants to leave, let her go. She can't take a single penny from this house. I bought everything, Lin Zhen said angrily. To their surprise, Yang Mei really dared to leave. They had already signed the divorce agreement, and it took effect after the cooling-off period.
You divorced Yang Mei?
At your age? Aren't you embarrassed? The old lady exclaimed angrily. After hanging up, she saw that Yang Mei had already taken several large suitcases.
Wait.
Those things were bought by my son. You can't take them. The old lady blocked Yang Mei's path. Your son bought them, but I contributed to this family too. I gave birth to 2 children and raised them. When Dad was sick and in the hospital, I was the one taking care of him. Did your son ever help even for a day? By the way, I've always wanted to say that living with you has been very suffocating. Finally, I won't have to live in your shadow anymore. After packing her things, Yang Mei decisively walked forward. The old lady wanted to chase after her, but she couldn't keep up with Yang Mei's speed. She could only watch as Yang Mei got into the car. The old lady was furious, not expecting that Yang Mei, who usually kept her head down, would suddenly make such a bold move. Lindsay, your mom divorced your dad. She doesn't care about me anymore. She just left. The old lady sighed. What? My mom got divorced.
Lindsay frowned.
Sis, I can't reach mom on the phone. Can you try calling her? She divorced dad and moved out. Where will she live? Lindsay said worriedly. Okay, I'll call her right now. Lin Wan said nervously. Lindsay was also rushing home with his girlfriend, as the housekeeper had left after an argument with the old lady. The house hadn't changed much. When he went to check the bedroom closet, he saw that his mother's clothes were all gone, and he realized she had really moved out. Dad, why did you divorce Mom?
Lindsay frowned.
I was just having drinks with a female colleague when your mom caught me. She wanted a divorce, so fine, let her go. She's 50 years old. Does she expect me to beg her? After all these years, have I ever failed to provide for you? Lin Jin didn't think he was wrong. I provided for you, bought you a house, paid for your college, and even got you a car. You better talk to your mom and tell her to come back. If she really wants a divorce, she better not regret it. Finally, half an hour later, Lindsay got through on the phone. Mom, stop causing trouble and come back. Dad just made a mistake, and I apologize for him. Grandma is home alone. Lindsay frowned, feeling that his mother was making a fuss. What trouble am I causing? I've already divorced your dad and moved out. I'm not coming back. Yang Mei felt a bit wrong that her son didn't understand her. Mom, Lindsay was about to say more when Yang Mei hung up the phone. Lin Wan also called and asked, Mom, you finally got divorced. Where did you move to? Lin Jun and Grandma favored Lindsay over Lin Wan. Mom, I sent you 100,000 yuan. Ran a nice place. I'll come visit after I finish filming. Lin Wan said. Okay, I saved a room for you. The profits from the shop are good, and my salary plus the profits is several thousand a month. Yang Mei said, which gave her confidence in her decision to divorce. Once the two stores stabilized, her salary would increase even more. Yang Mei settled into her rented room. Although it wasn't big, she felt at ease. She could decorate it however she wanted. She could have flowers and plants. I didn't expect that living freely would make me feel so good.
Yang Mei exclaimed.
This was also thanks to Xia Qing, who supported her career and gave her the confidence to take this step. She would work even harder. Xia Qing quickly learned about the news and wasn't surprised because she had already noticed Lin Jun's relationship with that woman during dinner with her aunt. In fact, she was the one who opened the door to that private room. Aunt, from now on, you can make your own choices, Xia Qing said with a smile. Yang Xia felt a bit sentimental about Yang Mei's divorce, as everyone used to envy her. Lin Jun truly loved Yang Mei at first, but later, after becoming successful, he really abandoned her. Qing, what do you think I should do? Your aunt is so busy now that she doesn't have time to chat with me, Yang Xia said, frowning. Before, when Yang Mei didn't work, they often talked. Now, Yang Mei had started working and even began to learn English again. Mom, I support whatever you choose to do. Xia Qing replied cheerfully. Honey, didn't you want to open a clothing store when you were younger? You made all of Qing's clothes when she was little, Xia Jixiang said. Yang Xia had dreamed of opening her own clothing store when she was young, but life forced her to focus on work, raising children, and taking care of her in-laws. Xia Qing remembered that she actually had a batch of clothes in storage. She had collected quite a few from Suyu, and there were already clothing factories established in the post-apocalyptic world. Selling clothes could work, whether it's children's clothing, women's wear, or men's wear. If you're interested, I can run a shop for you in Han City. You can give it a try. Can I really? Yang Xia felt a bit excited but also nervous. Of course. I can find a factory to supply the goods. You just need to sell. Xia Qing smiled. Go for it. You wanted to open a clothing store when you were younger. Xia Jixiang encouraged. The clothing store on the commercial street sold post-apocalyptic goods, but she wanted to help Yang Xia open a boutique in the city center. Making money wasn't the most important thing. What mattered was fulfilling her mother's youthful dream. Now that your daughter can support you, just go for it. I support you, Xia Jixiang said to his wife. Okay, then I'll start with a women's clothing store and see how it goes. Yang Xia was convinced, and Xia Qing took her to Han City in the afternoon to choose a location. To make it easier, she directly informed Moon to acquire a clothing factory to provide materials, as there were many clothing designs from the post-apocalyptic world that she could use. Okay, boss. I will choose a clothing factory to acquire.
Moon said.
Xia, should this clothing factory also be under a company's name? Moon asked.
Yes.
Yes, this makes management easier, replied Xia Qing. Then the company needs to hire more people, Moon said. Recently, the company's business scope has been expanding. Sooner or later, their Sunny company will become Sunny Group. They will have a beauty factory, a chain of herbal tea shops, a commercial street, a film studio that is about to be completed, and a clothing factory they are about to acquire. As the company grows, Moon's role will also become more significant, and she is naturally happy about the company's development. We're opening a store so soon. I'm a bit nervous, Yang Xia said. Don't worry, Mom. You can visit the major shopping malls these days to get familiar with them. I've already arranged for someone to handle the store rental later, Xia Qing said. After that, she transferred 100,000 yuan to Yang Xia.
Go shopping.
You can't come home until you spend it all, Xia Qing said playfully. What woman doesn't love shopping? Yang Xia was thrilled to receive the transfer and immediately headed to the mall. She wanted to browse clothing stores and find a good location. After her sister's divorce, she found something to do, while her husband, Xia Jixiang, was busy every day with farming. At home, she also had to deal with Grandma Xia's meddling. Today, she planned to buy a lot of things to take back. Yang Xia said happily. Her daughter had given her the task to spend it all. Xia Qing drove to the warehouse. A large batch of goods she ordered yesterday was arriving today. She designed a 2-story warehouse behind the villa, which would be more convenient once completed. After contacting Suyu, she stored the items from the warehouse into her space. Recently, the space had expanded significantly, allowing her to clear out the warehouse in one go. Suyu, who is currently in charge of the clothing factory, Xia Qing asked. Yang Jie, Suyu replied. Xia Qing summoned Yang Jie, who was quite nervous. The clothing factory had not been very productive since it was built. The inventory Xia Qing previously collected was sold on the commercial street, but more than half of it remained unsold. Deputy Base Leader Yang Jie said nervously. Are there any clothing designers in the factory? Xia Qing asked. Not at the moment, Yang Jie replied with a wry smile. They only had about 10 workers in the factory. Some were former factory workers, and with the machines, they just needed to put in materials and equipment to start production. Xia Qing planned to have finished products customized for the clothing factory. How about this? Organize the clothing design styles and make a small booklet for me.
Sure.
We have all kinds of styles now, Yang Jie said, noting that there were no copyright issues and he could access global clothing designs. Preferably the Ancient Style series.
Sure. Yang Jie replied.
Now that the base had restored its internet signal, they could use machines to search for these designs. I'll organize everything as soon as I get back, Yang Jie said, eager to complete the tasks assigned by the base leader. The clothing factory was finally going to be valued by the leadership.
Great.
She planned to focus on high-quality products at the clothing factory in this post-apocalyptic world. Are we still going out to train today? Xia Qing asked. She also wanted to gather supplies from the mall in their city, which were all free. Why not take advantage of that? Suyu took Xia Qing to the monitoring room, where Sun Shanjin, whom she had met the day before, was also present. She was assigned to work under Zhang Liang, responsible for monitoring and connecting network information. With her blue communication system, the base now had internet access, and they found the equipment from the city, which were military line maintenance tools buried underground. If someone had found those before the apocalypse, they would have faced serious consequences. This is a phone. You can try connecting to the internet, Su said. Since there were no SIM cards or signal towers, they could only use wireless internet, so it was limited to the base. Xia Qing took a brand new phone. The phones from her original timeline couldn't connect here. She could only use this timeline's phone to access its network. The phone had only one chat app called Light Chat, When she opened the browser, it only displayed the official website of the Sunny base. All of this is maintained by the network team, including uploading information. It's much easier than making paper booklets, Sun Shangjin explained. There were also network signal devices in the underground base of Longwa, and they could even connect to foreign countries via satellite, but that was beyond her authority. The homepage featured photos of Xiaqing and Suyu, along with the base leader and deputy leader of Sunny Base. Their pictures were displayed prominently. This webpage is still under construction and needs further improvement, Sun Shangjin said. Looks good. Xiaqing thought it was quite interesting. Deputy Leader, do you have anything you want to post on the homepage? I can help you publish it. I hope for world peace. Xiaqing's wish received dozens of comments immediately, but most were negative. However, a few years later, this message went viral. Xiaqing never stays in this space for long. Sometimes it is very unstable. I thought absorbing the crystal beads would extend my time here, but I keep getting bounced back, Xiaqing complained. You're not from this time and space, so it's normal to feel out of place, Suyu said, frowning with concern. This feeling always worried Suyu because Xiaqing could disappear at any moment. He tried to give her more crystal beads, hoping she could absorb them and stay longer in this world. He wanted to see her every day, not like this, always feeling an unsettling sense of uncertainty. In my world, no one has special abilities. I was really nervous when I awoke in my space, afraid of being taken away for research, Xiaqing said. In her world, no one had special powers. They were very rare. She had only read about them in novels and seen them in foreign movies, where kids with special abilities were taken for various experiments. She kept her secret well and never told her parents, and she rarely used her space. I was scared that our world was heading for an apocalypse, and this was my special ability. But after a few years, nothing happened, and I gradually relaxed. I don't even know how I connected to your space. No, it's our space, Xiaqing smiled. Recently, as Xiaqing absorbed crystal beads, she sensed some changes, not just that her space was getting bigger, but also that it was unstable. Have you felt any changes in the space? Xiaqing asked. Suyu shook his head. He had tried absorbing crystal beads, but nothing changed in his space, and he couldn't enter Xiaqing's time. No one knew why Xiaqing awakened her space, or why it was bound to her a year after Suyu's apocalypse. She felt there was a reason, but they could only move forward. Let's not dwell on it. The future will reveal the answers. Meanwhile, Zheng Chen's brothers had arrived from the Long Country base and set up in a residential building. Cindy sent word that she has successfully started working at the clothing factory. Whenever Xiaqing shows up, there are always people around her, so it's hard for her to get close, Shinbei said. If Cindy couldn't get close, she couldn't use her abilities on Xiaqing. The clothing factory is currently making a batch of traditional-style women's clothing, Shinbei frowned. Not only that, but they also have a ceramics factory and a beauty products factory. What are they making all this for? Ceramics? What is the use of these? Why not just search the city directly for what we want? Song frowned, finding it hard to understand. Anyway, this base is full of secrets, which is why Suyu was able to establish it. Let's exchange for a batch of food, and then all our brothers will be here. Understood. Keep having Xian investigate. She is our eyes in the Sunny Day base. Xiaqing visited the ceramic factory, beauty product factory, and herbal tea factory to collect some stock. Base leader, the first batch of the physical enhancement serum has been injected into a small number of volunteers. There is no danger to life, but the enhancement effects vary based on individual physiques, Professor Zhang Yan said. Give the first batch to the advanced team, Suyu replied. The advanced team is strong, and with the enhancement serum, their abilities will improve, strengthening the base. A clothing factory in the base has only a few workers, but the machines here are very convenient and advanced. This is what you selected. We just need to input the model into the computer, and we can produce in bulk, Yang Jie explained. The remaining decorative details need to be done by hand. Recently, the clothing factory has added some workers, mainly those who are nimble. The clothing factory that Xiaqing opened for Yang Xia in the Wanda Mall in Han City has been renovated and upgraded, and they have started selling clothes. Since just opening, they are offering the best prices. Increase the quantity of these styles by a few dozen, Xia Qing said. These styles are selling the best. Base leader, we are running low on these materials, Yang Jie said. Without materials, they cannot make the clothes. Go to the warehouse and collect some, Xia Qing instructed. In the past half-month, she and Suyu have gathered a lot of supplies, including from the surrounding factories. Okay. Yang Jie quickly nodded. Without Xia Qing's approval, they couldn't take anything from the warehouse. A girl with long hair and a ponytail was quietly observing Xia Qing as she sewed by hand in the clothing factory. Xia Qing wore a loose t-shirt, denim shorts, and a pair of casual shoes, with her hair in a relaxed bun. She had earrings and necklace, and her skin was smooth and fair, without a single blemish. Although Shun Xin was allocated food in the underground base of Long Country, she did not have access to other supplies. Her face was pale, her lips cracked, and her eyes glowed blue, sensing the thoughts of those around her. Strange. Shin Sinny's lips were even whiter. What was going on? Xia Qing was only a few dozen meters away. How could she not sense anything? Shin Sinny frowned, realizing it was hard to see Xia Qing, especially at such a close distance. She had to seize the opportunity. Shin Sinny walked towards Xia Qing, holding a thick stack of clothes.
Crash.
How are you working? Can't you carry such a small amount? You're blocking the way, Yang Jie said angrily.
I'm sorry.
Shin Sinny quickly apologized. Never mind, it's not a big deal, Xia Qing said, and Yang Jie stopped talking, only giving Shin Sinny a glare filled with malice. As Xia Qing passed by Shin Sinny, the latter's face grew even paler. She felt nothing.
How could this be?
Her ability had never failed before. How could it fail against Xia Qing? At such a close distance, how could it not work? Lost in self-doubt, Shin Sinny didn't notice that Xia Qing had hurried away. Shin Sinny, do you know you just bumped into the deputy base leader? Yang Jie turned back, looking at her with a hint of menace. I just spoke well of you. Otherwise, if you offend the deputy base leader, you won't be able to work here. The clothing factory job is easy. New arrivals usually have to work on building the walls, Yang Jie said, grinning at Shin Sinny. Shin Sinny could sense Yang Jie's thoughts, feeling nauseous, but forced a calm expression and said, Thank you, Yang. From now on, listen to me, and I promise you'll have an easier time than they do, Yang Jie said, looking at her like a predator. The other girls in the clothing factory quickly lowered their heads. Yang Xia's clothing store officially opened, named QI, which stands for the initials of Xia Qing and Yang Xia. With the grand opening, there was a promotion. Buy 300 and get 100 off, attracting many shoppers. Moon also hired 3 new staff members, who started work after 2 days of training. During lunch, when Yang Xia was not busy, Xia Qing took her and Xia Jixiang to eat on the 5th floor of the mall. Xia Jixiang was also wearing a new brand-name tracksuit. I can't even walk in my pair of $1,000 Nike shoes, Xia Jixiang joked, feeling like he was in his teens with this outfit. However, the calluses on his hands from years of hard work remained. Yang Xia smiled but didn't say anything. In the past, they wouldn't have spent a month's living expenses on a single pair of shoes. We can afford thousands of shoes. When the new year comes, let's go on vacation in Hainan. Every year, Yang Xia cooks and hosts relatives for the new year, which is quite tiring. This year, it would be better for the 3 of us to travel instead.
Great.
Staying home means cooking, but going on vacation sounds much better. I saw on Douyin that the winter temperature in Hainan isn't cold. People are still wearing short sleeves, Xia Jixiang said with a smile. Now they all use smart devices, and they have various farming machines for their land. Xia Jixiang has taken over the village's fields, so he only helps Xia Qing with harvesting vegetables and spends his free time watching shows on Douyin. They have learned a lot from this. After Hainan, Mom and Dad will take you both abroad for a trip, Xia Qing said with a smile. In the past half-month, she has been trained well by Suyu and can handle a few zombies on her own. She plans to go to Myanmar soon, as it's close to China, to buy a batch of military supplies.
Great.
I've never been abroad in my life, so this will be a chance, Xia Jixiang said happily. The three of them enjoyed a warm meal together. Qingqing, the clothes you brought are really beautiful. Many sold out this morning, Yang Xia said with a smile. Their clothes are not expensive, but they have nice styles. It won't be long before similar ones appear on Taobao and Pinduoduo. Such things are hard to avoid, even big brands have many knockoffs. However, Xia Qing's clothes are already quite profitable, and she has so many styles that she isn't worried about competition. Now the store has staff. Mom, why not sign up for a design class or something? Xia Qing suggested with a smile. A class? Is there one for someone my age? Of course. My aunt is still taking an online English class. There are so many things to learn. She used to live in Shanghai and knows what wealthy ladies study every day. Then I want to learn design and how to cut clothes, Yang Xia said. Xia Qing loved to draw as a child, partly because Yang Xia had a talent for it too. Back then, they were poor and used sticks to draw on the ground. Xia Qing feels she inherited her mother's talent. No problem, Mom. I'll get you a special class. We can learn together in our free time. What Xia Qing didn't expect was that after Yang Xia finished the class, she fell in love with it. Even 10 years later, at 60, she became well-known. But that's a story for another time. After dinner, Xia Qing bought movie tickets for her parents and 2 cups of milk tea. I can't believe we're going out to watch a movie at our age. We need to take a photo. I want to post it on my social media. Once Xia Jixiang got WeChat, he started posting on Moments. He shares several posts every day. Now he loves to show off. He wants those who mocked him for decades to see how well his daughter is doing. He wants to prove to those who said he wouldn't have a good end that they were wrong. Yang Mei looked around at the young couples. They were over 50 and were on their first date here. Since Xia Qing returned from the big city, their lives have been getting better. All right, we're done taking pictures. Honey, your outfit looks amazing. Not only that, but they also had a big bucket of popcorn and ice cream. Young people nearby secretly took pictures of them. Wow, I envy their love in old age. I just saw her daughter buying them popcorn, milk tea, and ice cream. Someone secretly posted this moment on Douyin, and it surprisingly became popular. The aunt's outfit looks so nice. I want to buy one for my mom. Please share the link. It seems to be traditional style, but I don't know which dynasty it's inspired by, yet it looks great. It has a great vibe. It really shows off her elegance. After watching this video, I believe in love again. However, this video made the newly opened clothing store popular, especially the outfit Yang Xia wore, which sold out completely. The factory in the wasteland hadn't shipped any goods yet. The old lady didn't have a smartphone, but Tian Kaiwa and Xiaolei did. Look at your second brother taking Yang Xia to the movies. A ticket costs 100 now, Tian Kaiwa said jealously. They can still go on dates, but what about me? After taking care of the old, I have to take care of the young too. Tian Kaiwa kept complaining, and Xia Jiqing's head started to hurt from it. Xia Laotai listened to Tian Kaiwa and frowned. Wasn't she the one taking care of everyone? At her age, she still had to cook for them? Well, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being useless. Having a child hasn't helped at all. Look at Xia Qing. Tian Kaiwa didn't like that comment. Xiaolei is doing well. He's working in the city and earns 7,000 to 8,000 a month. And what about his earnings? Has he ever given a penny to the family? Xia Jiqing frowned. Now Xia Qing has found a capable son-in-law. How can our Xiao Peng inherit? Xia Jiqing frowned again. He had 2 sons. Now they only had 1 piece of land and 1 house. What would they do if both sons wanted to buy homes? Now Xiaolei says he wants to get engaged, and the bride price is 200,000. Plus, he needs to buy a house in the city. Buying a small house costs $1 million. Where are we going to get that much money? Tian Kaihua cried. Now that the Jixiang family is so wealthy, and Xiaolei is his nephew, borrowing a few $100,000 for the wedding shouldn't be a problem, Tian Kaihua said. Actually, Xia Jiqing had the same thought, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Jiqing, you're his older brother. You saved his life when you were kids. You pulled him out of the river, so he will definitely listen to you. Tian Kaihua said.
Don't worry about this.
Let's talk about it when Xiao Lei gets engaged. When Tian Kaihua heard Xia Jiqing say this, she knew he would definitely talk to Xia Jixiang later, which made her feel much better. However, she glanced at her phone and saw Xia Jixiang's social media posts, with many friends and family liking and complimenting him, which made her envious. In the village, most people feel happy when others are not doing well, but when someone close to them does well, especially a sister-in-law, it makes them uncomfortable. I wonder if Xia Qing's husband is real. I hope she can bring him back for the new year. Tian Kaihua thought, counting the days until the new year, which was only 3 or 4 months away. Qing Jie, the director, has been chosen. The male lead for the sci-fi drama is Xiao Xian. What do you think? Zhang Nan sent a message. Although Xia Qing had stepped back from her authority, it was still wise to consult the boss. Sounds good. Let's start filming as soon as possible. Xia Qing replied. Zhang Nan sighed in relief, while Xiao Xian was so nervous that he hardly slept all night. When Xiaoli informed him, she said, Your role is confirmed. You're the male lead. Make sure to perform well.
Got it.
Xiao Xian nodded, genuinely excited about the script. Who hasn't had a hero dream in their youth? After hesitating for a moment, he sent his character photo to Xia Qing. Qing Jie, I will do my best. Xia Qing looked at the photo and thought it was good, sending a little encouraging emoji back. When Xiao Xian saw Xia Qing's reply, his anxiety disappeared. Since Lin Wan's qualities didn't quite fit the female lead, Tian Cici was cast instead, and Lin Wan would play an important role as Catwoman. The preparation for this drama had taken quite a bit of overtime. Xiao Xian, as a newcomer, was quite impressive, at least fitting her aesthetic. Xia Qing noticed that the subsequent casting choices were also very attractive. In a drama, looks are essential. The special effects must be stunning, otherwise, people might as well read a novel. Tian Cici knew about the relationship between Lin Wan and Xia Qing. This time, she was the lead in a new drama and was worried it might upset Lin Wan. Wan, I'm the lead this time. Please don't mind. Tian Cici said nervously. After all, Lin Wan was the boss's cousin. What do I have to mind? Besides, this role really needs someone who fits it, right? The Catwoman character is definitely more suited for me. Lin Wan replied. Moreover, she had chosen the Catwoman role herself. Sometimes, being the lead isn't the best. The fit for the character is also very important. This gave her the confidence to choose a role that suited her in the script.
All right.
Let's do our best in this drama. This sci-fi show is not easy to perform. It requires strong belief. Lin Wan said. Yes. Lin Wan actually didn't mind. Since they were in the same company, a high viewership would benefit them both, and her cousin could earn money too. Sci-fi shows are actually easy to film. The main focus is on the special effects in post-production. Lin Wan had her special effects makeup done and was about to start filming when she received a call from her father. Wan, have you talked to your mom? Tell her to stop causing trouble. Grandma is home alone and needs someone to take care of her, Lin Jin said, feeling overwhelmed. He was busy at work and Grandma called him dozens of times a day. In just half a month, they had already changed caregivers 7 or 8 times. How is there no one to take care of her? Isn't there a caregiver? Lin Wan asked. Your grandma only recognizes your mom. How about this? I'll pay her 10,000 a month to take care of Grandma. Lin Zhen frowned. He thought that after divorcing Yang Mei, she would beg him to come back within a week, but to his surprise, she hadn't even called, and he had been blocked. With no other options, he had to turn to his son and daughter. Dad, have you seen the news? I've become somewhat famous recently. Last month, I even got my mom a beauty card worth 100,000. 10,000 to get her mom to return as a caregiver? That's quite a wish. Wan, that's still your grandma. How can you be so heartless? Lin Jin said. But the caregiver can take care of her too. Why does it have to be my mom? Besides, my mom is divorced from you. Dad, I'm about to start filming, so I have to go. If you really want to apologize, go talk to my mom yourself. Lin Wan hung up the phone after saying that. Lin Jun was now at home, feeling overwhelmed and in a mess. Mom, just keep acting this way. Yang Mei and I are already divorced. To be honest, I have someone else now and she is 3 months pregnant. Lin Jun said. If you keep causing trouble like this, Yang Mei won't come back to take care of you. When she returns, she'll only want to claim my inheritance. This house is worth 20 million. Are we going to give her half? Upon hearing this, the old lady quieted down significantly. She would rather live uncomfortably than let a countrywoman take her son's hard-earned money. Meanwhile, in the post-apocalyptic world, people were searching for valuable items to trade for food. She already had many rare items in her possession. She planned to auction some of them off, so she could buy weapons in Myanmar. The weather was gradually getting colder where Xiaqing was, but it was nearly 40 degrees where Suyu was. Every time she visited Suyu, she had to change into appropriate clothes first. The Vanguard team has taken the first batch of enhancement serum and their physical abilities have improved. I suggest we promote it at the base, Wang Chong said. Professor Zhang Yenshin is also researching the second-generation enhancement serum, but it may take longer to purify and will require a lot of similar ingredients, he added. Make a list of the medical ingredients he needs, Xia Qing said. She had contacts in a pharmaceutical company and could buy a large quantity when the time came. Please save 2 doses of the enhancement serum for me, Xia Qing requested. She planned to take one for herself and give the other to her parents. It would be good for their health at their age. Okay, I'll get it right away. Wang Chong replied and hurried off to get the serum from Zhang Yenshin. This serum could enhance physical abilities, and if she could sell it, she would definitely make a fortune. But now is not the right time. She needed money to acquire a biotech company for cover first. One step at a time. For now, she would take the enhancement serum home to help her parents. Wang Chong returned with a whole box of 6 bottles and left. Upon hearing that the deputy base leader wanted it, Zhang Yenshin quickly provided a full box. Have you tried the serum? Xia Qing asked. I have. It tastes a bit sour, but other than that, it's fine. Other than that, does it have effects besides enhancing physical abilities? Currently, they couldn't mass-produce the first-generation enhancement serum yet. Xia Qing's ingredients hadn't arrived, so they had to wait. The existing serum was only available in the store for exchange, costing 2 points for a dose that enhanced physical abilities. Have you seen this serum? Has anyone bought it? What are the effects? Many people were commenting on the base's website. It should be effective. Otherwise, they wouldn't offer it for exchange. 2 points isn't too expensive, but I'm hesitant to exchange it. Some people are still waiting to see. Those who joined the Vanguard have already tried it. It really is a strength-enhancing potion. Everyone in the base is registered under their real names, and the Vanguard members have yellow badges. Sun Shanjin set up the base leader's badge, which is the Trident Prince, while Xia Qing has the golden badge of the Trident Princess. When they release the news, they will receive a surprise. Soon, the potions were all exchanged.
Really?
Is that all? Xia Qing returned home and opened a full bottle of potion, drinking one. A bottle is only a few milliliters, and the taste is a bit sour, almost unbearably sour. How can she give this to her parents? After drinking one, she felt nothing. Professor Zhang said this enhancement liquid would slowly improve physical fitness. It seems it will take time to see results, which depends on individual health. Yang Xia is very busy every day, so Xia Qing enrolled her in a special education class, which is a video course that she must attend every morning. In the afternoon, Xia Jixiang takes Yang Xia to the store in Han City. Xia Qing could only pour 1 bottle into the pot where Xia Jixiang was cooking lunch. Xia Jixiang was making a big pot of stew. Old Xia, did you put too much vinegar in your stew? It tastes a bit sour, Yang Xia said, frowning. Sour? No way. I didn't add vinegar, Xia Jixiang replied, puzzled, as he didn't remember adding any. Qing, does it taste sour to you? Not sour. Maybe someone accidentally added vinegar. It's fine. It tastes good. Xia Qing is trying hard to help her parents improve their health. But the taste of that milliliter potion is really sour, even more sour than vinegar. Back then, De Huang licked it clean in just a few sips and even wanted more. By the way, Mom and Dad, I might have to go on a business trip for a few days. Dad, please work a bit harder these days and bring in some more vegetables. This time, she has to go to Myanmar for a few days. She is planning to hire a few international bodyguards. Myanmar is known for its scams, so going there requires courage. She needs to be well prepared. First, she will look for a reliable international security company in Magic City. She searched for well-known security companies, the top 10 international bodyguard companies. The first is Ace Shield Security Company, a globally recognized firm with a rich military background. The second is Spark Special Guard, a leading global bodyguard company. The third is Polaris, also an Asian bodyguard company. The rest are domestic and international companies, etc. The price is definitely high, so she plans to go and ask about it. It is said that gem prices are even higher at auctions in Myanmar, and she has quite a few gems at her possession. She won't auction national treasures abroad. When she has a certain status, she even wants to donate them to her country. The online drama Lin Wan filmed is already completed and is currently in post-production. The sci-fi film is also being shot, and the review process is going smoothly, with strong support from the National Film Bureau. This story has already passed multiple reviews in another timeline, so there shouldn't be any issues. Although these are two different timelines, the historical traces of Manhwa and Hwagwa are mostly similar. Moon, are you free? Let's sit together this afternoon. Yes. The boss invited, and MONN is also expected to come, even if it's during a break. Xia Qing sent Moon the address of a coffee shop. She is very punctual and arrived right at 2 p.m., only to find that Moon was already waiting for her and had even ordered her coffee and dessert. Moon, I'm thinking of acquiring a tech company. Do you have any ideas? Xia Qing asked. I have a senior who developed a tech product, but he is very shy and doesn't like to meet people. Moon had prepared for this meeting. Previously, company acquisitions were just a phone call away, but this time it felt more important since they were meeting in person. A tech company is a big deal. Each one has its core technology. For example, BYD focuses on new energy, DJI on drones, BOE on display technology, and Kata Feishuan on smart voice. In Hwagwa, the unicorn tech company ByteDance is valued at 2 trillion, and even the one ranked 100th is valued at 20 billion. Acquiring one is very difficult, Qingjia. I suggest you start your own with low-cost registration. If you have the technology, it would be more suitable. Moon advised. However, starting a company requires hiring new staff. We can have complete control. If you're worried, you can hire a manager from these companies with a high salary. As for technical staff, they can be hired too. As long as the salary and benefits are good, you won't have trouble finding high-end talent. The current environment makes it easier to find people. Xia Qing nodded. Okay, then I'll leave the company formation to you. Let's call it Qing Tian Technology. I remember I registered all the names related to Qing Tian back then.
Xia Qing said.
She plans to create a Qing Tian group, allowing people to bask in the sunshine. To register a tech company, you need at least 10 million in funding, Moon said. Right now, the company has 6,300,000, Moon added. The film studio is still under construction and hasn't made any profits. Send me the company account, and I'll transfer 10 million to the company.
Xia Qing said.
She needed to save the rest of the money to hire a security company and to buy weapons in Myanmar for Suyu. The threats from Suyu's side include not only zombies but also the base in Long Country, which has enough food and weapons for protection. Additionally, she plans to sell a batch of gemstones in Myanmar, where gambling on stones is popular, attracting jewelers from all over the world. Okay, I'll set up the company as soon as possible. After discussing the company matters, the two chatted for a while longer. This little cake is quite nice. Pack up 50 pieces for me, Xia Qing said. Moon was stunned beside her. I'm sorry, but we only have 20 pieces left, as they are made fresh daily, the staff apologized. It was their first time encountering someone wanting to buy 50 pieces at once. They usually only make about 30 pieces a day, and sometimes they don't sell out in the evening. Then just pack them all up, Xia Qing said calmly. Since she often buys things for Suyu, getting dozens of pieces is nothing unusual for her. Before leaving, Xiaqing also asked Moon to pack 2 pieces for herself, as she intended to give the rest to Sultan and Tianrui. After packing so many, the staff directly delivered them to the trunk of Xiaqing's car. Thank you for your help. Not a problem at all. We really appreciate you enjoying our desserts. The staff replied happily. When the staff returned, another girl came to take over. You're so lucky. Your commission today must be over 1,000. The girl said enviously. About that, she hoped to meet that generous customer again. It was such a pleasant experience. Once in the car, Xiaqing stored everything from the trunk into her space. Now that they had arrived at the mall, Xiaqing went shopping. Remembering that Suyu liked mint candies, she specifically visited a candy store on Taiping Street. She had developed a habit of keeping a piece of candy in her mouth while fighting zombies to help with the nausea and bloodiness. This time, she planned to stock up on some for her trip to Myanmar. The store was filled with soft pink tones, bursting with a youthful vibe. It was quite a large store, with dozens of flavors of the famous white rabbit milk candy. There were so many varieties. Xiaqing bought dozens of boxes of chocolates and various candies, purchasing over 100 boxes in total, which made the shop owner very happy. I'm buying these in bulk to share with my classmates. Xiaqing smiled and made an excuse. Then let me give you a few boxes of our new chocolates. These are really delicious and imported from Ross country. We sell them for $299. The owner said with a big smile. He even signed Xiaqing up for a membership and added her on WeChat. So many boxes of candy filled the entire trunk and seats of the car. In the evening, when Xiaqing returned home, Xia Jixiang told her that the vegetables they collected today had already been delivered to the warehouse. She planned to collect more tomorrow and then head to Magic City the day after. The top security company is located there, and she needs to choose a few reliable bodyguards. I don't know what happened today. I feel really energetic. I worked at your mom's shop all day and collected vegetables, but I'm not tired at all, Xia Jixiang said. He has always been strong from doing farm work since he was young, but usually after a long day, he feels mentally exhausted. Today, however, he felt very energetic. Maybe it's because you're happy these days. When you're happy, your body feels good, Xiaqing suggested. She couldn't tell them it was the effect of a performance-enhancing agent, could she? Dad, why don't you learn with Mom? Sure, that's what I was planning. We're a team, Xia Jixiang said with a grin. Sometimes, she really enjoys the atmosphere between her parents, which is why she felt so happy even when they were poor when she was young. Her parents always supported and encouraged each other. In the evening, after saying goodbye to Suyu, Xiaqing went to the end of the world. Suyu, I'm going to find Su Dan and Tianrui,
Xiaqing said.
In a couple of days, she would be heading to Myanmar, so she needed to prepare the goods in advance. Okay, Suyu replied as he watched Xiaqing rush out of his room. Li Yao and Zhang Liang came in to report to Suyu. Seeing Xiaqing leave was not new to them, but they couldn't help but chuckle again. Brother Yu, we found that mutated zombie. It's become very terrifying, and ordinary weapons can't kill it. Zhang Liang said seriously. They had used drones and Suyu's homemade bombs, but none could destroy it. It can self-consume and repair itself. It's been lingering near our base. We don't have any guns. Suyu frowned in thought and said, help me contact Xiezhen. I need to negotiate with him. What about Zhengchen? Li Yao asked. He has probably already left the Dragon Country base, Suyu said coldly. Should we still trade food with him?
Li Yao frowned.
As long as they bring something, we can trade with him, Suyu replied seriously. Right now, the most important thing is weapons. The base's facilities are still quite complete, Suyu continued. Actually, besides not having firearms, they could still find items like watermelon knives and daggers. Suyu contacted Xiezhen, who, as a general of the Dragon Country, had some influence. General Xie, I hope to exchange food for weapons in the next round, Suyu said without much hope. To be honest, the base doesn't have many weapons stored. We mainly have large weapons, Xiezhen replied. Suyu understood that by large weapons, she meant missiles and atomic bombs. Honestly, if their base confronted the Dragon Country base, the missiles in the Dragon Country's hands would likely destroy them. Can you reveal the location of the Dragon Country's military supply depot? Suyu asked, as this was the information he truly wanted. That's not something I can decide. I need to report to my superiors. Okay, I'll wait for your news. The two hung up the satellite phone. About an hour later, the other side replied, saying they could provide the location of the supply depot but required 100,000 pounds of food. They also wanted to sign a long-term cooperation agreement. They're really asking for a lot. Li Yao said angrily upon hearing the news. Aren't the survivors from the Dragon Country base coming here too? Let Yang Shua continue broadcasting that anyone from the Dragon Country base can enjoy free food for half a month.
Suyu suggested.
Great idea, brother Yu. Li Yao gave Suyu a thumbs up. At the Dragon Country base, only the Technology Institute and Engineering Information staff could hear the broadcast. Is it true what the Sunny Day base said? Can our people get free food for half a month? It should be true. The food we got this time was reportedly exchanged from the Sunny Day base. Our people from the Dragon Country base are all top talents. They probably want to recruit us. The higher-ups were very hesitant. They had food security here every day. Even if the portions were small, it was enough to sustain life. The distance from the Dragon Country base to the Sunny Day base was still quite far, with many dangers along the way, so most people were afraid to take the risk. The leader of the group that defected from the Dragon Nation base and stole half of the food and weapons is named Zhao Yuanzhou. He is a very intelligent person, a graduate of the Dragon Nation Defense Science and Technology University, and is 29 years old. On the ruined road, several tanks and military vehicles are parked. You all heard the broadcast. What do you think? Zhao Yuanzhou asked. The few people here are his core members. More than 500 people escaped from the Dragon Nation base with Zhao Yuanzhou. Can we really manage free food for a month with so many people? Said a man with a buzz cut, sounding skeptical. 1 month's food could be protein bars, right? Don't mention that. It makes me sick. A short-haired woman replied, looking disgusted. We can send a group to check out the lakeside we originally planned to go to. The food we have now is enough for a while. But that's not a long-term solution. The fish at the lake, while catchable, taste sour and rotten. They can only boil the fish to disinfect and kill bacteria. They would prefer normal food over this. Who wants to go? Take a few people to scout the area.
Zhao Yuanzhou said.
It's important to note that leaving the Dragon Nation base hasn't been easy for them. They face constant bumps, have no stable shelter, and must care for these hundreds of people. I'll go. The short-haired woman said.
No.
It's too dangerous, what if? Zhao Yuanzhou replied, concerned. With my appearance, who would have ill intentions towards me? Plus, I'm a girl, so they'll let their guard down, Han Lan said. She has a scar on her face, which is why she always wears a mask. I'll go with Sister Lan. No. As soon as the others heard another girl wanted to go, they quickly disagreed. You can't go, Zhao Yuanzhou said. The girl's name is Wang Jingjing, and she has the rare ability to purify water. Currently, the water sources are polluted, and the existing water can only be consumed after being purified by Wang Jingjing. Jingjing, you're too weak and haven't had any training, Han Lan said, understanding Wang Jingjing's concerns. Sister Lan, Wang Jingjing said, her eyes red. Wang Jingjing is still young, only in her teens. Han Lan has always protected her, and due to her special ability, she often exhausts herself, leaving her physically weak. Han Lan, take a few more people with you, Zhao Yuanzhou said. Understood. If anything happens, I'll send you a signal, Han Lan replied. We will follow you. If they are fake or deceiving survivors, we will take them down, Zhao Yuanzhou said. They had encountered cannibal groups disguised as something else before. This time, they also brought a batch of weapons from the Dragon Country base, but they had already used quite a bit against zombies. Now, they had fewer guns and ammunition, which had become non-renewable resources. On the other side, Xia Qing brought a lot of candy for Sudan and Tian Rue. Take these boxes of chocolate and enjoy, Xia Qing said with a smile. Every time she came over, she would bring them something. I've been working hard these past few days, and most of the supplies are ready.
All right.
Just a few more tough days, then you can rest for a while, Xia Qing said. She estimated she would only stay in Myanmar for a few days. This is the latest ceramic teapot set. This is a ceramic artwork designed by a talented artist from our dragon country, and it has won international awards. Tian Rue introduced. She could now create anything without worrying about copyright issues. This is the Moonlight series of cups, along with a full set of tableware. Beautiful. It looks very high-end. Xia Qing couldn't help but exclaim. This follows traditional methods from the dragon country, using the highest quality gold and silver foil inlay techniques. They had a lot of gold and silver in their warehouse, and since Xia Qing was too busy to sell them, Tian Rue thought of making these. This way, it presents the white, silver, and gold spectrum of light that travels through the world, requiring careful cutting and precise trimming of various sizes of gold and silver foil. Each piece is applied to the ceramic vessel, and then it is fired, which is a very intricate skill. After listening to Tian Rue, Xia Qing thought it must be expensive. This set is so beautiful and meaningful, so it should be sold at a high price. She knew that top-tier mason ceramics were sold in limited quantities and even had collectible value. Prices ranged from hundreds to thousands, even tens of thousands. Even a plate or bowl from a billionaire's home could cost several thousand to over 10,000. Okay, let's make a batch of these, but not too many,
Xia Qing said.
Then I'll produce all the Moonlight series and the Water Surface series.
Chia Huizmilet.
Sounds good. Sudan, who was in charge of the herbal cosmetics, could also come up with new herbal teas. I'm working on a machine for you, which is actually one we already have. Once it's ready, it will automatically mix the ingredients. You just need to set it up, Sudan said. That's great, Xia Qing replied. With this, she could set up one of these machines in each of her stores. You can tell me what you need, Xia Qing said. I just need you to modify the milk tea machine at the mall, he replied. Then I will buy you dozens of new ones, Xia Qing said. The herbal tea shop is very popular and many people want to partner with her. Okay, Sudan agreed. She feels motivated every day at the base and doesn't have to worry about survival. Xia Qing visited the clothing factory again, this time without informing Yang Jie, and went straight in. As an evolved person, she heard voices from a corner before even entering the factory. Sudan followed Xia Qing, watching her frown. Xia Qing made a shushing gesture to Sudan and walked toward the sound. Yang, don't do that. Let me just touch you a little. It's so hot. Don't you want some ice cream? I don't want any. Yang, please let me go. My clothes aren't finished yet, the girl pleaded. The man blocked the woman, his hand lingering on her chest. Seeing the woman resist, Yang Jie's expression turned cold as he threatened. Do you want to increase your workload by 10 today? No, I don't want to. Yang, please let me go. The girl was scared but felt she couldn't refuse. Xia Qing's face was grim behind them, while Sudan seemed unfazed. During his time in the harbor city, he saw many women become playthings for men, and strong women were often beaten down. The apocalypse highlighted the physical differences between men and women, including during and pregnancy. Xia Qing kicked out. Hey, who dares to hit me? Yang Jie, who ran a clothing factory, had never faced such defiance. Even the vanguard treated him with respect, but then he turned to see Xia Qing's cold face. Deputy, base leader? Yang Jie nearly lost his composure upon seeing her. I didn't expect someone like you to exist. You run a clothing factory and bully women, right? It seems many women in the factory have suffered because of you. No, I'm just dating Hulan. We're in a relationship.
Yang Jie insisted.
Dating? Aren't you almost 30? Dating a girl who's only 17 or 18. You won't manage my clothing factory anymore, Xia Qing said coldly. The girl, Hulan, who had just been bullied, shed tears, but her eyes lit up at Xia Qing's words.
No.
The clothing factory can't be without me.
Yang Jie pleaded.
Quickly tell me, am I not dating you? Yang Jie glared at Hulan when Xia Qing wasn't looking. Hulan was scared and shrank back a little. Xia Qing quickly pulled Hulan behind her to protect her. Don't be afraid. Just say what you need to. Sultan seemed to notice Helen's worry and leaned closer, saying softly, You only have one chance. Xia Qing, as the deputy base leader and a girl, would definitely protect the interests of the girls.
No.
I'm not her girlfriend. She's not only bothering me but also several other girls at the clothing factory. The clothing factory only hired girls for its detailed work. No, that's not true. Deputy base leader, don't listen to her nonsense. Don't you want the latest clothing styles? I have already finished them. You've been fired. Leave. The clothing factory no longer needs you in charge, and I won't say it again. Xia Qing said coldly.
No.
You can't do this. You're just a woman. Why can't I be in charge? What does it matter that I'm a woman? Just watch if I can handle this. Xia Qing replied coldly, taking out a phone from her space and immediately dialing Li Yao's number. Li Yao, don't let Yang Jie manage the clothing anymore. He should go do manual labor. And fine him all his points. Understood. After the call, it was the first time Li Yao had heard Xia Qing so angry, while Si looked even more serious. He needed to see for himself what was happening. Seeing Xia Qing's firm attitude, Yang Jie even had some bad thoughts. You can't take this away from me. I don't want to do manual labor. Who do you think you are? Just someone next to Su Yu? You've probably been with him many times. Yang Jie said angrily. Only the frontline team knew Xia Qing's true value. Xia Qing clenched her fists tightly and punched the man, sending him flying to the ground. His eyes quickly turned red and swollen. Wow, that's impressive. Sultan watched Xia Qing's slender arms and legs unleash such powerful strength. Was the contrast really that big? Xia Qing was also surprised. She didn't expect to be this strong. Yang Jie struggled to get up, wanting to fight back, but he was no match for Xia Qing. He was just an ordinary man, not an evolved one, and after a few hits, his face was already swollen. By the time Li Yao and Su Yu arrived, Yang Jie was hardly recognizable. Yang Jie is truly despicable. Spreading rumors. Throw him out of the base. Xia Qing said coldly. She was furious that he had spread lies about her and Su Yu. If it were true, she wouldn't be this angry. All right. Li Yao saw that Xia Qing was very angry and quickly ordered someone to drag Yang Jie out of the base. He had just watched Xia Qing hit him, which was quite violent. After following Su Yu for a few days, he could almost feel the pain in his bones. He probably broke several of them. When Xia Qing turned around, she saw Su Yu standing in the sunlight, looking at her with warm eyes and a smile on his lips, his dark eyebrows perfectly shaped. Her earlier anger instantly softened. The base was full of surveillance, and Yang Jie's wrongdoings had already been posted on the base's official website. The girls in the clothing factory were very happy. Yang Jie has finally been kicked out of the base. How shameless. He has been bothering our girls for days. I heard he was caught by the deputy base leader and was beaten badly. Our deputy base leader is amazing. Of course, the deputy base leader has a reason to be in that position. She must be an evolved person or have special abilities. I wish I could be an evolved person too. The girls at the base were discussing this matter. For them, having a female leader who cares about their rights was a good thing. Just like Empress Wu Zetian, the status of women in the world would rise with her. There are still vacancies in the clothing factory. Who should take over?
Li Yao frowned.
With Yang Jie dealt with and thrown out of the base, it served as a warning to others not to break the rules. Let a Rue do it. Xia Qing suggested. My wife is busy with the ceramics factory every day. Now you want her to manage the clothing factory too? Won't that tire her out? Li Yao said, feeling a bit sorry. Let's ask a Rue first. If she doesn't want to, I'll go to the clothing factory to help, Xia Qing said. Even though Yang Jie couldn't enter the base anymore and had to rely on family support to survive, how could you do something like this? If it weren't for the kids, I wouldn't want to deal with you at all. The woman said angrily. Honey, I was wrong. You can't just ignore me. Yang Jie cried, his face swollen and his words slurred. You deserve it. The woman replied disgustedly. Tian Rui knew that Xia Qing wanted her to manage the clothing factory, and she immediately agreed. That's great. I have so much experience with clothing, Tian Rue said happily. She was once a rich girl, studied abroad, and majored in management and design. Her wardrobe used to be filled with brand-name clothes. Tian Rue has recovered quite a bit. She was once vibrant and beautiful, but after the apocalypse, she looked worn out. Now, she has finally regained some of her former appearance. These boxes of candy are all from Xiaqing, and there are some for the kids too, Li Yao said, taking out several boxes of chocolates and candies. They're delicious, the little son said, holding onto the candy box tightly. Suyu, I need to go to Myanmar soon to buy weapons, so I won't be able to exchange food for a while, Xiaqing said. Suyu frowned slightly and replied, Isn't Myanmar very chaotic?
Yes.
But I'm planning to hire bodyguards, and I'm quite capable myself. Plus, if there is real danger, I can hide in my space so you don't need to worry about me. Suyu lowered his head a bit, wishing he could go help her. Those international mercenaries only care about money, so you must be careful. Don't tell them your background or what you plan to do, Suyu advised. He had dealt with mercenaries before, and some had fought for other countries just for money. Some mercenaries had lost their nationality and lived a dangerous life. In any case, chaotic countries are not as simple as you think, Suyu said with concern. Don't worry. If there's danger, I'll be the first to hide in my space. Besides, I'll buy the weapons and come back right away. But since Xiaqing can enter the space, she should be quite safe. So, he wasn't overly worried. It was a powerful advantage. The military stockpiles in their country are hidden, and unless you have special clearance, you can't find them. Suyu, being just a soldier, wouldn't know the country's most secret matters. Only the president of Long Country would likely know. The Qingtian base won't agree to exchange 100,000 food supplies for information, Xiezhen replied. Our military supply depot experienced a massive explosion during the apocalypse, and even if we told him, he probably wouldn't find anything. I didn't expect he wouldn't trade with us. Our ammunition stock is also running low, Xiezhen said with a frown. These have now become non-renewable resources. Using a little means losing a little. Mr. President, I might as well tell him the location of the military supply depot. If they go there and find no weapons, it's not our problem. Now the Qingtian base is our only source of food, and Suyu is no fool. President Suyu also knew him well. He had even worked as a bodyguard for the president for a few days and was quite strong, so he left a deep impression. Stay in touch and focus on researching zombies, including the aerospace system. We must do our best to restore it. Understood. With nearly 10 billion people globally, less than 1/10 of that is truly frightening. Seawater testing has shown varying degrees of pollution and mutation. Some fish have become very aggressive, Xiezhen said. They also caught fish from the seaside for research. At first, the fish were safe to eat, but they began to evolve. There was a glitch. The fish started to mutate. The fish are still edible, but they contain iodic acid, which can affect humans if consumed over a long time, especially in terms of reproduction, Xiezhen explained. The people from Sunny Base just sent a message saying they have stopped exchanges recently. Stop exchanges? Do they want to cut off our food supply? Or are they trying to force us to reveal the location of our military supplies? The president frowned slightly, tightening his grip on the pen. They provided an explanation, saying their food also needs time to source. The food from this exchange should last for a while, Xiezhen replied. Many people had left their base, saving a lot of food. This time we brought back mushroom kits so we can grow our own mushrooms, and we have sent some for scientists to study, Xiezhen added. Their underground base had top-tier research facilities. Send a few people to Sunny Base, the president instructed. He wanted to know where their food was coming from. Sunny Base must have special abilities. Understood, I will send some with abilities, Xiezhen said. The president nodded in satisfaction. If Sunny Base had food, they shouldn't be so selfish. Humanity needs to unite, and the key is for them to take control. Meanwhile, Suyu trained Xiaqing for 2 hours before letting her go back. After sleeping in the morning, Xiaqing went to the county warehouse to store the collected supplies in her space. In the afternoon, She booked a high-speed train ticket to Magic City, planning to go to the International Security Headquarters the next day to hire some bodyguards. Arriving in Magic City that evening, she visited a branch of the herbal tea shop, which was still quite busy, with orders being placed through WeChat. I feel like I've been sleeping much better since I started drinking this. Yeah. No additives, no sugar. Oh, and I really wanted their pink ceramic teapot, but it sold out. Someone actually bought the salted fish version at such a high markup. It's nice to have money now. You can buy anything you like. Isn't there a knockoff on Pinduoduo? Another girl asked. I bought a replica for $9. You get what you pay for. There's a reason why expensive things cost more. That one was really hard to look at. A woman complained while sipping tea. Have you seen the new sweet drama? I think Xiao Xian is so handsome. I'm following it. He and Lin Wan make a great couple. Just a moment ago, I was rooting for Su Jia and Lin Wan, but now I've switched sides. Xia Qing listened to a few girls gossiping in the tea shop, especially Xiao Xian. He looks even better in real life than in photos. Xia Qing got her aunt's home address, which is in a small community. The apartment is less than 50 square meters, but it's decorated very warmly, with rows of small succulents on the balcony, some even blooming. There's also a cat tree with a cute orange cat on it. Her aunt must have been studying, as there were many books on the coffee table. Although the place is small, it feels very cozy. Xia Qing had visited her aunt's house during college, but it felt cold back then. Aunt, you look younger lately, Xia Qing said with a smile. That's thanks to the cream you gave me. It's really good. Nuan sent me 2 more bottles, and you brought me quite a bit too, Yang Mei replied with a smile. We've opened 3 new branches in the city recently, and there are many people interested in franchising. These stores are quite stable. Yang Mei goes for a walk around them almost every morning, attends classes in the afternoon, and reads at night, living a free and fulfilling life. Let's wait a bit longer for the franchising, Xia Qing suggested. I just ordered a batch of new machines, and once they're ready, we can start franchising. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to ship to every city across the country. That's great. How long will it take?
Yang Mei asked happily.
The bigger the chain store gets, the happier she will be. It should take about half a month. Aunt, you could rent an office in the city, since we're setting up a chain store. Yes, that's true. You can discuss the rental with Moon. She will help you, Xia Qing said. That sounds perfect. After chatting with her aunt for a while, Xia Qing finally left. Yang Mei walked Xia Qing out of the hallway, and a few minutes later, Lindsay arrived with Liamo. Your mom moved to this community? The environment isn't great, Liamo said, frowning at the somewhat messy surroundings. The property management here is quite old, so it can't compare to their own place. Yeah, I wonder if I can convince Mom to come back home. Yang Mei was surprised to see her son come in. Why didn't you call me before you came? The place is a bit messy. Lindsay had called to get Yang Mei's current address specifically to reach Lin Nuan. The house was filled with high-end supplements and skincare products that Xia Qing had just bought. Li Emo noticed one of the packages and exclaimed, "Isn't this the popular Sunny brand from online?" Li Emo also knew that Lindsay's sister had a good relationship with the brand and wanted to get a few bottles from her, but Lin Nuan had already given them away in a raffle. Yes, if you like it, take some to try. Qing Qing brought me several boxes. Xia Qing just came by? Did she send all of this? Lindsay asked in surprise. These items looked quite expensive. Yes. I told her not to send so much. I don't really need it. Although Yang Mei said this, she was still very happy. Xia Qing still cared about her. In the past, she often brought things for her, even sending items from their hometown. Now that Xia Qing had money, the gifts were even more luxurious. Lindsay looked around the cozy room, which also had a big orange cat, unlike his own home that was always filled with the smell of medicine. My grandma misses you. Aze, I'm happy you came today, but let's not talk about that. I've decided to get a divorce, and I won't go back. She had thought about this countless times before bringing it up. She just didn't have money, a job, or confidence back then. Now it was different. She had a job and confidence. I'm not saying you should reconcile with Dad, just that you should visit when you have time, Lindsay sighed. The mother and son chatted for a while, but it felt a bit tense as they parted. In the car, what is your cousin doing now? The things she bought for your mom don't seem cheap. That pile must cost over 10,000, right? I'm not sure. She seems to be a screenwriter, the author of the popular The First Empress of the World.
Wow, so your cousin wrote that.
That's impressive, Liemo said with sparkling eyes. What about what you wanted to tell your sister last time?
Liemo asked.
My brother is about to graduate from college. He wants to enter the entertainment industry too. Don't worry, I've already mentioned it. I've submitted your brother's photo. Maybe he can even act in this upcoming project, Lindsay said with a smile. Now Manhwa had gained some popularity. Although she was still far from top stars, she had made it to the second or third tier. That's great. Please thank your sister for me. Liemo smiled. Otherwise, her brother would ask her when she gets home at night. Xia was staying at a hotel and noticed the space. Today though was so small that she couldn't get through. The phone she brought from the apocalypse couldn't connect to the network here and couldn't find any signal. She couldn't connect to the networks of the two timelines, but she had already downloaded everything inside and could watch it directly. Xia downloaded classic sci-fi movies from the apocalypse timeline and found that the special effects there were amazing. She would have Li Yao keep an eye on these talents, so if there were any, he could save them for her. That way, she wouldn't have to look for a special effects company. It might save her tens of millions. These special effects are so realistic. There's no trace of effects at all, Xia exclaimed. If her latest sci-fi drama used such effects, it would be incredible. If she couldn't find anything, she would just use the top special effects company in the country, though it would cost a lot. If someone else were investing, they might need to be cautious. If the investment failed, it would be a big loss. But Xia wasn't worried. She had plenty of money. Early the next morning, Xia went to the Ace Shield bodyguard company. In a high-end VIP room, Xia held a tablet. If you need to go to Myanmar, I suggest hiring 3 to 5 bodyguards. I want strong ones, preferably veterans. Okay, take a look at this. The staff showed Xia options on the tablet. This one is called Dejun, 185 centimeters tall, 85 kilograms, 28 years old, from the Beijing Special Forces, skilled in mixed martial arts and special driving. Yongjing is from Russia, 190 centimeters tall, 26 years old, expert in mixed martial arts. Is there anyone stronger? Like mercenaries? Xia asked. If you want to hire mercenaries, you need to pay a deposit of 2 million first. Sure. Xia agreed readily. After all, she was going to Myanmar to buy weapons and ammunition, so mercenaries would be more capable. But I must remind you that mercenaries are not protected by international law, so their prices start at 1 million. Okay, Xia replied. No wonder they say mercenaries make a lot of money. Each job is worth 1 million. The woman began to take Xia seriously, as hiring mercenaries meant big business, and those who could afford them were important clients. Xia directly paid the 2 million deposit. Please wait a moment. There was a fruit platter and tea on the table, and the woman went out to bring back a golden tablet. These are the available mercenaries you can choose from. Xia swiped on the tablet and selected 3 mercenaries: Red Heart, Black Tip, and Wild Wolf, with prices ranging from 2 million to 5 million. That's really expensive. These 3 are from France, America, and China. I didn't expect Wild Wolf to be from China, and he has the highest price. Hiring these 3 will cost her nearly 10 million. You need to pay half the amount first, and the rest after the mission is completed. Mercenaries live on the edge, earning millions in a month, which is more than most ordinary people will earn in a lifetime. Some stars earn tens of millions for just a few months of filming. How many days will you be in Myanmar? About a week, Xia replied. Okay, sign the contract. You have already paid 2 million as a deposit, and you just need to pay 3 million more. Please give me your contact information. They will reach out to you before you go to Myanmar. Sure. After both parties signed the contract, Xia left. On the other side. Hello, Storm Mercenary Group. The employer just selected 3 people, and you 2 are going on a new mission. The location is Myanmar. The total fee is 9 million. The task is to protect her. The Storm Mercenary Group has 6 members from around the world, with Red Tip and Black Heart from the group. Wild Wolf is a lone wolf. 5 million? That's a big client. And in Myanmar, a small country. Red Heart laughed, thinking the money was easy. She has good judgment. Don't joke around. If she's spending so much to hire us, it must be serious. Black Tip said coldly. This time we need to be careful with Wild Wolf. Black Tip frowned. Wild Wolf is a madman. They then signed another contract, as it's normal for mercenaries to face danger in their line of work. Although Myanmar is chaotic, it's not like other war-torn countries with heavy weaponry and high mortality rates. For them, this mission is considered low risk. Xiaqing packed a suitcase, but bought many items, placing them in storage. With everything arranged, she was ready to go to Myanmar. Knock knock. At the 5-star hotel in Magic City, there was a knock on the door. Xiaqing opened the door to find 2 men, each about 6 feet tall. Hello, Xiaqing, I'm Red Heart, one of the men said with a smile. He had curly hair, a casual yet stylish appearance, and a pair of charming eyes, with a playful smile on his lips. I am Black Sharp, said another man wearing a black t-shirt and a black cap in a low voice. Compared to Red Peach, Black Sharp looked very strong, with noticeable muscles on his arms. She didn't expect them to speak Chinese so well. The mercenaries she hired arrived so quickly, even without being given the address. They must have some special skills. When do we leave? Black Sharp asked. Right away, I'm packing my bags, Xiaqing replied. Aren't we still missing one? She noticed they seemed to be 1 person short. Don't worry about him, little sister. Let's take a selfie first. Red Peach took out her phone and snapped a picture of the 3 of them. After a moment, a message came through on Red Peach's phone. Not qualified. Red Peach's expression changed. He has to be here for it to count. If they weren't qualified, the mission couldn't start. Once they accepted the job, they would receive a deposit of 1 million. After a while, Black Sharp received a message. Let's go, he's in the parking lot downstairs. As they left the hotel, Xiaqing pushed her own luggage. According to them, they were mercenaries, not bodyguards, and only responsible for the employer's safety. Carrying her suitcase would only slow them down. In the elevator, Xiaqing dragged her suitcase while 2 men, each about 6 feet tall, stood beside her, 1 in front and 1 behind. Outside the hotel, a man stood next to a black SUV. He was smoking, wearing a well-tailored coat that fluttered in the wind, and the smoke curled away in rings. The man looked quite ordinary, someone you could easily forget, but his eyes were captivating, holding a certain charm. Get in the car, he said, extinguishing his cigarette as he took the driver's seat. Xiaqing opened the trunk and placed her suitcase inside. Black Sharp sat in the front passenger seat, while Red Peach joined Xiaqing in the back. What are you going to Myanmar for? The wolf asked as soon as they got in the car. To buy and sell gemstones, Xiaqing replied casually. Of course, she couldn't tell them she was going to buy weapons. There was also a chance she might not find any, but she had other plans. This trip had a purpose. After all, she had too many gemstones, and selling them domestically attracted too much attention. The wolf didn't say anything else, just glanced at Xiaqing through the rearview mirror. His gaze was deep, sending a chill down her spine. They drove to the train station to buy tickets. All these expenses need to be paid by Xiaqing, who has opened an international bank account and deposited a large sum of money into it. Now, she only has 2 million left in her domestic account. Phunli City is the largest land import and export trade port in Yun Province, known as the Peacock City. Why do you want to go to that chaotic city in Myanmar? Did someone in your family get scammed? Are you going to rescue them? Hong Tao asked with a smile. Rescuing someone comes at a different price. Compared to the mysterious coldness of the wolf, Heijian is not very talkative, while Hong Tao seems much gentler. Isn't Myanmar famous for mining gemstones? Jade is known as the king of gemstones, also called Burmese jade, and is one of the main producers of high-quality colored gems. Although it is a small country, it is indeed one of the top 5 gemstone-producing countries in the world. Moreover, Myanmar is chaotic, with easy access to firearms. You really have a lot of courage to go there as a young girl. Aren't you scared? There are many dangers in Myanmar. Hong Tao leaned closer to Xiaqing and warned her. Scared? Maybe a few months ago she would have been. Now, she wouldn't hesitate to take down zombies. If she cut off a head and it rolled at her feet, she would just kick it away like a balloon. That's why I hired you all for a lot of money, Xiaqing smiled. Don't worry, with us around, we will definitely keep you safe. It's rare to have a wealthy employer like you, Hong Tao said with a playful smile. Most of her previous employers were older men or children, or they went to the Middle East to fight. This time felt like a vacation for her. The girl really knows how to spend money. The high-speed train ride takes 10 hours, and Xiaqing bought a business class ticket. The business class has a private door, and there is a special place behind the seats for luggage. Xiaqing is also curious if the three of them have no luggage. There are 5 people in one carriage, and they occupy 4 of the spots. A long-haired girl entered, dressed elegantly, holding a designer handbag, and placed a small white suitcase behind her. This time for my grandmother's birthday, I must buy her favorite jade. I'm already on the high-speed train and will arrive in Rueli tonight. Lingko, Rueli is too chaotic. It's very dangerous for you to go alone. Hurry back. A man's anxious voice came from inside. I'm already on the train. What danger could there be in Huagua? Lingko said dismissively and hung up the phone. The man over there was very anxious and immediately arranged for someone to go to Rueli to find his sister. Lingko was sitting next to Xiaqing and suddenly noticed the beautiful pink crystal bracelet on Xiaqing's wrist. She was familiar with various brands, both old and new, but she had never seen this style before. Hello. Which brand is your bracelet from? The girl asked eagerly. This isn't a brand name. It's designed by a friend of mine, Xiaqing replied. She had brought it from another dimension, and it was a unique crystal from that world. The pink crystal, known as Moran pink crystal, had patterns that grew naturally. According to Tian Rue, this crystal was also quite expensive in that world. It's beautiful. Can I add you on WeChat? Also, what kind of crystal is this? Lingko, who loved all kinds of crystals and was familiar with many due to her family's business, had never seen this color before, especially the patterns on it. Sure. The two added each other on WeChat, and Xiaqing took off the crystal to show her. I've never seen this type of crystal before. The patterns on this crystal are actually natural. Wow. What kind of crystal is this? Do you have more that I can buy at a high price? Lingko said excitedly. She loved crystals and had researched a lot, easily distinguishing between natural and synthetic ones. This was definitely a natural crystal. Moreover, it was a special type that didn't exist in the current market, possibly a rare crystal from a unique mine. I'll pay 100,000 for this necklace. Lingko offered. I actually quite like this bracelet, Xiaqing said hesitantly, though she had several more in her collection. 200,000. Lingko said boldly. All right, let's settle on 100,000, and we can be friends. Xiaqing replied. The girl in front of her was dressed in brands worth more than 200,000, and since Xiaqing had plenty of jewelry in her collection, it was worth getting to know her. She might become a long-term customer. Hong Tao, nearby, couldn't understand how a simple bracelet that wasn't even a brand could be worth 100,000. That price was only worth that much in the apocalypse world. Thank you. If you have more like this, you can sell them to me, Lingko said. Xiaqing watched as Lingko admired the bracelet. Only someone knowledgeable could recognize its true value. If it were an ordinary person, they might just think it was a pretty crystal, similar to how some couldn't appreciate expensive art. Lingko took a picture of the bracelet and sent it to her brother. Brother, come look. I found this natural crystal in a new color. It's completely natural. Ling Feng glanced at the message and noticed the photo looked different from the real thing. Okay, bring it back for me to see. Ling Kiki looked at the photo, noticing the color was off. The person has already been sent to you. They will arrive at the train station in about an hour. I know, Ling Kiki replied. Heijian and Yelong were both quiet, almost silent, especially Yelong, who could be easily overlooked if he didn't speak. They arrived at the Rueli train station at 5 in the afternoon. That evening, they found a restaurant in Rueli and booked 3 hotel rooms.
Wait.
Hong Tao and Heijian entered one of the rooms and soon discovered 3 hidden cameras. We can sleep now. Xia Qing had never thought about hidden cameras in hotels. Rueli is a border city and can be quite chaotic. Okay. That night, Xia Qing entered the post-apocalyptic world. Hong Tao and the others gave her a watch that would alert them if she was in danger. Recently, I don't know what's happening, but the zombies around us have started to get restless. Many zombies in the city center are running out, Li Yao said with a frown. Zombies had been appearing near their base, and the scouting team went out daily to clear some out. Brother Yu. At that moment, Yang Shua hurried over. What happened? We connected to the Sun Shanjin Blue fighting satellite system and used drones to monitor the city center. We found that the mutated zombie is very agitated, which is why the other zombies scattered. Zombies tend to gather with their kind. That mutated zombie again, Suyu frowned. They had previously been unable to track it, but now it had come out into the street, allowing them to capture its image. Look, this is the footage we got. It's not very clear, but it's the best we could do. Just then, the creature quickly grew tentacles and destroyed a drone, already damaging one. This creature had several tentacles that could extend, which was quite strange. Brother Yu's homemade bomb won't harm it. This creature had an incredibly strong recovery ability. Even evolved beings couldn't handle it. Last time they failed to kill it and lost several evolved beings. This time, the physical enhancement agents had made the evolved beings stronger, but unfortunately, the zombies were even stronger. Outside the base, Yang Jia pleaded, "Please let me in. I promise I won't do it again."
There are so many zombies outside now.
Some zombies were swaying near the base. This base is located just outside the city center. It's impossible. You think you can come in after offending the deputy base leader? No one dares to let you in. A member of the advance team frowned and said, "They know how important the deputy base leader is. Please, I beg you."
Yang Jia pleaded.
The advanced team members would not let him in. Roar Yang Jia regretted his earlier actions. Why did he speak so boldly to Xia Qing? Now, there's no turning back. Hearing the distant cries of zombies, he quickly ran away. He could only go out to find valuable items for his wife to trade for food. Listening to the zombie roars, he needed to find a hidden place to hide. The advance team immediately went on alert. Not good. More zombies are coming. Close the gate. With a power cut, the huge iron gate slowly descended. 3 armed members of the advance team exited through a small side door. They were part of the newly formed armed forces, better treated, and responsible for eliminating zombies. To join the armed forces, one must be an evolved human and have taken enhancement drugs. Be very careful. Understood. Currently, there is no research on suppression drugs, and being scratched by a zombie poses a risk of infection. The 3 took their weapons and went out through the small door to eliminate the zombies. The zombies are becoming more agile, and their claws are sharper, so be cautious. While humans are evolving, zombies are evolving even faster. However, humans can use their skills to create tools and conduct research. The first batch of enhancement drugs has been produced, and many people in the base have exchanged for them, Li Yao said. We are now researching the second generation of enhancement drugs. Sudan's senior brother is also working on a suppression drug. There will surely be results. If researchers from Kyoto join, things will definitely be different.
Liu Shiga.
With a suppression drug, the armed forces would be much safer in eliminating zombies. Recently, there have been zombie outbreaks, and a few people have been infected. At this moment, Xia Qing arrived and learned about the frequent zombie occurrences around the base. I can bring a batch of weapons and equipment in about a week, Xia Qing said. That's great. Li Yao was very happy to hear this. Only Suyu looked a bit worried, his deep eyes filled with concern. Make sure to stay safe.
Shuyu advised.
Be sure to absorb these crystal beads quickly. Okay. Recently, almost every time she came, she heard Suyu reminding her to absorb the crystal beads. I won't stay here long. I've already reached the border today, and I'll go to Myanmar tomorrow. Today, I need to rest well. Okay. A few people had a late-night snack together, and Xia Qing went back to sleep. She is going to central and southern Myanmar tomorrow. Although it is winter now, the temperature is between 18 to 30 degrees. Xia Qing has absorbed many crystal beads and taken a health booster, making her more resistant to cold and heat. Early the next morning, she needed a passport to enter Myanmar and processed her visa online. The other three didn't need to worry. They had plenty of passports and visas. She also exchanged some currency, as Myanmar accepts Chinese yuan, and she has quite a bit of money in a Swiss bank. Actually, central Myanmar is not particularly chaotic. The northern part is worse off, which is why it is troubled. In Myanmar, firearms can be purchased freely. Look, wow, that girl is following two men. I wonder which one is her boyfriend? I like the one in the floral shirt. He has a nice nose. The wild wolf was completely ignored. Hong Tao does not look like a mercenary at all, perhaps because he is French and has a softer appearance. Two tall, handsome guys standing next to Xia Qing, both 185 centimeters, are very eye-catching. Myanmar is a major jade-producing country, with 80% of the world's jade coming from here. Myanmar consists of 7 provinces and states. Although it is one country, southern and northern Myanmar are like 2 different worlds. Northern Myanmar is made up of 3 small states, where most people are descendants of the Chinese, writing in Chinese characters and speaking the language, using Chinese currency. The security in northern Myanmar is the worst, while southern Myanmar is much better. Xia Qing would have to go to the north if she wanted to buy firearms. Xia Qing has now arrived in Mandalay, in central Myanmar, and still needs to take a train to the north, but she is not in a hurry. Since she is here, she might as well explore. Central, northern, and southern Myanmar all have raw stone factories. This small country has 10 large factory areas. Let's go to the market exhibition first, Xia Qing said, as there were advertisements everywhere and many travelers were there for the exhibition. However, she is not going to buy this time. She is going to sell. Mandalay is the second largest city in Myanmar, famous for its Buddha statues. Xia Qing decided to buy jewelry and visit the Buddha statues the next day. The traditional clothing here includes Western-style round-neck shirts, and the outerwear resembles the garments from their Qing dynasty. Men wear long pants, while most women wear long skirts. Xia Qing finds this quite inconvenient. Soon, they arrived at the jewelry exhibition, but they were quickly stopped by security. This was a high-end jade jewelry show, where most of the jewelry was small and valuable. Any loss would be hard to bear, and security was present 24 hours a day. There were 2 ways to enter. One was to have an invitation, and the other was to show a bank account with a balance of at least $100,000. Xia Qing's bank account had been converted to 500,000 chats. So, she entered easily, but the 3 bodyguards had to wait outside. Contact us if there's any danger, Hong Tao signaled to Xia Qing's watch. If she pressed it, they would rush in. Even if there were several security personnel, they wouldn't be a match for them. Okay. Xia Qing nodded, feeling calm since she was quite capable herself. The 2 security personnel behind her were very friendly. Anyone attending the exhibition must be a client, especially those from Huagua. They had a good impression of Huagua people, wealthy and generous. The venue for this jade jewelry exhibition was indeed very large. However, it was divided into several small rooms and display stands. These stands were made very exquisitely, unlike the messy stone yards she had seen on Douyin. These were well-organized, expensive jade jewelry displays. Some jewelry even had large screens for showcasing the gems. Xia Qing casually looked at some items. The prices were not very high, just a few $1,000s, with even more high-end showrooms ahead. Here, not only could you buy, but you could also sell. Jewelers from all over the country came here to exchange ideas. So, when she entered, Xia Qing wore a gem from another dimension, including a rare crystal. After talking with Ling Kiki, she had researched that this crystal had not yet formed or been mined in their world, meaning it was one of a kind. The conditions for its formation were very difficult. Myanmar truly is a gem-rich country, especially with the large jade displays in the exhibition. Many people had already entered the vast showroom, all looking at jade. Those who came to Myanmar were there to purchase large quantities of jade or other gems. The jade exhibition, like this one, is the largest venue in Mandalay, showcasing not only their jadeite strength, but also serving as a place for industry jialu. People from various countries, including China, Singapore, Japan, and the United States, come here, including jewelry brand representatives looking to purchase gems. These jewelry exhibitions are quite large, mostly attracting buyers who come to restock and make purchases. Xia Qing doesn't know much about jade, so she can only look at the prices. There isn't much jade outside. Most of it is just for viewing the prices.
Hello, Xia Qing.
What a coincidence. A familiar female voice called out. Ling Kiki. Xia Qing was surprised to see the girl from the train here. She had mentioned she was coming to buy jade. Ling Kiki noticed the crystal and bracelet Xia Qing was wearing, along with a jade necklace around her neck. Your set is quite valuable. The design of this Buddhist statue doesn't look like it's from our country. The carving is very lifelike, Ling Kiki said. Come on, I'll take you to the high-end exhibition hall, she added. Ling Kiki loves jewelry and admired the styles Xia Qing was wearing. High-end exhibition hall?
Xia Qing asked.
Yes. This area is all basic exhibition halls, where the highest price won't exceed $1 million. The high-end hall is where the real treasures are, Ling Kiki explained. The basic exhibition hall requires a verification of at least 100,000, so the high-end hall must start at 1 million. Xia Qing certainly didn't have that much in Myanmar currency. The high-end hall is at the front, and Ling Kiki had a man following her who looked like a bodyguard. Xia Qing showed her jade necklace to Ling Kiki. This is Hetian jade, and yours is a very rare lotus pink jade. The carving is also perfect, Ling Kiki noted. This Hetian jade is warm and is best for women. Yours is good quality, Ling Kiki smiled. Xia Qing noticed that Ling Kiki didn't seem much older than her, yet she knew so much. That was because she came from a wealthy family and had seen a lot. The high-end exhibition hall required going up to the second floor, and there were security checks at the entrance. Ling Kiki's bodyguard took out a black card, and the security guard scanned it. Seeing it was a diamond VIP card, the guard immediately bowed politely. Hello, esteemed customer, please come in. The diamond VIP can bring one guest. Wait for me here, Ling Kiki said to her bodyguard. The man nodded and stood at the entrance. As soon as you enter, there is an exhibition hall. This hall does not display finished jewelry. Instead, it showcases raw jadeite stones, all sourced from the largest jade mine in Mandalay. There is also a similar exhibition hall downstairs, but the raw materials there come from smaller quarries. This high-end hall has fewer options. Only dealers or investors come here. These raw materials are considered semi-gambling stones, Ling Kiki said. This is all about luck, and many people come to try their fortune, similar to buying a lottery ticket. There are stones of various sizes on display, with some people using magnifying glasses and others holding powerful flashlights to examine them closely. Some stones are very large, weighing hundreds of pounds, while the smaller ones are only about the size of a fist. There are also cutting and polishing machines, and the equipment looks very professional. Do you two want to try your luck? No, thank you. Ling Kiki declined. Gambling on stones involves a lot of luck. Let me take you to see something better, she suggested. It seems this wasn't Ling Kiki's first visit here. I've been to several mine exhibition halls, and this one is relatively safe. The area in northern Myanmar is quite chaotic, but there are plenty of jade stones there. However, there is a lot of crime. Ling Kiki was also very curious about Xia Qing's background, especially the rare jewelry she held. Can you sell jewelry here? Xia Qing asked. Of course. You can both buy and sell here. This is primarily a high-end exchange venue. You can also visit the underground exhibition hall or the market, which is mostly frequented by tourists. Xia Qing felt that meeting Ling Kiki was fate. Otherwise, she would have been lost on her own. Here, there are high-quality jade stones displayed neatly on the counters. These raw materials can be purchased to create various styles of bracelets and necklaces. There is a showcase event at 1 o'clock this afternoon. You can sign up, Ling Kiki said. They do not keep auction items here, so if you want to sell, you need to explain them on stage yourself. Xiaqing nodded, and Ling Kiki took her to sign up. Along the way, Ling Kiki made another round and bought 2 pieces of jade rough for 1 million yuan. These 2 pieces of jade are of good quality. You can polish them into a dozen pieces and make a nice profit. Jade from Myanmar is really cheap. If this were in our country, it would cost at least several million. This is why most people come to Myanmar to buy raw jade materials, then go back to process and design them, which makes the price higher. There is also a restaurant here. The restaurant is quite busy at noon, with Xiaqing's 3 bodyguards and Ling Kiki's bodyguard sitting nearby. Miss, your crystal bracelet is really nice. This is already the 3rd person to ask today. Everyone here is a jeweler from different places, so their taste is quite refined. Ling Kiki bought it from Xiaqing for 100,000 2 days ago. Can I buy your crystal bracelet for 300,000? Xiaqing declined one by one. She decided to check the market before selling this crystal. However, she now understands its value. You should put away your crystal bracelet, otherwise, too many people will ask about it. Ling Kiki said. I didn't expect this bracelet to be so popular, Xiaqing frowned. Tian Rui mentioned that the crystal in this bracelet comes from a volcano, which is why it has these cracks. Yes, this crystal is very rare. And it's hard to find such stones, especially with these cracks. On the market, obsidian, amethyst, citron, tiger's eye, and rose quartz have values that vary widely. They are all clear and beautiful. Ling Kiki found some information on her phone. This natural golden rutilated quartz ball has a diameter of 24 centimeters. Do you see it? When the light hits it, it sparkles, especially the strands inside that shine beautifully. This is worth 340 million. Ling Kiki turned on her phone's flashlight and pointed it at Xiaqing's crystal bracelet. The light revealed patterns inside that looked like volcanic cracks. Xiaqing had never noticed before. She was surprised at how beautiful the patterns appeared under the light. This is clearly a naturally formed crystal, especially the patterns inside that resemble a volcanic eruption. The cracked ones are even more valuable. It's similar to amber, where a type called insect amber forms when a broken tree trunk continuously secretes resin. Some trees have a sweet scent that attracts insects, which get completely encased in resin, preserving them perfectly. The value of this insect amber is 10 times that of regular amber. So, the patterns in the natural crystal Xiaqing has are even more precious. Ling Kiki also researched this and found that the crystal's mineral composition is very rare, with volcanic rock components, suggesting it may have formed near a volcano. I really appreciate you selling it to me for 100,000. Ling Kiki laughed. For her, this was practically a free price. Tian Rui said this crystal was worth about 100,000 in their place, mainly because it is hard to mine due to being around a volcano. Rare items are valuable, and since Xiaqing's piece is unique, it is even more expensive. These jewelers are very clever. They buy this and then process it, promoting it, and the price immediately goes up. I see. Xiaqing nodded. She took out a jade Buddha from her backpack that she was selling today. Ling Kiki looked at it in surprise. Although she didn't know much about this Buddha, she could recognize the jade. What do you think the starting price should be? Ling Kiki turned on the flashlight and examined it for half an hour. It's hard to say. This looks like ancient jade, right? Yes. Xiaqing admitted without hiding it. Ling Kiki didn't dare to ask further. This ancient Buddha seemed like it came from a temple, and she couldn't tell its age. After all, she wasn't an antique expert. Myanmar is the origin, so there must be many buyers. Wait a moment, let me ask my brother. Ling Kiki took a photo. Ling Feng loves his little sister very much and always replies to her messages right away. Ancient jade Buddha. Let me see the base. Then Ling Kiki took pictures from all angles. Ling Feng's eyes lit up. Buy it. I'll cover the cost. Ling Feng said. How much? I don't know. I just made friends with her, and she plans to auction it in Myanmar. Ling Kiki replied. Auction? Brother, I want you to help me figure out how much it's worth. This is an ancient jade Buddha, top quality, carved from black and white jade. If I'm not mistaken, It's from the Ming or Qing dynasty, but it has some differences from those periods. Ancient jade. Exactly. Ancient jade carved into this shape is a masterpiece among its kind. I want to give it as a gift. You don't mean to give it to Grandma, do you? Ling Kiki frowned. She originally planned to buy a whole piece of jade and design something for her grandmother. No, I've already bought a gift for Grandma. This is for old Jing. He loves antiques, and this jade Buddha will suit him perfectly. Although their family runs the largest jewelry chain in Huagua, business has been tough in recent years, as it has been a family business for 3 generations. Ling Feng has always wanted to find a breakthrough and collaborate with old Jing, but the gift needs to be heartfelt to make an impact. Ling Feng has recently been looking for a jade Buddha. He had already found a few options, but when he saw this one, he thought that Mr. Jing would definitely like it. I can ask for you, but I'm not sure if she will sell it, Ling Kiki said. She turned around and told Xiaqing about it. My brother offered 6 million. Actually, his brother's offer was between 3 million and 5 million. Xiaqing had asked Tian Rui and checked the information about the jade Buddha. It was part of their family's collection, originally purchased for just 1 million. She also compared the prices from 2 different times, but some things are hard to compare. For example, some items are very cheap in Xiaqing's time, but expensive in the other one. Ling Kiki was very supportive and shared her brother's high offer. Ling Feng didn't say anything. Once he received the item, he felt the jade Buddha was worth it. It felt warm to the touch, and after being blessed by a master, its value increased even more. Mr. Jing would surely like it.
Great.
I'll sell it to you. I'll auction off other items later. Ling Kiki didn't expect Xiaqing to be so wealthy. How many jewels were hidden in that backpack? I'll transfer the money to your Swiss account. Just give me your account number, and my brother will send the money right away, Ling Kiki said. Xiaqing provided her Swiss bank account number. 15 minutes later, she received the 6 million transfer. Wait here. I'll take this item out, she said. You're putting such a valuable item in a plastic box? Ling Kiki joked. Still, she carefully wrapped it in a plastic bag and took it outside. As soon as she stepped out, a bodyguard approached her. Send this back to my brother. Yes. The bodyguard nodded immediately. Trading in Myanmar felt more secure. At least she didn't have to worry like she would at home. If they were to investigate her suddenly, having so much money, it would be troublesome. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, in the exhibition center, many people were seated below, and those who could sit there were all big clients. They were adorned with various jade and jewelry, and bodyguards stood around them. Xiaqing checked her watch, feeling somewhat at ease. The first to come up was a man dressed in traditional Myanmar clothing. This is an emerald I brought out today, priced at 1 million. I'll take it. A man behind him immediately raised a small sign. The transaction was completed on the spot, with cash exchanged for the item. In just a short time, many items have already been traded. The highest priced item is worth tens of millions. It's quite lively here. Money feels like just a string of numbers. Have you been to the French jewelry exhibition? There, money is just numbers. Some jewels are worth over 100 million, Ling Kiki said. She had only been to such an exhibition once with her brother, where even the simplest items were worth millions. Top international jewelry exhibitions are held in developed cities, not here. Most of the items here are raw stones. After processing and design, these stones gain brand value at international exhibitions, and with high-end designs, their prices can increase many times over. Next up is Xiaqing, who takes out a pair of cat's eye stones. These are cat's eye stones, priced at 3 million. Cat's eye stones, also known as chrysoberyl, are one of the 5 major gemstones in the world. They are often considered the most precious gems, especially in Southeast Asia, where they symbolize good luck. Today, we have cat's eye stones here. Most items here are jade. This cat's eye has a nice color. It's beige. The light reflection is similar to a cat's eyes. Most cat's eye stones on the market are artificially created. This is a natural cat's eye stone. It's valuable. I'll take it. Natural cat's eye stones are primarily produced in Sri Lanka, with smaller amounts found in India, Brazil, and Russia. They are even rarer and of lower quality in China. These two cat's eye stones are small, but once framed as art, they could sell for over 10 million. Xiaqing bids 3 million and immediately someone wants to buy. I'll offer 5 million. Although many people are here for jade, they are all jewelers with keen eyes. 5 million for such a high-quality pair of cat's eyes? I'll bid 8 million, said a French man. Little girl, we are all from China. Selling this good item to our own country is a win, right? A man laughed. This Chinese man bid 4 million, and here, the money is counted in RMB. If it were in Myanmar currency, it would be a huge loss. I'm here to sell, and I'll sell to whoever offers the highest price, Xiaqing said calmly. Trying to guilt-trip her? The last two cat's eyes sold for 8 million. Selling here is straightforward, unlike at the jewelry store in Huagua, where they take a 2% cut. Here, big clients carry password devices because they come from all over the world, making Swiss banks very convenient for transfers. It's confidential, fast, and secure. It's accepted globally. Xiaqing sold a lot of items, totaling tens of millions. I've sold enough for today, so I'm leaving, Xiaqing said. Her backpack was empty, and even some jewelers had given her many business cards. All right, we'll get in touch later, Ling Kiki replied cheerfully. She had come to buy things, while Xiaqing had sold quite a bit. As soon as she stepped out, Hong Tao and He Jian followed her. A thin, dark man nearby was watching Xiaqing. That girl just now has 2 bodyguards with her. Follow her and see which hotel she stays at. Today she sold 50 million at the factory. After leaving, they wandered around the stone market, which was quite chaotic. There were rows of small stalls selling various raw materials, from small to large. It was all about luck. Xiaqing randomly bought a few for tens of thousands, but the results were just small pieces that could only sell for a few thousand. If one of these small stones turned out to be top-quality jade, it would be like hitting the jackpot. Ling Kiki hadn't found her favorite jade yet and planned to check out other exhibitions. In Myanmar, there are plenty of large venues. Most single girls are targeted by bad people, and Ling Kiki was no exception. However, the security in Mandalay is still decent. 100 yuan is equivalent to 30,000 chot, which shows the price level here. It's no wonder that many people come here to buy raw stones despite the chaos. You can order what you want. Xiaqing handed the bill to the 3 bodyguards. The 3 ordered a lot, especially with the tall guy at 1.85 meters standing there. Xiaqing had searched for Mandalay's local delicacies and ordered a few specialty dishes: paluda, fried rice noodles, cheesecake, sour bamboo shoot soup, and a glass of fresh pineapple juice. After the meal, she bought some plum candy, which tasted quite good. The 3 bodyguards were hard to notice. Yiling was almost invisible, He Jian was low-key and quiet, while Hong Tao occasionally chatted and bought snacks. He seemed more like he was on vacation. In the evening, Xiaqing returned to the hotel and took a shower. Someone is following us, He Jian said. Some little pests in Myanmar should not disturb my vacation mission, Hong Tao said coldly. If Xiaqing were here, she would notice that they not only had guns but also other weapons, which they had obtained from unknown sources. These individuals were mercenaries, and their hands were stained with blood. In just 3 days, she had already made 100 million from selling gemstones. Today, she planned to leave for Mengbang, which is very close to northern Myanmar. Meanwhile, Xiaqing sent Hong Tao and He Jian away and called in Wolf alone. She investigated Wolf's identity and found that he was no longer a Chinese national. He could enter China only by using someone else's identity. Wolf was not only a mercenary but also on the blacklist of various countries. Of course, it cost Xiaqing 100,000 to buy this information. Wolf, your real name is Chu Xiao. You don't look like this, do you? Wolf had undergone cosmetic procedures and wore a fake face. Suddenly, Wolf attacked, trying to grab Xiaqing, but he didn't expect her to react so quickly and dodge effortlessly. They exchanged punches, and feeling Xiaqing's strength, Chu Xiao frowned slightly. He didn't expect that this seemingly weak girl had strength comparable to that of an adult man. I mean no harm. Put down the gun and listen to me. I am still your employer, aren't I? You need money. I have money too. If I die, the company won't pay you the remaining amount. I just want you to help me with something. Hearing Xia Qing's words, Chu Xiu lowered his gun, thinking that a girl couldn't harm him, but he became more cautious because Xia Qing knew his identity. I want you to help me buy firearms. Tell me how much commission you want, and I'll pay you, Xia Qing said. Chu Xiu was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing her words, but someone who could sell such valuable gemstones couldn't be simple. Very few people casually spend millions to hire mercenaries as bodyguards. Just help me with this, and we will only have a business transaction. You've had a tough life, fighting for so many years, and you've already been blacklisted by various countries. Although you can use someone else's identity, the things you've done will still make you vulnerable, right? Plus, China is about to implement recognition and fingerprint checks. After completing this mission, you definitely won't be able to return to China, Xia Qing said confidently, believing that helping her would only bring him benefits. After all, it's difficult for someone on the blacklist to enter certain countries. Chu Xiu's expression was cold as he stepped closer to Xia Qing. I can help you survive in Myanmar, and you can help me buy weapons. That's all. No other intentions, Xia Qing said, blinking her big eyes. Do you think I would trust you? The man replied coldly. Xia Qing had spent money on information, including details about the red hearts and black tips, which cost thousands, but this man in front of her was worth 100,000. She had specifically sought out Suyu last night, and based on the information analysis, he chose this man. He has a 50% chance of helping you. If he makes a request, he will definitely help you, Suyu said confidently. With no way back, he was willing to take the risk for a chance to earn some money. If you agree to my terms, I can help you. Xia Qing felt relieved upon hearing Chu Xiu's words. It was similar to what Suyu had said. I need you to do me a favor. What favor? Xia Qing asked, wanting to know what she needed to do. You'll find out later. If you agree to help me, I'll help you get a gun. That favor is definitely something you can do. I can't do anything illegal like killing someone, Xia Qing said with a bitter smile. Chu Xiu seemed to find that amusing. Xia Qing appeared to understand the meaning in his eyes and said, buying and selling guns is legal in Myanmar. You need a lot of guns? Otherwise, buying just one wouldn't require anyone else to help. Exactly. It was pleasant to talk to someone smart. My terms are set. The choice is yours. After all, he would still get the remaining money once the task was completed. I agree, but this will be our secret, Xia Qing said. Okay, after this task, he wouldn't be able to return to China and he couldn't stay too far from it either. Xia Qing could return home, and he had leverage over her, making her help take care of the child back in China. Even if he didn't take this task, he couldn't stay in China any longer. 3 days later, China's security system had been fully updated. The human iris recognition system had an accuracy rate of up to 90%. Are you brave enough to go to northern Myanmar tomorrow? Chu Xiu asked coldly. What's there to be afraid of? Xia Qing replied calmly. She had come well prepared this time, having trained with Suyu for so long. Plus, with her own abilities, she wouldn't dare to take on this risky job without a plan. The next day, they set off for northern Myanmar and bought a used car right there. People from Mandalay generally do not go to northern Myanmar, as they believe it is a very chaotic area. They can only drive there, so they bought a used van for just a few thousand yuan, along with some extra food, water, and gasoline in the trunk. The three of them took turns driving, with Xia Qing sitting in the back. It takes several hours to drive from here to northern Myanmar. The road from Mandalay is easy at first, but it gets worse later on. Although northern Myanmar is part of Myanmar, it is not controlled by the government, but by local armed groups. Since it borders China, there is a large Chinese community here, which is not the case in Laos or Vietnam. This area is very chaotic, with even armed groups operated by Chinese people. It is mountainous and has mines controlled by Chinese groups. In Kokong, a special crystal called labradorite is produced, and the suitable ones for wearing are said to stabilize emotions and enhance personal charm. Therefore, some people come here to buy labradorite despite the risks. This chaos has become a paradise for some, allowing large-scale money laundering and illegal transactions. By 5 p.m., they arrived at a very simple gas station. Xiaqing mostly stayed in the car, wearing a mask to avoid trouble. Suddenly, a girl from a van in front ran out. Xiaqing saw through the window that the girl's hands were taped. The girl rushed into Xiaqing's car but was stopped by two men outside who were smoking. "Get away," one of them said coldly. The girl saw Xiaqing in the back seat and, despite her mask, recognized her as Chinese. She pleaded in Mandarin, please help me. My dad is he Hongping. If you save me, I will give you a lot of money.
I was tricked by a bad man.
Please, I don't want to be hurt. I don't want to die. Nearby, a man noticed the girl had escaped, and other girls in the van tried to run but were caught and slapped. Xiaqing recognized he Hongping as the richest man in the special economic zone. Was this girl he Cici? Please help me. Seeing the other girls being caught, the woman realized that if they drove away, she would be discovered immediately. The area was open, and without cover, she would be found. Let her get in the car. Black Sharp and Red Peach stepped aside. Hearing Xiaqing's words, the girl sighed in relief. She quickly climbed inside. She had seen this car at the last rest area. Xiaqing also saw her through the window. The girl was dressed neatly and wore jewelry, showing she hadn't been kidnapped. The people around her looked like bodyguards, and they were all from Huagua. At first, she couldn't find a chance to escape until just now. She knew that if she didn't act quickly, she would be taken to some kind of facility. Thank you. You say your father is he Hongping? The one from Gangchen? If you search for my photo online, you'll see I'm not lying, he Cici said. Xiaqing looked up her photo online. If she was lying, she would throw her out. At that moment, he Cici's face was swollen from being hit, but the dark mole at the corner of her eye was still very noticeable. The photo showed a radiant he Cici, but now she looked extremely disheveled. How did you end up here? You should have brought bodyguards when you went out, Xiaqing asked, frowning. She knew that people like Ling Kiki, who came from wealthy families like he Cici, would always have bodyguards when going out, especially in dangerous places. At that moment, the two men, unable to find the escaping he Cici, suspiciously approached their car. He Cici was terrified, her face pale and devoid of color, burying her body beneath the seat and clutching Xiaqing's clothes, her hands trembling with anxiety. Xiaqing placed her hand over he Cici's and said, "Don't worry. Did you see a girl just now?" "I don't have any girls here," Red Peach replied in a low voice, her gaze sharp. The man wanted to come over and check the car, but Black Sharp stopped him. The two men were taken down before they could react. "Do you know who we are? How dare you hit me? I'll take your kidney." Red Peach pulled out a gun and pointed it at the man's forehead, coldly saying, "Hurry, get lost." Okay, I'm going." The man felt the cold gun against his forehead and panicked. The two men quickly left, and Black Sharp drove away. Back in their car, the two men knew that in northern Myanmar it was normal for someone to die randomly. No one would know if someone was buried by the roadside. "Tell me, did you see that woman get into that car?" a man asked harshly. In the van, several little girls were scared and covering their heads. One man grabbed a woman's collar and pointed a stick at her. "Do you see this?" No, the girls said in fear. They were all too scared to pay attention to anyone else. That woman must be in that car." The man frowned, but the foreigner from earlier was not Asian and had a gun. "Let them run. Anyone who has a gun can't be a good person. Besides, that woman's passport is with us. She can't escape Myanmar, and we can report back, right?" Another man said, still a bit shaken from being threatened. "Remember the license plate of that car," the man instructed. "Okay." Inside the van, he Cici saw the car that had grabbed her drive away, and she finally sighed in relief. "Are you not afraid that I might be a bad person too?" Xiaqing laughed. "You wear this rare crystal bracelet, which is not cheap, and your watch is Cartier, plus this necklace. Anyone who could openly wear so much jewelry in Myanmar surely wasn't a victim. Otherwise, if caught, their belongings would have been taken away long ago. Can you tell me what happened?" Xiaqing asked, now quite curious, as Cece was from a wealthy family. How could she end up in northern Myanmar? It's Shen Yan. I didn't expect she was already involved with my sister. She tricked me into coming to northern Myanmar to take my life and inherit my fortune. Hongping truly felt sorry for this precious daughter. Although Cece wasn't in the entertainment industry, she was quite popular for her straightforwardness, repeatedly exposing the hidden rules of the industry, earning her the nickname the watchdog of the entertainment world. She had married Shen Yan 3 years ago, who was a mediocre male star. I haven't gotten pregnant in 3 years of marriage. Shen Yan told me there are ways to have a baby here in northern Myanmar. My father is getting old, and I must have a child soon. He told me there are methods here, so he brought me over. But I didn't expect he actually owed 500 million in gambling debts. He's involved with my sister, sent my bodyguard away, and wants me to stay in northern Myanmar. He can inherit my fortune, but with our family background, we signed a property agreement before marriage, so he wouldn't get any assets in a divorce. But if she were to be widowed or go missing, he could keep Cece's fortune without a divorce. I can't believe he sold me to northern Myanmar. I must go back for revenge. Cece's eyes were red. She hadn't slept in many days. Xia Qing was surprised to hear such a big secret from a wealthy family. It was quite shocking. I beg you to take me back. Cece leaned closer to Xia Qing and whispered something only they could hear. If you can take me back, I can give you 100 million. Cece didn't trust anyone. 100 million. Even Xia Qing was tempted, and if the bodyguard she hired heard this, he would be even more interested. But Cece didn't trust anyone. She was willing to believe Xia Qing, perhaps because they were both women. Your passport was stolen, so it's hard to cross back to China. This meant she could only walk back through the border. But with the chaos in northern Myanmar, their country's border was being fenced off, and it would be dangerous if it was electrified. I know, but I really have no other way. Cece cried. She had always been smart, but she made a foolish mistake with a man. This mistake was deadly. If she hadn't met Xia Qing, she feared the outcome. In that car, those people were constantly discussing where to sell them. Those who dared to resist and were deemed useless would have parts of their bodies cut off. Just follow me for now. I have important business in northern Myanmar, but I can't guarantee your safety. When it's time to leave, I will find a way to take you back. I hope you keep your promise.
Xia Qing said.
What I said counts. You can contact your father now. Maybe he can send someone to pick you up. After all, being from a wealthy family, they must have ways. No, not now. I must return safely before I can tell my dad. Cece replied. She didn't want to take such a big risk unless absolutely necessary. She had already made one foolish mistake. She couldn't afford to make another. If Shen Yan knew she hadn't been captured, he would surely think of other ways. Now Shen Yan believed she was caught, so he would relax his guard, but if he could hide for 3 years, he would be even more cautious. Her father might be under surveillance now. She couldn't be reckless. After chatting a bit more, the mercenary bought a large bucket of water, and the others started smoking. Are we leaving now? Hong Tao asked. Let's go. Xia Qing replied. They were mercenaries, so you had told her not to trust these desperate people too much. Are you really going to take a burden with you?
Hong Tao Zoka.
I am not a burden, I can. Xia Qing knew what she was going to say, and quickly interrupted her. If these people found out that this person was offering $1 billion, who knows what these mercenaries might do? I want to take her with me. It's nice to have someone to keep me company. Just to be clear, we are only responsible for protecting you. Hong Tao said. They didn't want to spend extra effort protecting anyone else. You have 7 days for this task, and 3 days have already passed. In 4 days, you two can complete the mission and leave, Xia Qing said. Xia Qing had reached a secret agreement with the wolf. 3 days should be enough for her to finish. The wolf had connections in northern Myanmar. Hong Tao and He Jian didn't say much. As long as their payment was secured, they were fine. Plus, finishing the task early felt like a vacation. The car gradually fell silent, and Cece settled down. After 2 days of high tension, She didn't dare to relax completely. Her nerves were still on edge.
Gurgle.
Cece held her stomach. She hadn't eaten for a day and a night. They were being starved to prevent them from escaping. Here, have this. Xiaqing handed her a flatbread.
Thank you.
Cece quickly ate the flatbread. Her stomach was so empty that she had never thought a simple flatbread could taste so good. About 2 hours later, they arrived in Guijian, a small city close to Yun Province in China, with Baoshan City, Longling County, and Meng City to the north. There were quite a few Chinese people here. Most spoke Mandarin, but the border lines separated heaven from. Most people going to the jade mines would head to Mandalay, and few outsiders came here. The local population was only a few 100,000. Let's find a hotel, preferably a nice one, Xiaqing said. Okay. He Jian replied. This area belonged to Southeast Asia, where women wore traditional clothing, some quite fashionable, but all were revealing. There were no tall buildings here, nothing over 6 stories, mostly 2-story houses. Their specialty was hand-grabbed rice, but Xiaqing had no appetite for it at all. Miss, why not come work with us? The salary is 10,000 yuan a month, with meals and accommodation included. An older woman from Myanmar shouted at Xiaqing. As she tried to get closer, 2 bodyguards blocked her. The foreigners are not very tall, with the average height of men being about 1.75 meters. The red peach and black tip have a strong presence. In a small restaurant, Xiaqing sits at the middle table, with the red peach and black tip at the 2 tables next to her. The wolf has gone out to handle some business, and Xiaqing knows what he is doing, so she naturally accepts it. You two can order whatever you like, Xiaqing tells the bodyguards. She looks at the menu, which has Burmese on top and Chinese below. 2 servings of pea jelly and 2 glasses of fresh juice, please.
Sure.
That will be 500 chats. Or you can pay 20 Chinese yuan. They accept both currencies, but Chinese yuan is preferred. Cece sits down for a meal but is afraid to drink anything because she once fainted from a drink. However, Xiaqing seems unconcerned and drinks directly. This tastes a bit sour, Xiaqing says with a frown. That evening, they find a small hotel. Cece wants to sleep with Xiaqing because she is scared, while the 3 bodyguards sleep in nearby rooms. The hotel in Myanmar has poor soundproofing, and even a little noise can be heard, not to mention Xiaqing has a watch. Aren't they coming in to protect you? Cece asks, feeling a bit scared. They're male bodyguards, not female. Xiaqing notices that Cece has some trauma. She frowns internally, realizing that with Cece asleep, she cannot go find Suyu tonight. After a while, the wolf returns. I found the cellar, but you need to come with me. After all, you won't feel at ease handing over the money to me, Chu Xiu says. He is right. She wouldn't give the money to a mercenary, especially since it's not a small amount. If the money is taken and she doesn't get the gun, it would be a problem. Xiaqing changes into a different outfit and puts on a hat before heading out with the wolf. You're going out? It's dangerous out there, Cece says, feeling uneasy after encountering 2 groups of high-paying scammers today. Yes, I'm going out, but I'll be back tonight. You should sleep, Xiaqing replies. Xiaqing gets into the car with the wolf, and after half an hour, they arrive at a rather chaotic factory area. Are you scared? You still dare to come here alone to buy a gun? Chu Xiu asks, noticing the hint of fear in Xiaqing's eyes through the rear-view mirror. I'm not scared, just nervous. What if you betray me? Xiaqing replies calmly. Since I've decided to work with you, I won't betray you. I just hope you keep your promise. He has a hold on Xiaqing regarding the gun purchase, making her the best partner. The best partners are those who understand each other well. We've arrived. The first purchase won't be cheap, so be prepared, Chu Xiu kindly reminded. The car slowly came to a stop, and Xiaqing got out with Chu Xiu, noticing a smell of smoke in the air. Xiangge, long time no see, the wolf said coldly. A man in a floral shirt and dragging a cart stepped forward. He was Xiangzhua, one of the biggest arms dealers in Myanmar. Ah, wolf. You're back. Have you decided to work with me? Only by following me can you have a future, Xiangzhua said, pulling Chu Xiu into a hug. It turned out they were old acquaintances. I'm here to introduce you to a big client. She wants to buy a large quantity of guns and ammunition, all paid up front, Chu Xiu said.
Great.
Xiangzhua glanced at Xia Qing. He was surprised that a big client was a woman, but he didn't think much of it. Stop talking nonsense. I just want to buy guns, Xia Qing said firmly, wanting to leave after the purchase without listening to their reminiscing. Wow, this woman has quite the temper. Xiangzhua didn't care about Xia Qing's cold words. Instead, he found her fierceness intriguing, stirring his desire to conquer. Suddenly, several men surrounded Xia Qing. Hey, you think you can just walk out of here? Let me have some fun tonight. Xia Qing's face darkened as she listened to their crude remarks. She turned to Chu Xiu and coldly asked, Chu Xiu, is this the place you brought me to? I told you, a woman wanting to buy guns has to pay a price, Chu Xiu replied indifferently. Good brother. Today, let's drink, Wolf. How much money does this woman have? I'm not worried about her not handing it over. Xiangzhua laughed heartily. This was a big opportunity for him. Xia Qing was held at gunpoint, with tape binding her hands, feet, and mouth. Xiangge, this woman sold at least 60 million in Mandalay. Bringing her here is like making a pledge. She'll follow you from now on, the wolf said in a low voice. Good job, kid. I'll accept this pledge. As long as she hands over the money, I'll give you 1/5. From now on, we'll be brothers. Xiangzhua happily patted the wolf's shoulder, thinking who wouldn't want such an easy target? Xia Qing was locked in a dim, damp, and hot room. How did your live stream go today? You had over 10,000 viewers online. I'm warning you, if you dare to speak again, you'll regret it, the man said fiercely. Today, you'll be locked in the wet room, and if we don't have enough people tomorrow, it'll be the same. A woman was locked up, wearing a cheap dress. She was about the same height as Xia Qing but looked like she weighed only around 90 pounds. Were you tricked here too? I can't help you get the tape off. If they find out, they'll hurt me, the woman said fearfully. Xia Qing managed to break free from the tape and tore off the tape covering her mouth. It hurt a little as she pulled it off. The woman was momentarily stunned. She had been with that strong tape before, and it was impossible to pull off in one go. Outside, it was dark, and Xia Qing could see through the small window. She was already feeling hot from being in there for a while. This place was too stuffy, with only a tiny window. Don't even think about escaping. It's impossible, the woman said. How long have you been here? Xia Qing asked. 3 months. I was captured too, and every day I have to do a food challenge. They only let me eat once a day, and it's some seafood that smells terrible. Even with a lot of spices, it was still disgusting. Other food challengers used fake wasabi, but she had to eat real wasabi because it was cheaper here. If she couldn't eat it, they would make her eat something worse to get rid of the bad taste. The woman noticed that Xia Qing was calm, even looking at the locked door, which was secured with a chain. Xia Qing took out a long needle from her bag and inserted it into the lock. Suyu had taught her this method, and after practicing for hours, she could open this small lock, even if she struggled with safes. I suggest you stay quiet. Too many people have already died here, Xia Qing warned coldly. Perhaps due to her experiences, Xia Qing had become much tougher. She had seen selfish people fighting over food, even turning against each other. The woman immediately fell silent. She had tried to resist when she first arrived, but each time it got worse, and she was now too afraid. The girl behind her didn't dare to move, shrinking back in the room. I won't tell on you, but you really can't escape. If they catch you, they'll beat you badly. The lock clicked open, and Xia Qing stepped out of the room. The girl hesitated at the open door, unsure whether to go out or stay. Xia Qing tied her shoelaces and took out a self-defense tool from her bag. There was hardly any patrol in the factory area at night, and only the main gate was tightly closed. Wolf, you can pick any of these women. Consider it a repayment. Bro, we don't hold grudges overnight, right? I'm just happy you're here. Xiangzhua said. Xiang, I found out that the things taken from that woman are worth a total of 1 million. 1 million. She's really a wealthy lady. Xiang's said excitedly, looking at the jewelry in his hands. Great, Wolf, you brought me a big prize. Let's starve her for a day. Tomorrow, we'll tell her that she can leave for 30 million. We'll drag it out until she gives us all her money. That girl looks pretty good. We can keep her for other purposes. In short, anyone who enters their territory won't leave easily. Chu Xiu's gun had already been taken away. As a few people chatted, suddenly, the chopsticks he was holding towards Xiang's eyes. He had just learned that the jewelry the woman brought was worth a lot. Xiang's had been cautious of Wolf. All his weapons were confiscated, and since he was on his own turf, he relaxed. He thought Wolf wouldn't pose any danger to him, especially since the jewelry the woman brought was indeed valuable.
Ah!
Xiang's screamed in pain, covering his bleeding eye. Wolf didn't give him a chance to react. Another chopstick went straight into his neck. The two henchmen behind him reacted, grabbing their guns to shoot at Wolf, but he was quick, twisting their necks in an instant. Wolf took the guns for himself, and Chu Xiu grabbed Xiang's head, watching as blood continued to flow from him, still alive. I told you, you'd die by my hand one day. You were the one who betrayed me. Chu Xiu sneered. After saying this, Xiang's breathed his last, and Chu Xiu wiped the blood from his hands. At that moment, a man appeared at the door. Seeing the scene inside, he wasn't surprised but smiled and said, Brother Xiu, thanks to you for helping me this time. From now on, I'm the boss here, and you'll be my right-hand man. Brother Xiu, you saved my life. He had been undercover here, waiting for Chu Xiu to return. Go call everyone from the factory over, Chu Xiu said. About an hour later, Chu Xiu became the new boss of the factory. Xiu Ge, these are all loyal followers of Xiang's, and one has already escaped, said the little monkey. One escapee was nothing to worry about. Xiao Ho, you ungrateful trash. How dare you betray Xiang Ge? The man spat at Xiao Ho. Chu Xiu didn't even look up. He shot both men in the head. Seeing this, the others dared not say a word. Xia Qing, hiding in the back, realized that mercenaries were indeed cold and ruthless. Stop hiding, Xia Qing, come out, said the wolf, looking in her direction. Xia Qing calmly stepped out from the corner, and Xiao Ho was surprised to see her. Weren't you locked up? It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. She appeared calm on the outside, but inside, she was panicking, covering her watch. She had forgotten that the watch had a tracker, and the wolf, being his mercenary, would surely know her location. Chu Xiu walked around the two bodies, and the others quickly scattered in fear. He approached Xia Qing and revealed his skin. He indeed had beautiful eyes, but how could he have such an ordinary face? His features were distinct, a mix of Russian and Chinese heritage, but there was a 1-inch scar on the left side of his face. Now we can officially cooperate, Chu Xiu said. Actually, I didn't need to show my face to buy weapons, right? Xia Qing had already guessed. It was all just to trick her into coming here as bait. Our deal can continue, Chu Xiu said, handing back the jewelry they had taken from her. There were still some bloodstains on the bag. How can I trust you? Xia Qing replied coldly. Though she had some suspicions and was prepared for the worst, her clenched fists were tense and slightly sweaty as she watched Chu Xiu pull something from his pocket, gripping the dagger tightly. If she faced real danger, even if it risked exposure, she would retreat into her space. After all, she only had one life. This little boy, the address is on the back of the photo. I hope you can take good care of him in Long Country. In return, I will help you purchase military supplies here. This factory will be mine from now on, Chu Xiu said softly. His current identity could only survive here. Xia Qing looked at the photo of a cute little boy with a small red mole under his eye. Aren't you afraid I might use him to threaten you? Xia Qing asked. Your father, Xia Jixiang, your mother, Yang Xia, and all your relatives' information has been investigated. Your background is very clean. Xia Qing was increasingly shocked to learn that Chu Xiu had actually looked into her. I don't know who you are buying weapons for, but you are definitely not simple. Will you go through with this deal? Chu Xiu asked. Not go through with it? Would he also threaten her family? Don't you have any trustworthy friends in China?
Xia Qing asked.
They had only known each other for a few days, and their relationship was based on mutual interests. How could he dare to put a child in his care? Friends? Wasn't it true that even his former brothers had betrayed him? He didn't trust Xia Qing, but now he had no one else to rely on. However, since he had something on Xia Qing, he wasn't worried about her not taking good care of him. 3 years from now, you will bring him to me, Chu Xiu said firmly. In 3 years, he wanted to become the king of northern Myanmar, and he would have the ability to protect him.
All right.
Then I want the weapons now. All of them, Xia Qing said. No, that's not good. Another man rushed over in a panic. Brother Ho, our warehouse is empty. Little Ho's face changed as he leaned closer to Chu Xiu and said, Brother Xiu, the warehouse was full of weapons. This was a new shipment. How could everything disappear overnight? The surveillance system has been outdated and hasn't been repaired, he replied. With so many weapons, even if they were taken, there should have been some noise. How could it be so quiet? Chu Xiu's face was cold as he looked at Xia Qing suspiciously, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Xia Qing had hired bodyguards at a high price. There was no way there could be other people involved. That night, Xia Qing was arranged to sleep in a relatively clean place. There was a small fan, but she couldn't fall asleep. The factory area was too chaotic, and there had been attempts to escape yesterday. Release those captured people, Chu Xiu said. Brother Xiu, if we let them go, how will we make money? We rely on this for income. In 2 months, we still have to pay the armed forces insurance fee, Ho Jie said. If they couldn't pay the insurance, they would also be beaten. Here, there was a layer of exploitation on top of another, and the lowest level was the worst. Let them go. Release those women. They are a burden to me. Although Ho Jie was worried, he trusted Chu Xiu greatly. All right, but if we let them go, they will just be captured by others. They won't be able to escape northern Myanmar, Ho Jie said. He would sell those women later. They destroyed their passports on the first day they arrived to cut off their escape. Now that the factory has just stabilized, there are still people around with whom they have stable relationships, and there will definitely be some trouble later. They have a lot to face. Xia Qing originally wanted to leave, but was forced to stay. Let Hong Tao and He Jian go back first. He Cece will stay with me, and you must not harm her, Xia Qing said with a frown. Okay.
The
next day, Chu Xiu sent someone to bring He Cece over. He Cece resisted in various ways and was eventually. Xia Qing had already paid the balance to He Jian and Hong Tao. When He Cece saw Xia Qing, she was shocked, thinking Xia Qing was part of the factory. You tricked me? Everyone here is a liar. Please let me go. What I said is true, He Cece exclaimed. Xia Qing untied her restraints. Don't be afraid. I told you I would take you back. Just stay by my side, Xia Qing reassured her. When can we go back? He Cece was still very nervous and even distrustful of Xia Qing. Xia Qing understood her feelings. In a few days.
Just trust what I say. You will stay here for now.
It's a bit chaotic these days, and once things settle down, we will proceed with the transaction, Chu Xiu said. Sounds good, Xia Qing replied. You are the calmest woman I have ever met, which makes me curious. Most women would panic and turn pale, but Xia Qing remained composed. Because I know you wouldn't want to lose me as a big client. Plus, I promised to help, so you have to let me go back to China. Talking to smart people can save a lot of unnecessary time, Chu Xiu said seriously. Shao Jia, when Miss Xia goes out, take 2 people to protect her. After all, my commission is separate, Chu Xiu instructed. Hearing this, Xia Qing couldn't help but twitch her mouth. It's not just about having money. You also need the strength to protect your assets. All right, Ho Jie replied. Chu Xiu had planned to come here early and had already set his sights on Xiangzhua. He had arranged for many of his own people in the factory. Otherwise, things wouldn't go so smoothly. He just needed a chance to get close, and he also took the opportunity to check on that child. He dealt with 2 scoundrels. Xia Qing didn't mind. After all, the guns purchased in Myanmar weren't being transported to China. It would be difficult for Chu Xiu to use this point to control her. Because he Cece and Xia Qing are sharing a room, Xia Qing cannot relax and go to the apocalypse area. Xia Qing has been here for 7 days, and only then did Chu Xiu manage to sort everything out. In the apocalypse, Suyu took out the guns from the storage. These guns are all very ordinary. These need to be modified to increase their power. Okay, send them to the armory. A few survivors from a military factory just arrived, so we can have them modify the guns, Li Yao said. Recently, the base's food supply has decreased significantly, and now they only have mushroom packs left. Everyone has been eating mushrooms for every meal these past few days. All right, Suyu replied, feeling a bit gloomy. By the way, my wife asked why we haven't seen the deputy base leader lately. Their ceramic and clothing factories have produced several new styles, Li Yao said. I don't know either, Suyu frowned. Li Yao noticed Suyu was also in a bad mood and didn't dare to ask more. He quickly took the batch of guns away for modification. Recently, more zombies have been wandering around, and having guns will help reduce the threat of death and injury. These days, Chu Xiu has been very busy, and various cries for help often come from the factory area. The people in the factory cannot be let out and are now being held captive. Chu Xiu is busy contacting suppliers and investigating where the weapons in the warehouse have gone. But there are no clues at all. An entire warehouse of weapons has just disappeared. At first, Cece was quite scared, but she has been following Xia Qing and hasn't encountered any danger. At first, whenever Xia Qing went out, Cece would follow her, even to the restroom. However, things have improved a lot in the past 2 days. At least it feels safe now. Qing, I feel like there are people watching us everywhere outside. Aren't you scared at all?
Cece said.
Outside, there are shouts from vendors and many small stalls. The locals are not at risk of being kidnapped. These people specifically scam outsiders to attract them to northern Myanmar. 5 packs of this coarse flour cake, and 5 of these sweet rice, and 5 of this mixed rice cake. Qing, can you eat all that? Cece asked, seeing Xia Qing buy a lot of food. Of course. I have a big appetite, Xia Qing said with a smile. Half of this food is for Suyu. She has already resolved most of the gun issues, and she is not in a hurry to leave to avoid raising Chu Xiu's suspicions. Moreover, Chu Xiu plans to establish power in northern Myanmar, and she must wait until he stabilizes before she can leave. Otherwise, he won't let her go. Cece truly admires Xia Qing's mindset. The two of them bought a lot of things from a street vendor. When they were about to go back, Xia Qing took the opportunity to sneak some items into her space while Cece wasn't paying attention. They were sent back to the factory area, where several people were kneeling in the yard. These were all captives. One girl was shocked to see Xia Qing. She actually recognized her.
Hey!
Everyone behave. A man shouted, whipping the captives. They dared not resist. The main business of Xiangzhua was arms trading, and the women they captured were forced to live stream and recruit others for various dealings. Of course, these women were also used for their entertainment. Cece was stunned by the scene. 2 people saw Xia Qing and Cece enter and thought they were new arrivals. Look, 2 pretty girls have come. Xia Qing watched as the man approached, and Cece stepped back in fear. Xia Qing frowned, still holding many items, and said one word, "Leave." The man didn't care. The newly arrived women were usually fierce and would quickly learn to obey. Xia Qing kicked him, and there was a loud. The man's leg was broken.
Ah!
The pain made him cry out. Ho Jie came out and saw the scene. What are you all doing? This is Sister Qing. Remember this. Anyone who dares to touch her will regret it. Ho Jie said coldly. The people around didn't dare to speak. Sister Qing, Brother Xiu is waiting for you in a room. Ho Jie immediately smiled at Xia Qing. Having followed Chu Xiu for many years, this was the second time he saw him with a woman.
Okay.
Xia Qing entered the room, but Cece was stopped. Brother Xiu wants to talk to you alone. Xia Qing handed the items to Cece and said, let's share these. Wait for me here. The room had only a sofa, a bed, and a long table with various guns on it. Chu Xiu had established connections here over the past few days, but He still needed money. Xiaqing looked at the guns and noticed a small pistol, only the size of a palm. This is a P1NAA. It's compact, and each bullet is carefully crafted to ensure the parts fit perfectly. The gun itself isn't expensive, but the bullets are. Xiaqing thought the gun looked nice. If she took it out, others might think it was just a decoration. These are all the guns available for sale. How many do you want? Chu Xiu asked. Chu Xiu had an injured arm wrapped in bandages. It was normal to get hurt while trying to gain power here. How much? Xiaqing had researched the market in America, where owning a gun is legal. A gun costs about $15, and a box of bullets is about the price of a cup of milk tea. The cost of owning a gun is low, making people feel uneasy when walking around. You can take a look. Chu Xiu handed her a sheet of paper with his price list. Okay, I want these few guns, and the more bullets, the better. Although she hadn't entered the space, she could still communicate with Suyu. They could actually improve the guns, and those bullets were definitely needed. Recently, Suyu wanted to acquire equipment for a military factory. However, military factories are secret bases located in remote areas. Most of their military factories in Long Country are in the northwest. That's fine, but you need to pay a deposit first. I'm short on cash right now. Did you just take over Xiang's territory and still need money? Xiaqing frowned. Of course I need money. Did you see those guys outside? I don't care what you're doing here. Those people should be let go. I can invest in some business for you. Great, I want to open a club, Chu Xiu said. He needed to develop his power through business. Most people in northern Myanmar are from the underworld in China, coming here when they can't survive elsewhere. Chu Xiu frowned. The armed forces here were too dangerous. He needed a lot of money to maintain his weak position. The total price for these guns is 9.8 million. I'll give you 10 million with a 5 million deposit up front. How does that sound? Chu Xiu was pleased with Xiaqing's straightforwardness. They were both clear and direct. Sounds good. After they agreed, it would take half a month for the goods to be ready. Xiaqing planned to return to China first and then come back in half a month with a large truck to pick up the items. Suddenly, there were loud gunshots outside. Ho Jia and Cc burst in. Not good. Zhang Xiaogang has come in with his men, Ho Jia said anxiously. Zhang Xiaogang was Xiang's second in command. He had been at the casino in Dongpu village for the past few days. Today, upon hearing that someone had taken over their territory, he was furious and rushed over with his men. Grab your guns, Chu Xiu said, and he took Ho Jia outside. Only Cc and Xiaqing were left in the room. What should we do? They won't break in, will they? Cc said anxiously. Panicking won't help. Just stay hidden here, Xiaqing replied. She locked the door and hid the gun under the bed. Gunshots could be heard outside from time to time. This place in northern Myanmar is so chaotic. I will never come back here again, Cc said. She had come here because surrogacy was not illegal, even though she originally wanted to go to another country. But Shunyan told her everything was arranged here, so she came. When the noise outside died down, Xiaqing frowned slightly. Stay here and don't move. I'm going to check outside, Xiaqing said. Don't go out. It's so chaotic outside. Would they be killed if they went out? There was practically no law here. Northern Myanmar was not governed by the Myanmar government. Xiaqing told Cc to hide while she went out. Cc hid in a corner and saw two bodies lying in the yard, their faces pale. However, it seemed that the scene in the yard was already under control by Chu Xiu, even though his injured arm was still bleeding. Chu Xiu, you better keep your word. Otherwise, no matter your connection with the armed group, I will kill you. Zhang Xiaogang left with his men, leaving two bodies behind. Let's bury the bodies, Chu Xiu sighed. He would eventually put an end to the chaos here. Xiaqing also felt that staying longer might be more dangerous, so she decided to escape quickly. She approached Chu Xiu and successfully reached an agreement, transferring 5 million on the spot. The remaining commission will be sent to you once I return to China, Xiaqing said. Not a problem. I want to see the child within 3 days of your return. Okay. Then, Chushio sent someone to drive Xiaqing and Hisisi to the border. Your passport is lost. We can only go back to Mandalay to get new documents and then fly back to China, or we can rent a car to the border. It would take 6 or 7 hours to drive to Mandalay from there, while it was only 1 or 2 hours to the border. Getting a passport in Myanmar will probably take half a month. It was too complicated to get a passport abroad. Let's go to the border directly. I'll call my friend to pick me up, Hisisi said. Okay, I'll get off and buy some supplies. Xiaqing bought some food and water. Hisisi used Xiaqing's phone to call her friend. Mei Yao, it's me.
Cece.
Oh my gosh. Is that really you? Where have you been? I've been trying to reach you for days. I called Shenyan, and he said you went on a trip? Where did you run off to? Zhang Mengyao said excitedly. Shenyan is a bad guy. He cheated a long time ago. I'm currently stuck in northern Myanmar, but I'm safe now, though I've lost my passport. Can you help me get a new one? Of course. It's pretty quick to get documents replaced here. But how can I send it to you? Go to the border and make sure to bring a bodyguard. Don't get tricked. Add this phone number on WeChat, and I'll send you the address once I arrive. With the passport, they could cross the border, although there were fences and electric wires now. All right, I'm going to take care of it right now. I'll have a private jet take me there. We'll settle things with Shen Yan once you're safely back. Zhang Mengyao said. Don't tell my dad about this yet. He's older and should know I've been tricked into northern Myanmar. Don't worry, I understand. Zhang Mengyao replied. The two had been friends since childhood and were true best friends. After hanging up, Zhang Mengyao was furious, knowing Shenyan was no good, yet Cece liked him. The worse the guy, the better he was at charming people. Get out of the car, Xiaqing said to the driver in front. No. Hoga said to take you to the border. Hand me your phone. Xiaqing took the man's phone, opened the payment app, and directly transferred 100,000 yuan. By another car. The man, holding the phone in shock, looked at the 100,000 yuan received, feeling very anxious. He couldn't believe he got so much money. A second-hand car only costs about 10,000 to 20,000, yet he was given 100,000. Xiaqing drove them to the border, and they slept in the car overnight. The next day, Cece contacted Zhang Mengyao. From behind the border fence, Zhang Mengyao used a drone to bring over the passport.
Great.
With my passport, I can finally go back, Cece said, shaking as she held her passport. Xiaqing drove Cece to the border exit, where they saw the bright red national flag. Cece was overwhelmed with emotion. She was finally back.
Cece?
Zhang Mengyao waited outside and immediately rushed over to her. The two embraced tightly. This is my friend. Thanks to her, I could come back. Cece introduced.
Thank you.
Get in the car. I have some food ready for you, Zhang Mengyao said. Xiaqing looked at the Lexus minivan, worth 2 million. Look at how thin you've become. Drink this warm milk. I've already heated it for you, Zhang Mengyao said. That guy Shenyan is such a... How dare he treat you like this? Can we call the police? We can't call the police. We'll talk about this when we get back, Cece said. She had just escaped a dangerous situation and needed to rest. My private jet is at the airport. Do you want to rest here for the night, or should we fly back right away? Zhang Mengyao asked. Let's go back. I don't want to stay here, Cece replied. Where do you want to go? You saved Cece, so you're my friend too. I can take you back quickly, Zhang Mengyao said. Just drop me off at the Ruili high-speed train station. I can get home from there. Okay. Thank you, Xiaqing, for coming back this time. I won't forget what I promised you. Once I get divorced, I'll call you right away. If you need anything, you can also contact Mengyao. The two of them had added each other on WeChat.
Sure.
Xiaqing replied. She bought a high-speed train ticket and then a flight, returning to Handan in the evening. Her first stop was the warehouse, where many items had been delivered over the past few days. She needed to store them away. Just as she was about to enter the storage space, Cece had been with her in Myanmar for days, making it impossible to access it. Xiaqing, come back quickly. Your mom was in a car accident.
What? How could that happen?
Where is my mom now? Hearing about Yang Xia's accident, Xia Qing was terrified. After learning the location, she hurriedly took a taxi to Handan First Hospital, where her father looked as if he had aged 10 years, standing alone by the surgery room door. Xia Qing rushed over, her face pale. What happened? How could my mom be in a car accident? Xia Qing asked anxiously. Xia Jixiang anxiously watched the surgery room, praying continuously. However, Xia Qing was surprised to see Grandma Xia, Tian Kaihua, and Xia Jiqing were also there. About 2 hours later, the doctor, who performed the surgery, came out. The situation is as follows. The surgery did not go smoothly. Our facilities are limited and the patient's condition is unstable. She needs to be transferred to another hospital for further treatment, the doctor said solemnly. Is the doctor in danger? Xia Qing asked carefully. Yes, although there is no immediate danger to life, the injuries are severe. We are worried that the patient may not handle it well when they wake up, so family members need to provide support.
What?
Did my mom get disfigured? The patient has been moved to the ICU. It's best to transfer to another hospital because the leg injuries are too severe for us to treat here, and surgery is needed as soon as possible. Okay, thank you, doctor. I will find a way to arrange the transfer. Xia Jixiang sighed in relief. As long as she was alive, that was what mattered. What exactly happened? How did my mom get into the accident? What about the driver? Xia Qing asked anxiously. Tian Kaiwa nudged Xia Jiqing. Niece, this is my fault. Xia Lei borrowed your family's car for his engagement, and he mistook the brake for the gas pedal, crashing into the yard. Yes. It was just Xia Lei's engagement, and you weren't around to lend the car. I didn't expect such a big accident to happen, Tian Kaiwa added. I'll cover the medical expenses for Xia Jiqing said with a frown. Tian Kaiwa turned pale and secretly pinched Xia Jiqing. The car must have insurance. It will cover the damages. We're family, so there's no need to be so formal about it, Tian Kaiwa quickly said. Xia Lei's engagement expenses have already been paid. There's no extra money left. Let's just use the insurance, Grandma Xia chimed in. Now that you're earning money, do you really want to take money from your uncle's family? Grandma Xia's expression changed. Xia Jixiang had already paid 30,000 yuan, which was just for the surgery, and they didn't know how much more would be needed. You don't need to worry about the medical expenses, Xia Qing said coldly. I said we are family. Why talk about compensation? Xia is not in life-threatening danger, Grandma Xia replied. Hearing this, Tian Kaiwa felt relieved and was about to express her gratitude, but the next words from Xia Qing chilled her. That car is mine, and I never agreed to lend it. I will sue your son for stealing the car and crashing into my yard, injuring my mom. Let the police decide what happens next. I will get a lawyer for this, Xia Qing said with an icy tone. You. Xia Qing, we are family. It was just an accident. You're trying to ruin Lei. He is preparing for a civil service exam and about to get engaged. How could he handle a criminal record? Why are you being so cruel? Do you even hear what you're saying?
My mom is currently in the ICU.
She just survived a terrible accident, her face is injured, and she has a broken leg. But what about your son, Xia Lei? He's acting like a coward. You. Lei is also hurt. He had a few stitches on his head, Tian Kaiwa said angrily. Jixiang, I know Lei made a mistake, but we can't ruin his future. You are his uncle, Xia Jiqing said, clearly reluctant to discuss his son's issues. Xia Qing had already called the police. Their home has security cameras, and the yard is a complete mess from the accident. Hearing Xia Qing's call to the police made Tian Kaiwa furious. She tried to grab Xia Qing's phone, but she was no match for her. Tian Kaiwa stumbled and fell to the ground, starting to cry out. Xia Laodai, seeing Xia Qing's fierce expression, didn't dare confront her and turned to Xia Jixiang instead. This family shouldn't be fighting. Jixiang, you need to control your daughter, she said angrily, hitting Xia Jixiang. Mom, if something happens to Xia, no one will have it easy. Xia Jixiang's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were red. Dad, please go rest at the hotel for a while. Come back tomorrow when Mom is out of the ICU. Xia Jixiang nodded. He had been awake for a day and night without food or water. Now that he knew Yang Xia was not in danger, he couldn't hold on any longer. Second brother, are you just going to watch our family fight like this? Xia Jiqing frowned. Is it really necessary to escalate things this way? I only know that my wife of many years is lying in there, Xia Jixiang said coldly. Behind him, Xia Jiqing looked resentful, and Tian Kaiwa was crying out in distress. After a while, the police arrived, and Xia Qing explained the situation clearly. Here is the security footage. He found the keys to my house without my permission. Okay, I will investigate and get back to you as soon as possible, the police said seriously. Xia Qing ordered takeout for her father, hoping he could eat something. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu sent her a message urging her to hurry. Sorry, my mom was in an accident. After I see her, I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. The child lives in an orphanage in Han City, which isn't too far away. At the hospital, Yang Xia had woken up but looked unwell. Mom, don't worry. Once your condition stabilizes, I'll take you to a better hospital where they can fix everything, Xia Qing reassured her. We have money now. We can pay for any treatment you need. Yang Xia still couldn't speak, just nodding her head. Your mother's health is really good. Otherwise, she might not have made it off the operating table, the doctor remarked, envious of Yang Xia's strong constitution. Yes, your mom's health indicators are even better than those of young people. That's impressive. Xia Qing felt relieved hearing the doctor's words, grateful that she had given her parents health-boosting supplements. Otherwise, her mother might have been in real danger. But to repair her injuries, we will likely need to find top surgeons in Kyoto or Magic City. Those doctors are very hard to book,
The doctor said.
However, the most urgent matter is the surgery on her leg, which must be done as soon as possible, the doctor stated seriously. Xia Qing tried to make an appointment through her phone, but there was only one slot available each week, making it nearly impossible to get. She sought help from a scalper. This appointment costs 20,000, but it's for 3 months from now. Xia Qing frowned slightly. The doctor had said that the repair needed to be done quickly for the best results, and her mother's leg was severely injured and also required surgery. Lin Wan, along with her aunt and uncle, rushed over, all very upset about the situation and brainstorming solutions. I know a great recovery specialist in Port City. It's a private hospital, so it should be easier to book, Lin Wan suggested. Port City? Even a private hospital should be able to hire a good doctor if they were willing to pay. Sis, let me ask around for you. Lin Wan made several calls in the hallway, but finally, with a worried expression, she said, that doctor is also very busy. We can only wait. But given the current situation, especially with the leg injury, the sooner it was treated, the better. Port City? She contacted Zhang Mengyao via WeChat. Cici is busy with family matters, but I'll help you find the best doctor for your treatment. Xia Qing wanted to ask if they didn't need to make an appointment in advance to confirm, but later she learned that this private hospital was actually owned by Cici's family. A private jet will come to pick you up tomorrow. Since you are Cici's friend, I will definitely help you, Zhang Mengyao said. Thank you so much. Xia Qing sincerely expressed her gratitude. That evening, Xia Qing remembered her promise to Chu Xiu and went to the orphanage in Han City to see the little boy who was only 6 years old. The orphanage was actually in decent condition, but most of the children there were abandoned. The next morning, Xia Qing completed the adoption paperwork, and the little boy followed her closely. When Xia Qing finally had time to ask him, she said, Xiao Ran, aren't you scared? When she first entered the orphanage, many children looked at her. The older kids hoped to be adopted, while the younger ones were afraid. But this child had a calm expression, as if he lived in another world. Xiaoren shook his head and said, I want to be with you. Xia Qing looked into the child's eyes, which resembled Chu Xiu's, but his gaze was deep and wise for someone so young. Xia Qing patted his head and took him to buy some clean clothes and shoes. Then they went to the hospital. Hello, are you Miss Xia? Our helicopter will land on the hospital's rooftop in 20 minutes. Okay. This was a direct helicopter service for patients in the port city. Chu Ran had just been picked up, and now Xia Qing could only take him, but she had already sent the child's information to Chu Xiao, who was reassured. Xia Qing, along with the child and Xia Jixiang, boarded the helicopter. They had a special fast route, and it would take them about 3 hours to reach Gongyi Hospital. Cici's family was the largest shareholder of this hospital. Xia Qing searched and found that it was a top-tier hospital with advanced and complete equipment. In the afternoon, they arrived at the hospital's private helipad. Yang Xia was immediately arranged to undergo a full-body examination. The three of them were placed in a VIP room, which had a special family area, but only one person could stay there. "Is this a hospital?" "It looks more like a hotel," Xia Jixiang said in surprise, looking at the facilities. The living conditions of the rich were beyond what the poor could imagine. "It is a hospital. Only one person can stay in the family area. I'll take this child to the hotel across the street." "All right," Xia Jixiang replied, feeling a bit out of place. Chu Ran was very well behaved and stayed close to Xia Qing. A young woman in a smart nurse's uniform smiled politely and said, "Family of Yang Xia, please come to the doctor's office." "Okay." The doctor's office was private and very luxurious. "Hello, I am Tan Wenjie," said a middle-aged man with some gray hair. Xia Qing saw his profile at the door. He was a highly skilled professor-level surgeon, and his surgeries often had long waiting lists. However, this was special, as Miss Cici had specifically requested it, so they did not dare to be careless. "The test results are in, and an urgent surgery is needed. The main issue is that the injury to the leg is very serious. The bone can no longer be used and will need to be replaced with a prosthetic. However, this also carries risks," Tang Wenjie explained in detail. "Can you give me a copy of the examination results?" Xia Qing asked. "Of course. But this will require multiple surgeries, at least 3 in total." Xia Jixiang felt distressed thinking about how much Yang Xia was suffering. "Let's focus on treatment first. There must be a way." However, it wasn't perfect. After reviewing the plan, Xia Qing saw that the best outcome would be the ability to walk, but there would still be some limitations. That evening, Xia Jixiang stayed in the family room, and Xia Qing bought him some supplies. He then took Xu Ran to a hotel across the street and booked a large suite. "After you eat, you can go to sleep. You can watch TV or use the projector if you want," he said. Xu Ran nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Xia Qing closed the door and went straight to the bedroom. "How is it? Is there a good solution?" she asked. "The plan from the doctors is good, but the transplanted bone joint carries risks since it is made from external materials. It could cause allergic reactions and may need to be replaced in 10 years, requiring another surgery, which could lead to complications," the doctor replied. "We are currently using the most advanced artificial cloning technology to create a perfect match based on your mother's DNA," the doctor continued. "This way, the recovery will be similar to that of a normal person." Xia Qing's eyes lit up at this. "Unfortunately, we don't have the equipment for that. DNA cloning requires individual profiles," the doctor added. "Where can we find it?" Xia Qing asked. "This is done by international biotech companies like Juji Biotech, Johnson & Johnson, and Roche," the doctor explained. "Sudan's senior brother works for Juji Biotech. My senior brother and I are both in pharmaceuticals," Sudan said with a frown. "Biotech companies deal with biomedicine, medical devices, and biotechnology. Juji Biotech's medical device company is located in Guangqing Shunchuan City," Sudan mentioned. "That's a major city with a large population, nearly 10 million people. If you had the equipment, would you be able to do it?" Xia Qing asked, as this was her most crucial question. "Professor Zhang would." Xia Qing received this news without a response, unsure of what to say, feeling a bit down. Suyu signaled for everyone else to leave. He gazed intently at the girl in front of him and said, "Seriously, I know what you're worried about, and I'm willing to go. Shunchuan City is far away and has many zombies. I'm not afraid. We just established the space, and the children finally have some smiles. You can't take that risk." Xia Qing was torn. She was really conflicted. She was bound to Suyu, and once she entered this world, she couldn't be too far from him, or she would be pulled back to her own time. If she wanted to go to Shunchuan City to find that cloning device, Suyu would have to go with her. She didn't want to drag anyone else into danger. This base needs to be developed, and we need more advanced equipment. We can also gather useful supplies along the way. Plus, I want to find out why the world has become like this, and see if there are other places. If humanity wants to survive, they need to help themselves. Suyu spoke gently. It's my choice to have you come with me. Xiaqing knew he was trying to care for her feelings, but she couldn't ignore her mother. She couldn't let her mother suffer for the rest of her life. Even if the road ahead was dangerous and filled with zombies, she wasn't afraid. Her parents had once been her safe haven, and now she would be theirs. Stop worrying. You help me save this world, and I'll help you save your mom. Suyu's openness eased Xiaqing's mind. They were saving each other. Okay, once we get everything set up at the base, we'll go together. Xiaqing's eyes were filled with gratitude. This journey to Shunchuan was a dangerous one. They needed to settle the base. It was their last home. Hydroponic vegetables may not have a high success rate, but at least we can grow some now. We can also bring in more mushroom kits and rice and flour. Rice and flour are filling foods and can be stored for a long time. Suyu quickly arranged everything. He knew Xiaqing's mother was anxious for surgery. Yang Xia was in the hospital, and Xiaqing couldn't leave for now, so the most dangerous part of this trip was for Suyu. This was also why Xiaqing felt guilty. Xiaqing decided to buy a camper van and then modify it with Suyu, making long drives more comfortable for him. Okay, I'll go arrange it right now, Xiaqing said. Xiaqing, without your presence, my life would be much worse than it is now. I might have even died, and there would be no Suyu in this world. Kong, Hospital. Doctor, how's my mom doing now? Xiaqing asked nervously. The surgery went very well. We were worried about infection and took precautions, so she will need to stay in the ICU for a few days. However, her health is excellent, and she can be moved to a regular room today for recovery, the doctor replied. The nurse was also surprised. That's great. Xiaqing felt very happy to hear the doctor's words. Regarding the artificial joint, we need to make a decision soon for early implantation to avoid a second surgery after the wound heals, the doctor advised. Okay, I will discuss this with my family, Xiaqing responded. Next, Xiaqing paid the hospital fees, which were 150,000 for just 2 days. If it weren't for Heesi's connections, the surgery wouldn't have been possible. Xiaqing paid 1 million upfront since she would need further surgery for recovery on her face later. In the hospital room, this was a top hospital in Hong Kong, with a tablet offering various meals. There were options like abalone clay pot rice, Western and Chinese dishes, desserts, and steak available 24 hours. However, the patients had a special nutrition plan for their meals. All meals could be ordered to the room, ensuring the patient's privacy. The room was very advanced, with nurses available 24 hours to help with laundry, a shower room, and a bathroom with large windows to brighten the space, making the patients feel better. Yes, you can order from the menu for free, but patients can only eat light meals for now, the nurse explained. Xia Ji-xiang couldn't understand the menu, seeing abalone and sea cucumber. Is this hospital food? He didn't dare to order anything. Xiaqing came over, ordered a few items, and said, "Please bring them to the room." "Sure," the nurse politely replied before leaving. "Ching-ching, what kind of hospital is this? I've never seen one so nice." Yang Xia exclaimed in shock. "This is a big hospital in the port city, Mom. Just focus on getting better here." She had just overheard Yang Xia talking to her father. "Mom, don't worry about your leg. It will definitely heal. You'll be back to normal in no time." Yang Xia couldn't feel her leg and only felt pain when she moved. She didn't want to burden her daughter or waste money. "It's fine, my leg is okay. I'll be better in a couple of days. We can just stay at a regular hospital," Yang Xia said, worried about being a burden to her daughter. "Mom, just let me take care of you here." Xiaqing comforted her. Ding ding. Xiaqing saw her phone ringing. It was a call from Tian Kaihua, which she immediately hung up. Xia Jixiang's phone was turned off, and he hasn't felt like using it these days. Xiaqing directly blocked Tian Kaihua. After a while, she received a call from an unknown number.
Xiaoqing, it's Bai Jie.
Do you remember me? Now Lei Lei has been taken away by the police. Not only does he have to pay a fine, but he will also be detained for 15 days. You are all family. No one wants this to happen. Can you drop the charges? If Xia Lei is detained, he will lose his job, Bai Jie said with a frown. She even complained about Xiaoqing, saying they were family and Xia Lei didn't mean to cause trouble. He felt very guilty about what happened. She thought her family wouldn't be so heartless, but she was surprised that Xiaoqing called the police. You have plenty of money, and your car is insured. There's no need to make this so embarrassing. Do you really want to send your cousin to detention? This will be a stain on his record for life. Isn't there a way to discuss this calmly? What is there to discuss? He damaged my family's property and even hit my mom. My mom is still in the hospital. And about this, I have already reported it to the police. Let them handle it, Xiaoqing said coldly. She knew exactly what kind of person Xia Lei was. The police said that if you sign a letter of understanding, Xia Lei won't have to go to detention. You're his sister. Just sign the letter, Bai Jie said with a frown. Any issues should be discussed with my lawyer, Xiaoqing said and hung up the phone, blocking the number as well. He hurt someone and doesn't want to pay for it, while her mom is in the hospital undergoing surgery, and Xia Lei just ran away? If they call her heartless, so be it. She won't forgive anyone who wrongs her. She believes in keeping her distance from those who don't treat her right, even if they are relatives. No one can hurt her beloved mother. She will protect her family. Xiaoqing took a deep breath and returned to the hospital room. The meal was already set on the table. Dad, please eat with Mom here. There's another child at the hotel that I need to take care of. Okay, you go ahead and take care of your business. It's fine here. Your dad is with her, Yang Xia said. Yeah, don't hesitate to spend money. Everything here is free. The charges are included in the hospital fees, and I've already paid, so don't worry. Xiaoqing reminded them a few more times before leaving. Yang Xia looked at the large floor-to-ceiling window and smiled. If it weren't for the bandages on my face and legs, I would think I was at a vacation hotel. The hotels we went to before weren't as nice as this one. I never thought there would be a hospital like this. Look at that nurse, always smiling and taking care of me so politely, Yang Xia exclaimed. How could people like us, who are poor, ever imagine the world of the wealthy?
So don't worry.
The doctor in the recovery department assured me that your injuries will definitely heal, and your skin will be even smoother afterward. Xia Jixiang comforted Yang Xia.
Yang Xia nodded happily.
She was very worried about her disfigurement, but now that she saw the environment here, she felt confident that she would be treated well. Xiaoqing returned to the hotel, and Chu Ran was sitting on the sofa, quietly watching TV. As soon as he saw Xiaoqing come back, he stood up. Being young, he felt insecure, especially in a new environment. This is a mobile phone and a location watch. Do you know how to spend money? Xiaoqing asked, realizing it was a silly question. Chu Ran frowned slightly and shook his head. He had no money to spend in the orphanage. I'll teach you. If you need anything, contact me and add this WeChat. Xiaoqing also shared Chu Xiu's phone number with him. I'll be quite busy for the next few days and will stay here for a while. I rented this suite for a month. Is it okay if I find you a school when we return to Han City? Although Chu Ran was a child, he seemed more mature than others, so Xiaoqing asked for his opinion. Chu Ran nodded and transferred 10,000 yuan to his phone. He also called the hotel restaurant to order 3 children's meals for each day. This hotel has a children's playground. You can go play there, but only within this hotel, okay? Chu Ran nodded obediently, and Xiaoqing patted his head. Let's eat first. In the afternoon, Xiaoqing researched and found that the Hummer mainly produces military and off-road vehicles, originally made for the military. Later, they began producing civilian cars, which have excellent performance and can be considered the king of off-road vehicles. However, Xiaoqing also found information about another vehicle. She was interested in a Canadian off-road vehicle called the Sentinel, which has an armor protection level of BR6, boasts a powerful 333 horsepower and is a legally permitted armored vehicle on the road. This car costs $8.8 million, and the problem is that expensive off-road vehicles are usually pre-ordered, meaning it could take months to get one. She needed something that could hit the road quickly. In the end, she chose the Hummer H1, known as a land tank and considered the best for off-roading. Xiaoqing took a taxi directly to the Hummer dealership. "Do I need to place an order for this car now?" Xiaoqing asked. She had previously bought cars worth tens of thousands without any issues. The salesperson looked at her in disbelief. Then, feeling awkward, she said, "Hello, miss. Cars over 1 million need to be ordered in advance. For vehicles over 1 million, especially high-end models, advance orders are required." Xiaoqing felt a bit embarrassed. Even though she had money now, she still hadn't experienced the life of true wealth. "Can I ask who has already reserved this car?" Xiaoqing genuinely wanted to buy it. So, she paid a deposit to reserve it. The civilian armored vehicle was very sturdy, and Suyu would surely like it. Plus, it was spacious and comfortable. "I'm sorry, but that's not possible. Customer reservations are private. If you want to buy it, you can pay a deposit in advance," the salesperson replied. After leaving the dealership, Xiaoqing could only buy a less expensive off-road vehicle for now. She realized that wealthy people usually don't go to dealerships. They have dedicated salespeople who come to them for purchasing services. This opened a new world for Xiaoqing. She felt like a newly rich person. Xiaoqing rented a truck and went to the supermarket to buy rice, flour, and other long-lasting items. Since Suyu would be away for at least 10 days to half a month, she wanted to stock up. Fortunately, the port city was large, so buying so many items didn't attract attention. The base had enough mushrooms and hydroponic plants to last for a while, but they had to ration their food until Suyu returned, and no food could be exchanged while he was away. In the living room of the villa during the apocalypse, Suyu said, "You all know I'm going to Shunchuan City, which is thousands of kilometers away. The daily management of the base will be up to you. The food Xiaoqing sent me is enough for a while, along with what I received earlier. It will last a month. Make sure to take good care of the hydroponic vegetables and mushrooms. Let's pause the clothing and ceramics factories for now. We'll resume when I return." As for the herbal tea factory, the machines they had previously set up were ready, and they could simply buy the herbal tea to brew. "Should you organize everything?" "Brother Yu, I want to go with you." Li Yao said, "I'm not afraid of danger. Having one more person makes it safer. Everyone knows that going to Deep River is dangerous. No one knows what the outside world has become. An unknown map is the most terrifying danger." "Brother Yu, I want to go with you," Wang Chong, Zhang Liang, and Yang Shua said together. "No, I will go alone this time. We don't know what the situation is outside. You all stay here and take care of the base." The others nodded silently, seeming a bit unwilling. "Don't worry. I will be fine. Just protect the base. No one is allowed to exchange food in the near future. Safeguard the base's food,"
Suyu said.
That was what he worried about the most. "Understood. Take good care of this place. Don't let anything happen to the base while I'm gone." Suyu had packed everything and was about to leave. As he reached the base entrance, a dozen team leaders surrounded him. "Base leader, you can't go out." "Yes. What will happen to our base if you leave?" Suyu frowned slightly. Did someone leak his plans to go out? "Base leader, we won't stop you from leaving, but going to Deep River is too far. If something goes wrong, we won't have any food left for the base. How will we survive?" Wang Zhen complained. These people had suffered through toxic leaves, moldy food, and days of hunger. It's easy to fall into luxury, but hard to return to frugality. "Who told you that the base leader is going to Deep River?" Li Yao said sharply. The people at the front shook their heads, looking around nervously. One man among them stepped back a bit, looking guilty. "Where the base leader goes is not for you to block. Base leader, please don't go to Deep River. Base leader, we need you." Some team members started to protest, trying to block him. Suyu's expression grew darker. "The base has enough food. You won't go hungry. If you keep this moral pressure, each of you will lose 10 points. Wang Chong said coldly. Others became tense. "Points at the base are like money. That's equivalent to losing a lot of money for each person. The base leader's trip to Deep River is very important. Don't you want the base to develop better? You can see how hot the weather is now, and the outside land is gradually turning into desert, Liao added. Stop blocking him, Wang Chong said sternly. The team members no longer dared to stop him. The base is currently growing hydroponic vegetables, so food is guaranteed, Siu said in a serious tone. He understood that these people felt insecure, but he had his own tasks to complete and couldn't be tied down here. What you need to do is protect this base. I will definitely come back. The base needs more and better equipment. Base leader, I want to go with you, said Xia En from the team. He was different from the others. He wasn't trying to stop the base leader, but wanted to join him on the mission. Last time he went on a mission with the base leader was a wonderful experience, and he still remembered the taste of the barbecue. This is a secret mission. You all need to guard the base. Protect this base until I return, Siu said firmly. The other team members also stopped blocking the entrance. Once outside, Siu got into an off-road vehicle, which was filled with plenty of gasoline. Xia Qing was at a restaurant, ordering a lot of dishes like fried noodles, seafood ramen, and sweet and sour pork. Most of the flavors here were sweet and sour. 2 portions of crispy pigeon, steamed chicken feet, shrimp dumplings, custard buns, and fried rice, please. Sure, please wait a moment, the restaurant staff replied with a smile. Xia Qing ordered a whole menu and bought a lot of tea and pastries. She packed many snacks to take home. Suddenly, her WeChat notification rang. It was a call from Zhang Mengyao. Xia Qing, are you free? CC wants to see you. She said she has something for you and needs to meet in person. Her sister, CC, promised her 100 million. Xia Qing sent the address, and about 10 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the restaurant. Hello, you must be Miss Xia, the driver politely asked.
Yes.
Please get in the car. The driver opened the door for Xia Qing, shielding her head as she got in. After about half an hour, the car headed towards Qianshui Bay in Port City, located in the southern district. The beach here is crescent-shaped and beautiful, known for its luxury homes, and it even has the largest golf course in Port City. It's the most upscale area, a gathering place for the wealthy. In Port City, land is extremely valuable, and it's no exaggeration to say that being able to afford such a large house shows great wealth. CC's house at number 18 Deepwater Bay can be seen from above. It not only has a tennis court but also a swimming pool and diving board, with the entire villa built against the mountain. This house is worth a total of 2 billion. The car drove straight into the garage, and Xia Qing saw at least 7 or 8 luxury cars, all worth over 100,000. The coolest one was a red Lamborghini. Miss Xia, this way please, the maid smiled politely, guiding Xia Qing. CC came down the stairs in a silk nightgown and crystal slippers, looking relaxed. Compared to her tired appearance in Myanmar, the girl now looked radiant. CC signaled for the maid to leave and sat on the soft, luxurious leather sofa. This check is for 100 million, but you need to sign a contract with me. Xia Qing thought CC wouldn't give it to her, but she was surprised that this person was so trustworthy. However, there must be conditions, otherwise, she wouldn't just give her 100 million. CC took out a contract stating that Xia Qing must keep any information about her time in Myanmar confidential. I hope you keep this secret. I don't want anyone to know I went to Myanmar, CC said, as she couldn't let anyone have leverage against her during this critical time of her divorce. Of course. Just keeping a secret to get 100 million seemed like a great deal. For them, 100 million was like buying a favorite, expensive piece of jewelry. Miss, Van Cleef and Arpels is here with the latest jewelry for you to choose from, the maid said respectfully. Xia Qing looked over to see 2 people in business suits at the door, holding a safe and wearing white gloves. CC looked impatient and said, "They're just old styles. There's nothing special." Van Cleef and Arpels, Cartier, Chaumet, and Harry Winston are all top brands in the jewelry world. Fine, bring them in to take a look. The 2 people at the door excitedly approached upon hearing CC's words. Hello, Miss He, the woman said politely. One person opened the safe, revealing the most luxurious jewelry from Van Cleef and Arpels. "This is our latest collection," the staff introduced. Cece glanced at it, but didn't find anything she particularly liked. More of these similar styles? The sales staff quickly took out a crystal bracelet from a small box in the safe. "This is a crystal bracelet made from volcanic rock, called Fiery. Isn't this the bracelet that Ling Kiki bought? However, this crystal is adorned with diamonds and other gemstones, making it even more dazzling. Not only that, but she also paired it with crystal earrings, which were made by selling a piece of her crystal." "This one is nice," Cece said, and the attentive young lady carefully took out the bracelet. "These jewels are quite expensive, and if they get damaged, they can't afford to pay for it. I'll try it on for you." Saying this, the girl knelt in front of Cece and gently put it on her. Cece opened her hand to look at the bracelet and said, "This one is pretty good. I'll take it. Please keep the matching earrings as well." The two young ladies were very happy, as their commission from this sale would be quite high. Xiaqing watched the scene and felt a bit speechless. She realized that she was just a wealthy person before, but this was true wealth. Cough. She was the first generation to suddenly become rich. With the bracelet on, Cece left with the two young ladies who were carrying a safe. Xiaqing held the 100 million check and felt a bit emotional. She took out a more beautiful volcanic rock crystal from her backpack, which was bright red like lava, paired with rosy pearls. "I see you like this crystal too. I'll give you this one, it's unique," Xiaqing said with a smile. For wealthy people like them, most of their clothing and jewelry are high-end, and they avoid wearing the same items as others. So, the designs from these brands are all different. "This one is actually similar to my crystal. It looks nice," Cece said. She knew Xiaqing went to Myanmar to sell jewelry. "If you have more unique jewelry like this, I can help you sell it," Cece said with a smile. The bracelet Xiaqing gave her had even more beautiful colors.
Great.
"I'll send you a piece of every new item I get," Xiaqing replied. Xiaqing noted down the address and planned to prepare a batch of jewelry to send to Cece, especially since she'd just received 100 million from her. "I'm not helping you for free. I'll take a 2% commission," Cece said. Even though she had a lot of money, she wouldn't work for nothing. After all, who wouldn't want more money? "Of course. I hope you remember your promise," Cece said, more concerned about that. Xiaqing held the check and said, "I'm very trustworthy, and you are too." In the afternoon, Xiaqing picked a box of crystal jewelry and sent it to Cece via courier. On her way back, she remembered that Chu Ran was still at the hotel, so she went in to buy him a few toys and some books. When she returned, Chu Ran was still watching TV. He felt a bit nervous when he heard Xiaqing come back. "Xiao Ran, these are all for you. Take your time to enjoy them. The hotel will deliver 3 meals a day. You can also go out to play if you want. I will be quite busy these next few days and might not be at the hotel. If you need help, you can ask the hotel staff. They will assist you. And don't worry if I'm not back." Chu Ran nodded obediently. He looked at the pile of toys on the table and saw that Xiaqing had already gone to her room. Actually, Chu Ran was still quite shy, but Xiaqing always interacted with him in a way that felt comfortable, not overwhelming. He took a photo and sent it to Chu Xiao. "Dad, I really like this sister." Chu Xiao, who was in Myanmar, received Chu Ran's photo and smiled slightly. He knew he had chosen the right person. "Stay there and be good. Once things settle down here, I'll bring you over," Chu Xiao replied. Xiaqing's willingness to give the child a phone showed her good intentions and that she would treat him well. Xiaqing entered her room, closed the door, changed her clothes, and went straight into the space. This time, she was startled to find herself in a desolate, broken-down road with abandoned cars. What was going on? Usually, when she entered, she would quickly move to Su Yu's side. Why was it different this time? Xiaqing frowned, feeling a bad premonition. She hurriedly returned to the space, only to find that the had disappeared. Was there a bug in the space?
Su.
Xiaqing called out anxiously, but there was no response from Su Yu. However, she noticed that some food in the space was missing, likely because Su Yu had taken some. She quickly grabbed paper and a pen to write a note, placing it in the space, hoping Suyu would see it. Then she returned to her own time and opened her eyes. It was still the same broken road and old cars. Xiaoqing frowned as she looked at the tire tracks on the ground and the lifeless world around her. She tried to enter the space again, but after traveling, she was sent back here. The surrounding land was still desolate. This was still the apocalypse. Why couldn't she go back? Panic surged within her. She forced herself to calm down. Usually, she was bounced back from this time, but this time she was stuck here. The wind was strong, and she walked along the road, noticing the tire tracks on the ground. She felt that she couldn't be far from Suyu. In the past, she always appeared next to Suyu, so it should be the same this time, right?
Suyu.
Xiaoqing shouted loudly, but there was no echo around her. Instead, she heard a rustling sound. She saw an old, broken-down car shaking in front of her, and a zombie crawled out, growling. Xiaoqing felt foolish. These zombies were very sensitive to sound, and here she was shouting in the apocalypse. It was too easy to attract zombies. Fortunately, the zombie was stuck halfway out of the car and couldn't move at all. Xiaoqing could only walk along the ruined road until it was almost dark. She was really tired. She had never walked this long before. As it got darker, Xiaoqing checked her space and saw a note in Suyu's handwriting. Don't be afraid. Look around for any road signs and remember them. I'll find you. Although Suyu's handwriting was bold and strong, seeing it felt like he was right there with her, giving her a sense of safety. Xiaoqing tried to return but couldn't. She had to stay in the space. It was dark outside, and she didn't dare to be alone out there. She rarely observed her space, usually just passing through or taking things. This time, staying in the space for a long time was boring, so she noticed that it seemed to have two layers folding and flowing. The movement was extremely slow. Xiaoqing touched it. It felt soft, like a bottomless pit. Is it evolving? Why did it evolve now, of all times, during the apocalypse? She wondered how long this space had been evolving. The information she could touch made her feel a bit more at ease. At least she could still go back. If she didn't return, her mom would worry. They had only rented the hotel for a month. You should evolve quickly, right? Xiaoqing asked silently. The next moment, the space bounced her back out.
Ugh.
Xiaoqing looked at the dark sky around her, listening to the rustling wind.
No.
She quickly tried to enter the space again but was bounced out once more. To evolve quickly, she couldn't stay in the space. This is too much, I was wrong.
Can you let me in?
Evolving slowly is fine too. After being bounced out a few times, feeling dizzy, she finally calmed down. She turned on her phone's flashlight and looked for road signs. After walking a few hundred meters, she saw a village not far away with a flickering light. A light means there are people. Could it be Suyu? Xiaoqing wrote down the village's name and put it in the space, waiting for Suyu to see it. She hadn't walked such a long distance in a while, and her feet felt like they were about to blister. She really saw a truck, not the SUV she bought for Suyu, and there were some mixed stains on it. From inside, she could faintly hear moans, and through a small gap, she saw a few people lying there, barely alive. A terrible smell of waste wafted out, almost making Xiaoqing gag. She quickly took out a mint and popped it in her mouth to ease her nausea. Fortunately, Suyu had trained her before. Otherwise, a normal person like her would probably be paralyzed with fear upon seeing a bunch of corpses in this apocalyptic world. Help him, she heard a silent plea, and she could only see the shape of the woman's mouth and her weak attempt to lift her arm. Following her gaze, Xiaoqing noticed that the woman's lower body was soaked in blood, and there was a frail baby, unsure if it was still breathing. She was struggling to survive herself and couldn't return to her own space, so it was better not to get involved. She firmly reminded herself to stick to her first rule. If it doesn't concern her, stay out of it. She slowly moved further inside and heard a few people talking. This meat is so tender when cooked, especially with the sauce. If someone can't take it and dies, they can serve as food. That pregnant woman is about to die. Once she does, that baby probably won't survive either. That meat will be the tenderest. Once the line is crossed, there are no limits. Xiaqing looked around and realized she had stumbled into such a village, her face turning pale with fear. Back at the base, she had only heard about cannibals from Su Yu and Li Yao, who would send people to eliminate them. She never expected to witness it firsthand. It was utterly devoid of morals. This world had always been like this. She should have known better. China had faced years of famine throughout its history, which is why the saying to eat one's own children exists. Xiaqing slowly backed away, hoping they wouldn't notice her. Once again, she encountered the truck and heard the faint cries of a baby inside. Can't help it. Can't help it. Xiaqing repeated to herself, wanting to leave quickly, but as she took a few steps, the child's cries grew louder. This might attract the people inside. The baby's cries echoed in her ears, mixed with the voices of those inside. Babies are tender. They taste the best. Xiaqing let out a deep sigh, took out a t-shirt from her space, and then went inside to carry the child out. As soon as she held the baby, he stopped crying. Xiaqing looked at the small, dirty face, which was covered in blood and wrinkled like an old man. She quickly carried the child outside and walked for over an hour, only stopping when she could no longer see the fire in the distance, panting heavily. At that moment, it was pitch black around her, and she felt even more scared, noticing that the baby's umbilical cord had not been cut. She could only take out a lighter to heat a military knife, then cut the cord and tie a small knot. She had some baby formula in her space, but not much, only 2 cans. I can't go back to my world right now, and I can't bring you into my space. I don't even know if you can survive. The baby started crying again. Xiaqing mixed some formula with water, using a mineral water bottle and a straw to make a simple bottle. Newborns are supposed to, right? The baby drank 20 milliliters, and she stored the rest in her space to avoid waste. Using wet wipes, she cleaned the baby thoroughly, worried about infection in the hot weather. She could only stay in one place. Usually, she arrived in this world during the day, but this was her first time staying at night, and she realized how dark it was, especially with the moon being faint and dim. At that moment, the only warmth she felt was from the little one in her arms. She was extremely tired after a long day of walking, feeling as if she had climbed a mountain. Holding the baby, she leaned against a nearby rock to rest. She dozed off for a bit, waking up at every little sound. In the dim sky, there was some light. It was almost dawn at 4 in the morning. She got up and saw a truck approaching in the distance, but it wasn't Suyu's vehicle. It was the truck she had seen yesterday. Is there a woman ahead? Let's catch up. The people in the truck exclaimed excitedly. Xiaqing was startled awake by the roaring of the truck. Seeing it rushing towards her, she quickly picked up the baby and tried to leave. However, her sleeping position had made her legs numb. In just a moment, the truck had caught up and 2 men jumped out from inside. Their beards and hair were unkempt and tangled, making it hard to tell their ages. They looked like 2 wild men. 2 people stared at Xiaqing for a moment, then became excited. Their eyes filled with greedy desire. Is there really such a beautiful and clean woman left? Big brother, I can smell something nice. The 2 men held watermelon knives, watching Xiaqing like hunters eyeing their prey. Oh, there's a little child too? I love babies. The man became even more thrilled as he looked at the baby in Xiaqing's arms. Stay away, Xiaqing said coldly, holding the baby in one arm and a military knife in the other. They didn't take her seriously, thinking she was just a delicate girl with a small weapon. But the baby was so fragile that Xiaqing was afraid to hold him too tightly. Just put down your little knife. We won't hurt you. We wouldn't want to hurt you. Little knife? This was a military knife, small but designed to cause serious injuries that are hard to stitch up and can lead to heavy bleeding. You are not human anymore. You are no different from zombies. Even dogs wouldn't harm their own kind. Stop talking to her and just tie her up. We can have fun with her for a long time. After a few days without food, she'll eat anything. Then will you still be tough? She'll be begging us. Xiaqing didn't waste time and attacked first, kicking the man on the left in the groin, making him scream and kneel in pain. Su Yu had said this move was effective against men. Xiaqing quickly turned and delivered a spinning kick to the other man's stomach, knocking him to the ground. She didn't pursue further and hurriedly climbed over the roadside barrier to escape. Thinking back to her impressive turn, she realized she almost dropped the baby. This area used to be a forest, but all the trees had withered. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A large rat emerged from the ground and scurried away. This rat had mutated and was almost the size of a cat. Being here felt like entering a horror world, with surprises around every corner. Xiaqing continued walking, still holding the baby, until she reached a small path. This was a dirt road in a town, with the occasional dried-up zombie body in the middle of the road, their heads hollowed out. From a broken trash can, a gray cat emerged, its eyes a bright red, licking the remains of a zombie as if it were a delicious lunch. Xiaqing carefully passed by it, holding the baby in one arm and gripping her knife tightly, nervously watching the mutated cat. If she got scratched, she could turn into a zombie. That is quite scary. She couldn't let her guard down for a moment. The cute cat made loud noises, but this hairless cat was thin, and its cries were very harsh, like nails scraping against a metal door. Suddenly, the cat jumped at her, and the hand she was holding stabbed into its head. The cat's claws were sharp and almost broke her skin. She disgustedly threw the cat away. She only cared for cute little animals and wondered if seeing a kitten when she got back would leave her with bad memories. She hoped to return and see the lovely ragdoll cat to brighten her mood. This world was really intense, too intense. There were babies born from corpses, bad people everywhere, and mutated rats alongside hairless cats. It was hard to imagine how long Suyu had lived in this world, relying on his beliefs. He must have had a tough time. She couldn't relax her guard, staying highly alert. She looked at the space where Suyu's note was. He was on his way, which made her feel a bit better. Xiaqing told Suyu about what had just happened, then looked up at the sign that had fallen on the ground. She walked over, picked it up, and wrote down the directions for Suyu. She decided not to leave, staying put, or else she and Suyu would only drift further apart. Suyu had been driving all night, and his eyes were bloodshot. He noticed the space felt different. Although he could use things, there were many restrictions. But he couldn't stop for a moment. Xiaqing was still in this world. This world was completely different from hers. The car roared loudly, and his heart felt like it was hanging in the air. He couldn't rest until he found Xiaqing. He had never felt this urgent before, even when surrounded by zombies in a tall building or facing gunfire during missions before the apocalypse. He had always remained calm. But now, his heart was racing. Meanwhile, Xiaqing waited quietly for Suyu to find her. She was in an unfamiliar place, and after 2 days, she still couldn't enter the space. The little one kept needing to go to the bathroom, catching her off guard. She had no experience caring for a child, so it was quite hectic. She tried to feed the baby with a straw, but the little one ended up in air instead of milk and cried loudly. "My little baby, don't cry. I'll cut the straw a bit shorter for you." The baby was happily drinking milk, which had been a source of worry for her. Taking care of a child is really exhausting. It's not an easy job. This little one, all cleaned up, looked quite cute during the day with her rosy cheeks. If I were to leave her, she definitely wouldn't survive. In a moment, Xiaqing felt a mix of emotions. I hope my space evolves quickly. That way I can provide for you. Otherwise, without food you might starve. But don't worry, I'll make sure to keep you safe from any bad people who might harm you. Xiaqing spoke to herself. Thinking about how adorable this child was, she realized that in her world, such a child would be cherished by the whole family. Yet here, she had become a source of food, which felt heartless. Xiaqing held the baby close, looking around, hoping Suyu would arrive soon. When she didn't see Suyu, she noticed a rusty pickup truck. Xiaqing quickly hid, gripping her weapon tightly. Every day, every hour, here was so intense. Her mind was always alert, constantly worried about danger. The people she might encounter were not friendly. They could be terrifying zombies or even dangerous humans. There were also mutated animals with strange appearances. Xiaqing felt that the humans in this apocalypse were even scarier than the zombies. "We're running low on gas. We need to find a place to restock," said the short-haired woman with a frown. "Smiling, I sense a baby nearby." "A baby? A living baby? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" The woman in the passenger seat turned to her. "Absolutely. My abilities have never failed me. There really is a baby," Chai Jing said seriously. Zhao Miling slowly brought the car to a stop. "In this remote area, even if there is a baby, it must be close to death, right?" The two women got out of the car, weapons in hand, and two children around 6 or 7 years old crawled out from the trunk. "Don't show yourselves too much," Chai Jing warned the kids. The children nodded, peeking out with just their dark eyes visible. Chai Jing held a watermelon knife, while Zhao Miling had a heavy machete. "It's just ahead," Zhao Miling pointed to a dirt wall. "Don't come any closer," Xiaqing suddenly said coldly. Chai Jing was shocked to see Xiaqing. How could there be other people here? Her powers had never failed her. She tested them again, and only found a small baby. Chai Jing and Zhao Miling were both wearing military green tank tops. One had blue denim shorts and the other black, both in boots. "Don't be nervous. We just passed by and noticed there were survivors here," Chai Jing said in a serious tone. Zhao Miling stood in front of Xiaqing with a large machete. Both Zhao Miling and Chai Jing looked dehydrated, with yellowish skin and cracked lips, but no dark markings. This was considered somewhat better in the apocalypse. In contrast, Xiaqing had thick black hair, rosy lips, and a fair complexion. She looked nothing like someone from the apocalypse. The atmosphere became tense. "What do you want?" Xiaqing questioned, sensing some strength in the two. Chai Jing looked at her with curiosity. She scanned with her powers, but couldn't detect anything about Xiaqing, as if she were a glitch. "Is this your child?" Zhao Miling asked with a frown. "What do you want?" Xiaqing said warily, remembering the cruel people she had encountered who harmed children. She was afraid of who these two might be. "Is there a problem?" Xiaqing said coldly, gripping the military dagger in her hand. If they dared to approach, she would stab without hesitation. Just then, the baby began to cry loudly and even had a diaper accident. A foul smell filled the air. Xiaqing quickly grabbed the baby's clothes, which were stained yellow. The tense situation was suddenly broken by this. Xiaqing couldn't let her guard down. The two were still dangerously standing in front of her with weapons. The baby's cries grew louder. "Don't let the baby cry. It will attract other mutated animals or zombies," Zhao Miling said quickly. On the other side, Chai Jing warned, "Be careful. A mutated creature is approaching us." Xiaqing looked around but didn't see any monsters. After a few seconds, several mutated wolf dogs, over a meter long, suddenly lunged at them. The mutated wolf dogs let out hoarse growls as they approached. "Quick, stop the baby from crying," Chai Jing urged. Xiaqing was flustered. She had never taken care of a child before. "First, clean him up. Do you have any milk to calm the baby?" I don't have any," Xiaqing said, almost in tears. She wasn't even married. "Roar." Zhao Miling held a large machete, her strength impressive. Whenever a mutated wolf dog got close, she swung the machete and charged at it. One strike was usually enough to disable the mutated wolf dog. Wow. The child kept making noise. "If you trust me, leave it to me. I mean you no harm," Chai Jing said firmly. She believed in her judgment. Xiaqing's eyes were clear and bright, not like the people they imagined. Xiaqing glanced back at Zhao Miling, who was protecting them with a machete. After a moment of hesitation, she handed the child over to Chai Jing. Chai Jing quickly cleaned the child's bottom, then took out a slightly yellowed pacifier from her pocket and put it in the child's mouth, which made the child quiet down immediately. Several mutated wolf dogs lay on the ground, blood everywhere. "We need to leave quickly, or the smell of blood will attract other mutated animals," Chai Jing urged. These mutated wild dogs had very sensitive noses. Xiaqing climbed into their pickup truck, but when she opened the door, she found two little boys sitting in the back, one of whom was a small baby just a few months old. Chai Jing drove away quickly, and Zhao Meiling saw a few mutated animals following the scent of blood, licking the bodies on the ground. The baby must be hungry. Duo, check if there's any formula left in the can and make some for the baby, Chai Jing said. A 6-year-old girl nodded and took out a worn formula can. Xia Qing noticed the date on it was several months past due. The little girl scooped out a spoonful and mixed it with water to feed the baby. Xia Qing wanted to refuse, as she was unsure if the expired formula would be good for the child, but since she had just joined them and didn't know the two well, she decided to observe for now. Gurgle, gurgle, the little one drank from the yellowed bottle. I'm Chai Jing, and this is my partner, Zhao Meiling. You don't look like a corpse licker, Chai Jing said. Of course not. I found this child, and they did too, Xia Qing replied. They're the ones who saved us from the corpse lickers. Duo said, her voice a bit hoarse. The other little boy seemed worried, quiet and huddled in the corner. They are the ones we rescued from the corpse lickers. Those people may not have turned into zombies, but they are no longer worthy of being called human, Chai Jing said with disgust. Those who had eaten human flesh were called corpse lickers. We have always been searching for a new home. The world is so big. There must be a place for us to live. You must be a special ability user too, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have survived this long, Zhao Meiling asked cautiously. The two of them were women, naturally supporting each other. Xia Qing had managed to live with her child for so long without showing signs of hardship, so she must also have special abilities. Chai Jing sensed Xia Qing's wariness and decided not to ask further. You can let me walk in front. I can manage by myself.
She still needed to find Suyu.
As a thank you for saving me, I have a gift for you, Xia Qing said, taking out 3 bottles of Waha from her space. The little girl looked at the items with excitement. Although Xia Qing had plenty of supplies in her space, she was currently upgrading it and didn't want to waste anything. Are you a space ability user? Chai Jing asked in surprise. Sort of. Space ability users are quite rare. In the team they had joined before, there was one space ability user. At first, everyone catered to her because they wanted access to her supplies, but as time went on and her resources dwindled, people stopped paying attention to her. She never expected to meet another space ability user here. Chai Jing thought that space ability users should live alone to survive. While being in a group offers some safety, people's hearts are much more complicated than zombies. Thank you, big sister. Duo said excitedly. You can't go down, Chai Jing suddenly said. This statement made the atmosphere tense again. It's dangerous. Don't get out of the car here. I am a scout ability user. I can sense the surroundings up to 800 meters. That pack of mutated wild dogs was chasing us. These mutated wild dogs have very keen senses. We didn't deal with the ones we just fought, Chai Jing said nervously. These creatures are tough. At first, Xia Qing didn't believe it until she saw several mutated wild dogs chasing them through the back window. These mutated dogs were very fast. The car is out of gas, Chai Jing said, looking at the fuel gauge. It seems the car will have to stop soon. Duo, Tong, you two hide quickly. There are 4 of them. Be careful. Don't worry, this time I'll take their heads and cook them. Zhao Meiling said coldly, not worried at all. They had faced dangerous situations before. Don't be careless. One of them is very strong, Chai Jing reminded. The car was about to run out of fuel and slowly came to a stop. A mutated wild dog chased up from behind, biting at the truck's metal body. Zhao Meiling opened the car door and swung at the mutated wild dog. Chai Jing also picked up a knife. A wild dog reached through the window, trying to bite. It dripped a green, foul-smelling liquid from its mouth. Duo, used to such scenes, tightly held her younger sister in her arms to keep her quiet. That's disgusting. Seeing the dog's mouth up close, the liquid looked like pus from a wound. It smelled terrible. Xia Qing took a baseball bat from her bag and swung it at the dog's head. The dog's head was dented, and it was knocked away. Xia Qing opened the door and saw Chai Jing and Zhao Meiling leaning against each other, dealing with a fierce mutated wild dog that was clearly larger than the others, with sharper teeth. Oh no! Chai Jing frowned. A few more have come. What bad luck today, to run into such a keen wild dog. We need to take care of it. Xia Qing watched a mutated wild dog charge at Chai Jing and swung her bat to knock it away. Thanks, Chai Jing said, relieved. Just moments ago, 3 mutated dogs had attacked her, and if it weren't for Xia Qing, she would have been ambushed. The 3 girls, armed with different weapons, stood back to handle the mutated dogs. They needed to chop off the dogs' heads to stop them from moving. We can't let the smell attract more mutated dogs, Chai Jing said, frowning. We can't let them come closer. Are these dogs relying on their sense of smell? Xia Qing asked. Exactly. Did you see their eyes? They have white pupils. They are blind. Their noses have mutated to have 5 nostrils, which makes them so sensitive, Chai Jing said, breathing heavily. Are you okay, Jing? Zhao Meiling asked with concern. Zhao Meiling had super strength, but Chai Jing was physically weaker, especially since she was on her period, making her more vulnerable. Xia Qing's eyes lit up as she took out some perfume from her bag. She sprayed it all over herself. You should spray some too. She handed them 2 bottles. She had found these in a mall in this world and had saved them for later research, thinking she might sell them in the future. She sprayed herself generously. These mutated dogs were confused by the smell. Oh no, they're heading towards the car, Chai Jing said. There are only children in the car. Sure enough, the mutated wolves lunged at the car. The 3 of them quickly followed. Xia Qing had trained with Suyu for a while, so her reactions were very quick. After a few minutes, only 1 large mutated wild dog remained. Roar! The mutated wild wolf howled, green pus dripping from its mouth. They had already cut it several times, and it seemed unaffected. It appeared to feel no pain at all. We must deal with this quickly, or it will attract other mutated animals, Chai Jing said with a frown. In a crisis, they needed to act fast. They usually escaped in their car. But right now, the car had no gas. The 3 of them faced off against the giant mutated wild dog. The wild dog charged at them, and Chai Jing quickly dodged. Zhao Meiling swung her knife at it. Xia Qing swung a baseball bat at its head, using so much force that both the bat and the wild dog flew away. The wild dog was sent flying several meters, crashing hard to the ground, and Zhao Meiling managed to slice it open. Are you a power user too? Zhao Meiling asked, surprised at Xia Qing. That strength was not something an ordinary person could achieve. No, I'm just a bit stronger, Xia Qing replied. Let's not talk about that now. We need to grab our things and leave, Chai Jing said. Xia Qing noticed that Chai Jing was the leader and Zhao Meiling was the main force among them. I have some gasoline. Let's use it to get out of here. Hearing this, both of them were very excited. Perhaps after fighting together, they had built some trust. Xia Qing only added a little gasoline for them. Puffing, they got in the car and drove away. Xia Qing saw a note written by Suyu in the space and quickly updated him on their situation. Xia Qing, I just saw your skills. You seem to have trained with the Special Forces unit. Are you a soldier? Zhao Meiling asked. No, I just trained for a while. I see. Zhao Meiling nodded. She was also a soldier. We've been to many places. Some have rampant mutated animals, and some are surrounded by zombies. I really don't know where humans can still survive. Chai Jing sighed and said, you can go to Sunny Base. There are many people there, and they have regular food and water, Xia Qing said. Sunny Base? Where is that? Chai Jing asked. It should be in Yang City, Xia Qing replied uncertainly, as she was not from this time. Yang City? That's 700 or 800 kilometers away. How did you come from so far? Zhao Meiling exclaimed. 700 or 800 kilometers. How is that possible? Do you know Shenchuan City? We're from Qingyuan's border area, about 80 or 90 kilometers from Shenchuan City, Chai Jing said. They also wanted to go there because the county and city had plenty of supplies and they needed to restock. Moreover, since Shenchuan City is near the sea, they hope to catch some fish. What? It's that close. What about Luo City? Xia Qing quickly asked. It's north of Shenchuan, probably about 100 kilometers from here. 100 kilometers made Xia Qing frown. She didn't expect to be so far from Suyu this time. Maybe something went wrong during the space evolution? It caused her to be transported here. She sensed the space. A colorful, flowing membrane had already covered half of it. She felt that when it was fully covered, this space would successfully upgrade, and she would be able to return to her world. It seemed she had about a day left. Thinking of this, Xia Qing felt a huge sense of relief. She left a message for Suyu, telling him not to worry. "I'll stay here, so I won't be going with you," Xia Qing said. Suyu had just replied to her note. He was driving over, probably only a few dozen kilometers away. "Isn't it too dangerous for you to be alone?" Zhao Meiling said, sounding a bit worried. Chai Jing used her abilities to check the surroundings and found no danger. Thinking of something, Chai Jing decided not to insist on keeping Xia Qing. It's better not to get too involved in others' matters. After all, they were just passing acquaintances. Xia Qing picked up the child and took out several items from her space. "If you trust me, you can head to Sunny Base. There's food there, and as ability users, you can survive on points." "Okay," Zhao Meiling said. "Take these things." Xia Qing handed them a large bag of supplies. Xia Qing watched the car drive away, hoping they would meet again someday. Inside the car, Duo and Tong Tong opened the packages, which contained a lot of food and several large boxes of chocolate. "Big sister, look," Duo said excitedly. "That sister gave us so much food." Duo was very happy. Tong Tong looked at a colorful lollipop, her eyes shining. Zhao Meiling saw instant noodles inside and was very grateful to Xia Qing. "I wonder if she'll be in danger herself," Chai Jing said with a frown. "No way," Zhao Meiling replied confidently. She had seen that woman's skills. She was strong and capable. "That sister is really nice," Duo said happily.
Yes.
"She must be a space ability user and has probably collected a lot of things. It's normal for her to want to be alone, but it's surprising that she gave us so much," Chai Jing said. "Exactly. We've encountered so many selfish people on this journey that I almost thought everyone was like that. Selfishness is just a way to survive. For example, if you have 10 million and donate 1,000, it doesn't mean much. But if you only have 1,000, would you still want to donate?" Xia Qing giving them so much shows that she must have enough food. "It would be great if Xia Qing could join us. At least we could carry more supplies when we search," Zhao Meiling said regretfully. "Let's leave it to fate. We can't force anyone to do anything. But she seems like a good person. At least she could be a partner in this tough world." Although they had encountered many dark people in this apocalypse, human nature is complex, and not everyone can abandon their principles. Some people uphold their morals. Even when their country faced war, they resisted bravely and never gave up. There are traitors, but there are also heroes. "Should we go to the Sunny Base?" Zhao Meiling asked. "It's too far. We need to gather enough gasoline first." "Finding a stable place would be great," Chai Jing replied. Xia Qing watched them ride away while holding a child, waiting for Suyu. The child was quite well behaved, eating and sleeping. Xia Qing was feeling a bit hungry. The warm food from her space was all prepared in advance. However, she hadn't bathed in almost 2 days and felt sticky and uncomfortable. She promised herself that when she could go back, she would take a good bath. In the apocalypse, there was dust everywhere, and she might also have a bit of a cleanliness obsession, especially since she often had to hunt those disgusting mutated animals and zombies. About 2 hours later, she saw a car speeding towards her from a distance. Xia Qing immediately stood up excitedly. She knew that Suyu had arrived. She quickly ran towards the car. This was the SUV she had bought for Suyu, but the front was badly dented. The bumper had fallen off, and there was no license plate. It was Suyu. Xia Qing's eyes lit up with excitement as the car quickly stopped in front of her. Suyu stepped out with his long legs. His stubble showed he hadn't groomed himself for 2 days. His eyes were red, with visible bloodshot veins. "Suyu," Xia Qing said, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance, and her eyes were almost misty. She seemed so different from the fierce person who had fought off the mutated wild dogs. These past 2 days had been very tense for her. The space had always been her refuge, and although she had seen the ruined world before, she had always been with many people. This time, she was all alone, and she truly understood how hard it was to live in this world. She realized how strong those were who could uphold their moral values. Suyu was one of them. Otherwise, facing such scenes every day, Xiaqing didn't know how long she could survive. She feared that after some time, she would lose hope. Suyu turned to look at her, their eyes meeting unexpectedly. "I'm here," he said, not realizing how hoarse his voice sounded, but it was still pleasant to hear. He stepped closer, his clearly defined hand reaching out to hug Xiaqing. He had been very worried and scared these past days. He feared Xiaqing might hate this world and, even more, that she might encounter danger. He had never been so afraid before. Even facing death was not as frightening as the thought of Xiaqing in danger. Suyu restrained himself as he gently brushed Xiaqing's hair back. Her face had some dust, and her eyes looked slightly dark. His gaze was filled with concern, almost overflowing. He struggled to control the urge to pull Xiaqing into his arms. His hand tightened, trying hard to suppress his emotions, but his eyes could not hide the worry and relief of seeing her again. "Suyu, I'm really tired. I want to take a nap," Xiaqing said, relaxing a bit. "Okay, you can get in the car and rest for a while," Suyu replied gently. He didn't ask how Xiaqing had saved a baby, but took the child from her. Xiaqing reclined the front seat. With Suyu by her side, she felt particularly safe, even though the outside world was filled with zombies and mutated animals. Before long, Xiaqing had fallen asleep. Being highly tense had drained her energy, and these past 2 days, her body had been so tight that she could barely sleep without waking up. She had never felt this way before. Now, completely relaxed, she quickly drifted off. Suyu adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature and placed the baby in the back. He watched as Xiaqing slept, her muscles relaxed. Only then did he feel at ease. Sunlight streamed through the car window, casting a warm glow on her face. Her long, curved eyelashes were adorable, and Suyu couldn't help but lean closer. He could see that her delicate skin had almost no pores. Xiaqing's warm breath brushed against him, making his heart race heavily. His dark eyes reflected her peaceful, relaxed face, and even he, usually calm and composed, felt flustered. Suyu's throat tightened, and he swallowed hard. Xiaqing stirred slightly, feeling uncomfortable. He quickly sat up, his ears turning red. Looking at her still closed eyes, he felt like a child caught doing something wrong. His gaze was restless, and his heart raced so fast that if Xiaqing were awake, she would surely hear it. Just moments ago, her lips had lightly brushed against his, like a butterfly passing by, leaving a tingling sensation. Suyu couldn't help but touch his lips where she had accidentally made contact, feeling flustered. Xiaqing slept for a full 2 hours and woke up, stretching lazily. She felt refreshed, and the sky outside had darkened. She got up and saw Suyu soothing the baby, feeding him formula from the space. He looked like a caring dad. "Where are we now?" she asked. "We're almost at Qingyuan County," Suyu replied. With night approaching, entering the county now was risky, especially with a small baby. They were still about 10 kilometers away, and they could occasionally hear the distant growls of zombies. If only Chai Jing were here. She's a scout with the ability to sense danger around us, Xiaqing thought. "You should rest too," she urged, taking the baby from him. "I'm not tired," Suyu said firmly, recalling times he had gone days without sleep on missions. "No way. You need to take a short nap so we can have energy," she insisted. "I see that the space has completed its evolution. Maybe you can return to your world," Suyu suggested. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, but he wouldn't selfishly keep Xiaqing in this broken world. Hearing this, Xiaqing felt excited and quickly entered the space. The space upgrade was successful. The space didn't expand. It just felt different. Before, everything was dark, but now there is some silver light. Xiaqing placed her hand over it and felt a flow. Soon, she received the information about the space upgrade. So that's how it is. Xiaqing thought about her original world, and a white vortex appeared in the middle of the space. With the space upgrade, she could open any vortex directly. She quickly informed Suyu that she would go back to check on her parents and then come right over. She didn't want to leave Suyu alone. The next moment, Xiaqing found herself in her hotel bedroom. It was 6 in the morning. She hurried to take a shower and change into clean clothes. First, she checked on Chu Ran, who was sleeping soundly, then quickly went to the hospital room. "Dad, how have Mom and you been these past few days?" Xiaqing asked eagerly. "They're doing well. The hospital stay is quite comfortable, and everything is well arranged." "I have no issues," replied Xia Jixiang. "Your mom keeps asking why you haven't come by or answered your phone," he added with a frown. Not answering the phone worried them. "I went to find a friend. Mom needs a leg implant, and I want to find the best option so she can walk normally again," Xiaqing explained. "That's great. Just make sure you don't tire yourself too much over the next few days. A quick call to reassure your mom will be enough. We don't need to worry about anything in this hospital." "Dad, if you're fine, you might as well get a checkup at the hospital too," Xiaqing said with a smile. "No need. I'm in great health. I've been playing chess with the patient in the next room every day. He can never beat me and always wants to play," Xia Jixiang said proudly. "The food here is also really good, better than what you get outside." Before long, Yang Xia woke up and was very happy to see her daughter. "Mom, don't worry, just focus on getting better. The treatment is already working on your face, and once you're discharged, it won't be noticeable," Xiaqing reassured her. "I'm not worried. Watching shows here is quite nice," Yang Xia replied. Even though Yang Xia said this, Xiaqing could see the worry in her eyes, likely because of her leg. At 8 in the morning, the doctor came to check on them and called Xiaqing aside. "If the surgery is done sooner, recovery will be best within the next 2 weeks. I strongly recommend you proceed as soon as possible," the doctor said. "I know, but the current artificial joints won't allow my mother to return to a normal life. I have been in contact with artificial bones, and once implanted, my mother will recover normally. At that time, I would appreciate it if you could personally perform the surgery," Xiaqing said. "Artificial bones? How is that possible?" The doctor thought Xiaqing was joking. Although there is research in this area and some papers have been published, it is still just theoretical. "Miss Xia, this is not something to joke about. It concerns your mother's leg," the doctor said seriously. "I understand your feelings, but the most advanced option right now is this artificial joint. Although it is made of metal, it is very safe. Implanting it sooner can help the patient recover faster, and rehabilitation training will be needed later," the doctor explained earnestly. He understood that family members always want to find better treatment options for their loved ones. "I appreciate your good intentions, but I hope to wait until I can get the artificial bones for you to consider," Xiaqing replied. "I can clearly tell you that artificial bones have not been practically developed yet. I don't know where you heard that, but I still recommend you to proceed with the implant as soon as possible," the doctor said with a frown. If there really were a technology for artificial bones, wealthy people would have already rushed to get it. This is still just a theoretical concept. "When I get the product, you will definitely agree," Xiaqing said firmly. She knew the doctor thought she was being deceived, but she could only prove it once she had the actual item. Seeing Xiaqing so determined, the doctor shook his head slightly. He had seen patients stick to their opinions and end up harming themselves. He sighed deeply and decided not to say anything more. He simply would not perform that surgery. Even with a lot of money, success in treatment is essential. He wouldn't take such a risk or tarnish his reputation. After meeting with the doctor, Xiaqing gave a few more instructions to Yang's mother. "Just order anything you need from the hospital. Don't worry about the medical expenses. They've been prepaid. Dad, you'll have to take care of Mom for the next few days," she added. "It's no trouble at all, not at all," Xia Jixiang replied. "This place is not just a hospital. It feels like a luxury hotel. The garden outside is beautiful, and he plans to take Yang Xia for a stroll today." Now that Yang Xia's condition has stabilized a bit, she still can't walk and can only sit in a wheelchair. After finishing her tasks, Xiaqing hurried to the baby store in the mall. "What are some good newborn formulas?" Xia Qing asked, frowning at the wide array of products. Are there really so many things for babies? This high-end formula from Germany, Baby Supreme, and this Itamai Platinum are both made from natural milk fat and contain probiotics, the staff member explained. Our domestic brands, Xingfi Finjuerui and Chifu, are also very good. They focus on lactoferrin and contain 6 types of human milk oligosaccharides. How many cans does a baby drink in a month? Xia Qing inquired. Never mind, just give me 10 boxes of both brands,
Xia Qing said.
Hearing this, the staff members' eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but smile. Sure. Please wait a moment. I'll get your order ready. 1 box contains 8 cans, so 10 boxes would be 80 cans. I suggest you get a membership for a 20% discount. We have stores nationwide, and you'll also receive some gifts.
All right.
Let's do that. Please tell me about other baby products, Xia Qing replied. The staff member quickly nodded, looking at Xia Qing differently. She had placed orders before, but today was a huge one. And the customer was so decisive, it felt like they were emptying the store. Get 50 boxes of diapers in all sizes, and these few bottles, Xia Qing said. Babies use a lot of supplies. This soft tissue is perfect for wiping little bottoms and helps prevent diaper rash. These baby clothes are made from 100% cotton and have passed Class A testing. They are very soft to wear. Buy it all, Xia Qing said, as she wasn't sure what babies needed, so she decided to get everything. It would definitely be useful. The staff member followed Xia Qing, beaming with joy, and even the manager came over to help with the introductions. Xia Qing bought a lot until her car was full. For the remaining items, she had them packed and sent to the hotel. Back at the hotel, she stored everything away. After finishing all this, Xia Qing went to find Xu Ran. The child was not in the room, so she checked the location on her watch and saw that Xu Ran had gone to the hotel amusement park. After some thought, Xia Qing decided to hire a private caretaker at the hotel. Your main responsibility is to look after this child. Follow him when he goes out to ensure his safety. If anything happens, contact me immediately. If I don't answer, please send me a message on WeChat. Understood. You can trust me. I will take good care of the child. Xia Qing felt quite confident about the gold medal private butler, so she signed the contract and paid a commission in advance. Then she returned to her room, ready to find Suyu, but her phone was bombarded with WeChat messages, so she had to reply one by one. First was her aunt, who had already contacted Yang Xia and would be arriving in Port City in a couple of days. The shop was now fully automated, so Xia Qing no longer needed to prepare the herbs herself. She just had to buy them and put them in the machine for processing. Next, Lin Wan was also coming to Port City. Wan, my mom is almost fully recovered, so you don't need to come all the way here. Besides, you're currently filming. I saw the trailer, and it looks great. The sci-fi movie's teaser had been released, produced by a top special effects company in the country. But her aunt was in the hospital. Don't worry, this is the top private hospital in Port City, Xia Qing reassured her. Lin Wan knew about this hospital. It had excellent treatment and a great environment, but it was also very expensive, far beyond what an average person could afford. Xia Qing continued to reply to the messages one by one. The people in the village were getting really anxious. Xiaohua and is in the hospital. I heard she went to a big hospital, but we don't know when she'll be back.
Yeah.
Old Xia went with her. No one is collecting our vegetables lately, so we have to sell them off. It's going to be an early morning and late night again. I heard it was his nephew who hit her. My goodness, it was a bad accident, and now he's reportedly been taken to the detention center for 15 days. Is he borrowing money everywhere? Now that Xia has been hit, no one is collecting our vegetables. Xiaolei shouldn't have driven if he couldn't handle it. He hit someone and then ran away. If it weren't for Da Huang calling for help, it could have been much worse. Grandma Xia had been staying with Xia Jiqing these past few days, and Tian Kaiwa was in a bad mood. Our son is in detention now. He might lose his job. How could Xia Qing be so heartless? Tian Kaiwa fumed. Mom, are you just going to stand there? Grandma Xia felt bad too. Now we can't even reach Xia Jixiang. I'm worried about Lei Lei being in detention, Grandma Xia sighed. It's all Xia Qing's fault for calling the police. Yang Xia was rescued, and Lei Lei didn't do it on purpose, yet they've arrested our son. And you still say we're all family? Is this how family treats us? Xia Jiqing remained silent. His face was pale, and he was very frustrated with Xia Jixiang. Enough. This situation has already happened. Now Lele is in detention, and we can't contact Erdi at all. Xia Jiqing frowned, looking at the broken bowl on the ground that Tian Kaihua had smashed, his face turning even paler with anger. Grandma Xia planned to go to Xia Jixiang's house to find something valuable to help support the family. But as soon as she entered the yard, the big yellow dog barked at her, showing its teeth. Now the walls of Xia Qing's house were all in disrepair. Xia Qing entered the space, thinking about Suyu's time and space, and a swirling light appeared. In the next moment, Xia Qing entered Suyu's time and space. Suyu squinted, sensing Xia Qing's arrival, and immediately woke up. I bought a lot of things, including a safety seat. The off-road vehicle I ordered won't arrive for another 3 days, Xia Qing said.
Okay.
Xia Qing took clean clothes and diapers from the space to change the baby, but she had never done this before. The baby was very soft and delicate. I'll do it, Suyu said, noticing Xia Qing's nervousness. He took the baby's clothes and quickly changed the diaper and dressed the child. Seeing Suyu so skilled, Xia Qing felt a bit anxious and asked, Did you have a child before?
No.
I've never been married. I haven't even had a girlfriend.
Plan.
He had always been in the army, surrounded by men, and even when he was undercover, he had no interest in other women. Hearing Suyu's words, Xia Qing finally relaxed. When I was on a mission at the border, I rescued a group of trafficked children. The oldest was only 4 or 5 years old, and the youngest was just a few months. Our team was all men, so we had to take care of them ourselves. There were 7 or 8 babies, and the 8 of us took turns caring for them. It was overwhelming. After half a month, we had trained those men well, Suyu recalled. As soldiers, they learned quickly, and taking care of children was not a problem. But every day was filled with the cries of babies. One would cry, and soon they all would. Those soldiers were just 18-year-old boys. They had no experience in this area. Taking care of little kids is harder than fighting. Suyu reminisced about that time with a hint of humor, but Xia Qing noticed a slight sadness in his tone. Did something happen? My good brothers died trying to save a child, and those who survived have turned into zombies. He hadn't seen them since. After he spoke, the atmosphere in the car became a bit heavy. No one wanted the world to be like this. It was just a reminder that life is full of struggles. Suyu, I believe you can change this world, and I will help you,
Xia Qing said.
She used to talk about grand dreams as if joking, but she truly hoped for a peaceful and stable world. Okay, it will happen, Suyu replied, a slight smile forming as he looked at Xia Qing with a glimmer in his eyes. Once the world is stable and peaceful, he would definitely speak out. He would find a way to reach Xia Qing's time, even if she wouldn't stay in his world. Suyu took out the baby seat and attached it, complete with some toys. We'll set off soon, bypassing Qingyuan County. If all goes well, we should reach Shenchuan City by noon, Suyu said. They had a satellite map from Sunshan so they could navigate easily. Shenchuan City is a major city with a large population, and there are bound to be many zombies. What about this child? Suyu frowned, looking at the baby. The baby had just finished drinking milk and was staring at the toys in front of him. It was already dangerous for Suyu and Xia Qing to navigate through a crowd of zombies, and now they had a baby who might cry at any moment. Zombies had sharp hearing, and carrying a baby was like carrying a ticking time bomb. I know, but he's so small. We can't just give up on him, Xia Qing said, frowning. Suddenly, she thought of Chai Jing and Zhao Meiling. If they could hand the child over to them, Xia Qing would feel at ease. After all, they had adopted several children, and Xia Qing could provide them with food. But now, finding them would be quite difficult since they had no way to contact them. Don't worry. Since we've decided to take him, we can't give up. There are always more solutions than problems, Suyu said. The world was full of challenges, but humanity has a strong belief, just like him. Once, no one believed he could cross the dangerous Amazon rainforest, but he succeeded, accomplishing what many thought was impossible. Humans are the most capable of creating miracles, and they are no exception. Babies can be a burden, but they also represent hope, right? Xiaoqing looked at the sleeping baby, noticing how much he changed from yesterday's wrinkled face to today's soft and tender skin. His little face was turning a lovely shade of pink. Suyu, let's give him a name. What should we call him? Xiaoqing said excitedly, blinking her eyes. The warm sunlight streamed in, bringing a touch of heat.
How about Xiaoyang?
Great, that's perfect. Let's name him Xiaoyang. Xiaoqing replied with a smile, as the name sounded warm and friendly. Years later, the name will be ironic. Xiaoyang will have a complex personality. From now on, he will take my last name. I promise he will have a good life. But he must behave,
Xiaoqing said.
She couldn't help but pinch the baby's cheek. They were moving slowly, as some roads were damaged, and no one had repaired them after the apocalypse. Cars couldn't pass. Walking was tiring and slow. Then, Suyu, I'll go back and buy a motorcycle. Having a motorcycle would make things much easier. Okay, I'll wait for you.
Shuyuri Blade.
In the next moment, Xiaoqing returned to her time, now able to control the vortex freely without needing to travel through space. She could just gather the vortex to return. There were many motorcycle shops in the port city. And, at night, many people rode motorcycles. She searched for a shop on the map and found one on Hengtu Road, so she took a taxi there. It was already 11 o'clock at night, and many riders were on the road. The sound of roaring motorcycles filled the air, especially at the motorcycle shop, which was still open late, with many young people sitting on cool bikes, some with wheels glowing in colorful lights. Boys were smoking, and girls were chewing gum. This reminded Xiaoqing of scenes from Hong Kong dramas. Movies are based on reality. Boss, do you have any heavy motorcycles? The boss was a 30-year-old man with braided hair, speaking in Cantonese. Young lady, these models are all here, he said without looking up, one hand on his phone while pointing to a few motorcycles. Xiaoqing looked at several models and said, I want this one. The Haojue Suzuki GSV 250. Where do I pay? The boss was taken aback for a moment, then stood up and said, this model costs 210,000. No bargaining. Okay. I also want to buy 2 helmets, unisex. Xiaoqing looked at the motorcycle gear nearby, shorts, tank tops, and leather jackets. She bought a set for herself and another for Suyu. She quickly spent the money and finished the purchase in less than 10 minutes. She rode her motorcycle, and many people were watching her. It seemed like she didn't have a motorcycle license. Luckily, it was late at night, so she drove to a deserted area and stored it away. That girl must be some rich second-generation girl, probably buying for her boyfriend.
Why can't I meet someone like that?
The boss sighed. Spending money like that is so satisfying. No haggling at all. I hope we have customers like this every day. Isn't she a rich kid? Virum. The motorcycle was quite fast. Once she reached a deserted spot, she quickly stored it away. She also found a hair salon to get a trim, and after returning to the hotel, she hurried to take a bath. She felt so dirty and sticky, so she ordered a milk bath package. After the hotel staff prepared everything, they left. She liked to watch shows while soaking, and this time was no different. Meanwhile, Suyu was dealing with a crying child. He took out some formula and a bottle from storage and noticed a cool motorcycle in there. Knowing that Xiaoqing must have finished her shopping, he prepared the milk for Xiaoyang, and the little one fell asleep shortly after eating. When he entered the storage to get the formula, he realized he could access the space. To test it out, he absorbed the remaining crystal beads, and a chaotic space vortex formed in his hand. Suyu's eyes lit up with excitement. He was immediately pulled in. The next moment, he found himself in a bathroom, surrounded by a hazy atmosphere filled with steam and fragrance. Water flowed over her delicate skin, forming droplets. Suyu was so nervous he couldn't speak. He clearly saw Xiaqing, her skin smooth and her long hair wet, her face flushed from the bath. Fortunately, he was bounced back the next second. He was there for less than 2 seconds. It felt like all his energy was drained, and he was sweating profusely. Xiaqing, however, was completely unaware. After her bath, she changed into motorcycle gear. Black leather shorts, a black tank top, and a small leather jacket with a dagger pouch strapped to her thigh. She tied her hair in braids and looked very cool in the mirror. She returned to Suyu's time. "What's wrong? Did something happen? Your ears are so red," Xiaqing exclaimed, noticing how hot Suyu's ears were. Suyu did not dare to look directly into Xiaqing's eyes and felt a bit thirsty. He also didn't want to tell her that he had just visited her time and space. "It's just a bit hot," Suyu said, not truly meaning it. Images of a captivating scene flashed in his mind, leaving him feeling dazed. He had completed many tasks and met many women, but he had never let it affect him this much. Xiaqing's flushed face and the lingering fragrance made it hard for him to forget. Uncontrollable memories kept appearing in his mind. He tried to control himself. Perhaps liking someone meant that both emotional and physical desires were directed at just one person. Xiaqing noticed that the car's air conditioning was set to 20 degrees. Is it really that hot? She wondered. As they drove further into the county, they saw that some houses had already been affected by desertification. Many old cars lay abandoned nearby, with tires scattered around. Inside the car, there were skeletons sitting. They looked fine, but a gentle touch would turn them to dust. The car could not go any further due to the bumpy road. "Good thing I bought a motorcycle. We can ride it there," Xiaqing said. They both got out and stored the car away. She tried to store the child as well, but quickly realized it wouldn't work, so she gave up on that idea. Xiaqing stood outside, holding the child, waiting for Suyu to change his clothes. Looking in the motorcycle's rearview mirror, she saw Suyu changing. His broad back and well-defined muscles looked sculpted. The air was filled with a strong sense of attraction, especially when Suyu put on a black leather jacket. Motorcycle jackets were indeed a statement piece. No one could easily walk away from a handsome guy in a leather jacket. Fortunately, the weather wasn't too hot, with temperatures between 10 and 20 degrees, though the wind and sand were quite strong. Xiaqing put on sunglasses. Suyu stored the car, put on a helmet, and hopped on the motorcycle, with Xiaqing following behind. The motorcycle was high, making it difficult for shorter people to ride. Xiaqing secured the child to her chest and held onto Suyu's slim waist. "Let's go," her soft voice came from behind. Suyu felt her gentle touch, causing his heart to race, and after a brief moment of silence, it surged with excitement. "Okay," Suyu replied, his voice slightly hoarse as he revved the motorcycle and took off. The ride was bumpy, but it was much easier than in the car. The ground was covered with body parts, and there wasn't a single whole body in sight. Sometimes, a strong wind would, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. "It looks like it's going to rain." Xiaqing frowned slightly as she looked at the sky. "Let's find a place to stay in that building ahead. We need to think of another way to get in," Suyu said with a frown. "Okay. Strange. Why is there no one in this building? Are there really no zombies at all?" Xiaqing frowned again. Even though this wasn't Shenchuan City, it was still a county seat. How could there be no zombies? Not even a single body? Suyu crouched down to examine some marks on the ground and said, "There are signs that something was dragged here." So, something took the people away? They found a relatively clean room, and Xiaqing took out a baby stroller from her supplies and placed the baby inside. "Let's eat this today." Xiaqing pulled out several boxes of food, still warm, thanks to her storage's preservation ability. These were from a restaurant in Port City. While Xiaqing was eating, Suyu checked the surroundings. "Wait," Suyu said in a low voice, holding a knife. "What is it?" Suyu walked towards another room while Xiaqing stayed behind to care for the baby. After a few minutes with no sign of Suyu returning, she frowned slightly. She glanced back at the baby, hesitated for a moment, and then walked outside. The rundown house was filled with dust and debris from the wind. A shadow suddenly darted out, and grabbed Xia Qing's arm. She sighed in relief when she saw it was Suyu. "Where did you go?" "I found something here that will help us get to Shunchuan," Suyu said with a smile. Saying this, Suyu took out an item from his supplies. "What is this? It looks a bit strange." Suyu explained, "This is a civilian flying backpack." "A flying backpack?"
Xia Qing was surprised.
"It needs to be charged, but once it's fully charged, you can wear it and fly. Although it's not as agile as a personal flying device, it's still useful. There are about 7 or 8 of them, and I tested 4 that are usable." Flying backpacks? This was the first time Xia Qing had heard of such a thing. "You can charge it in your world, and then bring it back. I'll teach you how to use it," Suyu said cheerfully. This was a great find. It would make them much safer. Even if there were many zombies in Shunchuan City, they could avoid them.
Great.
Xia Qing held several flying backpacks and gathered energy in her hands, creating a space vortex to return directly. Suyu watched the vortex and felt he could also pass through it with energy. It was still late at the hotel, and there were many power outlets. She charged the backpacks as Suyu asked. Afterward, she visited Chu Rant's room. The child was sleeping soundly, which reassured her. She checked her phone and found several messages, mostly work-related. Suyu told her not to rush back, as it was safer for her to sleep in his time. Lying on the soft bed in the hotel, she soon fell asleep, only to be awakened by a beeping sound. The flying backpacks were fully charged. She unplugged them and stored them away before entering Suyu's time. "They are charged. How do I use them?"
she asked.
"I'll demonstrate first," Suyu replied. He put on one of the flying backpacks and fastened the safety strap. He pressed a button, and the backpack inflated instantly. "Press this button to start it. Hold this black handle. Moving it forward controls the speed, and twisting it adjusts the height." After demonstrating, Suyu controlled the backpack, and they could hear the buzzing sound of the powerful engine inside. The maximum weight is 200 pounds. Xia Qing weighed less than 100 pounds, so she was fine. Xia Qing tried a few times. The feeling of floating was a bit nerve-wracking, similar to riding a jet ski. The key is control. Turning relies on your own movements. This is a civilian model, so it's relatively simple to operate. Xia Qing had good manual skills and practiced for over an hour before finally getting the hang of it. The next day, Suyu rode a motorcycle with Xia Qing to Shunchuan City. With a Blue Doe system, Suyu found the address of the giant biotech company at 190 Guangqing Street in Shunchuan City. Although it wasn't in the city center, the company had thousands of employees, meaning there were at least thousands of mutated zombies. "Strange, we haven't seen any zombies along the way," Xia Qing remarked. They were on a provincial road, surrounded by abandoned cars, yet no zombies were in sight. "Something feels off," Suyu agreed. "Look ahead. The ground has cracked open. Was there an earthquake?" "It doesn't look like an earthquake. The surrounding buildings are intact. It seems like something has emerged from underground. There's movement up ahead." Xia Qing also heard it as Suyu rode the motorcycle forward. 2 men were fighting a giant worm. The worm was at least 3 meters tall, like an oversized earthworm that had emerged from the ground. "How cool!" Xia Qing exclaimed as she saw one man releasing a blue light, while another man with a buzz cut was creating flames. "Superhumans," Suyu said in a low voice, looking at one of them, whose figure seemed familiar. Superhumans were rare compared to evolved beings, and it was surprising to see 2 at once. "Why are their powers so amazing?" Xia Qing said, her eyes sparkling with envy. She wished she had such abilities. The special effects in movies couldn't compare to this. It felt so real. Xia Qing and Suyu weren't in a hurry to leave because the fight was blocking their path. After a few minutes, the 2 men managed to burn the giant worm to death. The 3-meter-long worm was charred black. "Brother, I see someone behind who looks like Suyu."
"Suyu?
"Are you seeing things or dreaming again?" The buzz-cut man replied, puzzled. "Really? Turn around and look, it's Suyu." Wang Han turned around and saw a man on a motorcycle not far away. Suyu also noticed him and accelerated towards them. After getting off the motorcycle, Wang Han went from shock to joy. The two men instantly embraced each other. It's great to see you again, Wang Han said excitedly. Nearby, an 18-year-old girl stared at Suyu with shining eyes. Xiaqing quickly felt the girl's gaze scanning her. That look made her uncomfortable, but she refused to back down and return the gaze. The girl was dressed in dirty clothes, her hair unkempt, and her face looked like that of a poor girl, though her eyes were bright and seemed pitiful. Wang Han, 3 years older than Suyu, was the captain of the peacekeeping team. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's find a safe spot, Wang Han said. These giant worms would become active at night, emerging from the ground. Most were over a meter long, with some mutated ones reaching 2 to 3 meters.
Okay.
Half an hour later, they found a residential building. The door was locked, and the surroundings were checked for safety. This place is full of those giant worms. At night, they come out from underground to eat zombies and living beings. However, their meat is edible. Not only can this meat be eaten, but their bodies can also produce special energy orbs. However, not every one of them will have this ability. These orbs can enhance the powers of energy users and even increase their chances of success. Xiaqing thought to herself, no wonder there are hardly any zombies around. They must have all been eaten by those big bugs. It seems zombies aren't very strong. However, the fact that these big bugs eat zombies and they are roasting bug meat is a bit disgusting to Xiaqing. Brother Suyu, do you still remember me? Suyu didn't look at the girl first. Instead, he nervously glanced at Xiaqing, as if afraid she might misunderstand something. This is Xiaomi, my sister. You rescued her from a thief's den back then, and she became your little fan afterward, Wang Han said helplessly. Xiaomi felt very disappointed and sad when she saw that Suyu didn't remember her at all. Suyu had saved too many people. This is my brother, Chung Jun. Xiaqing remembered that he had just released a blue light from his hand, like electricity. Chung Jun looked much cleaner and brighter than Wang Han. However, Chung Jun was mute and couldn't speak. Chung Jun had already chopped some tables and chairs, and they were preparing to roast the bug meat over a fire. Wang Han looked at Xiaqing. He had noticed early on, mainly because she was too clean and fair, which seemed out of place in this messy world. She looked like a fresh white lotus blooming in a stinky ditch. Suyu, I thought you would be single forever, but I didn't expect you to have a wife and kids in this apocalypse, Wang Han joked. Both Xiaqing and Suyu felt their ears turn a bit red upon hearing this. Suyu looked at Xiaqing in silence and chose not to explain. Xiaomi felt very uncomfortable listening to this. The woman next to her was not worthy of her brother. Wang Han chopped the bug meat, and Xiaomi noticed that Xiaqing had a look of disgust on her face. She instantly became unhappy. This was food. It was already generous to share it with her, and yet she was complaining. This city is still relatively safe, and since these big meat bugs are not strong during the day and can be eaten, we will stay here. Suyu, do you want to stay with us? He noticed that Suyu managed to get a motorcycle, and everything about him, including the clean baby, seemed very unusual in this apocalypse. This caught his attention, especially since Suyu was strong and could be a helpful ally.
Wangan absolutely trusted Suyu's character.
No, if you don't want to stay here in the future, you can also go to the Sunny base in Yang City.
Base.
Wang Han was also surprised. He didn't expect that a base could still be established now. He thought there were hardly any people left in the world. Beside them, Xiaqing watched as the three of them skewered a bunch of insects on sticks. They looked dirty and slimy, sizzling over the fire. Xiaqing frowned so hard it could squash a fly. Sister, try this. The meat of this insect tastes pretty good. And it's not poisonous, so you can eat it, Xiaomi said, handing Xiaqing a charred piece of meat, whether intentionally or not. No, thank you. Xiaqing quickly waved her hand to refuse. She really couldn't eat that. She couldn't even handle fried grasshoppers or cicadas, let alone this. Sister, this is meat. You wouldn't turn it down, would you? Food is really precious right now, Xiaomi said, glancing at Suyu's expression. That's not it. I just don't like eating insects, Xiaqing said with a frown. Xiaomi frowned slightly. Insects? Upon hearing Xiaqing's words, Both Wang Han and Xiaomi thought she was being overly picky. It's great that we have food. Why worry about insects? The fields in the village are in chaos, and finding seeds doesn't guarantee they can be planted, Xiaomi said with a frown. They were sharing food mainly because of Suyu. Wang Han also thought Suyu's wife was too delicate. Given the situation, having food was already a blessing. Exactly. There was a time we were so hungry that Cheng-jun, who has fire abilities, roasted an insect. We tried it and it was edible.
No takshins.
Just a bit lacking in flavor. When you're starving, you'll eat anything. Plus, these insects have a chance to produce ability crystals, which can activate human abilities, Wang Han said. He wouldn't hide this from Suyu, as they were comrades who had fought together. Awakening abilities? Xia Qing was quite curious. She was amazed to see Cheng-jun conjuring flames from thin air. If she could awaken abilities too, wouldn't that be cool? There's a chance, but it's not guaranteed. Cheng-jun, Xiaomi, and I have used at least 100 of them, Wang Han explained. Xiaomi was the luckiest. She awakened her abilities after using less than 10.
Wang Han exclaimed.
He and Cheng-jun had used dozens. Moreover, not every mutated insect had the ability. They had killed at least 1,000 insects. You also saw that I can control lightning, and Cheng-jun can control fire without being afraid of getting burned. Xiaomi's ability is water. The water that Xiaomi gathers is very precious, especially in this polluted time and space. Although it doesn't have much combat power. Yes, Brother Suyu, if you need water, I can give you some, Xiaomi said. Xia Qing noticed that since meeting Xiaomi, the little girl's eyes had not left Suyu. I don't need it, Suyu said in a low voice, not even looking at Xiaomi.
Wow.
Suddenly, the child in Xia Qing's arms began to cry. Suyu naturally took the child from Xia Qing. He pulled out a diaper from nowhere and quickly changed the child, then took out a bottle of pre-prepared milk. Wang Han, Cheng-jun, and Wang Mi were all shocked. They were all ability users, so they quickly reacted. Suyu, are you a space ability user?
Suyu nodded.
No wonder their clothing and expressions didn't look like they were starving. It seemed Suyu had plenty of food in his space. No wonder Xia Qing had a disgusted expression towards that big bug. Xiaomi looked at Xia Qing and then at Suyu, her mind racing with thoughts. After feeding the milk, the little one fell asleep. Xia Qing couldn't eat the black bug, so she took out some dumplings and milk tea from her space. You are also a space ability user? Xiaomi stood up in shock, seeing Xia Qing pull out things from thin air. She had just imagined that Suyu was taking care of Xia Qing and didn't expect her to be an ability user too. Is there a problem? Why are you reacting so much? I just didn't expect both of you to be space ability users. The chances of that are so low, Xiaomi said in astonishment. How could everyone's abilities be the same? Xia Qing's condition was even more special. She wasn't from this time and space, so the abilities here didn't affect her. You could say she had an immunity to it. As Xia Qing ate the dumplings and looked outside, it suddenly got dark. A silver vortex appeared under her feet, and in the next second, she vanished. Suyu was already used to Xia Qing disappearing frequently. Since she wasn't from this time and space, she would be bounced back after a while. Where did she go?
How could she just disappear like that?
Wang Han and the others were stunned by the scene. This is Qing's special ability, Suyu said calmly, but he didn't explain further. Wang Han wanted to ask more, but wisely kept his questions to himself. Everyone has secrets, and even close friends should respect those boundaries. Xiaomi was very curious. She just left, leaving the child alone with Brother Suyu? Xiaomi frowned and quietly complained. Leaving without a word? Suyu glanced up, his expression slightly cold. That evening, Wang Han pulled Xiaomi aside and said, Xiaomi, I know you have feelings for Suyu, but he has a wife and child now. Don't entertain those thoughts. I know Suyu very well. Over the years, I've never seen him show any emotion. If he has feelings now, no one else can come between them. You are my sister. It's normal to have some fantasies after being saved, especially since Suyu is strong and handsome. But I need to tell you, don't provoke him. He doesn't care about women he doesn't like, even if they threaten to jump off a building, Wang Han urged his sister. Stop being sarcastic. It will only annoy him. Xiaomi's eyes turned red from Wang Han's scolding, feeling very wronged. But I just think that girl doesn't deserve Brother Suyu. He's so good. Xiaomi frowned. It's like how fans believe no one is worthy of their favorite superstar. Xiaomi, you are my sister. Listen to your brother. Xiaomi wanted to say more but remembered that no matter what she said today, Suyu had been very quiet with her. Even with Xia Qing gone, Suyu completely ignored her. After comforting the child, Suyu took out some buns from his bag and handed them to Wang Han. Wang Han held the warm buns, feeling a bit incredulous. These are buns. I haven't had these in so long. Wang Han's eyes were slightly red, and he held the buns with excitement. For them, food was just about filling their stomachs. There was no real taste left. Even the bug meat they ate daily was just to survive, and their taste buds had long been numb. Sometimes, finding a bottle of expired hot sauce felt like a gourmet treat. We're all brothers. Suyu patted Wang Han on the shoulder. Wang Han shared some with Qingjun, and also gave some to Xiaomi. The group held the buns, warm as if just steamed. They didn't even want to think about where this food came from. Taking a bite, the juicy filling flooded their mouths, awakening their long-dormant taste buds. After finishing the delicious dumplings, they looked at the charred bug meat on the fire, feeling a lack of food. To avoid waste, let's keep this meat. However, Xiaomi surprisingly can't eat the meat of this insect. Xia Qing went to the hospital as usual in the morning and found that Xia Jixiang had a good relationship with a 70-year-old patient nearby. They often played chess together and became good friends despite the age difference. Yang Xia's face was being repaired daily, but it was still difficult to eliminate all the scars. The sci-fi film she invested in was airing its first episode today, with one episode released every 5 days. It would air at 9 in the morning, and Zhang Nan had invested a lot of money in Douyin, resulting in hundreds of thousands of reservations for the trailer. Xia Qing was scrolling through Douyin, mainly watching this show. The special effects are amazing. The quality is comparable to foreign productions. We have our own superhero show now in Manhwa. Those who said our sci-fi films were no good can eat their words. With the airing of the first episode, the male lead, Xiao Xian, instantly gained 1 million followers. This sci-fi film focused on the male lead, with the female lead and the second female lead not appearing until the second or third episode. Zhang Nan and the others were extremely excited. However, waiting 5 days for each episode was quite long. But there was no choice. They were producing and airing simultaneously. Notify the director to continue filming. Let's work overtime, Zhang Nan said excitedly. Xia Qing was applying a face mask while watching the sci-fi episode. It felt pretty good, but the special effects were still lacking a bit. This was already the top special effects company in their country. Perhaps because she had seen real fire abilities in the apocalypse, the movie felt a bit less realistic to her. Once she found the machine for making artificial bones, she planned to look for special effects talent at the base. Her former classmate, Wang Cici, sent her a message asking if she was still collecting vegetables. My mom is in the hospital, so I can't collect vegetables until she recovers. I won't be able to go back during this time. Wang Cici sighed and told her family about it. Sounds like it was a serious accident. I heard that Xia Lei is in detention, which means no one is collecting vegetables in our village right now. Recently, Xia Jiqing and Tian Kaihua were not well received by the villagers. The villagers are so superficial. Who didn't laugh at Xia Jixiang's family before? Now they're all trying to get close. Our son is still in detention, and I've heard conditions are tough there. They only get plain noodles with water every day, and if they want better food, they have to pay. The food costs 3 times more than outside. Tian Kaihua was reluctant to pay the money. This second family still hasn't given any news. Yang Xia is out of danger, yet they are still so aggressive, Tian Kaihua said angrily. Now, Grandma Xia had moved back to Xia Jixiang's house alone. Moon had already sent the villa plans. Qingjie, the villa is built. Should we start decorating according to your design? Yes, decorate quickly and use the best eco-friendly materials, Xia Qing replied. She hoped her mother would recover soon so they could live in the villa. The villa was not far from the village, away from her uncle's family. Got it, Moon replied. She remembered visiting Hisisi's home and seeing the luxurious lifestyle of the wealthy. Later, she would hire a few people to make her parents' lives better. After finishing everything, Xiaqing returned to Suyu's time. Back in the apocalypse, it was just past 3 in the morning. Only Wang Mi and Cheng Jun were sleeping. Wang Han and Suyu were on guard. Wang Han was startled by Xiaqing's sudden appearance, but quickly calmed down. After being in the apocalypse for a long time, he had seen it all and had learned to control electricity, so his mental strength had been tested. What is that sound outside? It sounded like something was moving, and there were cracks in the ground. Those are the large worms you saw today. They curl up underground during the day and come out to feed at night. No wonder they had seen many cracked holes in the ground earlier. Cars couldn't pass through. Even motorcycles had a hard time navigating. If we stay upstairs, they can't sense us, but on the ground, they are very sharp. A group of them could overwhelm and devour a person, Wang Han said. Several buildings in the city center had their foundations destroyed by these worms. The ones beneath them were relatively few. As the sky brightened, the worms began to burrow back into the ground. Xiaqing and Suyu prepared to leave. Where are you going? Wang Han asked, feeling a bit nauseous after eating buns and thinking about the worm meat. We're going to the Juji Biotech Company in Shunchuan City. We want the equipment inside. Shunchuan City is not far from here, and Juji Biotech is also in the outer district, Wang Han said. If you don't want to stay here, you can consider coming with us to the Qingtian base. There is normal food there, Siyu suggested. Wang Han, Qingjun, and Wang Mi are all ability users. Their trip to the Sunny Base is a great help. Sunny Base? Is it safe there? It's safe for now. I built it, and there are thousands of survivors there. Wang Han replied without hesitation. Okay, I'll go with you. I'm really tired of these bugs. After almost 6 months, it's no wonder he feels that way. If it weren't for the buns, they might have had to keep eating those things to survive. Wang Mi felt happy when she heard her brother agree to go to Sunny Base with Suyu. Her eyes brightened. Cheng Jun has always followed Wang Han, so he had no objections. Suyu, we only have 4 flying backpacks and some are broken, Xiaqing frowned. They already had 5 people. You have flying backpacks? That's great, Wang Han said excitedly. With those, they could at least fly to the city center to search for supplies. Cheng Jun was making hand gestures, which Xiaqing couldn't understand, but Suyu and Wang Han did. Cheng Jun says he can repair the flying backpacks, so you translated for Xiaqing. Let's set off. As they stepped outside, they saw a few scattered bugs that hadn't made it back underground. During the day, their movement slowed down, and they became less aggressive, almost like big meatballs. Using a knife to cut them was tough because their skin was thick, but they were very afraid of fire. Xiaqing thought that this creature might explode with ability crystals. Be careful. Don't let that bug wrap around you, Wang Han warned. Once it wraps around, it would be hard to break free. Xiaqing's hand dagger seemed a bit small for this, and she was thinking about what weapon to use when Siyu stepped forward. He swung his knife at the bug, slicing through it easily. Cheng Jun also stepped in to help, using a fiery ball that quickly weakened the bug. There's something inside, Xiaqing said, her eyes shining. How is it possible that one could explode with ability crystals? Wang Mi said in disbelief. Suyu went over and used his knife to pry it open, and sure enough, he found 2 blue ability crystals inside. Are these 2 ability crystals? Xiaqing said in surprise. Yes, 2. Suyu replied, handing both to Xiaqing. They were about the size of quail eggs and had a clear, sparkling color. Wow, what luck! We found ability crystals, and there are 2 of them. Wang Han couldn't help but admire Suyu and Xiaqing's luck. They had just defeated a giant bug, and Cheng Jun had helped too. Xiaqing was not stingy at all. Xingyun, thank you so much. This is for you. Xiaqing took out a bag of fried chicken from her space, and the delicious smell filled the air. In the apocalypse, food is much more valuable than money. Both Wang Han and Wang Mi could smell the savory aroma. The fried chicken was still warm and crispy. Cheng Jun was a bit stunned when he received the fried chicken. He had only helped because he had eaten buns yesterday. He never expected to get a bag of fried chicken in return, and just smelling it made his mouth water. Wang Han felt a bit regretful. Why hadn't he helped out? He thought Suyu could handle it, but now he missed out on the tasty fried chicken. Wang Mi instinctively swallowed as he smelled the aroma. Although Wang Han wanted to eat, he wouldn't take it from his brother. Qing Jun was very excited holding the fried chicken. He shared it with Wang Han and Wang Mi, and they all enjoyed the fried chicken together. Xia Qing and Suyu were very curious about the ability crystals. Suyu, should we give it a try? Even if it doesn't work, it won't hurt, Xia Qing said. Of course, activating abilities would provide more security in the apocalypse. We used several ability crystals to succeed. Xiaomi used 10. When you first activate your ability, the energy is low. The more ability crystals you absorb, the stronger you become, Wang Han explained. Just swallow it. This was similar to the crystal beads, but the beads were soft, while this crystal was transparent with colorful hues. When activating an ability, you might feel a warmth in your body, as if you have a fever. It can take 3 to 10 days to realize what ability you have activated. The activation process varies for everyone. Each person's body is different, and so are their experiences. Suyu and Xia Qing swallowed the crystals at the same time. Xia Qing felt a cool sensation, as if she had swallowed a quail egg, and almost choked. Suddenly, after swallowing, Xia Qing disappeared. I don't know what happened. I was suddenly bounced back. She felt a force pushing her back to her own time and space. Suyu didn't feel the warmth as described, but their space did feel more compact. The colorful flow in the space kept shifting until it finally stopped. Suyu, you are already a space ability user, so the chance of activating other abilities is very low. Why did she disappear again? Wang Mi asked curiously. It was always surprising to see Xia Qing suddenly vanish and then reappear. Suyu sensed the energy in his body and the changes in space. He felt more connected to this space. So that's how it works. Suyu gathered a light circle in his hand and made a mark that only he and Xia Qing could see and sense. Making this mark used up all his energy. By marking this spot, he could travel through space directly. On the other side, Xia Qing was bounced back to her space and felt the changes happening there, including the mark. This mark was made by Suyu, and she could reach his marked location directly through space. It was like a teleportation channel. Their skill was amazing. Xia Qing tried to create a teleportation mark in the modern world.
No.
Even though she absorbed the same energy crystal from the same bug, she couldn't do it. She tried again but still couldn't sense it, feeling a bit disappointed. However, she quickly entered the space again. What if she was bounced back? She would just go back in. In the next moment, Xia Qing appeared at the spot where Suyu had just marked. Her connection with Suyu's space became even stronger. Suyu, does this mean we can teleport here anytime using the mark? Let's call this spot Location 1, Xia Qing whispered. Suyu could make the mark, and Xia Qing could bring people through it. So their skills complemented each other. Once we find the equipment, we can use teleportation to hunt the bug beasts here after we return. These energy crystals are very useful, Suyu said. This would increase the chances of having more ability users in their base. In this world, only the strong survive. Ordinary people will gradually be eliminated. Only those who evolve and have abilities can survive.
Yes.
This way, we can explore more places, and once our energy is restored, we can leave marks. No, the food at the base will probably last only a month, so we need to hurry back, Xia Qing replied. But now that they had this skill, it saved them travel time. Xia Qing felt excited. If Suyu went to her world, he could leave marks all over the globe. Then they could go anywhere they wanted. In a good mood, Xia Qing brought out a lot of food along the way. Wang Mi was initially not very happy about Xia Qing being with Suyu.
Here's some apples for you to try.
It might be a bit hot, come have some ice cream. It's too sweet, have some spicy snacks instead. They chatted the whole way, and Wang Han felt it was really enjoyable to be with them. Finally, he didn't have to eat any bug meat anymore. Thinking back on that bug meat, they had actually eaten it for 6 months. Just the thought of it made him feel disgusted. Wang Mi was slowly giving in to the delicious food. Who could resist it? No one can resist the temptation of good food. So from the start with Xia Qing to now calling her sister Qing or Qingqing, Wang Mi admitted that Suyu was handsome, especially when he saved her by fighting off more than 10 people alone. But nothing could compare to a lovely cream cake. She actually got to eat cake. No man could compare to food. Sister Qing was like her real sister. Qing Jun had also fixed the remaining flying backpacks in the car, and Xia Qing had already charged them. But besides Su Yu and Wang Han, the three of them were wobbling while controlling the flying backpacks, watching the zombies on the streets below chase after them. If they fell, they would definitely be eaten. Xiaomi, Qing Jun, you stay here. I'll go with Su Yu, Wang Han said. Xia Qing, you stay too. I'm very familiar with controlling the flying backpacks with Wang Han. We'll take the equipment and leave right away, Su Yu said. You all wait for us on the roof of that building. Su Yu took Xia Qing, and Wang Han took Wang Mi. Qing Jun was doing pretty well with the controls, but Wang Han was still worried about leaving Wang Mi alone here. After all, Xia Qing could disappear at any moment. Okay, be sure to stay safe. Xia Qing reminded them. Xia Qing and Wang Mi's control skills were really poor, especially with the feeling of being suspended and the strong sense of weightlessness. Wang Mi didn't dare to open his eyes. Wang Han was leading the way the whole time, which really affected his ability to operate. Xia Qing wasn't doing much better. Although she had been on roller coasters, this required her to control it herself while overcoming the feeling of weightlessness and facing the roaring zombies below. It was truly a test of their mental endurance. So they landed on the rooftop to wait. The feeling of their feet on solid ground was really nice. Su Yu and Wang Han quickly flew off. The rooftop door was locked, making a clanking sound. There are zombies inside, Xia Qing said. Qing Jun couldn't speak, but could understand lip movements. She tightly gripped her weapon. They were not even at the center of Deep River City yet, and there were already so many zombies. How many zombies would be in the city center? It would be like the Bund during the New Year in Magic City, packed with people. Roar. Although the zombies were not active during the day, their growls echoed around them. There are so many zombies here, Wang Mi said, feeling a bit nervous. Her special ability was water manipulation, which had no offensive power. Xia Qing took out a baseball bat from her bag. She had bought 10 of them. She handed one to Wang Mi and another to Qing Jun. Use this baseball bat. It's really strong for fighting. Wang Mi thought the bat felt a bit heavy. She usually didn't fight because she was a water ability user and the sister of Wang Han, who was always a protected target. When they went out to hunt for supplies, she mostly stayed inside, spending each day alone and bored. Xia Qing noticed blood on Wang Mi's back and understood why the zombies upstairs were so aggressive. Their hearing and sense of smell were very sharp. Xia Qing pulled Wang Mi aside and quietly said, "Your period started. Here are some sanitary pads and pants. Go change in that corner quickly." Upon hearing this, Wang Mi realized she was uncomfortable. She hadn't noticed anything while flying in the sky just moments ago. Her periods were often irregular. Sanitary pads. Wang Mi felt touched to see them. She had searched for some before. Some were usable, but most were moldy and infected with bacteria, so she didn't dare use them. She usually relied on clean cloths, which she could wash with her water ability. "Thank you," Wang Mi said shyly. The zombies' growls grew louder, and the old iron door was starting to give way. Crash. With a particularly large zombie burst through. It must have weighed around 300 pounds before it mutated. Qing Jun immediately unleashed a fireball. Sizzle. The fireball hit the zombie, causing a chemical reaction that burned its tattered clothes. "It's no use. We have to chop off its head," Xia Qing said as she charged forward with the baseball bat, swinging it at the 200-pound zombie's head. She smashed the zombie's head with a powerful. This bat was specially made for her. She wanted it to be sturdy. Wang Mi, now changed, was stunned. She didn't expect Xia Qing to be so fierce. Xia Qing looked delicate, but she was fierce in action. The warm sunflower had suddenly transformed into a violent cactus. Wang Mi now thinks that Suyu is such an amazing person, and the one he likes is also impressive. A few zombies came rushing in, but she and Qingjun took care of them. After collecting the zombie crystals, they divided them among themselves. The energy crystals inside the big bug can only be activated by chance, while the crystals can restore their energy. I'm sorry, I forgot that I have my period today. If she had known, she wouldn't have come out. There's no need to worry. It's unpredictable. Let's just wait here calmly for them. They found an apartment, and surprisingly, there was a small zombie that could only crawl. It crawled quite fast, and Xiaqing felt sorry for it and didn't want to hit it. After dealing with the zombies in the room, they rested on the sofa in the living room. This little baby needs milk every 2 hours. Xiaqing took out some milk powder and water to prepare it. She was starting to look more like a mother. He's the cutest baby I've ever seen, Wang Mi said. Many unfortunate babies had turned into zombies, or they died right after being born. It's rare for a baby to survive, and even those who do aren't as cute and chubby. They waited for several hours, and Xiaqing started to feel anxious. She checked her space from time to time to see if anything new had appeared. Finally, one corner of the space was filled with various tools, which made Xiaqing breathe a sigh of relief. Suyu and the others must have gotten the items and were on their way back. At that moment, Xiaqing felt good and took out a bucket of ice cream. You can choose from these 2 flavors. Qingjun looked at the ice cream on the coffee table and licked his lips. Ever since they started following Xiaqing, they had tasted things they could only dream about before. Thank you, Sister Qing. Wang Mi happily took an ice cream and started eating. Sister Qing, how did you and Suyu get together? My friend and I were tricked into a factory, and it was Suyu who saved us. He took care of those criminals all by himself. He was so cool. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Who is stronger, him or your brother? Actually, my brother is also quite strong, but he always scolds me, so it's no wonder he doesn't have a girlfriend, Wang Mi joked, sounding just like a recent high school graduate. However, after the apocalypse, she didn't know her grades anymore and hadn't gone to college. Don't worry, Qing. After my brother scolded me that day, I faced my feelings. I won't like Suyu anymore. You and Suyu already have children. I can't be the third wheel.
Ha.
Wang Mi said this seriously, and Xiaqing almost choked on her ice cream. When did she have children with Suyu? They only had a pure friendship. Buzzing. My brother and the others are back, Wang Mi said excitedly. Wang Han and Suyu landed on the rooftop, and Qingjun went to greet them. There were too many zombies. If it weren't for the flying backpacks, we wouldn't have escaped, Wang Han said. Thousands of zombies were rushing toward them. Both of them were covered in dirt and smelled terrible, with no time to collect any zombie crystals. Wang Han was slightly shorter than Suyu, but their builds were similar. Xiaqing took out some clothes for them to change into. Suyu's leather jacket could just be wiped down with a cleaning cloth. Suyu, your jacket is cool and easy to clean, Wang Han said enviously. Not changing this jacket, Suyu replied firmly. I can see that. It's like matching outfits with your wife, Wang Han teased. We've got the items. Let's hurry back to the Sunshine Base, Suyu said. Once they brought the equipment back, Professor Zhang could create artificial bones, and Xiaqing's mother would be able to stand again. After returning, they would set up markers at the base, allowing him to move around and return instantly through Xiaqing. Okay. Xiaqing knew there were thousands of people at the Sunshine Base waiting for her to come back. You all rest first. We'll set off tomorrow morning. On the coffee table, Xiaqing brought out several steaming food containers: spicy chicken, rice rolls, egg waffles, curry fish, clay pot rice, mango sago, sweet and sour pork, and roast goose. There were also Cantonese dim sum and various buns. Since she was in Hong Kong, she bought the food directly from local restaurants. The 3 big men had huge appetites, and the table was filled with the sounds of chewing, with no one talking. Unlike before, when they roasted insect meat while eating, now their taste buds had been awakened. They found it hard to imagine a future without these delicious foods. Eating insects for days would be unbearable. Now, They understood Xia Qing's expression. With so many tasty dishes, who could eat insect meat? It felt like eating delicious food every day while watching others eat scraps. The table was completely cleared. There was not a single bite left. In their time, eating out at a restaurant often meant leaving a lot of food behind, sometimes even needing to take leftovers home. Here, however, food waste is not an issue. In the evening, Xia Qing would disappear back to her own time, while it was morning for her here, and she would catch up on some sleep. After waking up, she would take a shower and put on a face mask. Chu Ran was in the living room. "Sister Qingqing, I want to go to school," he said, nervously twisting his fingers as he looked at Xia Qing. He wanted to learn a lot of things. "At your age, you should indeed be in elementary school. I was planning to take you back to Han City for that," she replied. "But it wouldn't be a problem to do it here in Port City." For Xia Qing, anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. There are many private schools in Port City, and paying for them is straightforward. Xia Qing also had enough money, and it was a good thing for the child to go to school. "Sure, I'll contact your dad right now." Xia Qing picked up her phone and sent a voice message to Chu Xiu, but he hung up. A minute later, Chu Xiu called back with a video call. In the video, Chu Xiu had a bandage wrapped around his forehead. "What's up?" he asked. "Ouch, are you hurt? This is from fighting over territory. I opened a club and gave you a 30% share. All my investment money, and I only get 30%? Xia Qing frowned. "What else would you expect?" Xia Qing noticed blood in the background of the video. Fighting for territory in the border area was truly dangerous. She felt it was best not to say more. She didn't really want to make money in that area, but changing the environment there would be a good thing. 30% is fine. I want to enroll Xiaoran in St. Paul's private school in Port City. The tuition is about 300,000 a year. This didn't include living expenses. "I'll cover the tuition and living expenses," Chu Xiu said in a serious tone. "All right, then you'll just have to owe me for now. I don't have a house in Port City, so I'll ask a friend to help get Xiaoran settled in. I'll pick him up during the winter and summer breaks, and I'll come over on weekends too." "Thank you." Chu Xiu's voice softened. "Let's leave it at that. Next time, clean your face." It was all covered in blood. Although Xia Qing didn't know Chu Xiu very well, she had a feeling he wasn't a bad person. She had seen him indirectly help others while in the border area. "Your dad agreed to let you go to school. After lunch, pack up, and I'll take you to register." Chu Ran nodded eagerly. She would need to ask Cici for help with the St. Paul's private school. "The school has already contacted you. You can take the child there this afternoon."
Thank you.
Cici really helped her a lot in the wealthy circle of the city. "If you want to thank me, send me more jewelry." "Sure, I'll have someone send it this afternoon." Xia Qing was generous and didn't expect Cici to sell the jewelry so quickly. Cici transferred 15 million to her bank account, which was the money from selling the jewelry. Cici sold to top clients. These pieces were not only unique in style but also rare, giving them a good reputation. Otherwise, the same leather bag might sell for a few hundred in a mall but cost thousands in a boutique. While checking her phone, she saw the news that Cici's husband was caught cheating and they had already signed a divorce agreement. At noon, she had lunch with Chu Ran at a hotel and then visited Yang Xia at the hospital. At 2:30 in the afternoon, she drove to St. Paul Elementary School. St. Paul is an international school and admission requires testing, although Xia Qing had Cici's help. However, the basic entrance test still needed to be completed. St. Paul's campus covers 70 acres, featuring a peaceful and spacious environment, combining historical and modern architecture with beautiful gardens and play areas. It also has restrooms, changing rooms, a library, study rooms, a music room, an art room, a cafeteria, and dormitories. Xia Qing waited for 2 hours. "Here is the admission notice. You can complete the enrollment tomorrow. Your child is very smart, especially in math. The tuition is 350,000 a year, and living expenses, including accommodation, are 250,000. You can scan the QR code above for details," the admissions office teacher said politely. Only middle-class families can afford to enter this elementary school, as a tuition of 300,000 a year is not something an average family can manage. Xiaqing paid the tuition without hesitation, and a dedicated teacher took Xiao Ran for a tour of the school. Here, all kinds of supplies are available, including uniforms, which made things much easier. What do you think?
Xiaqing asked.
After all, a child's opinion is very important. Very good. The environment here is much better than the orphanage. No one bullies him. Xiaqing ruffled his hair, feeling puzzled. Even though Chu Ran was only 6, he seemed to have something on his mind.
He always seemed a bit down.
After finishing their business there, they returned to the hotel. Call me if anything happens at school, no matter what unpleasant things happened before. It's all in the past now. Xiaqing's voice was very gentle. Chu Ran's eyes turned red, and then he threw himself into Xiaqing's arms. I want to study. I want to go to police school. I want to avenge my mom. Xiaqing suspected that Chu Xiu's background was not simple. He was originally from the special forces of Huagua, but had fallen to become a mercenary and was blacklisted by multiple countries. Xiaqing let Chu Ran cry without saying anything, just holding him. When he calmed down, Xiaqing softly said, "You can do it. I will support you." The next day, Xiaqing picked up her Hummer H1. This off-road vehicle can seat 8 people, has a spacious interior, and great visibility. Most importantly, it is very durable, originally made as an armored vehicle. In the desert, off-roading is a breeze. In the morning, Suyu's side faced trouble. Their previous off-road vehicle, worth over 200,000, was almost destroyed. The road had cracked, and the car fell into it, injuring Wang Mi's head. Luckily, there was a baby seat. Otherwise, the little one could have been hurt too. It's a pity to lose a car like this, Wang Han frowned. Finding a reliable vehicle now is very difficult. Xinchuan City has many tech companies, and Suyu absorbed energy, leaving behind a temporary coordinate labeled No. 2. Just in time, let's get a new car. Suddenly, a brand new Hummer H1 appeared. This car is great. Most men like such powerful models, and Wang Han was no exception. He had also driven military off-road vehicles in the peacekeeping forces at the border. With this car, their journey became much easier. They reached Yang City the next afternoon, encountering mostly mutated animals along the way. They would only meet zombie hordes when entering cities or towns. This round trip had taken about 7 or 8 days. What happened at the Qingtian base? Xiaqing frowned slightly when she saw bloodstains at the base's gate that hadn't been cleaned. Their car was stopped. When Xiaqing and Suyu got out, they heard, "The base leader and deputy leader are back." Everyone became excited. The base's gate opened. What happened? Where are Li Yao and Wang Chang? Xiaqing asked. They were injured. A group of people came the day before yesterday, pretending to be survivors, but they actually tried to steal our food. Li Yao and Wang Chang got hurt while protecting the supplies, a team member said with a frown. Suyu and Xiaqing exchanged glances. They weren't surprised by this incident. After all, a big tree attracts the wind. If they wanted to establish a base in this post-apocalyptic world, they needed to recruit survivors, but there were also those with bad intentions. This is a problem, Suyu said. Xiaqing, you handle them. I will check on Li Yao and the others. Okay. Xiaqing called for help and arranged places for Qingjun, Wang Han, and Xiaomi to stay. You 3 are all ability users. We will integrate you into the military team later, she said. I'll go check the base for any issues, Suyu said. I'll go with you to see if I can help.
100 pleat.
The base was doing quite well. Although it had been raided once, the uniforms were standardized, and it had developed into a small survival base. Suyu looked at Li Yao and Wang Chang. Li Yao had been shot in the arm and had already undergone surgery, while Wang Chang was recovering. In the meeting room, several team leaders were present. When Xiaqing entered, everyone immediately stood up. Deputy base leader. Xiaqing nodded, and only then did everyone sit down. However, everyone was curious about the baby Xiaqing was pushing. Wang Han and Wang Mi sensed that Xiaqing had a significant presence here. These 3 are new ability users. Wang Han controls electricity, Qingjun controls fire, and Xiaomi controls water. Xia Qing introduced them. The people in the meeting room were surprised to see the three of them, especially by their abilities. Their base was in desperate need of ability users, so they were very happy to have strong individuals join them. Xia Qing signaled for Wang Han and the others to sit down. Yang Shua noticed everyone was seated and pressed a key on his keyboard. This is the surveillance footage of what happened. These individuals first pretended to be survivors from the Dragon Country underground base and infiltrated our secure base. We have confirmed with the Dragon Country underground base that they do not have these individuals. We later identified them through the Blue Dose system. They are from the Noon Country, around 18 years old, and the footage shows at least 2 of them have abilities. One of their abilities is light control, which allows them to manipulate light. This power can create illusions and blind spots for camouflage. The bright light was so intense that it blinded them for a moment, and it took a few minutes for their eyes to adjust. Where did these people come from? Xia Qing frowned. What is clear now is that even in this post-apocalyptic world, there is still food available, like insect meat. However, it doesn't taste good and might be toxic, yet some people have survived. Our base previously broadcasted a call for survivors, so others must have heard it too. They didn't want to enter the Sunny base but were desperate for food, so they came to steal. However, they only took a portion. That portion is still critical. If Su Yu and Xia Qing don't return soon, their food will only last a day or 2. After all, the base now has thousands of people. From now on, we need stricter entry rules for the base. We must ensure our safety first, and will not accept any more survivors. Su Yu said firmly.
Understood, Yang Shuo replied.
They need to make survivors feel a sense of belonging to the base. They not only have abilities but also weapons, and many people in the base are injured. They had a gunfight, and the main gate was blown open. It had just been repaired overnight. Although they had weapons too, they were caught off guard by the sudden attack. Actually, I have a suggestion, said Zhou Chun, a team member wearing glasses. Go ahead, Su Yu replied. We could cooperate with the Dragon Country base. They are military and have more advanced weapons and technology. If we work together, it would greatly benefit our base's development. The Dragon Country base is in chaos, Su Yu frowned. This was his biggest concern. Many lower-level people had fled, leaving only those from the upper levels. To personally negotiate with the Dragon Country base, I will need to go there myself, Su Yu said. Kyoto is much farther from Yang City. We can establish a second coordinate at Sunny Base and find a way to fly to Kyoto. With the coordinates, Xia Qing can travel between these points anytime, so they won't have to worry about food supply. With her around, food can always be available. We need to get a plane, Xia Qing frowned. She understood that even a private plane costs over 100 million yuan, and even if they bought one, they couldn't just take it. Buying a private plane is like purchasing an entire flight crew. Plus, there are flight routes to consider. It's quite complicated. The food at the base is running low, and Xia Qing needs to go back to buy a lot of food. The baby will stay here with Su taking care of him. Brother Yu, you've only been with the deputy base for a few days, and now there's a child. Su Yu is taking care of the child here, and all the equipment has been handed over to Professor Zhang Yenshin. Can this equipment make artificial bones? Su Yu asked, as this is very important for Xia Qing, and he values it highly. Of course. The equipment is in great condition and undamaged. Plus, it's the latest model, and there are plenty of materials available. We can definitely make at least 100 pieces. Su Yu felt relieved after hearing Zhang Yenshin's words. That's good. Once I organize this equipment, we can start making them. We need to draw a 10 milliliter blood sample for genetic testing and do a full-body MRI scan. Okay. Su Yu noted this down carefully to tell Xia Qing later. Those people have guns, and they're the most advanced. They must have found them from an armory, and finding the armory's location is not something ordinary people can do.
Right.
The key issue is the 2 ability users, and there's another one not caught on camera. His skill is metal control, so bullets can't hit him. The most important thing is that he is a foreigner.
Yang Shuo frowned.
The blonde and blue-eyed color is not typical of their dragon nation. The new fire ability user might be able to control him. There are too few ability users at the base. The evolved ones have strong physical qualities and powers, but they still fall short compared to ability users. One is a physical attack, and the other is a magical attack. If those people run out of food, they might come back, so the base must strengthen security. We thought establishing the last human base would lead to peaceful development, but there will always be conflicts.
Yang sure frowned.
As long as there are people, there will be disputes. Our current life is hard to come by. Brother Yu, are you really planning to cooperate with the Dragon Nation base? Yes. The president should still have the final say. The internal chaos at the Dragon Nation base is due to the consortium holding a large amount of resources, controlling the main supplies. Suyu frowned slightly, knowing he had to face this for the safety and future development of the base, even though he didn't want to see him. Xiaqing returned to the hotel and took Shu Ran to school the next day. Today is his first day of school, and he will be staying in the dorms from now on. Xiaqing visited the children's living environment and found it very luxurious, so she is not worried about her child suffering. She went to the hospital, took a blood sample from Yang Xia, and collected all the previous test results. Yang Xia's wounds have healed. The bandages were supposed to stay on for half a month, but surprisingly, they could be removed after just a week. The doctors said Yang Xia has a good recovery ability, and Xiaqing knows this is due to the health booster. Xiaqing stored the items in her space, and Siyu quickly passed them to Professor Zhang Yenshin. With the test results in blood, they can use technology to create artificial bones that will integrate perfectly into the human body, just like new bones. The materials match. It will only take 2 days to complete, Professor Zhang said. That's great, Suyu replied happily, as this trip was also for Xiaqing's mother. Xiaqing had ordered a large quantity of rice, flour, vegetables, and many mushroom packs. In the post-apocalyptic world, the production of mushroom packs has decreased by 1/3, but they can still be self-sufficient in food. During the robbery, the hydroponic vegetables and mushrooms were not taken. Even if they were stolen, the thieves would not know how to grow them and would just waste them. She ordered a significant amount, which would arrive in at least 2 days. Although the food in the base's warehouse is running low, there are still some leftovers from the points exchanged by each family. They can hold on for another day or 2. 3 days later, Xiaqing took a 2-hour flight back to the county, first going to the warehouse to collect supplies. Then she returned home to find the walls in the yard were damaged. Once the villa is renovated, she will move her parents there. Qingqing, you're finally back. Where have you been these days? I couldn't reach you by phone. Lele has been taken to the detention center, and your aunt is almost going crazy, said Grandma Xia. As soon as Xiaqing entered the house, she saw it was dirty, and the kitchen was a mess. You need to come with me to your uncle's house to talk to the police and clarify this situation. We need to get Lele out first. Grandma, my mom is still in the hospital. The medical bills are over 10,000 a day. I'll go with you to talk to Uncle about this. Later, my mom will need a bone implant and further recovery, and her face needs reconstruction. Hearing this, Grandma Xia's hands started to shake. Qingqing, you're so wealthy now, but your uncle's family is not easy either. How much can they earn from farming for a year in the village? They also have to support 2 sons. Grandma Xia began to share her troubles. I only know that my mom has it tough. My dad and uncle are both your sons. Your favoritism is your business, but you can't expect me to do anything. My parents' hard work, you as a mother don't care, but as their daughter, I feel deeply for them. After Xiaqing finished speaking, Grandma Xia stood still, not knowing how to respond. When they were young, their life was very hard. She never helped with cooking or taking care of the children. After being scolded by Xiaqing, she felt lost and her head was buzzing. Xiaqing planned to order supplies from an app to fix the outside wall. Qingqing, we can help fix your yard. The cement and everything is ready. We can start tomorrow, Mr. Wu said as he came over. They had been worried, especially with the cold weather. After 2 long days of selling vegetables, they were exhausted. Now that Xiaqing was back and had collected a lot of vegetables, they felt lucky to have her help. Since something happened at Xiaqing's home, they were all willing to come and lend a hand. Thank you, Mr. Wu. How much do I owe for the cement and bricks? I want to pay you, No need. Just by collecting our vegetables, you've helped us a lot. The older men were very enthusiastic, so Xiaqing decided not to refuse their help. Their village mainly grows vegetables and corn, while rice is grown in larger areas elsewhere. However, they grow less rice because most families lack large farming equipment. That night, Xiaqing arrived at Suyu's base. The management of the base had become stricter. The supplies just arrived at the warehouse, and most of it has already been exchanged, Zhou Chen said. Li Yao was injured and in recovery, so Zhou Chen was in charge now. Brother Yu, we've developed recognition technology, and survivors at our base are starting to be registered, Yang Shuo said. Good, Su Yu replied.